Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Badass Deku Becomes Ronin. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya didn't react to be followed by a sentient purple cloud. The abuse came no matter the day, but his twisted smile kept them at bay. Seeing them being such a holes reminded him of what he was fighting for, and made working with the weird potato-headed man bearable. His day went as normal, with Bakugo making his token appearance and hit him. He shrugged it off, chuckling. If this plan played out right, the whole world was going to change. He was sure his idea wouldn't be common spread, but it could change how everyone handles themselves. Vigilantism might become a profession heroes would have to recognize, or surpass the fakes entirely. Midoriya took his notes out, looking at what was supposed to be his project for this month, forging a katana. He began to Google hunting seasons and good hunting grounds, chuckling under his breath. Midoriya exited the school grounds, back straight and head held high. He went to his house, switching off school supplies for equipment, his usual vigilante clothes and some knives, since the rest was at his hideout. He waved goodbye to his mom and went outside. Kurogiri, are you willing to warp me around? He needed to know this so he could gauge how close he had to go. If he turned him down, the plan wouldn't fail, but it would become more difficult. Yes, I am willing and capable of teleporting both of us. Midoriya nodded. Take us to my hideout, please, Kurogiri. There was always that threatening aura when he spoke. He didn't even have to try to want to kill him right now. But he was useful, as they turned a 20-minute run into a 5-second step. Midoriya changed into his costume, rolling his shoulders and opening his notes. He traced his finger along the paper, smiling and striking the paper with his finger. Kurogiri, we're going to America. Take us here. It took 3 consecutive teleports to get there. Was it range? Familiarity? He hadn't done anything for Kurogiri yet, so he couldn't exactly ask. Still, they ended up in Alaska one way or another. He tossed Kurogiri the winter coat he had grabbed on his way here and adjusted his costume. He had switched a few things up about his costume. The tank top he'd used for the last 3 months was now long sleeves. The socks were long, and he was wearing the boots again. Still, on the outside, he looked the same. He looked out over the cold winds with a smile beneath his mask. He'd need to gather a lot of materials in this 1 month. A lot of physical hunting, a lot of stealing, and a lot of practice. He whistled as he walked into the hunting grounds. Kurogiri, might you have access to a freezer for large animals? And I might need a butcher's help. Midoriya sat in place for an hour, smiling all the while. It was impossible to get all the materials on his own, but with Kurogiri they could get it together. Then he'd pay Kurogiri back with some lessons so he wasn't such a chump who nearly got shanked. If he did this the normal way, he needed to hunt over 200 bears, which was bullshit. But he wanted to start hunting these grizzlies, who had recently jumped up from only being able to hunt 5 a season to being able to hunt 10. It looked like they on the rise, and soon they might pose a threat. That made what Midoriya was doing right now technically vigilantism, as he was going to be helping illegally. Midoriya watched 5 bears, as large as cars, ramble past. This was just an ordinary takedown for him. Avoid being spotted, and punish the loners. You know Kurogiri, right now. We're gonna stop the bear plague before it even happens. Kurogiri was standing next to him, having gone back to grab real winter gear and drop off the jacket Midoriya brought. So I get to play the hero. Oh joy, I'm ecstatic. Do try to avoid turning me to the side of heroism. Who cares about heroism? Midoriya chuckled, finally spotting a big target at the river crossing they'd been waiting at. He went for his throwing needles. All I'm saying is how the stupidest sick can affect everything. His hand flickered, needles striking the giant bear in the eyes as it stood across the river. The needles were so thin the wind barely did anything to them. They struck into the eye sockets, blinding the bear, which roared and began to flail. Soon, we'll be drowning in bears. Then it'll be easy hunting. The ecosystem had gotten all effed up in Alaska. The animals here had some better quirks than humans. It made them good prey, especially for Midoriya, who was hunting for a few specific features. If he could find them, he'd be golden. Right now, he needed to get some kills. Midoriya hopped from pine to pine, quiet now. The bear was flailing now, running into objects. Midoriya wrapped his legs around the tree and assembled his staff, then aimed it like a pool cue. The needle was struck cleanly into the brain. Death was near instant, something Midoriya's studies only told him too well. The killing was easy, keeping them alive was not. It's why Midoriya could seem to cut through most opponents when normally he had to take his time, going slowly to avoid lethal damage. Kurogiri, teleport this body to the pile. The pile was just a spot they picked before to keep all the bodies. Kurogiri had to move close, unaware that if he just stretched the smoke out he could stay in place and teleport things nearby. It was a waste of power, but he thought that because Kurogiri made it look easy. It probably took a lot of concentration. Midoriya sat back, waiting to see what came to the small minute smell of blood and the dying screams of the grizzly. Trees in the distance were crushed as what seemed like cars approached, giving Midoriya another objective to run out of knives. The first day was easygoing, with the largest bear the size of a truck. They got 30, but there were still hundreds in view. Right now was some of that help Midoriya offered to give to his escort. Just make a portal to the location, and send a portal through the first portal to the pile. Midoriya had taken off his helmet and was cleaning the visor of the snow. Kurogiri was showing that this teleporting was more difficult than it looked. Take your time. The bears will eat some of the bodies, but we can get more tomorrow. Kurogiri couldn't do it at first, so now they were experimenting with his limits. I can't send portals through portals, I need to be attached to them. Midoriya nodded. Then try stretching out again. Don't force it, relax. Midoriya knew a lot about using quirks from his research. It was why he was so sure his plan could work. Slowly, to the point of it being painful, Kurogiri extended his smoke and got one of the bears. Eventually, they only got 12 out of the 33, plus the one from earlier. Midoriya didn't scold him though, giving him a pat on the back. We'll be back tomorrow to keep working on it. Soon, you'll be doing great. For now, this is great progress. He meant it to. Changes like this didn't come easily. It was hard to change your mindset about something you've been doing for years, like trying to switch your gait permanently. They appeared at the pile, inside the butcher shop Midoriya had asked for. He looked over the workers and offered to help himself. Together, with Kurogiri watching from the back, they set up the bears. Midoriya asked that they bleed the corpses out but not throw the blood away, keeping it for him. I need every part of these things, but if I'm lucky tomorrow will be the last time. Day 2, and Kurogiri was learning fast. They went right back, and some of the bears were still there. Midoriya scanned each of them for something, lost in his own thoughts. If I might ask, what exactly are you looking for? Midoriya snapped out of his thoughts, confused for a moment before returning to his focus. There have been reports of metal bears, steel bones, steel fur. I can't normally take them down, but I want them. The killing method I devised should work on them, even the metal muscles. That family of bears is a big part of the problem, and needs to be hunted out. He looked over and saw Kurogiri's confusion. Imagine you're a hunter, you sit in one place for hours. You see a bear, take your gun and shoot it straight in the heart. Normally that's a kill shot, but the bear has metal muscles. Bullets can't do anything to it, but it looks almost the exact same as every other bear. Kurogiri nodded, starting to realize what he meant by the bear plague. The problem wasn't how many bears they were, it was how difficult they were to kill. Most people didn't have Midoriya's penchant for analyzing and tearing his opponents apart. Presumably, that power was also how he'd find the metal bears. How do you know the difference, if I may? Right now, all I can find are metal furs, and I don't care about them. Skinning them is very difficult, but it should be good for making equipment. Midoriya leaned forward again. Metal muscles can be seen as a color tinge around the eyes, where the fur is the smallest. Metal bones, the ones I want, usually have metal teeth, and they said quirks were unique. With so many people having quirks, the overlap was inevitable. When you threw in the animal kingdoms, it was amazing just how easy it was to find similar quirks. Not all animals had quirks, and not all species could get quirks. Most insects couldn't. There had been 2 plants throughout all of history, and one couldn't even create other plants with quirks when it reproduced. The other was discovered a year ago and was a blade of grass that regrew to its full height in record time. It had been destroyed when lit on fire by a lightning strike, having been too tall for its own good. Still, Midoriya sat back, before spotting one with a glint in its teeth. He squinted, trying to figure out if it was what he wanted before deciding it probably was. He hopped from tree to tree like a squirrel, resting above it, waiting for it to show him its friends or be alone. He'd gotten 17 today, and was going slower for Kurogiri to get that practice in. They'd gotten 15 whole bears, 1 partial, and lost 1. Midoriya needed to make sure they got this one whole. He stalked it for 10 minutes, with them staying in a strange pseudo-pack. They all happened to be in the same place, eating the same dead bears. Finally, Midoriya was getting bored and opted to throw a needle at it to draw the bear toward him. He purposely missed, letting the needle bounce off its body. It roared at the provocation, however minor, and rushed the tree Midoriya was in. Midoriya looked down, waiting for the last second before bailing out of the tree. He had to admit, he wasn't prepared for the bear to jump 10 feet off the ground until they were at eye level, and a second away from colliding. Maybe he should have waited a little longer. Midoriya let go of the tree and pushed downward, hitting the ground and rolling as the top of the tree snapped like a cracker, the entire tree falling over under the bear's weight. Midoriya sprang back up, rolling his shoulder, and faced his opponent. They were too close to the other bears to be safe. For a quick kill and Kurogiri to teleport it away, yes, but for a long fight. This needed to end quickly. More needles, at every spot he could think of. They came out like bullets, hitting the nose, the ears, and the eyes. It roared and got a needle in its mouth. Now, it flailed around, crashing without aim. Midoriya retreated away from the bears, letting the bear tire itself out. He calmed his breathing, getting ready for the hard part, and drew 3 pieces of wood tipped in metal. Approaching the creature was difficult. It had been 5 minutes, but its speed hadn't slowed. Smell was covered by its own blood, sight was gone, and hearing would still be difficult. To counter this, it became a hurricane of metallic claws and fangs, snapping at anything despite the blood coming from its mouth. Midoriya couldn't even get too close as it would randomly lunge, tackling nearby objects. Its metal bones, hopefully iron or steel, were at least harder than wood and stone. It could shatter either with ease. The reason Midoriya wanted this was, out of the metal bears, metal bones were the easiest to dissect. Metal fur would be difficult to cut and metal muscle would be impossible to work with when rigor mortis set in. After that, it might be workable, but from what Midoriya saw, the best ones were the metal bones. Their claws and teeth made them the best at killing, but they were the easiest to cut up after death. Their diet also made sure the meat tasted good. But right now, a silvery tornado stood in front of him, snarling at everything. A different bear had come too close and was loud enough that the metal bone hurt it. It dove, tearing the intruder to shreds. Bones snapped like toothpicks, skulls were crushed, and it was still snarling. Midoriya wondered how long it'd take to let it bleed out. Hours. He didn't have hours. He was down to 40 minutes before he needed to get home. His phone coverage wasn't good enough to cover a call from America, especially in these conditions, and the bear might die while he was calling from some other quirked bear. He just needed to get close to the head. Maybe if he approached from above. No, that'd put him on something that the bear would probably break. As he was thinking, Kurogiri appeared in a tree at a reasonable distance as instructed. The teleporter could give him the angle he wanted. Kurogiri, I need you to create a portal around its head. Just its head. Stay far away physically. Forcing Kurogiri would help his growth. He wouldn't always be able to teleport targets standing still. I will try. Kurogiri's smoke extended, constantly creeping forward. Midoriya happily sat back, far from the flailing bear. Kurogiri's smoke was slow though, and the bear's erratic movements kept its head from going through the portal. Kurogiri repeated back what he could already see, giving Midoriya a headache. It's too fast and erratic. If it was standing still, or in a more constant position. Midoriya nodded along, annoyed that he couldn't just sit back and let someone else do all the work. But what was it he learned all those months ago? He could only rely on one person. Fine, I'll do it myself. Midoriya took a proper throwing position and lobbed another needle as hard as he could, just aiming to hit the body. In an instant, the bear twisted around and charged at him. Midoriya had put his quarterstaff away when he got out the shuriken so he could better climb the rock. Then he flipped up and over, standing over the charging bear. Its mouth snapped, its paws tore through the air. Midoriya sighed and jumped up and off the rock at the bear, wondering if he could have just hit it with the quarterstaff or canab from the rock. It would have taken too long to get out, but if he put it up there before he had to climb up, then he'd have to stop to pick it up. Same problem. This was gonna be good old flailing versus flailing. Midoriya went over the snout and claws, sliding down its back and closelining its neck to hold on. His weight wasn't enough to do sit to it, but he could feel his shoulder pulling from its socket at the impact. The bear rose onto its hind legs, roaring as purple smoke finally wrapped around its head. It was staying in mostly the same place, and the bear's head went through the portal, the other end coming out next to Midoriya. Finally, Midoriya raised a leg, stomping on the needles he'd thrown into its eyes. It roared one last time, but Midoriya kept on stomping. The body fell over, and after Midoriya got up out of the snow, he ran up to the body, still kicking it. Stupid effing fat-ass beach effing flailing like a goddamn pinwheeling beach. Midoriya wasn't sure what he was saying, but he was sure he was pissed off. Maybe at the bear, maybe at the plan he made, probably at himself. After a good few minutes of kicking him, Kurogiri spoke up. I believe we should be leaving. Midoriya composed himself, nodding. Yeah, thanks, Kurogiri. He rolled his shoulders, relaxing for a moment. To the pile, to the pile. The purple fog covered both of them, making them disappear from the rapidly darkening forest, metal bear in tow. Midnight was trying not to pass out on the roof, bored shitless. I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty sure that information was fake. What makes you say that? Aizawa was fine, somehow. He always looked terrible, so he couldn't go any lower. She was a little jealous, but she had standards. They couldn't even spell the name of the street right. Midnight's mood was hitting all new lows. This was the 3rd day they'd been here, and her ass was killing her. Rooftops, it appeared, were not meant to be chairs. This is a goddamn ghost chase. One more day. Midnight snarled at him for that. How many times have you said that? This was supposed to be the last day. She ran a hand through her mess of hair. She only got to apply shampoo and conditioner to it for the last 2 months, and it was showing. When this was over, she needed a serious spa day to get herself back in peak condition. Maybe she could do some vigilante scouting at a salon. Whatever you just thought, don't do it in focus. A racer of fun knocked her on the back of the head, his eyes still fixed on the building. What? There hasn't been a sign of any good vigilantes since Oni. They didn't count Psychopath. He was clearly a villain who just happened to be in the same place as some rapists. Good that he was there, bad that he existed. If I give you money, will you shut up? She brightened instantly. Ooh, really? He checked his pocket. I got 26 yen. Her face froze up. You're poor too. Don't worry and save your money. You can afford a real house someday. His eyebrow twitched. I'm not homeless. He scowled, brightening up her mood. Whatever, but still. You ever wonder what happened to that vigilante I'm supposed to be chasing? No, but I do have some good news for you. The theory about country hopping was right, but not who we thought. She cocked her head, trying to think about who he was talking about. Some hunters in America reported a guy throwing needles with his left hand hunting bears in Alaska. No description of the person, he was too far away, but they found his victims. They could hear him though. Thank God. I wouldn't want to run into that guy in the dark of the night. What if he skewers me before he passes out, or fakes being passed out so he can gouge my eye out? She had gotten in danger before, but psychos were the worst. You never knew what was coming from them. Midoriya sat meditating. Tomorrow's Sunday, and that's the day between me and my mom. We're going to be at a golf course all morning, then spend the afternoon at an aquarium. You can follow us to those places without standing out, right? Kurogiri nodded, admiring his homemade target. He could consistently get bullseye with his left. But what happened when he threw with his right is a mystery not even he knew. Do not worry, though I am worried about what you're trying to do. Physical weapons have little value against quirks. Do you think I'm just going to offer some slightly sturdier than average weapons? It was what Kurogiri had been thinking actually, but it seemed a little basic for the vigilantist mind. Don't worry, if nothing else your boss's henchman will enjoy what I have planned, whether or not he takes the deal. Put in a good word for me, yeah. Kurogiri nodded, then watched the child drift to sleep. He only stopped all the planning when he was unconscious. Kurogiri was curious what the boy's plan was, but he intended to let it play out. Midoriya would have told him if he wanted, and Kurogiri didn't see any of this as a problem to the master's plan. Still, Midoriya was adapting well to the limitations Kurogiri imposed on himself and had discovered some of the same tactics Kurogiri himself used when he got serious, though Kurogiri pretended he was incapable. Still, sending a portal through a portal, that could be fun. Midoriya was definitely improving at this whole golf thing, getting a hole without sending it spiraling out of the course. It was the little things that made it nice, like his mom cheering him on. He could even ignore the terrible disguised Kurogiri, who just stayed one hole behind them most of the time. Hawaiian floral print. Where had he heard about disguises from? American buddy cop films. Still, life was pretty good. His mom was still regularly getting it in under 3 hits when she tried, and he was getting actively worse when he tried. They were living very nicely on their budget without buying any more, without buying a ton of hero stuff. He still had a few he liked. After the putt-putt, they picked up lunch to eat on the go. He smiled as he admired how far they had come. His mom wasn't exactly the pinnacle of fit, but she had put off most of the weight she had been putting on. Most importantly, she didn't look as stressed out or tired. Being physically healthy to get rid of the fat was fine, but it was better to be mentally healthy to stop the cause of it. Still, pushing a conspicuously empty baby stroller behind them, went Kurogiri. He looked as subtle as a lit stick of dynamite in a peace conference. His attire had switched. Was he seriously going to teleport just to switch clothes? This was ridiculous. Still, the aquarium was nice. A good way to kill time, and there were some heroes there just hanging out. The peaceful scene warmed his heart, and a genuine smile sneaked onto his face without him noticing. For Kurogiri, it was a reminder of a life no longer his. Calm moments spent with loved ones. No one trying to kill you. He hadn't had that in years. Right now, though, it was like a different world. The woman beside Midoriya, who looked vaguely like his sister but was actually his mother, was quite happy to be spending time with her son. It was a little strange. It did explain why he didn't want to get involved with his master, though. As much as he liked the man, that was a tar pit that was quite tricky to get out of. For the sake of his mother, Midoriya had to keep as little interaction with the master as possible. He adjusted his large star sunglasses and sombrero, both bought at the gift shop, with his own pay. As much as he enjoyed it, he needed to focus on the mission, and maybe get a slushie. Barkeeping was hard work, and he'd be damned if he didn't enjoy this vacation. Midoriya looked over what they had, and asked Kurogiri, do you have a way of drawing blood? Oh, like a safe way, like a blood center one, but if that's impossible. The boy was showing more and more. The cold shell he put up wasn't gone, but Kurogiri was starting to become privy to the things beneath it, like the boy's mumbling, which he usually kept internal these days. Yes, we do. Do you have something you wish to do? Midoriya nodded. I want to draw as much of my blood as possible. I'm not sure it will be necessary, but it could help my final project. Kurogiri nodded and opened a portal to the Namu workshop for both of them after making sure no one was there. He flipped the sign to occupied and went over to the counter, sitting down. I'm not sure you can do it, so could you get the doctor to do it? Thanks, Kurogiri. He wasn't ready for the positivity. Could he really be the same species as that immature brat who'd probably still be sitting in his bar, playing games? Still, he fetched the doctor and told him what he was doing. Midoriya took all the blood, making sure the doctor wouldn't check who he was. Kurogiri assured him their relationship was to be kept as a secret as long as possible. The more people who knew might try to make similar deals. And Midoriya hadn't actually agreed to work with them yet. Such a thing would be a breach of the agreement, but more importantly, it would be a breach of trust. In relationships like this, you needed all the trusted people you could get. Midoriya's openness and honesty was why his master accepted the Vigilante's offer. After all, after donating blood, he was more tired and unfocused than usual, putting him at the level of most people only a year older than him instead of 6. He hydrated himself and asked Kurogiri to keep this with the blood from the bears, then take him home. It had been a long Sunday, and it was time for the Vigilante to catch some Z's. After school, he came back to the butcher's and collected the blood, checking the liquids before mixing it all together and setting it aside to dry into one mass in a paper form. He'd taken a day off after donating blood to plan something, a lot of notes that meant nothing to Kurogiri. Now, he poured the mess of red and brown into a paper tub he'd made himself to dry and began taking notes on the butchers, asking questions about how to properly cut them up. They clearly knew what they were doing and weren't normal butchers, but Midoriya was more eager to learn right now. Kurogiri wagered that, no matter what, this wasn't the least time Midoriya went hunting for the metal bears. He even helped cut up the metal bear, which was only an iron-boned bear. Midoriya gave the men the meat, worth tens of thousands of yen a pound, as payment for helping him. It was overpaying if Kurogiri ever saw it. These men were working because they were told to. Still, they seemed to enjoy it. But now, he was watching blood dry as Midoriya sat in the initial office, cutting into a strange, styrofoam-like brick that was by and large far too big. Midoriya finished with it, giving it a look over before grabbing a set of lantern batteries and prying the case open, gunning it. As all of this really related to your final project that you mentioned, the blood was at least covered, so nothing could get into it. Midoriya nodded. I need to make sure this works in as many ways as possible. Did you pick up the metal leather from Alaska with the money I gave you? Kurogiri stopped staring at the blood, taking a length of leather out of his shopping bag. It would have cost a lot, but the man wasn't likely to notice that some of the straps near the back room disappeared. I used my own money. Here you go. He gave him back the 200,000 yen. The money was already excessive, but the idiot had charged even more for it. It was only copper leather anyway, not even a high-quality metal. That kind of bear could still be killed with a gun. Midoriya nodded, finishing up his weird battery thing, having stuck them inside clamps and attached wires to the clamps. He checked a battery the wires were hooked up to, making sure they weren't turned on before he got up and went to the bones. He needed to clean up the pieces he got back from the butchers, and clean off the rust that had developed on the teeth and claws. A rough brush and chemicals would see them clean as a whistle. Midoriya was smiling as he worked, enjoying himself. He easily lost himself in his work, looking over the metal even though it wasn't smooth. He then took a step back, looking over all the rough bones and trying to pick which one was good enough for his work. One bare femur went into his tongs as he went over to his strange creation, and with a flick of a finger it turned on. There was a buzz of electricity and mumbled surprise as Midoriya forgot to cover his eyes. He opted for a piece of cloth over his eyes, but Kurogiri couldn't see it right now, so he guessed it wasn't the worst choice. Midoriya brought it onto the slab of metal he had bolted to the counter. It might have been part of an oven or something once, but now it was a poor man's anvil. Midoriya picked up his mallet and began hammering, whistling as he worked. Kurogiri, please stop staring and grab that water, pour it right there. Yup, thanks. Then it was 7 o'clock and Kurogiri had worked up a sweat. Despite the cold weather, Midoriya was just in a tank top. The room was hot and lit by his arc furnace, and Kurogiri swore the hammer was making him go deaf. He closed up shop, tapping Kurogiri in the shoulder with a smile on his face. Don't look so upset. This is gonna be our formula for a bit. Oh, except Wednesday. I got a date with a gym and some sleep on Wednesday. He laughed at what might have been a joke, patting Kurogiri on the shoulder. Just bring your snazzy Hawaiian shirt next time. Then you'll be too cool to be bothered by this. Midoriya finished checking things as Kurogiri continued staring at the wall. 1 month of this. It had been a week, and the femur was now the right shape for a katana. A lot of material had been cut off, and now the weight was about right. The femur had started at only 2 feet long, but now was over 3 feet long. Midoriya checked how straight the blade was. Almost all their time was spent here after their first brief adventures. He only took time off on Wednesday to hone his movement and hang out with a small child, and again on Sunday to spend time with his mother. Then it was back here before the day had even ended. It was sweltering. Kurogiri eventually started opening portals to colder places before Midoriya chastised him, saying that the cold might ruin the metal if it was cooled too quickly. He insisted Kurogiri switch to lighter clothes, while he still wore a tank top and long pants. Without the apron, it seemed a little dangerous as hot metal and sparks flew around the room. He at least won on opening the windows. He was going to choke on smoke otherwise. Still, not one bit of these problems hampered the forger. You set up the metal jacket. Everything the boy knew, the vigilante talked about had been forging this thing. Maybe he was right, and his weapons really were special. Whatever the case, all this hammering was still getting to Kurogiri. Yes, I'm going now. Kurogiri was forced to hold the metal by the tongs, heating it in this arc furnace, some sort of forge that used hot electricity to quickly heat up and melt metal, which seemed counterintuitive to not letting the cold in because it would cool too fast. Whatever that meant. This stuff was getting red hot in 10 seconds. How fast did he think too fast was? He pressed the metal down into the grip they made, still not entirely sure about one peculiar thing. It was a problem he had with the blade or a question that no one had answered. Why had Midoriya spent most of the last week hammering the blood? It had formed a solid mass and immediately gotten forged by Midoriya. Slowly, through a painstaking process, the blood was turned into metal and then refined into good iron. Right now, they were going to add both his and the bear's blood to the sword. The metal bone had a groove for the blood metal to go into, and Midoriya dropped it in place and began hammering while Kurogiri's hands cooked inside gloves. God had not intended for man to stand this close to glowing metals for this long with only a piece of cloth as protection. Still, Midoriya was only wearing gloves and a tank top, oblivious to the sparks as he drove the metals into each other. Put it back in the furnace, I'll turn it on. They went through this for 30 minutes before Midoriya was satisfied and took back over. You're doing great, Kurogiri. You could become a real blacksmith at this rate. Sincerely, F.U. and F blacksmithing. He was beyond manners, something very few people made him do. He could stand for hours at a time, listen to the most boring of speeches, stand toe-to-toe with pro heroes, but it was this effing forging that'd be the death of him. He was sure he was getting cooked, and his arms were killing him. Least you're still energetic. Midoriya smiled and kept on hitting, cementing the edge as he worked. The bone metal was hard to work with, but nothing seemed to be as stubborn as Midoriya. He just smiled and kept on hammering. Finally, 2.5 weeks of work, and there was a blade. A real, functional blade. They were done. Kurogiri wasn't crying, but he was closer than he had when he thought his master had been killed and he was torn in half. Midoriya laughed as he looked at it. Great, on to the next part. There's more. Kurogiri spoke in a soft voice. They were out here now from the end of school to 8 hours a day. How that boy was getting his homework done was a mystery. Handguard. Midoriya took part of what Kurogiri thought was scrap and began to work it in the furnace. Don't worry, it'll only take 5 days. 4 if we're fast. Kurogiri walked towards the wall, headbutting it twice. I should have stayed with the gamer brat. A remarkable 3 days later, Midoriya held his engraving up to the light. The engraving had taken 2 days, but he'd gotten done much faster than he thought he would. And you were complaining before we were even halfway done with the sword. Kurogiri had been watching from a cooler room. Are you finally done? Midoriya nodded as he fitted onto the sword. The habaki, the part that covered the sword where blade met handguard, had been thrown in and was already done. With the tsubo. Yes. But are you done with the sword? Midoriya laughed. Kurogiri, I told you, you're complaining and we're not even half done. You could see his yellow eyes widen as Midoriya laughed. He seemed to collapse inward. We only have 10 more days. What else do you need to do? Midoriya chuckled. Kurogiri not even seeming to notice he said we. He then grabbed a piece of ordinary bone and some electronics he had gotten as scrap. We have to finish the handle. What is a sword no one can hold, if not a Ronin? Kurogiri blinked, trying to figure it out. Midoriya helped him out. They could be considered Ronin. Swords without sheaths, a blade without direction, and uncontrollable you're too tired to care. All right, come over here and hold my notes while I do all the hard stuff. Kurogiri had no clue what this thing was. Midoriya welded wires together, played with batteries, and hollowed out the bone that was going to be the handle. Finally, the whole mess came together 2 days before it was due, and Midoriya had Kurogiri help him wrap, careful to avoid the knob on the bottom and the strange button under the tsuba. Why did Kurogiri know all these sword terms? Midoriya didn't even stop to celebrate, getting to work on a saya or sheath for the whole mess. There was no blistering heat, and instead, the cold outside took over. They went from cooking to freezing at the drop of a hat. Yet Midoriya was fine in his tank top. He barely got goosebumps and his focused in, his breath seeming to create steam as he worked. He chiseled and carved the only wood in the entire project to shape, even remembering to put something for the straps that would hold the sheath to the belt this time. The koigachi, or the mouthpiece that the sword would first enter when sheathed, was added and measured. Then, after the end cap of the sheath and a band to hold it all together had been fitted, was the wood painted with hiroshi. It might have been extremely dangerous to humans and hard to get, but Midoriya had given Kurogiri some money, and his teleporting friend had been eager to get some. Midoriya's old mask, his breathing one, made a return along with his old grabby gloves. With 1 day to go, Midoriya finished the sword and refitted the metal pieces to the sheath. The katana had been forged and detailed, the handle wrapped and built to spec, and the saya carved and painted until it looked like something made by an expert. Not one child and an increasingly desperate mist monster. It was over 3 feet long, not counting the handle. This was a real two-handed sword, with some actual balance. Midoriya had practiced giving balance to these things with all the needles and was back to making more as Kurogiri grabbed both of them dinner to celebrate. He returned with stew and alcohol, for a job well done, and a little callback. Midoriya figured it out as Kurogiri poured portions of the stew for both of them. Bear meat. See, there's a funny guy in you yet. He lightly tapped him in the shoulder, chuckle. I can't drink though, I'm a minor. It is as long as a trusted supervisor. He gestured to himself, checking the amounts, as supervising. Besides, after all the sit you made me do in your comfort zone, I'm going to make you do some things in mine. Ah, a man of bars I see. Are you a bartender or an alcoholic? Give me some details. The night degraded into rambling between the two, both bonding despite their very different reactions to the extreme forging. School was a drag. He was pretty sure he had a hangover. He knew Kurogiri was upset about the whole forging thing since he wasn't allowed to leave. But he didn't think it was this bad. Midoriya himself didn't know how impressive it was that he could make Kurogiri swear. Still, he pressed onward. Today was the big day. To test his theories and try his hand at reshaping history. He just had to focus on that. And he could clear his thoughts. When he got home, he'd take a nap to clear his head. That should set him straight. The problem was his classmates. Were they always this loud? It was making his headache worse. He drank, 2 bottles dry with Kurogiri. That man could put it away. Wait, he was pouring it into the same purple smoke he uses to teleport things. Was Kurogiri just teleporting the alcohol away? No wonder he didn't have a problem drinking and talking. Midoriya just thought there was a trick to it. He rubbed his forehead just in time to get his head shoved into his desk and the lovely graffiti on it. What? The quirkless bastard dreaming of being someone actually useful again. Somebody laughed, and something wet landed on his head. That was the 3rd time today. Must be because he lost his favorite glare. Someone else kicked his desk, banging it against his head and bringing his head up. Lovely all Bakugo. Stop causing Sid Deku. We know you want the attention, but you're pissing everyone off. What? Midoriya wasn't sure he heard right. He blinked, confused, then Midoriya chuckled, then he snickered, and finally, he laughed. He laughed good and hard as he realized something. You laughing at me, Deku? He was caught off guard as Midoriya stood back up, rolling his head. Midoriya looked down at him, breaking into a smile. Maybe I am Katsuki. Maybe I am. Seeing everyone shrivel back made him more excited. They thought they were so good. They hadn't seen Sit yet. The man who was supposed to teach him came in. The children who were supposed to be his classmates straightening out. But throughout the whole class, random small giggles could be heard. Hey Kurogiri, you ready to show him our work? Midoriya was taking a shower after his nap, getting ready for his formal meeting. Our work? You must be mistaken, this is your project. It should have been awkward, but Kurogiri was always facing the door. They had both gotten used to it. Who helped me put the core in the jacket? Who did the oil quench? Who helped me wrap the handle and gave me tips on the decorations? The shower turned off and he stuck his head out, putting on a sit-eating grin. HMMMMM. Could it be Guasts? Kurogiri snorted, shaking his head. Midoriya was ready to go in a minute, only giving his hair a quick brush. It was starting to get kinda long, but that was fine. Nobody would be grabbing it and ripping it out of his head. Not anymore. He waved goodbye to his mother, picking up the package. It was almost finished, and the man who Kurogiri worked for would help him finish it. He was redressed in his full attire again, standing calmly at the office. Kurogiri had left to tell his master what was happening and would come back to alert Midoriya when he was done. They'd go together, something the vigilante knew didn't happen often, especially for strangers. Kurogiri came, and before him stood the man who had sent the Chiller Gang running. It was the first time he'd seen so complete. It felt like something he hadn't felt in years, just a faint memory he couldn't remember quite clearly, not anymore at least. The vigilante walked first, keeping both arms on the product. He entered the other man's presence calmly, facing sheer killing intent as casually as a mountain faces the winds. It didn't have a choice, but it had learned to endure. It was eerie. The man hadn't seen this determination in years. Over a century ago, when a childish sibling had faced his entire empire, swearing he'd tear it down. But that was because of his own mistakes, and this vigilante was not the same. He'd make sure of it. The vigilante knelt to him, placing a package in front of him and pressed his head down. The man beckoned, the package teleporting to him. He slowly removed the wrapping, pulling out a strange sword. Its sheath was ordinary, and its blade slightly on the heavy side. It was a long sword, 4 feet long if you included the handle and wrapped in white leather. The pommel had a strange knob, and there was a button along the back underneath the handguard. The handguard and pommel knob had been brass to look golden, as had the metal on the sheath. He checked the balance, nodding. However, he imagined the strange extras on the handle were the Vigilante's end of the deal. After giving it a quick chopping motion from his chair, he returned it to his sheath and offered it. Kurogiri took it and stood to one side. Izuku Midoriya, I have waited for 1 month, and you have brought something I don't understand. Explain, please. Oh yes, sir. Midoriya was clearly excited. It could be heard underneath his helmet. Youthful enthusiasm for recognition and pride in his work, mixed with a bit of hesitation to bring him back in. So, you're aware of Quirk's singularity, right? It was something Midoriya knew about online, and it made Midoriya think of something he could offer to the man with everything. The man shook his head, and Midoriya continued. Every generation, quirks become stronger. There will be a boiling point when quirks evolve past their users and become uncontrollable. It's basically confirmed, but people with quirks don't want to admit it. With every generation, there becomes less human and more quirk. It's already debatable if the human species still exists, but that's kinda off topic anyway. He straightened again, refocusing. Quirks become more and more useful every generation, but harder and harder to control, so I wanted to make something that could help you control quirks. He ended this with a bow, having gone in a full circle. Midoriya, as informative as your information has been, since I doubt any of my subordinates would tell me something this useful, it seems you forgot to mention how this sword plays into all of this. Please explain the sword and how it works now. He actually smiled at Midoriya. Midoriya nodded and continued. Can I hold the sword? Ah, thanks Kurogiri. The boy removed the handle from the sword, taking as he worked. Sorry, we left it unfinished to make this easier. Ah, your quirk works by touching things directly, right? Don't worry, this should work theoretically. Midoriya moved everything fancy from the metal blade itself, then offered it to the man. Please put a quirk into this sword. A quirk into a sword. It was an odd request, but Midoriya continued. You said you can get quirks from dead things, meaning your quirk should be able to work in reverse and put quirks into dead things to store them, right? However, quirks are generally only able to be stored in living things unless there's a certain exception I don't know about. Midoriya nodded to himself as he went. However, this sword is actually made from a bone to iron quirk that we left partially unworked, so you can still get to the bone itself. Oh, and I mean an emitter quirk. Any other kind would probably not work unless it involved bone. He rambled over possibly quirks that could work from the other categories. Oh, I should explain it. Can you give me a harmless quirk with a visual effect so I can demonstrate? Once again, the sword was teleported to him as he selected a quirk to demonstrate. A simple smoke creation quirk that turned air into smoke and dispersed the energy too widely do anything useful. It was placed into the blade, but nothing changed. Kurogiri took the sword back to Midoriya, who put it all together. Quirks can adjust to different body parts as long as it's physically possible, you know. He reattached the metal jacket, the handguard, and handle, putting in a pin to hold the handle in place. This means a quirk that wasn't originally able to be used from just the bone can adjust and become, well, usable. But it'd have to evolve when you put it inside. Otherwise, this method will only be able to create swords with bone quirks, unless you find a skin or muscle to metal quirk. Then you could get around it. Done. He rose and held the sword in a reverse grip, pointing to the pommel. Quirks are activated by certain pulses in the brain. And if we can mimic them with this battery, we can trick the quirk into activating while using the battery as an energy source. You already knew that, right? I'll move on. Every brain has its own window for quirk activation, so if we can find KLA. Midoriya reeled. He had been holding down the handle button as he adjusted the pommel until he was cut off by a heat wave and a blast of smoke. The quirk right now seemed a lot more powerful than when All For One used it. Right now, though, Midoriya was catching his breath. As you can see, when the electrical patterns and the brain voltage match up, it treats it as an activation. Right now, I seem to have it only set up to go full blast. I'll fix it. It's stronger than normal. The man was not worried at all and was more interested than ever. Please, if possible, explain, Midoriya. Oh, that. It could be a lot of things, like the overclocking effect. It tricks the quirk into thinking it's a life and death scenario and immediately throws it into full power until it runs out of electricity. It could be compaction. It's using the same energy as full blast, but for a smaller area, so each part gets more energy than normal. The shieldless method, which it was purposed only briefly that removing layers of the body would create better reactions by removing the layers the energy had to travel through. Less travel means less energy is lost in transport. That is sufficient. You had my attention, Vigilante. Now you have my interest. Continue the demonstration. Midoriya nodded and took a sword pose, then remembered it was still in overclock mode and dialed it back. He pressed the button on the handle, activating the quirk. Smoke rose from around the blade, trailing off it as he swung the sword. The quirk only activates when the button is pressed. The design can be adapted to any weapon in theory, but some weapons would be more difficult like arrows or bullets. I guess you could tape the button down focus. You already saw the overclock function, but the main draw in my opinion is the ability to safely store quirks and use them. Theoretically, if the base material was strong enough, you could even add tons of quirks. There's a mental strain from using quirks that rises exponentially usually. I can see you're doing fine. That caps most people. The most in one person on record was 3, and he was noted as being very spaced out most of the time. The man nodded, well aware of the effect of having too many quirks. He'd even seen the future of what happened when there was more quirk than human firsthand. His quirk protected him, but the Nomus, he didn't care about their sanity most of the time. But a creature with a brain usually has better tactics. Midoriya's method could also be quite scary since almost all anti-quirk measures wouldn't work on it. But the best or worst part of it was physical appearance, or more specifically, the mundanity of it. The sword only looked strange when someone could inspect it. From where he was sitting, it looked completely ordinary. A kitchen knife that made explosions like a bomb, a shirt that was unpierceable. For his minions, this technology would keep them sane and give them something confusing for the heroes. He could already see Shigaraki outfitted with a secret card, Kurogiri keeping it safe until it was the right time. Also, it can be fitted to clothing, like a glove or a bodysuit if you really want it to mimic the real deal. Midoriya, the young vigilante, stopped and refocused on him. This is more useful to me in ways that I don't believe you can understand, but I want you to. I'm only going to say this once, then I'm going to ask you a question. Stay with me till the question, all right. Midoriya nodded as a chair was pulled up for him. He sheathed the sword and placed it away from himself, to show he wasn't going to do anything with it. The man nodded, thinking back as he looked at the boy and saw an older man, so similar yet so different. Long ago, when quirks were first discovered, there were 2 brothers. One of them had a very powerful quirk, which he used to create a criminal empire. That quirk was named, 53 years later, as All for One. It could take quirks safely, allowing the user to ignore the human quirk balancing limit. Midoriya had clearly caught on, taking notes on a paper from who knows where. He'd chastise him, but the heroes already knew most of this and refused to listen to the rest. That man, All for One, took over the world at 36. Every gangster knew who they worked for, and every cop knew the name of that devil who haunted their streets. It was the golden age of villainy. The man smiled in memory, but the smile faded. All was ruined by the man's brother. The brother hated him, for some reason. Righteousness, indignation, petty jealousy. It no longer matters. His face contorted for a moment at the image of a smiling face, overlapped with one beyond rage. He might have shed some tears for the man who tore himself to pieces for a fight he could never win if he still could have. Now he needed to focus. Ironic. That man named himself One for All, and his brother All for One. He began to try and kill his brother. I will interrupt my own story to ask you a question. And this will not be the final question. Why do you think the man tried but did not successfully kill his brother? The gears in the child's head turned. If it was the age of the first quirks, was it because he was quirkless? The child thought he was telling him he needed to get a quirk and was harassing him. The man set out to correct this straightway. No, he failed because he gained a quirk. Listen closely, Vigilante, for this part of the story few have heard of and fewer are still alive to remember it. One for All, before he gained his quirk, was a monster. He still remembered all the methods that his brother used. Pipe bombs, poison gas, snipers, blowing up an entire building to kill his brother. All that and more. The elder brother grew tired of the methods, of never feeling safe. But he didn't have the guts to man the F up and kill his brother. Instead, he formed his own scheme. He still remembered when the idea dawned on him. It was a strange effect that he had discovered. And when he first discovered it, it had horrified him. But he had to embrace it to win. And all that had mattered at the moment was winning. He would give his brother a quirk. Not from pity, not because of how painful the infusion was, but because it assured his victory. There is one thing about quirks no one knows. The evolution of the mind those without quirks had. He tapped his own head, chuckling. My quirk has one major effect, the greatest effect of all. It protects my mind from my quirks. He leaned forward, more energetic in this story than he'd ever been since getting butchered by All Might. You are right, Midoriya. Having quirks, even having just one, slows the mind. You should have noticed it. No one thinks as fast as you unless they're a genius. No one can react to your surprise attacks. Their bodies have improved, but their minds are weak. The more quirks, the weaker their mind gets until they can barely function. Then they need outside programming, more like a machine than a true human. He leaned further, laughing. That idiotic child, One for All, suffered a fate worse than death. He lost his touch. The pipe bombs, the poison, snipers and explosions, murderous prostitutes, all gone, in place of an idiot who could only think of how to kill me with his quirk, which I gave him. He laughed for the first time in years, a little bit of blood trickling down his chin. Those quirks, they're like a whisper in the back of your mind, driving you mad, losing all your focus. The brother who nearly destroyed me with bombs and crashing planes. The one who would use all means necessary to make me shed this mortal coil. Reduced to a fool, sending child after child to die by my hands because he couldn't man the F up and do it himself. All for one snarled at the thought. It had been different from everything else, from the crimes. Fools following a madman they never met's dream, relying on a power that broke them as sure as the sun rose. He knew, because every hero who fought him did the same thing. Wound him, and keel over like a shot dog and die miserably for a cause they didn't understand, throwing their lives into the fire. None of them knew why it had all started. He didn't know them, they didn't know him. He didn't regret killing idiots, but he regretted killing pointlessly. And those imbeciles were dying for a pointless battle they lost years ago. None of them even knew their names, the people who died by their hands. His first wife, bleeding out from the crater where the plane crashed. One for all mourning the children he barely knew, that he pushed away to kill someone who no longer cared about him. Focus, remember your point. Rise above your children, don't be like them. He cleared his thoughts with a breathe outward. The ones who look down on you. The heroes who try to stop you. The villains who oppose you. You've heard many times that you cannot do things because you are quirkless. They are wrong. He could see his brother's eyes with borrowed sense. Why did his son have his brother's features? Izuku Midoriya, I am no saint, no hero, and not a good man. I do not care about many things anymore. This world, F it. Those heroes, F them. The death tolls, F that. But I do not want there to ever be another one for all. An idiot standing on a post, fighting a battle he can't win for a cause he never knew. He remembered Shigaraki, who wanted to be a part of his war. He had thought about it. He'd even taken the boy in, but the boy had found his own reason to fight. The boy now wanted to destroy society for himself, even if he didn't know it yet. A moment of weakness for him. Do not forget why you fight. I do not force power on those who don't ask for it, and I won't on you. This tool you have given me is extremely useful. He tried to read his son's expression. Did the boy care about a war that refused to end? The woes of a dying man. His own desperate plea that it wasn't his fault. Who else's fault was it? Hisashi, God's? Now man up and wrap it up. He breathed out again, focusing. He kept getting off track. His thoughts wondered if this was the closest they'd ever be. A son, sitting before his father in a motorcycle helmet, and a father, unable to admit who he was. Izuku Midoriya. I wished to destroy All Might before he could pass on that stupid quirk. Unaware of how his actions speed up the quirk singularity. I will not drag you to fight my battle. Now, for my final question. What do you request in return for what you have offered me? The old man who sat before him like a king stared through the mask, seeming to try and pry that helmet off and gaze into his soul. Midoriya was not ready for it. This seemed to be a sort of test. But it was time for him to offer the deal he had thought up. IW would like to give you the technology to make these weapons yourself. You probably have better weapon makers than some middle schooler. And like you said, I kinda don't want to in your organization. And in exchange, Midoriya backed up slightly, backpedaling. Oh, I just want one quirk weapon fusion thing. Quirk weapon, I never came up with a name, so it's whatever you want to call it. Sir Midoriya had thought the man might be old, and might even live long enough to see quirk singularity. Defense against that was the concept he used to shape his sword. A sword that would stand immortal through time beside its user, safely passing on the power. All for one laughed. I shall make a counteroffer, Izuku Midoriya. For your work, you will take that sword. It's a prototype, so it probably doesn't work as well as the future versions. Every time you make a weapon you wish to have a quirk, you make an additional one for me. I get to make my own request for the weapon I want, and you get to request the quirk you get. I supply the materials for mine. You supply the materials for yours. The man rose, stretching his shoulders as he walked forward, wires falling off him. If I think I have a job you will like, mostly ones that suit your taste for helping those you deem innocent, I will pass it along. If you take it, you will be rewarded with a quirk for you or your weapons. If you don't, nothing. I could always use someone as talented as you, even if just for a moment. The hand came forward. It was rough and old, beaten and worn. Izuku Midoriya, do we have a deal? There was a strange sound in his voice, a sort of remorse. Midoriya cautiously thought it over. I get to pick my jobs, all right. And I reserve the right to refuse to make quirk bombs. The giant in front of him nodded. Midoriya slowly took the hand and was pulled up. All for one laughed and gave him a pat on the back, shaking slightly for a second before letting go. Izuku Midoriya, it's time to choose the quirk to place in your sword. I doubt you want smoke, but you could surprise me. He lifted the weapon gingerly, handing it back to the young vigilante. Midoriya got to work cracking the weapon open, putting the parts on the chair. Is there a list or is it whatever I can think of? All for one thought. Then asked name the quirk you'd like it to have while Kirigiri gets the list. We'll see what we can do from there. Oh, okay. Midoriya searched his brain. He didn't just want a quirk, he wanted one that paired well with a sword. An energy emission quirk that created fire or something would be good for a start, and easy to use. But, from a corner of his mind, a sword called to him. He knew it might be possible, he could try. Even now, his brain worked to try and figure out how to make it possible. But first, he had to ask if the quirk was available. Do you have any spare warp gate quirks? Like, the same kind Kurogiri has. Not a usual teleport one, a warp gate one. Another warp gate quirk. For a sword. It did kinda seem like he was trying to take advantage of a supervillain who used to rule a world. Especially since he was asking for a very weird quirk for a sword. Well, if you use the smoke quirk as a base and got a quirk that requires a certain range, you could create a quirk that does very small teleportation. It doesn't need to be long distance. Even a few feet, no, a few inches would be enough. All for one stroked his chin. He seemed to be intrigued. It was the only reason why he was letting this slide without punting Midoriya into the ceiling. It can be done. But that's 2 quirks. Midoriya rubbed his head. I'll make you a weapon. As soon as possible. I only need another month. But that means it's possible, right? He looked up at the towering giant, eyes wide beneath his mask and hopeful. You must excuse me, I was talking about your smoke base idea. It can be done, but I would be quite interested in getting one of these myself. I believe the first weapon I'll request is a walking cane. It was an odd request, but the man's hand flashed as the quirk moved. Be careful, my blacksmith. That quirk could be quite difficult if used improperly. Midoriya nodded in amazement, swinging it without even activating it with such a cheerful face. It was like he was in heaven. He played with it for 2 minutes, never actually activating it. He hadn't expected that this one was going to be his, so he didn't think he'd get to mess with it. When he snapped out of it, all for one had sat back down. Blacksmith, if you are taking requests again, I would like my cane to be made from bone and hair. I can supply you both. Don't look so disgusted. You don't have to eat the hair or anything. Just use it to wrap the handle. Kurogiri came back in but was stopped by All for One before he could give Midoriya the list. Then, he spoke again. Send him. Midoriya, I thought I was out of questions, but it seems I never am when it comes to you. Izuku Midoriya, in this world you need a name. You are not Izuku Midoriya right now, because Izuku Midoriya is an honest civilian who has never so much as missed a curfew. Tell me, Vigilante. Who are you, Midoriya? No, the nameless one stared up at him, blinking as he thought. I'm not sure right now. I'm not sure I'm even a vigilante. I'm just some nameless guy with a sword. I'm not sure why you're offering me so much stuff. I can't beat a hero in a fight. And every fight I survive is because the other person messed up more than me. Kurogiri scoffed. The nameless sword, a blade with the handle, uncontrollable. All these words sounded vaguely familiar. A sword that can't be sheathed, or something like that. Then come, I will teleport you home. Perhaps the next time we meet we'll be enemies. For now, no, even then. Know that a couple of old men are excited to see how far you will go. Wait, I thought you weren't listening. Stop quoting me back at me. Midoriya coiled his arms over his face as Kurogiri laughed, his fog engulfing them peacefully as they were back in the office. Kurogiri faded out through his own purple haze as he spoke. Stand tall, and don't just be good. Be better than us. Become great, Ronin. Kurogiri appeared before Hisashi. Right now, he was not All for One. He was the good-for-nothing husband who hadn't come home in 11 years. Who last saw his son on the boy's 3rd birthday. He'd left the same day All Might premiered, reassembling the world he thought he could leave. You could go to see her. She'd give you an earful, but you are constant and consistent. Kurogiri chimed in. You pay their bills, you send letters. I know you put 2 quirks in that sword, you god-awful liar. After what I just gave my son. I can't. He didn't sound impressive or powerful anymore. His body was only 26, locked in his prime, but it had been ruined and scarred. He looked and sounded like the tired old man he really was. If I go back, All Might will find them. I won't let him take them too. Kurogiri shook his head. We really are in a sorry state. The fight of our generation is finally coming to an end, even if it comes with my death. But if that quirk continues to be passed on, my son might live to see a quirk destroy the planet. It was a risk he had wondered if he could achieve, but his individual quirks couldn't be combined enough to form anything strong enough to do that damage. By his count, however, One for All would be breaking sights by moving by the 10th generation. He was cutting it close. You could just explain yourself. Come forward. He's smarter than he looks. After all, he is your son. Hisashi shook his head. And throw him into the fire, that's All Might. Do you know how many casualties are created every time he fights seriously? One for All was hard as nails and twice as stubborn. Hisashi Midoriya, however, couldn't even kill the brother who wanted him dead. He's just a boy. I can give him the support he needs to stand up on his own, but he can't take on this. If you say so, Hisashi. He bowed to the failure of a father, who had changed the deal for the weapon exchange just so he could see his own son more, despite it putting said son in danger. He talked a big game, but Hisashi always had problems following it up. Hisashi muled over an old photo. It was from a birthday party. A man with white curly hair held up his son, an energetic green-haired child. They were wearing lame cone hats and breathing out. Asashi was using the first quirk he'd taken, a fire-breathing quirk that the young Midoriya loved. He couldn't see it anymore, but he didn't need to anymore. Just holding it brought back phantom tears from the life he thought he could live once. If only he kept thinking that. He could barely sleep. Its image was imprinted on his mind. His spirits were high as he went to middle school. The children couldn't even keep him down anymore. His grin was wide and confident. Sure, he got food poured on his head. Sure, his chair got pulled out from under him. Twice. Sure, it might not work like he wanted it to. But who gave a shit? Not Izuku Midoriya, the newest vigilante in Musutafu, Ronin. Or would it be the Ronin? No, just Ronin is fine. There's only one Ronin, so adding a the would be overkill. He waved hello to everyone, smiled, and thanked people as they harassed him. This was even creepier than his usual near-murderous intent. He was just so happy. He ran all the way home, kissing his mom on both cheeks before running off to mess with his sword. He took the 20-minute walk in 13. He sprung straight from the first floor to the second, laughing as he laid out his equipment and forced himself to calm down. He donned his equipment with barely contained joy, testing all of it and going over the parts he still needed. Gauntlets and, was that it? Maybe shoulder pads. His legs were well defended, except for his knees, so some knee pads were added to the list. His chest was fine, and his head was well covered. Seemed his only weak point was his arms. He'd have to buy something to fix that. Or maybe I can make something myself, yes, but now's not really the time. Midoriya shook off these thoughts, putting all his weapons on and finally going over to the package he hid in the ceiling. The most important one. It had been rewrapped, and now it was all his. Midoriya was going to put it on his belt, but he wanted to try it like the character he stole it from, and that meant holding it. But only a minute into that revealed he was going to need some strong wrists to do that. He was making plans without even using the quirk. Maybe it'd be best to save the quirk function for his super move. But he did need to know how it worked before he could make any super moves. Then Ronin took over. Adjust to the sword first. It's different from the first one. That was a piece of metal, Sid. This is a weapon. Learn the difference. You don't play with weapons. Remember all for one's beat-looking ass, and stay serious. He resheathed the sword and begun from the basics. He hadn't properly used his sword stance in half a year. It was time to polish it back up. 1,000 drawing cuts. 1,000 violences. Ronin had to ditch the code as he trained but kept the mask. It made it harder to breathe, and he'd have to get used to it. Even as he complained about his breathing, he went into his third set of 1,000 drawing cuts. The drawing cut was a one-handed attack, the best to train his wrist. But soon he'd learn the flicker, and his one-handed attacks would double. Midoriya edged along the room, advancing as he struck. He breathed out as he swung, trying to maximize the force of every slash. If it wasn't good enough, it was repeated. The heroes wouldn't give him a second chance, so he shouldn't get used to them. At the end of every set came his meditation. He had come up with dozens of ideas for the sword and wrote every single one down. He stole some ideas from online, like the forums he ghosted or the video games he'd grown up on. Now, he rose and went into rolling his wrist, practicing his flicker. The blade came out of the sheath for the drawing cut but immediately doubled back. Ronin turned the blade and brought the sword on the path it had just been on, ending with the sword still unsheathed, but his hand returned to the point he had drawn from. He could make a mindless drawing cut with this. He kept doing it over and over and over until he could no longer hold proper form, taking a water break and going back to meditation. He could feel it in his wrist, so something was going right. Ronin only rested for 5 minutes and went back into it, working the muscles hard. He didn't work until he could no longer move. That would just hurt his performance tomorrow. Plus, he knew his own statistics. He was definitely going to get into a fight later, willingly or not. It took 3 water breaks to finish his set of 1,000 flickers. He moved his wrist gingerly, taking his usual squatting position. There had to be a better no-seat sitting position than this. Oh well, for another time. Ronin finished resting, rising and leaving his jacket. He didn't want to accidentally damage it when he activated it for the first time. He left his forging room, re-entering his training room and setting up his dummy. He stood 5 feet from it. Instead of the katana being at his belt, it was in his left hand. He gave it a few practice flicks, pushing the blade in and out of the sheath with his thumb. His stance was casual, and he already had some improvements for the sword. A lock on the button to ensure no accidental activations. Plus, the button is too hard to reach from a proper sheathed position and reverse grip. Maybe installing it on the side next time, making it a scroll wheel, so anytime the wheel is pushed to the left it activates, and the right it deactivates. These thoughts don't matter. First comes the testing of the quirk. Draw your sword already. Ronin abandoned posture and drew the sword, placing the saya down on the floor and looking at the blade. Long and thin, the iron was well polished. It wouldn't hold an edge as well as a steel sword, but it should suffice for what he wanted. The edge was a darker color, the blood iron he had put in. It was essentially a reverse iron jacket. Then, still holding with both hands, he activated it. As he pressed the button, smoke rose from the blade. It was familiar, but it was tinged with blue. As he adjusted the ratio, the blue and white mingled, the smoke becoming brighter but seeming to gain weight. Good. For good usage of this he needed it to do both rise and fall. He turned it off and the whole smoke disappeared. It was clear the old man had lied. There were definitely 2 quirks in this sword. Good, then it will be as predicted. It's a little inaccurate, but I can make this work. Midoriya fiddled with it for a bit, before decided on the modifications. 2 buttons, one to turn it on and one to turn off the smoke. That should create the effect he wanted for his blade. Midoriya then disappeared again as Ronin sized up his target, stepping in and cutting downward with violence. The battery could only use the quirk for about 200 swings was Ronin's first thought. But it turned out to be the time it was active. Once the button was pressed, you could make thousands of slashes or stand around with a foot up your ass, but it was still going to drain the battery. Midoriya would need to refine the battery, do some experimenting, or modify the handle to use better batteries. The time it could be active was pretty long. It was just Ronin hadn't been doing anything with it for most of the time. He would need to get better at his activation and deactivation time. It couldn't be done today, but the plans could start. Tomorrow, the sword would be improved. Then, he would figure out just how dangerous it really was. He flipped his sword before he sheathed it, creating a wave of thin blue light that briefly lined the walls before fading as the energy gave out. The next day at school was supposed to be exciting as people picked the schools they were going to. For Midoriya, it was exciting because he got to pioneer completely new technology. His new handle had to find the energy it took to activate the warp quirk, the smoke quirk, and both at the same time. Then, he'd be able to get his idea working cleanly. Midoriya sketched quickly. The wheel idea wasn't bad. 2 wheels that would each activate one of the quirks. Then, the button would be more to turn the entire sword on or off. It could work. Batteries. He could just increase the number of batteries it took at one time. But some tests would also show which types of batteries were the best for this. That'd be better to do with the smaller amount. He'd just turn the whole thing on and leave, see what brand could last the longest. Yes, a longer handle would give better balance. It'd be nearly perfect then. He could see it now. He had the scraps for one of the wheels. And if he found another mouse he could get the rest. He finished his sketch, smiling as he glanced at the school form. Did it matter where he went? Somewhere bad would actually be fine, as long as it had an online program. He had to put it in the right budget range, but from there it didn't really matter to him. They didn't have the cash for that. And he didn't want the money he stole to do anything relating to his civilian life. Just find someplace full of ruffians. He was used to it. If it got too bad, don't think like that. Even if it got bad, I can handle it. He had to change the bone handle and wraps. But he had purposely gotten too much for extra. This way he could adjust it as necessary. A quick trip to a thrift store and he got his mouse. And the wheel parts he needed. He worked to create the new handle first. Then added the wheel parts as he went. Soldering was pretty difficult with one person, but the clamp made it like there was 2 of him. It didn't take him long to set up the new handle, but he still needed to set the current it would be at. The new handle also didn't need the adjuster on the bottom. He could throw a button or something to make the sword go into overdrive if he needed it. He tested the sword with the old handle, taking notes on the amounts of voltage necessary to activate each quirk. Then, he checked how much it took to activate both at the same time. A little less than the numbers added together. Still, he could overclock it, as pointless as that was. At first, there was a move he could pull off with that, but he'd save that for later. The easiest part of the new handle was the button that turned everything on and the overclock function. Those were both finished in under 20 minutes, but the wheels took 2 hours to build and adjust to the correct voltage. Midoriya looked down at his work, laughing. At first, it just looked like a weird piece of audio equipment. But as he fitted it, adding the Mekugi and adjusted the Menyuki, it began to look like a real weapon. Midoriya only completely reassembled the piece when he was sure the voltages were correct, only nearly teleporting himself twice. He wasn't sure how safe this version of teleportation would be, since he was planning to use it exclusively not to teleport, but if it proved safe in the tests, why not? Another set of drawing cuts and Ronin felt satisfied. He practiced a few other techniques before he settled on a sheathed sword thrust, relying on the metal and bone and cap to protect both the katana and the saya from damage. Plus, every other slash he could do in this style was either a drawing cut, a complementary cut to a drawing cut, or a sheath strike. Might as well practice the basic 3, the drawing cut, the flicker, and the sheath strike. Another new thing, another thousands reps. He dived into the work, eager to adjust to the new sword and retrain his wrist. It was coming. He knew it. It happened every time something good happened to him. When he made the club, when he made the spear, and when he made the needles. He couldn't rest because he knew it was coming, which was why he worked so hard to make the sword as good as possible. He wasn't sure what would go wrong, but it would. He would run into a fight he could not ignore. There'd probably be heroes, maybe police. They were coming for him. He started to think he was being hunted for some reason. Right around when Maruko nearly broke his arm. He didn't know why they cared so much, but they'd come. It was inevitable. Man, now we got 3 different villains who could be our favorite little vigilante. You care which one we look into tonight? Aizawa slurped his juice, stopping to reply. Don't care. They're all probably duds. Some guy in an abandoned office making a racket. Sounds like a squatter, and in the homeless district no less. Not a clue who the hell lived close enough to him to complain about the noise. He went back to slurping from atop his roof as Midnight smiled. She was going to get released in time for the UA entrance exams if nothing came up before then. She had under a month to go and was going to get off 2 months early. She could already imagine the spa day she was going to have. They moved towards the nearest one, the squatter guy. They'd just probably be chasing some homeless guy out of his building, maybe multiple. It wasn't nice, but it had to be done. Midoriya practiced throwing the water bottle through the portal he made, watching it shift. There were no cuts, and when poured out nothing looked wrong with it. He was now wearing the full suit again, mostly because it was so cold. He wasn't in his usual building, but the one he had ambushed Kurogiri at so long ago. There was still dried blood where Mao had been stabbed. Wonder how he's holding up. Maybe I should ask about him when I go next time, see if we can get a better mask for me. Midoriya was thinking classic dome head, like Pepsi Man. Expressionless, inhumane. That way, he could make the whole thing only visible one way and get a better field of view. This wasn't as necessary as the knee pads and arm pieces though. Midoriya put his hand to the edge of the portal. It was warm and dry, like the smoke it was created from. Quirks sometimes had small, minor details about them that weren't significant enough to be considered full-on quirks, like weird skin color or his own green hair. They were also minor details about the quirk that might be otherwise irrelevant, like the fact his portals glowed blue while Kurogiri's seemed to absorb light and were purple. The misty feeling from Kurogiri as well, opposed to Ronin's dry heat. Midoriya hesitantly stuck a pinky into the portal. Inside the portal, he could feel the effect of the original quirk. It was cool, a world without heat. The clash between the inside and outside of the portal created the strange fog that dripped downward in addition to the smoke the quirk was supposed to create. If the warp gate quirk was stronger, the smoke would stop. If the smoke was stronger, the fog would disappear. Midoriya removed his finger, then closed the portal. That was a major part of the plan. And these batteries were almost dead. Out of the 3 brands he tried, he picked the best 2 and combined them to get the best results. They were now C batteries. And the time they could spend in use was very long, but his experiments took very long. Still, the abandoned building he was in now was fine and didn't have the risk of him accidentally teleporting the stuff he made through the wall. He refit the handle, giving one last experimental slash downward, creating a razor-thin beam of light. It was quite bright but faded to blue fast. The bright light itself was a thin wire that couldn't be used much for teleportation, which would require completely entering something into the white light. Still, it was a pleasant glow. In this light, it could probably even be seen outside. He released the quirk and sheathed, then turned to admire the window's view. Right as a head with a yellow pair of goggles sprung up from the same window. They stared at each other for a moment. Ronin adjusted his grip on the Seiya. Eraserhead adjusted his grip on the open window. No words were spoken as both prepared to act. Hey, can you see anything? The moment, for one of them, was dashed by a cranky cold woman below. For the other, it was the signal to bolt he'd been looking for. He made to exit stage right as Eraserhead hopped up. Freeze goddammit. Joke style, form 2, pocket sand. Followed by joke style, form 1. A bizarre family technique. Ronin bolted as Eraserhead misplaced a foot and fell on the floor. He was out of the room, hopping to the neighboring building in under 5 seconds. Eraserhead, hello. Is there anyone up there? Aizawa had removed his goggles now, rubbing his eyes. F you Midnight. F you. Midoriya shoved everything he could into his bag and legged it to the woods, where he stayed for 1 hour until he was sure no one was following him and also pretty sure he could have handled that better. Well, if there was more than one person outside, maybe that was for the best. He returned back home, reading over the slip of paper that was there last night, telling him where and how to alert them when the weapon was done. If he wanted that mask, he had to go see them when he picked up the materials in 2 days. It wasn't the worst. And besides, he could get to work on actual swordsmanship. When he made sure everything was hidden in his room, he meditated to cool his head and went to bed. He kept pushing his debut back. But as he fell asleep, he wondered if vigilantes really had debuts. By the time he was getting teleported back, he had debated it back and forth and was pretty sure it started either when they got caught or signed their work, which seemed a little pointless. Why talk to the people you were beating up, instead of just focusing on beating them up? Still, he greeted Kurogiri casually at their new meeting location, the Putt-Putt place. They disappeared into the fog, reappearing at a bar. Midoriya didn't know where they were. but it was probably the bar Kirigiri ran if memory served. The lighting seemed nice, he couldn't tell. His mask kinda skewed the colors. He thanked Kirigiri and noticed a strange man sitting on the counter, playing a game system with hands covering his body. Midoriya bowed to him, not bothering with words. Here are the parts, Ronin, and the general layout we want. Do you have any questions? Midoriya thought, but Ronin answered. You guys got Mao his mask. I would like to acquire a new one that fits me. Do you have any suggestions where I could get one? The handy-mandy on the counter snorted, going back to his game as Kirigiri thought. A new mask. Anything specific you want it to do? A lot of things. That's why I wanted to learn who I could ask directly or learn myself. A breathing mask would be a nice function and better vision too. It would have to be a custom job, and Midoriya could imagine they had their own custom tailor. They weren't as flashy as the heroes, but they were still well dressed. I thought as much. You might try stealing one from UA. And past equipment from there is usually pretty good, although I'm not sure it'd fit. I'll see what I can do for the next time we meet. How long will it take to build this? Ronin looked over the plan. It wasn't complicated, and it wasn't even going to be made of metal bones. 3 days for a quick job. Give me a week, however, and it will be something actually presentable. He nodded as he thought it over, then stopped. How durable does it need to be? Oh, not very. Just as much as a normal walking cane, but with your functions added. Midoriya nodded and left through the mist. Who was that hobo? Shigaraki was confused about who the idiot in the rotten and ragged All Might hoodie was. He looked at first like a hero fan, but the sense that he was only a moment from trying to strangle everyone there was palpable. A man that I hope you never cross. Shigaraki started another tantrum about how he wouldn't lose to a hobo, unaware that the hobo in question had almost stolen his role as All for One's successor. Truly, it would still only take 3 days if it wasn't supposed to support massive weight. Midoriya had moved buildings and set up all his smithing materials, getting back to forging with a vengeance. Bone was a little difficult to work with, but he had to adjust. It wasn't his first time with it, but this would be much larger. It didn't really need any solid finish, so Midoriya opted for a thin layer of resin to protect it from damage after he carved it. It'd be a little funny to imagine All for One holding the cane, carved with birds and trees, but it was pretty good. Midoriya had drawn the pattern on a flat surface to make sure he liked it before there was any chiseling into the bone. It took a day to finish carving it up, and another to finish the crooked handle. It was the kind that formed an upside-down L shape. He finished his forging and got into polishing, making it shine brightly. The third day was putting them together and adding the final electronics. He put the dial on the side of the handle, and the button was right next to where cane met handle. The battery was inside the handle and could be changed by removing the dial. It was complete. He spent the 4th day with his mother, had to keep his schedule, and he wasn't breaking it for this. 5th day was final touch-ups and wrapping it up so it was presentable. He still had daylight and he was done. So, he went back to practicing his moves, sets of slashes and flashes of light briefly as he waited. That little encounter with Eraserhead wasn't the fight. He knew it. They were still coming. Somehow, he returned with a bow to All for One. From last time, he could gather that most people didn't spend a lot of time with this man. Maybe it was because his helmet messed with his breathing he could. Either way, for their deal he needed to meet him masked to breathing apparatus. Back so soon. I'm glad to see it. He smiled as Ronin held up the completed cane. With a raise of his hand, it disappeared from Ronin's and appeared in his. You've done a fine work, Ronin. I am quite pleased to work with you, more than I think you know. His words seemed strangely genuine, but that was probably because of some quirk he used to make people like him. Midoriya could think of 5 he knew of, so the collector before him probably had 1 or 2. I believe you forgot the deal though, Ronin. He tensed up before the giant finished his sentence. The deal was for you to come when you made a weapon so that both I and you would get one. You seem to have left yourself out. Although, next time I can give your weapon 2 quirks, or you can bring 2 weapons. Ronin relaxed, giving a slight bow. All for One looked down at him. I'm sure you heard of the UA entrance exam. During this time, their security will be lowered with the other people of your age coming. If you wish to acquire a helmet from there, that would be the best time in this old man's opinion. We will then trade you Mao's old helmet for your new one. We will fit the new one to you. It looked like Mao's helmet had some tricks meant just for him. It made sense that they'd want it back since he seemed to be an operative for this man like Kirigiri. Midoriya thought it over. Then Ronin nodded. If I do, I will alert you. A purple note for Kirigiri at the meeting place, with a symbol he'll get. They parted, with the 2 villains wondering what kind of symbol Kirigiri would know on sight. Nothing came to mind, but the vigilante seemed so confident. Midoriya was now thinking about the next weapon but stopped as he realized he still hadn't done a full body test with his weapon. He wondered how dangerous he was willing to get. His theory held and went better than expected on not living things. But what would it do about live and animate? Inanimate and animate things. That's the word he was looking for. That still didn't matter, but he hadn't done any tests on teleporting anywhere with the sword. just passing through the portal gate warper thing with his finger. Some harder tests would have to be done. First up, insects. He set about in the forest like a 5-year-old, collecting a bunch of bugs to lob through a portal. Took him the better part of an hour. Then he went to his new building, a different building from the first one where he built his current sword and the one where he built the cane. That brought up a good point. Midoriya contemplated places he could make into a real base. The obvious if not pleasant place was somewhere in the sewers. Second place was in hunting for somewhere in the old metro records, somewhere boarded up so people wouldn't go. If he was lucky, the two places could mix and mingle for his favorite albeit most disgusting escape route. In the meantime, he made that portal and started lobbing those bugs through. They were still twitching and annoying everything when he pushed the whole box through, and when he pushed them through individually. After an hour of waiting, no bugs had died that he hadn't gotten annoyed at and squashed. Time to test for himself. Ronin made a much larger portal, going through himself and, well, he was on the other side of the room like he wanted. It was a little weird to see where the portal ended up, especially because he was facing the wall, but that was probably how it worked. He might have to put a spin into his portal making focus. There was one more test Midoriya needed to do, and he was not going to do that one on himself. Ronin drew the sword and activated it, picking a nice large bug as a target and setting him on the table, then brought the sword up a few inches before slashing downward quickly. Now, 3 days from the heist, Midoriya understood the sword well enough to use it in actual combat. Still, he had scouted out UA and found a nice spot for sneaking in. He memorized the methods of getting in, the defense systems, and was all prepped. He was going to be using his usual escape method for entry and exit. People really didn't guard their sewer entrances right, and the campus was too big for its own good. But right now was the moving target test. Midoriya knew where he wanted to fight, a place he could almost predict would have some criminals he could mess with. The place with the strange short victim and the crappy gym. It just screamed shady as hell. From on his rooftop, he waited and watched. The crime rate here was high from the vigilante board, but no one else seemed interested in doing things in the daytime. Still, the heroes here weren't common. He watched and waited for 20 minutes, 40 minutes, a whole hour and counted only 3 heroes, until he realized he counted one twice. Then, as he was feeling down at miscounting, some idiot stepped into the wrong alley and it started to go down. Ronin smiled, muttering to himself. And this is where the fun begins. The man was getting out his wallet as 5-5. Sheesh, what were these muggers doing, bringing their whole families? Muggers laughed and shoved him around. Midoriya walked from deeper in the alley, approaching them in the road beyond. They couldn't see the man clearly, just a strange short figure with a stick. Ali hit that guy up too. This one barely got sit. 3 of them went over to give him sit as he advanced. He let one take a swing at him with the knife to get plausible deniability if this went tits up. Yo, your wall. The pommel of his sword struck the man in his solar plexus, forcing him to breathe out and shoving him back into and past his mates. For the next one who was still coming, he flipped the sword backward and grabbed it with his right, then stepped in with his right and leaned. His arm twisted to get a spinning momentum as the bottom of the saya slammed into another one. Finally, one left. He reversed his grip, grinning underneath the mask as he grabbed the saya with his left. Now, I'm motivated. He stepped into the drawing cut, activating the sword's quirk. He knew it'd work. He tested it before. Portal quirks are anchored to things, positioned relative to things. Usually, the spinning of planet Earth. But it can be other things. The inside of a car, a boat, many things could be converted into the base for a portal. Why not a human body? The sword created a portal on contact, cleaving the man in half. But instead of insides falling out, there was only a strange blue to white sheen, perfectly smooth. It wasn't lethal, as all the blood was teleported from one part of the body to the other as it moved. A cut that can cleave anything. Because things can be teleported no matter what it is, the sword could cut anything. The sword was never actually hitting anything. The quirk turned the cut into a portal, based on the 2 body parts. No blood, no damage, but it does leave them confused. You're open. Ronin kicked off the man's top half, sending it into a wall. Everyone else, however, was screaming and running. The unfortunate cut man was out of it, having been hit by a spinning back kick in the face. Man, and I thought I was unlucky. With a little luck, those idiots would turn themselves in and talk about the man who was murdering people only to find one suspiciously alive man. After all, right now it was non-lethal, but he did remove the man's legs, and he probably wanted to be attached in a more secure way than just a ton of tape. Ronin sighed, sheathing the sword most of the way before turning off the smoke and reactivating the teleportation quirk. The side with more mass, his upper body, acted as the base and the legs were teleported back in place before the portal collapsed with everything reattached. He'd already tested it on the test dummy when he meant for it to only be a method to cut people in two, meaning what the sword was actually made of or how sharp it was were both irrelevant. He hadn't expected to accidentally reattach the training dummy back into one piece. The insects had been a purposeful test, And to back it all up and prove he was no pussy, he cut off a finger. It was strange because he could still feel it, but since it was a finger he couldn't do anything. His next project had been his hand, and he could still move it around. Now that would be a creepy ultimate move. He watched from 2 blocks and a rooftop away as the police showed up and checked the man. Midoriya had to admit, it was a little drastic for what the criminal had actually done. That guy might have nightmares for a while. He laughed and turned his eyes to the giant stupid-looking H building in the distance. Getting in there, how hard could it really be? Come Yamato, we've got a lot of work ahead. Ronin was wearing the works as he inched along the sewers. This section had already been mapped out, even though its records weren't public. A few trips had seen to that. Midoriya could find some of the old electrical rooms, a good possible place for a hideout. He was genuinely thinking of setting up in UA's basement for the fun of it, but he wanted somewhere with a little more ventilation. That wasn't what he was here for though. Midoriya finished his walk, looking up. He had been measuring his location, and he should be under UA High School now. From the pictures he had looked up when they were first building the school, it appeared there should be a bathroom somewhere above him. He tapped the distance. One of the good things about Yamato was that it kept going until the base stopped, meaning the portal wouldn't stop until it hit something mostly unconnected to the target like the basement floor from the sewers. Midoriya activated Yamato, letting the smoke rise and create an X on the roof of the sewers, which first formed its usual lines before opening up, like a crack in reality. The educational exam was going on, and this section should have been closed. They had to buy things publicly, and studies showed that they stopped buying as many bathroom supplies as they had when they found it, which would most likely be one of the bathrooms closed. It was just an educated guess, but this bathroom should have been in the second basement, meaning it was the least accessible and most likely to be shut outside of an accident. But they hadn't bought any supplies to make or replace bathroom parts, so all of them should be in working order. Midoriya trusted his research. He had to. It was all he had to go off of. He climbed up the wall, putting a hand through the portal and pulling himself up. The floor was clean. Dust was only created from things living inside a place, and this place was theoretically empty for 12 years. Now, if he made this his hideout, that was ballsy. Ballsy and stupid, like a giant high school. They should have replaced this room. People have been theorizing and making jokes about UA's ghost bathroom for 7 years. Not that it was his business. He knew how to get around big areas like this. Midoriya pulled himself onto the cracked tiles, stretching. He then released the portal and adjusted his clothes. He'd thought about it, and there were a lot of ways to approach this. Teleport through walls, grab the first mask, and split, disguise and talk his way to it. But UA was notorious for not throwing away anything, in fear it might get into the wrong hands. This fear made them a bank, with a great interest rate on powerful machines, and Ronin intended to start cashing some checks. He listened through doors, hearing nothing, and creating his own doorway straight over it. A problem with his sword was you couldn't see where you were going. It was a common problem for warp gate quirks. You had to know where you wanted to go. His sword seemed to have reverted to whatever the generic teleport was, all the way through whatever it hit. Midoriya crept along the basement, searching and mapping out the floor before going up again. He'd seen tours. He knew he needed to switch towers and get to the second floor to get to the support section. Right now, he'd get out of the basement. His time was getting golden. The exams would wrap up. He'd wait the people out and move on with all the teachers gone to grade on the practical exam. What it was, he had no idea, but studies showed somebody had recently dusted off their giant cities and getting the same materials as the last time they had a practical exam with a lot of robots. It was amazing what public records could show. The basement was also empty and abandoned, completely dark and abandoned. He checked the time. UA thought they were hot sit, but this was pretty constant. He might not know the exact numbers, but Midoriya could figure out the rough times from the past, between 30 minutes to an hour and a half, then it became narrowing it down. The formula was impossible to figure out, and the supplies were near impossible to track, unless you counted ink and paper. They had to print a lot of sheets, and if you used math you could figure it out, adjust for how many students currently attending. Remove the normal amounts, and divide what's left to get the average amount of students and how much ink and paper they needed for the tests. They posted every 3 or so years how many people signed up to take the tests, so after acquiring the average, boom, 40-minute test, slap on an extra 5 for good luck. Midoriya waited confidently, smiling as he sat in a chair. He was hidden from the entrance and on the ceiling. It was the exact kind he loved. The cameras were nice and predictable, and he didn't need anything special to avoid them. Truly, he was safe. Truly, he forgot that everything, known and unknown in the universe, hated him. Hey, bad guy sir, do you know where the bathroom is? Midoriya froze his entire body for a moment, then slowly turned his head to look for whoever was talking to him. Oh, were you sleeping? I'm sorry, that's my B. Some blonde guy with a weird lightning bolt in his hair was looking up at him, creating electricity around his hand to illuminate the surroundings. His school uniform gave away he was here for the exam, and not already a student at UA. But that exam started 10 minutes ago. Midoriya should have had plenty of time to himself. It seemed should and did were very different things. Still, this guy managed to get all the way to the basement trying to find a bathroom. The fact that he missed a bathroom but found Midoriya was impressive, but with a little acting and a lot of luck, Midoriya could get out of this mess. Yeah, I was. Midoriya dropped to the floor, playing along with the idiot. Oh, don't tell anyone. All right, you found my sleeping spot. I'm not supposed to be here right yet, but I don't have a shift for another hour. The student's expression cleared up into a big smile. Sir, for real, it's no biggie. I used to sleep in class all the time. This guy was making bricks look like geniuses. You got a name? I'm Kaminari. I'm here for the entrance exam. Most people are. Good luck, by the way. Midoriya still dreamed of entering, but for a quirkless guy like him, that was just a dream. The only way he'd get in is if they let him bring the sword, and then they'd just ditch the quirkless loser stuck to the magic sword and take the sword for themselves. Well, you got a prediction quirk. That's rad. What am I thinking? Correction, you're forgetting why you came here and will now start wondering where the bathroom is again. Kaminari's eyes widened as he accepted the blatantly implanted thoughts. Whoa, you really do. That's a cool quirk, sir. Mine's electrification. I can generate or build up electricity inside your body then release it. Kaminari had just shown him his quirk, and he was still amazed. Even the name alone told you what it did. He really didn't think this guy was going to make it into UA at this rate. But that's when Midoriya remembered that he didn't care if this random blonde guy got in. He wanted to steal some equipment from UA. He needed to stop wasting time. You really are good with your quirk. I bet nobody sneaks past you. That's a great quirk for a security guard, man. Identifying threats before they can even do anything. What's your name? Ronin. No way in hell was Kit going to mention his real name. But nobody had a clue who or what Ronin was, so there was no harm in throwing it out. The two students made their way up, with Midoriya hiding behind the idiot. Sure, the heist would start a little early, but he could pull it off. The teachers were even busier right now, divided between preparation and supervising tests. The principal, from what he heard the loose cannon, would be prepping the final practical exam even now. Ronin, sir, you got cool tastes. Dig in the jacket and that sword. Class saw Ronin nodded along, drawing on the perseverance he gained hammering for hours without rest. Thank you. K kid, you'll find the bathrooms right here, man. Everything here really does look way too big. Midoriya cringed at his own bad acting before snapping out of his little theater moment as he took in the giant bathroom doors, about 15 feet tall, in wonder. This wasn't even impractical anymore, it was just ridiculous. Midoriya then kept looking around, making sure to do his best to avoid the cameras as he planned his next move. Oh yeah, that blonde guy was still there with him. Midoriya waved goodbye as he walked away as if this was a casual conversation and not as if he was deliberately avoiding cameras. Anything else he could do to make this seem casual? Maybe some friendly advice. Midoriya thought through his own test-taking strategies and left that blonde guy with one. Just remember, if you don't know what to do, ask your supervisor. Works every time. Kaminari thanked the strange figure and went into the bathroom, washing up as he tried to remember all the stuff he studied. A huge portion of the test was hero questions, and he wasn't sure what the answers were. He studied and studied, but just couldn't remember. He rubbed his face after washing up, groaning. He walked back into the test room and tried to think of what to do as he stared at his test blankly. 25 minutes left. If only he had a fairy godmother to give him a hint. Remember Denki Kaminari, cool dude extraordinaire. If you don't remember what to do, ask your supervisor. Kaminari's mouth fell open. That rolling guy had read his mind and purposely given him the perfect answer. He reread the test to confirm his thoughts. Most questions had an option that basically read defer to superior unless irrational. Robin, next time they met, he'd thank him from the bottom of his heart. Now he might actually get into UA. Midoriya hoped that blonde guy remembered to ask his supervising teacher where the bathroom was next time. If he managed to get all the way to the basement without finding a single bathroom, he could have been lost for hours, and that took talent. He had crept into the bathroom and used his swords to get into the ventilation. These guys needed to read the evil overlord list. Never have vents big enough to crawl through, especially to wield a 3-foot-long sword inside. Well, he wasn't really. He just unsheathed the sword a little bit and made sure the first thing the fog touched was whatever blocked his path and activated the gateway quirk. Then he moved right on through and deactivated it. Midoriya was working on his map, pondering who the hell created this train wreck of a layout. This should be harder, damn it. This was the largest hero school in Japan, second in the entire world. What the hell were they spending their tax dollars on giant robots, bombs, obstacles courses? You know, dumb sit, why do he know all of UA's spending habits and not how to make a helmet? Midoriya was now on the bridge that connected the towers. There were cameras and detectors, but they didn't connect directly into the ceiling, giving him a few feet to maneuver in. Even if they weren't, if UA's security couldn't even notice one dipshit wandering into the basement thinking there were bathrooms down there. Fat effing chance they found Midoriya when he was actually hiding. Slow and steady won this race. He took 10 minutes to crawl along until he was in the tower. From there, he slowly ascended the vertical layer that connected the vents, using the sword to pass through the fan by removing all the blades and reconnecting them after. Then, he was on the right floor. Next up was getting in the right room. Midoriya inched along, squinting through the exhaust ports make to read the names on the rooms until it all became unnecessary because he noticed something strange. In one direction, the air vents started to blacken, as if something kept burning. But why would things be burning inside a school, and repeatedly enough to blacken the vents? Fire or explosions, both common when hero gear failed. God, this is way too easy. Something was wrong, he just knew it. More inching and it didn't get easier. It became a freebie. The vents opened up even more, and it was silent in the large room. He used his eyes to trace the room, finding the sealed vault he wanted. Midoriya gated through the ventilation and grabbed the large ceiling rafters, staying over the security measures like a trapeze artist. The hardest part of this wasn't being on the constant lookout, it was keeping his giant sword out of the way. He brought the largest problem to this heist. How? Midoriya seemed to glide across the rafters, his footing and grip sure as he made quick progress across the room. He didn't even need to slow for the wall, finally having the room for a clear X/. Did he move through, seeing stores of hero equipment and robots? That was a lot of robots. Midoriya shook his head, and with renewed vigor Ronin rose. Motion sensors. He planned for that. A simple plastic bag over them slowly, mind you. Then another, about 3 for a good, useless motion sensor. Got that one from the vigilantes, who insisted that would suffice, but that bridge was a little thin for Midoriya to put his weight on confidently. Then, he climbed down on the shelves storing all these inventions. He'd use his sword to create a portal, but he didn't know how the quirk worked well enough to rely on it for something that could break his neck, get him arrested, and break the sword he worked so hard to get. The drip and smoke effects that radiated off the blade were good for going up or down. But when he started trying to go forward and backward, it'd be a problem. Maybe he could try flinging it or flicking it like water off an arm. He moved through the projects in the area, already knowing the size he wanted on the outside, but, more importantly, knowing the color he wanted. He tried on a few, settling on a black smooth one with no detail. It was made to be as smooth and detailless as possible and even had the functions he wanted. The glass seemed not to darken anything, and it was like he wasn't wearing a mask if it weren't for his breathing with how wide the POV was. It even had the breather thing. Midoriya looked for anything else that was supposed to be stolen with it and decided now was as good a time as ever to dip out. He grabbed the cords and papers, assuming they were supposed to be a part of the thing, and bolted. Leaving, he used less of the portal function because he was paranoid he'd get into a fight. He climbed back up to the rafters on the shelving and, after kicking off a wall for extra height, managed to get back up. He then remade his portal, removed the plastic bags, and started his next amazing journey, Steel Vent Run. It was as long and slow as balls crawl. He didn't even have to use the sword that much, opting to take things nice and slow, making it a little hypocritical when he complained about how it was slow as balls. Who was going to judge him? God. That guy had way more mistakes than him. Midoriya genuinely couldn't figure out what was happening when he used the ventilation, which wasn't even turned on, so the fans weren't spinning, and he didn't need his sword to move to get back to the first basement. He actually took the normal method to the final floor, paranoid that someone was watching who booby-trapped the vents somehow. He went back to the start of it all, still gating through the door. Only took a minute to find the dot he drew to center his portal on. Then he traced lines and disappeared into the glowing X. He was right, sort of right. The best kind of right. Nezu had been about to call security on him until he listened in. Who on earth would memorize the voice of someone he only exchanged the better part of 3 sentences with, just because they found a child vigilante interesting? And was an amalgamation of 3 to 4 different animals. And while we're focusing in was the principle of UA. Nezu's sit-eating grin was spectacular. He knew the vigilante hadn't left. The pants the vigilante wore had clearly been standard middle school pants. Therefore, the child had to go to a middle school and couldn't move quickly on his own. He'd been worried when the same person under different aliases disappeared, only to reappear in America of all places, but it seems his worries were for naught. He was laughing. Everyone in the final exam room was scared as Nezu slammed his fist into the zero-pointer button. His mind was ecstatic as he watched the footage again, practically racing. The information he knew. The vigilante called himself Ronin. What a debut, sneaking into UA. Took some balls. Ronin liked a challenge. Next, Ronin did his research. The entrance he took was probably from the second or first basement, since that's where he started and ended. The vents were a clear sign that he knew where he was going. The problem had been that he lost Ronin in there for 10 minutes. They really had to get that fixed. Third, Ronin didn't leave the vents but still got to the storage room's second floor. That was where they kept the recent projects, so he was looking for the latest tech that never found a home. But more importantly, there was no conventional way to do what he did in the time he did. He would have had to move through solid surfaces or be extremely quick. The cameras on the robots had given him away, something poor little Ronin wasn't aware had been active. He removed his helmet as he tried on new ones. But he couldn't see his face and he was wearing a hair cap, so no signs of DNA there. He was looking for a new mask, which made sense. His current one was a biking mask that was a little large for his costume and aesthetic. However, he managed to avoid showing how he entered the room. He just climbed down from above the camera's views, tried a few helmets, and left again like a spider. Centipider indeed. If only Nezu could move the robots' heads. If he had a controller. Still, he was hooked. Was Ronin a villain? Or a vigilante looking to equip himself with the best of the best equipment? Did he like heroes? Did he hate them? MIDNIIIGHT. Get here on the double. You've got one last vigilante assignment. She actually shrieked at the maniacally laughing mammal. His paw arched as he hacked his own security, forcing cameras to activate. He pointed on screen as students were getting creamed by the zero-pointers in the backdrop. Inside the sewers, barely functioning cameras made out the outline of a figure armed with a sword. Go meet our newest vigilante, Ronin. There had to be a way to use the sword to move quickly. That's what teleportation was for. He could use it to get through surfaces. But Midoriya wanted to do the usual thing where you hopped into a portal and ended up miles away. He ran through the sewers full blast. Now at territory as familiar as the back of his own hand. The smell, the lack of light, he was adjusting to it all. He took corners by running at and kicking off walls, hopped over the sewage like a frog, and never stopped moving. It was a little awkward with his bag and the giant sword, but he could slow down soon. He started listening for a quiet spot to surface. What was that sound coming from the wall? And why did everything suddenly feel more ominous? Ronin pushed off the questionable wall, bracing himself in a corner for a moment. He didn't stand on the ground in case something went wrong there. He'd just take a minute to reorientate himself. The wall exploded, and something moved out from past the shattered pipes. A man in what resembled a mesh suit, but was actually part of his body if Midoriya remembered correctly. Or no, it was his fingers. The mesh suit was an actual mesh suit. This man should be Power Loader, teacher of the support course, and neither Midoriya nor Ronin liked the implications that him being here brought. I don't see the target. Over. You have to say over midnight. Otherwise, I don't know if you're done talking or just taking a breath. God, it is bad here. Oh, over. He glanced around, muttering. Anyone else got anything? Hello, Ronin. The voice was loud enough Ronin could hear it from his hiding spot. Please enjoy this little game of cat and mouse. WOULD ain't want you stealing UA. Secrets to be too easy, would we? Power Loader cranked the volume down, rubbing his ear. I thought we were just chasing a vigilante. What did he steal? Schedules. Classified information. Ronin couldn't hear his response, but he didn't really need to. Power Loader stomped his foot. He did what? Midnight won't have a chance to grab this guy. He wasn't sticking around to see what that meant. He scampered away, crawling on the ceiling like a cockroach away from the fuming hero. If there were more heroes, he didn't want to be here any longer than necessary. It just seemed to be 3 heroes. Midnight, Aizawa, and Power Loader. Power Loader had been added presumably because he could move so easily through the sewers. Midoriya only really had to be cautious of Eraserhead. Midnight was, ironically, too tired to be a threat and too disgusted to properly use her quirk. Power Loader couldn't see sit and had been inches from Ronin a few too many times for comfort. But the problem was Eraserhead. That guy looked like he never rested a day in his life. Worse, Midoriya hadn't restocked sand yet. Truly, that was the clincher. The others would force him to stay still, but he always had to hide from Aizawa. If 2 of the heroes met while Ronin was nearby, he might be host. Instead, he used his cheat knowledge to do some quick math. Power Loader could only be so reckless because it was their property. When they got off it, he'd be much less eager to smash through walls. Therefore, all he had to do was get off the property, and Midoriya was sure he had a way they wouldn't do. The pretentious pricks. Is he just effing with us? Midnight fit in pretty well in the sewer because she looked like Sit. By her standards, anyway. Nobody's here but us. I'd like to argue, but it is something he would do. Aizawa moaned. Remember the first goose chase Nezu sent them on to keep them alert? They had spent hours in that forest. On an exam day, Power Loader had up and left and come back without the mesh suit, and they were still going. I don't know. The video footage was something he would come up with though. Did you piss in his coffee or something? Midnight. No, she huffed, stomping her foot. He's been having me chasing vigilantes for almost a year now. And all I've found is a bunch of losers, a psychopath, and 2 hitmen pretending to be heroes. All we need to do is stand here until Nezu tells us to wrap it up. Aizawa was seriously thinking about trying to take a nap here. There were 2 other pros. They had this. We entered from further down, and there was no one there. This is the only exit out that's still open, so they have to come through. What the F is that? Everyone heard something. Footsteps. Well, steps was a small word. It sounded like someone was sprinting at them with no regard for the closed quarters. You know, I don't recall seeing how big that vigilante was in the video. Midnight hesitantly turned her flashlight towards the noise. It seemed empty, except for the echo of running steps gradually getting closer. Then, right when it would have become visible, it stopped. Aizawa, you should check it out. Why me? This is your project. Go oversee it. It's your last day too. Midnight huffed. Come on, it's my last day, so treat me. You do it. Nobody noticed the large shape moving through the sewage between them as they argued. Midoriya moaned internally, knowing that this would be another 5,000 yen to clean. That place he cleaned his uniform at might have been good at keep secrets, but they were a rip-off. He had to feel the wall, wet and slimy as it was, for an exit before he ran out of breath. At least all his sit was waterproof this time. Otherwise, his sword might have electrocuted him. At least he could still activate it, probably since the voltage was so low. He slithered up, shaking his head as he slid from sewage to the side, flicking off as much as he could. He was going to take a dip in a river before going home again. Now, he went on his way, reverting to the nearest alley exit and climbing out. Here's hoping whatever dipshit made his new helmet made it watertight. Welp, you guys missed him. The 3 could hear Nezu's laugh from their side, and it was not fun. Their moods were all annoyed, but it was going to get worse. Ooh, there's a crime in the area. And if you could go help some people, that'd be fantastic. Oh, and when you get back, we'll show you the footage. Bye-bye. Midnight was trying her best to crush the communicator but lacked the muscle. Power Loader would have rubbed his face, but he was pretty sure there was something on his hands from digging through the sewers. Aizawa just looked at the information and tried to get this waste of time over with as quickly as possible. Follow up. We'll go to the nearest exit. Aizawa led them back the way they came, to one of the sewer exits. We'll enter from an alley so they don't see us coming. Power Loader, you won't be much help, so just get civilians. I'm going to go to a rooftop and deactivate quirks and mid. They reached the grate just as Ronin finished crawling out of the sewage, flicking off his arms and starting up the same ladder they wanted. He slowed down, his head turning like a clock hand. They stared each other down for a moment. He wondered why they already left their positions when they should have still been looking for him. They wondered if God was giving them a second chance. Truly, human quirk balance saved his ass. If he wasn't the first to start moving again, they might have gotten him. He bolted straight up while still holding his sword in one hand, an impressive feat according to him. Hey, all 3 shouted at him and charged as he pulled his feet up, pushing the sewer grate off and preparing to bail. Straight into an armed situation. Some villains, some hostages, and some police. He could use the confusion to get away. The heroes were really out there, and they legally had to switch to the higher priority target. It's why small-time criminals got so far. Heroes were obligated to overlook them in favor of larger crimes. He looked at the fire escape. He smelled like sit. He wasn't ready for this, and if he did it here, he might have to show off his power. Did it really matter if someone else could do it? Damn it. The police arrived 2 minutes ago. The criminals were on the street, but their firepower had been doing pretty good so far. Problem was, they were 2 blocks from UA, and the heroes would eventually arrive. So, they took hostages. Now the police were waiting to get some backup while the villains tried to wrap things up as quickly as possible. Nobody was dead, yet, and in 10 seconds that was about to change. The gun arm pressed into the old man's head. He was saying something, but the fear turned it into gibberish. Don't get offended, this ain't personal. Think of it as helping us out. Something whizzed through the air and a gunshot ran out. The entire arm had moved, a long metal needle embedded in it. The 7. What is this sit? Criminals turned toward the thing that looked like flowing black cloth. There were supposed to be words exchanged, but instead, there were needles. The black wraith never seemed to run out of them, striking everyone at once in a barrage. Gunshots rang out against the twirling ghost, who danced through them, all the while holding a long stick-looking thing in its right. Some things hit, some things didn't, but nothing could stop the creature. Then, the needles stopped and the stick was thrown forward. It struck one of the hostages, moving them out of the way as a villain tried to grab him, presumably to threaten the beast. Then the monster flipped its coattails back and up, hands disappearing for a moment before returning with a pair of sticks. It was only 12 feet from them now, and the bullets were getting harder to avoid. Luckily, some of the idiots started to use quirks instead of guns. It stepped forward, swinging its club forward, down and then up in a reverse arc like a golf club swing into the leading man. The flying club shattered his ankle and flipped his whole body, pushing him off the ground and turning him into a human shield for the monster. Bullets and strikes crashed into the criminal from behind, his supposed allies doing as much and then more than the thing in front of him, its face blank as a new moon and just as dark. But its work wasn't done. For the next criminal, it thrust the cannon past his head like a rapier, letting the steel knobs brush against his ear as it stayed close to his head. The man had a quirk that seemed to create poisonous nails. By how he held himself and took this seeming mist to step toward the monster. As he moved forward, the canab turned 90 degrees until it was behind his head like a wall. The creature grabbed the other end of the canab all as those nails came closer to his chest. They buried into his vest right as the canab pulled their heads together, slamming helmet into head. It kept their heads together to drag him around, kneeing the man in the stomach as they moved, positioning its victim between itself and incoming danger. The poor man screaming as it wouldn't let him leave, his own nails digging in and keeping him stuck. Finally, it brought its knee to its ribs, pointing toes at the sky. It lunged forward and let go with its left, front kicking the barely conscious man into his mates and knocking them about. He was down, and the monstrosity seemed unharmed, breaking its club back into 2 pieces and sliding them back under the jacket. It was almost done. It'd leave the second the heroes showed up. Unfortunately, it looked like he wasn't getting any help anytime soon. One man grabbed a hostage, trying to hold the boy by the shirt. Stop moving, or I swear to God he'll. Midoriya grabbed the child by the neck while leaping forward, shoving both child and criminal down into the floor. Its grip on the child then switched to an underarm grip as he yanked the boy to one side, drilling a kick into the falling man. He'll go home safely. How thoughtful. Ronin tossed the child to one side with little regard for him as he kept slamming his heel down on the villain, then spun away as another criminal lunged towards him, a crab pincher nearly scissoring him. He bobbed and weaved, shoving hostages in the same direction, dancing between the criminals while throwing the hostages out of the scene, all while wondering what the F are the pro heroes doing. Finally and lastly, some lady and her baby who just wouldn't shut up. Ronin kicked up the discarded stick he led his assault with, spinning it into his usual grip, left hand a little higher than the middle of the sheathed blade. These police should be shooting or arresting. How complacent are these jackasses? He thrust with the sheathed katana into a man's solar plexus, advancing on his crouched figure, and brought the pommel down on his head. Ronin grabbed the villain by the neck with his right, using his form as coverage to separate himself and the woman from the rest of the goons. The police line. Go there, now. He had to give her a little push, but at last, the final hostage was out of the way. Meaning, audios. Ronin stepped into his body shield, putting him on his back and spinning to build momentum before letting go and lobbing the body at the remaining 4 villains, decking one squarely in the head with an entire body. The Revenant ran after the body, springing off the body pile to gain momentum and bouncing off like a trampoline onto a signpost. He situated his feet under him and dove for the fire escape, grabbing it with one hand and swinging up, disappearing as the police finally took charge with a few stray bullets his way. He didn't look back and didn't even think about stopping until the buildings were too small to keep running from roof to roof. He slid down one, rolling off the fall and springing back to his feet before hitting the sewers. With a little luck, he'd only be seen on Channel 3 News as a side story. And that, gentlemen, Midnight and Recovery Girl, is why I think we should broadcast Ronin. Nezu tapped the presentation he had whipped up in record time. With the public looking for him, we'll find him much faster, and his image should avoid spiraling out of control like stains. There's something here I should not like. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. Midnight squinted at the board, barely conscious. She just got to sit on the side and slowly knock out the captors while the vigilante she was supposed to be chasing, Ronin, did all the work. How about how useless we looked? Aizawa backed her up. He had been regulated mostly to stopping quirks, but neither the police nor Ronin seemed to notice. He shut off any attempt at quirk use by clocking whoever was trying to use it, regardless of if Eraser had got that one or not. What was his quirk? Endurance maybe. To go from a robbery to hiding to fighting and then to running that quickly. I'm not sure even Aizawa could do that normally. Power loader threw in what he saw, with Aizawa shaking his head. His attacks were all either martial arts or adapted martial arts, as weird as his choice of naming was for them. Bunny Breaker. What kind of name is that for someone with a Japanese aesthetic? Aizawa shook his head. Still, we do need to address his fame. President Mike knew a lot about the press, to no one's surprise. If we don't, the news outlets will latch onto him and give us an earful. Play up what we and the police did, minimize what he did if we don't want to be a laughing stock. Most of the staff agreed, still taking nervous glances at the muttering and planning Nezu. 5 for -5 going to be entering high school, trained in martial arts and strange weaponry. It looked custom, so either there's a new weaponsmith or it's all self-made. Cross-reference martial artists with people who could get these weapons. And then, the clothes. Most of the clothes were made from other pieces, so it wasn't some rich person. Oh, he'd find that Ronin. Mark his words, he'd find him. Midoriya no, Ronin was beyond himself. That incident where he and some hostages nearly got shot. There had been heroes there like he thought. Midnight, Eraserhead, and Power Loader had been chasing him but didn't do jack shit to help him take down real criminals. The F did they think this shit was? A movie? You're not just supposed to watch people get popped in the head for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. God, and he let those chicken shit heroes run all over him in the sewers. If he knew they were such beaches, he would have at least chopped a limb off and thrown it in the sewer so they had to fish it out. The news projected the story, with interviews about how they used their effing quirks to help. At this point, All for One should just take their quirks and put them on signposts for how good they'd be. Realistically, the heroes chasing him probably couldn't do anything to the villains in the street. Power Loader wasn't a fighting hero even when he did have his match suit, and those criminals had been packing heat. Some heroes couldn't think to wear bulletproof vests, though. Eraserhead might have even used his quirk, but Midnight could have at least ran at them and knocked everyone out before shit went wrong. With thoughts like these, it was no wonder falling asleep was so difficult. He wouldn't be taking any tests for the school he wanted to go to, just a little look around. It was close to something he wanted to see, something that could really help him. Midoriya had already sent his paperwork to the high school, and his whole day in class was just UA. This and UA. That. UA. High school wasn't actually very good, it was just famous and big. Way too big, if his easy intrusion was anything to go by. Bakugo was looking smug, and Midoriya was feeling violent. Not a good feeling when he was about to go to one of the most violent schools in the books. If his teachers gave a sit, they'd warn Midoriya, who was the second in the whole school quirkless or not, and tell him to go somewhere else. Oh yeah, this place was going to be closing soon if he had to cut it to ribbons himself. Midoriya smiled at the board. He wouldn't just be a model student from now on, he'd be the perfect quirkless gimp. Unnoticeable, unassuming. The kind you wouldn't realize stabbed you until his smile broke through. The school was littered with people smoking regardless of the time. Signs of fighting, signs of drugs, and signs for gangs littered the streets. He looked like a lamb walking into the slaughterhouse. He got to see some real Jaris. It was somewhat surprising to see their multitude of colors for hair, makeup, and outfits. Did make it hard to figure out what the actual uniform was since no one followed it. Next up, delinquents. Rowdy people, a mixed-gendered crowd. They looked at him like they were itching to beat the shit out of him, but he walked pretty quick for a guy his size. 7 punks had once played a game of pinball with him as the ball. Midoriya didn't even want to think of what 20 of them would do to him. He didn't even have any weapons to defend himself. Lastly, they were kind of everywhere the reason he came here. Gangsters, the real deal, tattoos and all. This was why he came here, to get easy access to real gangsters. His vigilante activities should be pretty easy if he kept an open ear around them. Ronin smiled like a hungry wolf, but Midoriya didn't let it slip out, forcing his face to stay straight and neutral. Not yet. The head of school was clearly excited to get a student with good grades. He looked tired, and clearly mostly dealt with students who couldn't go anywhere else. He'd take a quirkless good student over Bakugo any day, and that's why Midoriya liked him. The teachers assured him that not all of the gangsters were students. It was mostly a female profession, but almost everyone here looked like they could and would gut you at the drop of a hat. Gave him something to look out for. And these older gangsters and wives of gangsters might have some good information. Although why they became teachers was beyond him. A tour of the campuses on his own. The shadow crept through the mostly abandoned and battered halls, amazed how accurate anime had been for once. This place actually looked like there was a fight every day, and was filthy. How it passed health inspections was beyond him, but that was irrelevant. To Ronin, who'd been born wielding a trash can against a puddle of green shit, it was like home. The streets were his turf, and this was far cozier than that. No heroes to randomly peek through his window and scare him. No big gangs trying to murder each other. Just some dipshit kids trying to find a place in the world. How could he be scared of that when he was one of them? He chuckled as he looked at the wreck that was supposed to be a bulletin board. So many clubs. The Jiggy Club, the Toxin Lover Club. These were just gangs pretending to be clubs. There were a few real ones mixed in, a judo one, a Nido. Whoever wrote these had some awful handwriting. He wrote everything in his head in notes, returning to thank the head of the school before leaving. Under a month till graduation, he wondered how to spend his time as he spun what looked like a pencil around his fingers, a trick he practiced for hours. The thin black needle seemed to multiply into 2, then spread like a fan into 5. Better start cleaning up this shithole till then, eh? Ronin laughed, sliding the needles away as he moved, always keeping one out to play with. They sat in a big auditorium, with Midoriya feeling spitballs and pencils pegging him in the back of the head almost every second. At this rate, he wouldn't need any supplies when he transferred if he could just make a few notebooks out of the spitballs. They got their little graduating speech, and Ronin resisted the urge to throw a needle right at the principal's stupid neck. Nothing lethal, just painful. He snapped from his darker thoughts as the man finally wrapped this sit-up. He had gangs to fight and armed guards to shop for. The second one had broken 3 days ago, and he couldn't find a reason to put it off anymore. He made a killing off the merchandise he sold. He wasn't rich, but he could buy a cheap car if he invested at all. Ronin and Midoriya didn't have anything to spend the money on. Midoriya was still trying to plan out his next weapon to become what he couldn't think of a name for. An on-the-nose reference, devil arm, something safe and generic, magic weapon, a little bit weird, a soul eater. That made more sense, cause it had a quirk, which could be considered part of the soul Dutath influence Yordiathid between personality and quirk. Focus. He cleared his head as he was shoved into a locker. Maybe not focusing was fine too. Midoriya was surprised that the school he was going to, Ishiyama High School, actually did have a uniform. Hardly anyone bought it and even less used it, but Midoriya slipped it on casually, checking himself in the mirror. So his tie was a little wonky. Did it really matter? His mom gave him lunch before they exchanged hugs. She'd been worried about him going to a new, even worse school, but he was pretty good at convincing her. His confidence was genuine, which made convincing her much easier alongside the time they spent together. She waved him off as he descended the stairs, Midoriya waving goodbye with a smile. Ronin turned and refocused. He could have gone the violent option, but he didn't want to be on the hero's radar. The best way to do that was to, be a hero fanboy. Or a stuck-up prick, maybe both. Ronin scowled as he adjusted the uniform, flicking the golden one he got to signify his year. It seemed the only thing they did all wear, maybe to establish a pecking order. He'd be on the bottom no matter what year though. Experience told him that much. Still, it no longer bothered him. He could achieve a safe, easy job of an office worker or something. A weaponsmith might be more suited to his tastes, but that'd lead back to Ronin and who would hire him. Then, he could focus his life on helping others, not just fighting, saving lives, as he did in the hostage scenario. He didn't have to fight every battle to win them. Midoriya's smile spread as he walked into the cesspit that was Ishiyama. He went straight past the fighting, smoking, and blatant drug abuse, not bothering to take physical notes yet. It'd be too suspicious. The first day of school though, and already 2 knocked out guys on his way to school. Midoriya checked his schedule to make sure his room and entered the 5th one there. No one paid attention to him, so he chose the second to front seat in the middle. By the window is reserved by protagonists and airheads. The row of seats next to that was for love interests. The far wall is for beaky characters and love rivals. The front row is for nerds, and the back is for the rowdy ones. All of this was partially cliche, but some of it was true, like the front versus back. And the thing about airheads, people who tended to zone out positioned themselves by the window, where they could easily zone out by starting at clouds or birds or something. His seat, second of the 4 rows from the entrance, was the generic forgettable character. Any further forward and he'd be presenting himself. Any further back and it was obvious he was hiding. A nice middle ground. Eventually, the fighting and talking got louder as the school building filled up. There was supposed to be an orientation, but the students 2 years ago broke the auditorium and so, no orientation. Midoriya watched hardass, badass, and dumbass alike come through the door until there were 17 of them, the class of 1A. The best Ishiyama had to offer, the shiniest turds in the sewer. There was probably supposed to be more, but somebody decided to skip class. Midoriya guessed 3 by the empty chairs. All right, listen up you failures. Somebody who looked like he had been smoking his whole life as a profession entered the room. His eyes were sunken and tired. You all know why you're here, cause no one else would take your dumbasses but us. All of you, never going to work an honest day in your lives. Rain and the optimism teach, don't hold back. Roll call. Midoriya set out his notes, writing quickly as the people spoke, getting the names and faces together. Even now, all his classmates got a page. His teacher did too, and it looked like he might see that quirk very soon if people didn't shut up. All right, you sad sacks of sit, I'll write your work on the board. Even you idiots can read, and if you can't, that's today's homework. The teacher lit a cigarette and got to work, his marker quick and clean as a whistle. It was questions over the book's first chapters. End of the week, get it turned in. Any questions? Fantastic. He didn't even wait, he just left. As soon as the man, who didn't even bother to name himself, was gone, the room devolved. Some people were challenging each other to fights, while others were catching up with old friends. Most of these people would have already known each other. 2 guys fought over a window seat. Not minding the ever-present sleeping martial art fighting master somehow in high school, who always sat at the end of the window row. The far back signified their mysteriousness, while the window indicated how little they paid attention. His was built like a fridge, not even one of the cool, quiet types. Still, nobody messed with him. That is until some dipshit started causing sit with everyone. We're all badasses, right? But who in this room is the badassest? The quiet hit the room like a thunderbolt, and it was deafening. All that continued was the pencil scratching of Midoriya, confused at the assignment. Was that really it? I finished in 12 minutes. I gotta be missing something. As Midoriya double-checked his work, the other idiots began to congregate. Hey, for a vulture you're not bad, bird brain. He's right, this class needs to set some things straight. All of the people paying attention agreed. What, we gonna do it right now? A sentient snowman spoke, smoking a cigarette. King of the hill. Rounds. Bro. They kept going on and on as Midoriya started to do next week's assignment to make sure it was similar and he wasn't missing anything. I did the second one in 9. Something's definitely wrong. They managed to organize an entire bracket and threw all the desks to the side, leaving only 2 as Midoriya mulled over the third assignment, comparing the first and second to it. These are supposed to take a week, right? It's not even halfway through alright. It's about halfway through the first period. How is it so easy? All the minor gangs set their person up. The Jaris, the fashionistas who just seem to be the male version of a Jaru, the fitness freaks, and the violent gangs. There were 4 of them who set up inside a makeshift ring. Similar things were happening throughout the school as people picked sides. Whoever won would get the run of class, so it was pretty important. No one bothered the sleeping giant in the corner though, and no one noticed the green-haired student who was searching the desk for more information as to why everything was so easy and he was on week 5 of the classwork, or why the book was at a reading level a few grades back. Right as the 4 picked lots on who'd fight who, somebody opened the door. Yo. Sorry sensei. A train fell on my ride and it blew up, I swear. Yo, what the F I miss? The newest student had a scar on his eyebrow and a tuft of purple hair that seemed practically alive. He also wore the actual uniform, albeit incorrectly and upside down like it was a high-collared shirt. We're picking the strongest in class. You wanna try running? The late student blinked, rubbing the back of his head. Try running? No way man, I'm too lazy, I only walk. Besides, strongest with something like this, we barely know each other. He stomped on a knocked-over chair, the chair rebounding off the floor and spinning before landing on its legs right as he fell into it. The names Sinju, Quirks Rotate, Salt Middle School, and right hand to 7 different strongest in schools. I'd say I'm the best strongest in class picker there is. The other students rambled as the 4 leaders rallied their points. I'm Gina and my quirks flash. I came from. Not really sure. The sign has been burnt down for years. The one by Industrial. Why is it all so simple? This is for children in elementary school, not even middle schoolers. Midoriya was getting pumped. That was the only explanation. This stuff was so simple, he was getting pranked. Crusher and Crusher. Also Salt Middle School. The high schooler had more muscles than a horse and looked as serious as a statue. Hey, you skipped me. I am you, and my quirk is Sparkle. And that sign, Gina, reads Ishiyama. How'd you forget it? It's almost the exact same as this school. What's the name of this school? And why do you keep talking to me? We're in Ishiyama, and my name is you beach. Pay attention. The Jaru seemed to be at once dead serious and taking the piss. It was a remarkable balancing act. I'm Uzagi, and my quirk is Hawkeyes. I come from the streets of Salt Middle School too. Everyone took a moment to stare at the man named Bunny, with a quirk called Hawkeyes. To make it a touch more confusing, he had a vulture's head and was the one who started all this. Shut up. My quirk didn't come out till I already had the name. The class all had the same thought as they looked at him. That's not the weirdest part. Hey, everybody. We're missing some people, so this system doesn't seem the most accurate. Sinju took out a white cigarette and unfurled it to reveal the bubblegum he smuggled inside. Everyone knew chewing gum was against the rules in school, showing off how bad a dude he really was. I gotta throw my 2 pennies in here, ya dig? The hell's a pennies? Don't worry, I say you all be looking at this all wrong. Sinju spun the wrapper on his finger, admiring it. Everyone wanna be the strongest, but no one really knows what that means, ya dig? What's that supposed to mean? He let this sink in by blowing a bubble, leaning back in his chair, and trying to kick his feet up on the desk he didn't have, instead flipping forward and landing back down in the middle of the room. He didn't even flinch, to show how cool he really was, and chewed the bubble he made. Strongest, like the strongest body. That's genetics and time spent at the gym. Strongest, like the strongest quirk. That's even more luck. He raised his finger, spinning the wrapper faster and faster. All that's useful for a fight, sure. Strength makes you strong. Who effing knew Amorite? But in places like this, there's a strength even greater. His whole body spun like he was break-dancing, spinning him up and onto his feet as he confidently stood in the middle of the class, building tension like a master. Everyone, whether they liked it or not, was listening even if they were pretending to sleep. Not if they were having an anxiety attack by being done with the first 7 parts before first period was done just by comparing the homework and carrying over his work. However, then they were still blissfully unaware of everything. Real strength in a fight isn't how much you can dish, it's about how much you can take, y'all. Not the body though, the mind. You got that unbreakable focus, you effing unbeatable. He jabbed his own head, which was bleeding from falling on his ass, but kept right on preaching. So all we gotta do is figure out who's got the greatest focus and sit right. Usagi said. Yeah, Usagi actually. You got a nickname? It's A. Kinda hard to take you seriously. What you talking about? I'm a delinquent. Course I do. What delinquent doesn't have a cool title? He stood his straightest and coincidentally pointed his thumb into his chest. They called me the salmon, cause I went against the currents. Everyone stared at him for a moment before nodding. Alright Usagi, still, we need a method to figure out who's got the most. Ain't this will? We need a method to find out who has the most willpower. Crusher spoke as loud as he looked. And the refrigerator sleeping in the corner mumbled something. Now I might not have my own group, but I got my own person I wanna submit, and it ain't me. After that leading sit. To show just how badass he was, Senju put the gum on the back of his head to stop the bleeding and drew out a switchblade, flipping it open to reveal another piece of gum instead of a blade. This was the real sit, so sticky it was impossible to remove. Only real badasses smuggle that into school. Oh, one of us. I'm flattered. Soji, shut up you Jaru twat. You couldn't even pour water out of a boot if the instructions were on the heel. Are you even trying to learn our names? Gina and you seem to have a history, judging by how the sides reacted in almost standard to each other. Even their lackeys seemed to have their own standard practices against each other. Still, Senju continued on with his speech. I am talking about someone who ain't stopped flexing their willpower on all of us since I walked in, and I bet even longer. He was going to blow another bubble for dramatic pauses, but they had done it for him. There's only one who's got it down. The teacher who gave up on us before we could bully him. Usagi guessed. Someone in a different class. Crushers threw in his 2 cents. Wait, you're so not me. I'm not saying that, you stupid beach. My name is you. Those two weren't even on topic. The person I'm talking about, as he raised his hand to the sky and then spun, pointing at the vigilantly working and confused Izuku Midoriya. That guy. Everyone took a second to acknowledge him, figure out he was a nerd, then burst out into laughter. That guy. He looks like he could barely rack my weight. Seriously? Studying? Here? What's the point? Ugh, his fashion sense is awful. Hey, don't say the same things as me. Look closely again. Ladies, gents, and that bear in the corner. He spun around like a ballerina as he moved to the desk before slamming a hand confidently down on it. Not only has this guy been studying the whole time, but he's also the only one who didn't care about all this strongest sit. Look at this green broccoli-looking sit. Any of y'all recognize them? He looked out over a sea of shaking heads. That means this guy isn't here cause he's from some sit school. This bad boy got sent here from somewhere else for some bad sit. The crowd was beginning to see his point. But that nerd's studying right now. How tough can he really be? How tough can he be? That's a great question, friend. He took on a philosophical look, only outdone by the gum falling off and the bleeding restarting. A wise man once said that when you see a lion resting among a bunch of rabbits, no one thinks anything of the lion. But when one lone rabbit is chilling in the middle of a herd of lions, you see that sit and think, damn, that's one badass rabbit. Everyone was now partially convinced. So he laid out his real reason. Plus, if a nerd's in charge, who's gonna stop us from doing what we want? Now everyone was cheering to have a nerd for a leader. Plus, as the figurehead, anytime someone had a problem with them, he'd get beat up instead of them. It was truly the best. They all cheered as Senju collapsed, giving a weak thumbs up as he was carried off to the nurse's office, the hero of 1A, at what was now the front of the class. Since all the other desks were thrown to the sides, Midoriya rubbed his head. Why is this so boring? Midoriya developed a million-mile stare of pure confusion. Second period should have started by now. So, where's the teacher? The weirdos around him had stopped forming major groups and were back to doing whatever they liked. The gym buffs had started moving equipment into the classroom. The gangsters were all sitting in a corner smoking, and the Jaris and fashionistas were sitting on either side of him, spreading rumors and glaring at each other. At least the refrigerator was still sleeping. He entered the double digits for his work. If this kept up, he might finish the whole year's worth of work on the first day for the first period. He had gotten up twice to search for the prank camera he was sure someone hid somewhere, but could never find it. Third period came at least, and Midoriya checked the clock. Third period was here, so where was the teacher? This was his last period of the day in person, and hardly anyone showed up. People from other classes started to mingle, some coming to their room and some of their room leaving. The gangsters and punks vacated, while the competing fashionistas and Jaris grew as they glared each other down. Midoriya remained largely unaware of this as he planned what he wanted to do. Maybe mingle with some other quirkless people. No, most of them don't go here, they go to places with basic education. The place I picked is for bad students, not gimps. So, you're the boss of 1A now, right? Usagi the salmon the vulture laughed, shaking his head. Nah, we got some nerd as the boss. That way, he'll never give us any orders, and even if he does, we don't have to listen. The others nodded in amazement. What faction the nerd in? Chillers, toxin lovers, jiggy. Usagi laughed, waving an arm to dismiss these thoughts. That nerd ain't from nowhere. And all he did 2 periods in a row is work on the homework. What a loser, doesn't he know why we're here? They all laughed at the idea. Shit, my cigarette went out. Who's got the lighter? How do you make a cigarette go out on accident? Man, shut up and pass the damn lighter. Midoriya ate his lunch at his desk, literally surrounded now by strangely dressed boys and girls arguing with each other. At least it made his quirk notes really easy, even if it was a little big for just his class. If he fished a little bit, he could still find his classmates as they used their quirks. Gina and Yu seemed to have identical quirks, both creating bursts of light at the other. Neither party seemed to care about the disturbance they were making, but since the major players were making the fuss behind him, it didn't distract him that much. Ugh, like, do I even know you? Yes, we've been going to the same school for years. Which ones? All of them, you twat. All of what? God damn it. Their conversations always seemed to spiral like that. Midoriya didn't care. Opening up his box of celebratory katsuden, he smiled at it as the fights began to play out, the seemingly stupid-looking groups being much better than fighting than their appearances let on, but they wouldn't be here otherwise. As the brawl played out behind him, Midoriya ate slowly, relishing the food. He had gotten to help prepare this food, and he had to say it tasted pretty good. He was really improving on preparing vegetables. He held up a piece of meat, smiling at it right as someone was thrown into him. Midoriya was sent up and over his desk, watching as his last piece of katsuden sailed through the air gracefully. All the time, energy, and patience he had put into them. He had gotten to eat most of it, but for his last piece, there was a flick of the wrist before Midoriya hit the floor, only barely rolling out of it. It wasn't as painful as it looked, but he didn't want to show off. He just wanted to be as unnoticeable as possible. The Jaru who had hit him and the fashionista who hit him didn't even look at him, let alone apologize. The Jaru was in his class, unfortunate for her. Midoriya made a note and went to the teacher's desk, pulling out of it a black needle-like chopstick with a suspiciously sharp end, and the katsuden piece skewered on it. He pulled it out of the wood and wiped it off before eating it, relishing in how unnoticeable he was. Everyone was so busy with their own things. Nobody bothered him. He checked the clock and gathered his things, leaving with a song in his heart. He had more research to do, and weapons to create. Little did he know that, of the classroom, one person had seen the precise throwing of chopsticks and had taken an interest in the small boy. The online schoolwork went quickly for Midoriya, especially through the power of his good friends Mr. Calculator and Mrs. Google. In under an hour, he finished all the work for his school week. On the first day, it did at least take longer than the work given in classes. Still, it seemed consistent across the board, so maybe that was more about the level of students who would be doing this homework. He put away the last of the materials, having already decided what to do next. It was time to make something that would benefit from his accidental stacked quirk debt. His next possessed item would be something with range, something he'd been scared to use in case he accidentally killed someone but he could now avoid with quirks. He wanted some handguns to add to his repertoire. Right now, there were 2 problems with learning gunplay. Guns were very hard to get legally in Japan, and there were almost no gun ranges. Using one was illegal, and since it was so loud it wouldn't be hard for people to find him. Both of those could be circumvented with quirks, however. A quirk to create my own energy bullets would be great. No reloading, no buying more bullets. Then, the second quirk would be for a second gun. Midoriya checked his notes on what he knew about gun parts. He might want to try assembling one before he got ahead of himself because building it came with its own set of problems. I need a new hideout. He rubbed his face, groaning. He hadn't been finding anywhere promising yet, but he had to face the numbers eventually. It was time for some hardcore scouting, and it would help him test that mobility he always wanted. Midnight and Aizawa were resting in the teacher's office for their break during lunch. They had really grown close over the last year. Nothing like hard work, mutual suffering, and shared hatred to bond people. Is Nezu still chasing Ronin? Aizawa slurped his juice packet. Yup. Come on, he's not that impressive. We just were a bad match. They were still getting set for Ronin's debut. Power Loader wasn't in uniform and wasn't that type of hero, so he got less of it. It's starting to feel a little weird. He's more interested in that vigilante than the new big 3. Have you seen Mirio? Yeah, he's made a lot of progress in the stripping department. She snickered at the memory of his most recent fight. He's doing a lot better though, for real. Oh, how's the class? Worst I got. A psychopath with too much power, a pervert, an Endeavor's kid. He scoffed, muttering. Would have failed the overconfident brat if he hadn't kept getting in the top 3, so now I have to turn that mess into a real hero. No getting rid of your entire class this year. She smirked, as she now looked a lot better. It had only been a month, but she looked miles better. No longer tired. Her skin and hair condition improved, according to her at least. Aizawa had learned long ago to nod and not comment. Whatever. It's just the start. I've got someone practically mute who wants to be a rescue hero, a girl who broke her legs in the entrance exam, and 2 complete idiots. I'd be sure one of them cheated to get past the entrance exam if I didn't know they were so dumb they wouldn't think of it. Another slurp and he was out of juice. The empty packet of juice was lobbed in the vague direction of the trash can before another rose to take its place from within his sleeping bag. Hello there, my favorite little heroes both froze, their heads turning mechanically. You wouldn't be talking negatively of the students who haven't been here for less than a day, would you? It was the monster himself, Principal Nezu. He was smiling widely. You wouldn't be needing more work, would you too? I would love a few extra hands on my investigation. No, they coughed, reformatting themselves. No sir, I'm quite busy you see. So busy I have to leave. Right now. Goodbye. Aizawa hobbled away, sliding out of his bag and basically abandoning her to the monster. Nezu took a slight step between her and the door. Well, you didn't leave so you can't be too busy. Thanks for volunteering. He smiled at her while she screamed for help, cursing Eraserhead. She thought they had something, damn it. Ronin stood atop a building, adding another X to the list. He needed somewhere where no one would notice him or bother him, big enough to put his forge in and still have room to train. Everyone he went to either already had a gang or was too populated. Midoriya had been researching as hard as he could, but still hadn't pulled out any clever or secret locations. Now, he was sitting around and thinking, could just outmuscle the gangs. But that might spiral out fast and end up with the location being unusable. All it takes is one idiot with a grenade and the location's compromised. He rubbed his eyes, trying to think. Big, and someplace no one would investigate with no gangs. Or at least no real gangs. Some small ones would be fine. Like the ones in schools. His eyes snapped open. Heroes usually didn't investigate schools. There was too much legal tape. And he knew of a school that was falling to pieces with tons of empty rooms, and a certain building no one used. The hardest part would be gaining permission to use it since anyone who looked for Ronin there already knew who he was. All I need is a reason like a club. The pieces were coming together in his head. No one there gave a shit about playing by the rules, so who'd crack down on a club with one model student as its member? He could even make it blacksmithing or crafting so he didn't look suspicious. He came early the next day to check about the work and make sure he was doing it right. Bright and early, he knocked before entering the teacher's lounge. There were all their stations in a row, and the room was filled with cigarette smoke. 3 teachers could be mistaken for delinquents, and one of them was his homeroom teacher. He stood to one side, waiting for them to notice. Sit. You scared me. What do you want, brat? Looking for a fight? This was a school. Shouldn't they at least pretend to be teachers? No, sir. I'm coming to ask about the homework and starting a club. He put on his best cheery smile. One of the teachers muttered. Let me guess. How can I shove it up your ass? What is it? Midoriya. He snuck a glance at his board, showing he hadn't even tried to learn their names. But that made all of this easier. The less he remembered Midoriya, the better. I'm finished with this week's assignment, and was wondering if you could tell me how I'm doing. I also would be interested in starting a club for crafting things. Another application for his winning smile as he offered the papers for weeks 1 through 3. His teacher, Mr. Kimura, read over his work, his eyes adjusting as he flipped through the papers. I'll look over it. It should be ready by lunch. The papers for a club are. Sit, Garasu, we still have any? No, Kendo effers took them all. Just send him to get them. He's got legs. Try not to take too much pride in your work here, guys. Alrighty, where's the Kendo club meet? Keep on smiling. Just stay positive. Kill them with kindness, Midoriya. Outside. Building on the right when you come in. The one with holes in it. Mrs. MS. She didn't have a wedding ring, but he wasn't sure which and didn't want to pry. Garasu pointed with her cigarette, then breathed out another fume. Alright, thank you for your time, senseis. He left with a quick bow, amazed at just how pure Sid this place was. He should have thought of this sooner. Practically no one would bother him because everyone here didn't give a shit. There was the sound of people drilling inside, and it warmed his heart. He did that on rooftops these days. If he didn't want to associate himself with any real swordsmanship that could trace him to a location, he would have signed up. These were the people who actually knew swordsmanship, unlike himself who just copied a few moves so far. His Aijutsu was his strong suit, but Aijutsu and Kenjutsu were different martial arts. He entered the room just in time to see the ending of the brawl between the Judo Club and the Kendo Club. The Kendo members were using metal pipes instead of practice swords, and some of the Judo members were carrying very non-legal martial art weapons. Midoriya stood in the doorway for a moment, checking the sign to make sure he was at the right place, then went inside. In the end, the sides broke, swearing at each other and bolting. Midoriya had been searching for the supposed papers as the groups mopped themselves up, checking for injuries. This wasn't a school, it was a miniature version of the streets. So, we ain't looking so hot, Fairy said, a whopping 3 feet tall. He was the leader of the Kendo Club, even if he had to stand on a chair to be seen by everyone. He was the best one here with a sword back when this club had swords. All our sit is broken, And what's the budget, Kinky? Throwing in the 300 yen we found this morning. 315 yen to replace. 15 broken shinai and 7 uniforms. His sister looked over the papers, then noticed a random green kid snooping around. His uniform said first year. What you think you're doing in our turf, freshie? Everyone looked at Midoriya, who hadn't stopped looking for the papers. Sensei Garasu mentioned you had the forms for starting a club. Can I have one, please? Everyone took a moment, then burst out laughing. The shrimp didn't seem to have any big muscles by how baggy his clothes were and shaky stance. I'd normally tell you to join our group, but I don't think you'd last initiation. Fairy laughed. Despite being smaller than the freshman, beat it, shrimp. I don't have the time to waste on you. You need training swords, right? I want to make a crafts club. If I get my club, I can make you guys some swords. Well, it looks like we can waste a little time on you. Kinky, find those papers. The entire club shifted as they found a mostly clean paper with barely any scribbles on it. Midoriya exchanged bows and left, settling in for first period as he knocked out the paperwork for his club. Mr. Kimura came in, doing a quick roll call. There were still only 3 students missing, and he eyed the kid from earlier who was filling out papers. Where did he think he was? A real school? At least he was better than the rest of these failed abortions. They just would not shut the F up. He snarled slightly, then left after roll call. If he was putting up with this sit. Midoriya quickly wrote up a paper asking for the homework for his second and third hours. Since so far he hadn't received anything, then focused back on the club papers he picked up from the Kendo students. Clubs required at least 3 people to form, so he wrote down his own name then 2 fake ones and he was good to go. Not like anyone would ever check anyway. And when pressed he said he got 2 others to sign it and say they chose the fake names. With Deku and Kaken as his partners in crime, he endured the sitcho that was his classes, always glad for an opportunity to practice his concentration. Gina and you were arguing again, and up in each other's faces. Something about the importance of buttons, and if you should leave the second or third button undone. Hey, you two. The voice was quiet yet deep, and from somewhere below their heads, they both twisted and shouted wah. Oh, the person trying to talk to them was the human wall, still trying to sleep in the back of the class. That green-haired kid has some papers on his desk. Find out what they are. She stood up to her full 7-foot height, glaring them down from beneath a mess of tangled knotted hair. You got that? She activated her quirk, causing black smoke to rise, and the 2 cowed to her and ran away. She adjusted her pants as she sat down, trying to go comfortable as they came back. She's got SC Club for him, sir. They spoke in unison, and she closed her eyes, releasing her quirk as the black drifted into nothing. She needed to keep an eye on that needle thrower, but she drifted to sleep before she could finish that thought. Midoriya turned it in, including the room he wanted. He didn't need a teacher to host it, just an open room and the members. No budget, but what was he expecting? He walked off to the room he selected in the off building, looking at the junk littered around the room. Peeling paint, missing sections of the ceiling, and the lights didn't work. He tapped the cracked tile floor, smiling. Just like our second home. He wondered how much he should patch this place up, thinking that at best it'd be 3 years. Making sure it was a little secure by fixing it up wasn't that much of a lost cause. He used the internet to find how to clean up the walls, but settled for sorting through all the junk for today. A broom and dustbin cleaned the trash and cigarettes off the floor, and he opened what windows still worked to get some air. Boxes were opened and sorted, taped shut, and stacked. Soon, the room looked passable to stay in instead of a health hazard. He took a rag and some soapy water, cleaning the spit and other stains off the floor. All in all, just this took 4 hours. It was a good workout. Midoriya hit the road, picking up some spackling and paint to cover the cracked walls on the way. For what he wanted to do, he wanted to make sure the walls were heat resistant. And what better way to ensure quality than to do it himself? He placed the paint and spackling with his smithy tools and the materials he wanted to bring in tomorrow, as well as a spare notebook for over there. Then, he had to go do some parkour with a sleepy kid at a gym. Had to keep it consistent. Dragging all his sit from his old hideout to his new school was a great workout. It weighed half a ton, but most people weren't even heading to school when he arrived. He had to set up his old stuff, and he didn't want to be distracted. Before that, though, he had to fix the room. The curtains had to go. They might catch on fire if left alone. Next, the lights that didn't work. He tried a few other rooms before realizing it was just most of the rooms in this building. He'd have to mess with the fuses, something he'd done in reverse before. Looks like he was going to practice his electrical work too. By the time that classes had started and Midoriya was in his chair, he had figured out all the new things he'd need to buy to keep it working. Hadn't started to get his actual stuff out, but it was a start, 1 step at a time. The teacher came, did roll call, and gave them all a look before leaving. Some people were brawling all through attendance. It was unreal. Midoriya worked his pencil on his journal, listing what he needed to do. Install the furnace. Fix the lights actually. Might replace the furnace now, it's a little small. He noticed Gina and Yu robotically walking up to him like they had yesterday. This time he switched to normal papers before they got to his desk. What are YOOO doing? They spoke in unison again, kind of creepy. Homework. Their eyes were blacked over, and strange black smoke radiated off them as they turned around and went back to the big guy sleeping in the corner. Maybe his quirk activated when he was asleep. But why was he interested in Midoriya? Midoriya hesitantly continued, glancing over irregularly. Gotta make those 15 practice swords. But I'm not sure what the materials are. Leather and something else. Probably bamboo. Nothing too hard to get. I should be able to crank one out tomorrow. Leather and woodworking are both pretty useful. It'll be good practice. It's weird. Going to school was teaching him, but only in ways he was pretty sure it was never intended. He finished his notes over the sword, researching what he'd need to make it. It didn't seem too hard. He could probably crank them all out over a week. His homework was all done, so now, fixing the walls and woodworking. Today would be fun. Aiko woke up to the alarm she set. She got plenty of sleep to make sure she was well rested. But even now she wanted to go back to bed and let that be the end of it. Still, she rose from the desk with her usual hunched posture, hiding her actual form in a mess of jackets to replicate blankets. It was just so warm. No, she needed to talk to. What was his name? Needle guy. What did he look like again? She lumbered past her classmates, who talking about titles or something. All of your titles suck ass. The salmon, fisherman, second best delivery boy. What is this, Pussy Patrol? Why can't you be like Ak? He pointed to Aiko, who stopped to listen in. Even hunched, she was 6.5 feet tall. She blamed her quirk, Boogaman. Ak's a real man. His title's automatic winner of fights. The others marveled at Aiko, who groaned at the mispronunciation of her name. Technically, it was right, since when she'd been born everyone in the room had screamed as she activated her quirk, making her original name just a... But that was dumb, like that title. She never got in a fight. The only reason she got that title is everyone gave up when she stood up. She muttered under her breath, in a bad mood again and just wanting to go back to sleep. She remembered something about cats and a war on hot dogs. It seemed kind of funny. She'd rather be there than here, about to confront someone who might actually be a trained killer with that throw. Aye, you heard about 1A. Got some nerd for a leader. Yeah. Must be pretty sit if a nerd's in charge. Let's go F him up. The small groups went straight for classroom 1A, laughing as they went to open the door. Aiko worked up her courage, stepped out into the hallway boldly, accidentally knocking the doorway cleanly out. She looked down at it, and the people in front of her, embarrassed. She knew she should have just gone back to sleep. Not bothered with any of this. These people were way too scary. Just look how many of them there were. There was like 5. 5 against 1. That's scary. Her barely visible face tensed under a mess of hair. Are you looking for something? She huffed at herself. Obviously, they were looking for something. She was supposed to say someone. How many times could she put her foot in her mouth? The delinquents looked up at the giant man practically snarling in front of him, the door in his hand partially crushed, and bowed. Not at all, senpai, have a good day. They bolted away, leaving Aiko alone. They weren't looking for someone. They were actually kind of polite, and a lot nicer than I thought. Maybe I need to be less dreary, focus on the positive, and go sort this all out with Needle Guy, whatever his name is. Aiko composed herself and walked into the hallway, smiling a little under the mess of hair. Where is his club again? Midoriya didn't go home that day. Instead, ducking to an electronics store to get the parts he wanted to fix his new hideout, he meant club room. He emerged with a few fuses. He'd probably only need one to fix the electrical problem in the club room, but it was always better to be safe than sorry. One light jog later and he was back in the room, checking that all the electricity worked again. Satisfied, he finally got around to the walls. The walls had been put through the ringer. The paint was peeling, cracked, and faded. There were holes in it from things Midoriya didn't want to linger too long over, but all of it had to be dealt with one at a time. He took spackling and plaster to patch up the cracks and dents, then left them to dry as he began to work the bamboo. 15 swords were in his future, and they might be good to practice with. He got to cutting the sections to size, humming as he worked. It was brainless as long as he followed the plan, meaning his mind had time to wander. Could install my own lock in here. That should keep out most of these idiots, and give me some peace and quiet to work. In under an hour, the wood was cut to shape. It'd be next week before he could start working on painting anything, so it was best to tackle the current problem. Already, his notes outlined everything he'd need to do to make the Kendo swords. He'd already done the first part, cutting strips of bamboo to the right lengths, and next up was bringing it all together. The second part was the white suede, the leather-like strips that held the bamboo pieces together so everyone could pretend it was a sword. The white suede for the handle and tip only took a few quick stitches and cuts. Then all that was left was to muscle the sword pieces together. After the tip and handle were fitted, bands were placed to keep the wood together, and the handguard in place. All that was left was to tie the tip to the handle. Midoriya got 2 swords per piece of bamboo and had 4 pieces. One would be for tomorrow, but he still got 6 done, and about enough white suede for the whole project. Didn't take that long compared to working with bone. He delivered them in a minute. No doubt the Kendo club wasn't actually in class. Some of them might be in his class but never attended. He finished setting up his things. An arc furnace, a clamp, an old slab of metal for an anvil, hammers and spare pieces. He stepped back, looking over his creation. It was starting to look like a real base. He carried his 6 stick things over. They had a real name Midoriya had looked up during class, but he had forgotten it. If someone started saying these sticks' real name to him, he could have remembered it, but it wasn't that important in the grand scheme of things. He knocked on the door before sliding it open and coming in. 6 of 15 sticks, made today for one Ishiyama Kendo club. Any takers? He held up the bag with the completed Kendo swords inside. It didn't look too hot inside, but that wasn't his business. The members turned, still holding random sword-like objects instead of the real deal. Already, what are you, the North Wind? Fairy shouted at him as Kinky took the bag and looked over the swords, before handing them out. These weren't pre-made, were they? Nope. He had been hoping to make some old-fashioned samurai armor with it, but he'd survive without his bamboo plates. Still, he had to order more anyway, so he'd at least be looking at half a stick of bamboo. Thanks for helping me make a club, but I gotta run. See you next time some swords are done. He left as quickly as he came, marveling at the pink trees and the winds. How they managed to last so long this year, he didn't know, but whatever it was warmed his heart. He left school, looking through his phone for heroism events. All Might's teaching at UA. How the F had he missed that? Sure, he hadn't been checking the news every day, but still, that was a piece of major information. He rubbed his head, muttering as he went alone. Was that why All Might had been in Japan? It was early, but it could be. He moved along in the news, seeing a hole rusted through UA. Well, now that was pretty impressive, and right on the front too. How'd they let whoever do that? Midoriya thought they had security cameras or something. But apparently not. Checking out the story, seemed that the perp had been covered by the news stations trying to get inside UA. By just walking in and hadn't left. Idiots made for great alibis. They didn't even realize they were being used. He stopped, wondering why he was going to UA. Why bother being interested in fake heroes, or in a place that spat out fake heroes? He wasn't welcome there, especially after he got the helmet from them. Nezu had spent weeks on some theories, but he had to say the Ronin incidents were taking the cake. So little evidence, and what was there made no sense, so it was even worse than just not being there. He could have spent hours doing this if he didn't have a school to run. Right now, he's at a minimum in middle school and a maximum of high school. Seems to be physically skilled, but that could be his quirk. Great reflexes, but that could be his quirk. Lots of martial arts, but once again, there was too little we know about him. What if we start as if he had no quirks, trying to figure out who that could be, then spiraling out? A good place to start would be martial arts. The Ronin seemed to be familiar with martial arts, and perhaps his reflexes came from training his martial arts. Oh yes, gender was an even better place to start. The Ronin was almost certainly male, shown by his body ratio and voice, although he still seemed to be growing. This Ronin was likely to be young. The Ronin knew about UA as storage and how to get through their security better than the idiot today who set off every alarm in the books. But that person probably wanted to set off the alarm to distract us so a different player could come in. Focus Nezu, one puzzle at a time. The Ronin seemed smart, but he was also pretty brave to take on UA as security. Then defeating villains while he was supposed to be escaping said security. He even bolted as soon as the hostages were gone, implying he knew how heroes worked and that they'd have to stick around to stop the villains while he ran. This was very good knowledge, something some third years, nay, some heroes in the field didn't know they were supposed to do. Finally, his items. It could all be stolen like the helmet, but it seemed a little poorly made for that. Like most vigilantes, the suit was probably custom tailored for him, but his seemed to be putting the home into homemade. The parts were actually sports equipment painted black, and some pieces like his arm guard were broken. This put Nezu's image of Ronin as not rich, which was strange. The martial arts usually meant he hired someone to teach him, but the low budget clashed with that. Well, there was one thing that wasn't low budget. Nezu was actually clueless how no one recognized that Ronin had been swinging around a sheathed katana. Come on, his name was Ronin. It just made sense that he'd have one. But the name Ronin caught the interest of a certain heroine. Maruko was rearing for a second round, vowing that she wouldn't let him off so easily now that she knew he was such a threat. Doubly unfortunately for Ronin. Nezu believed Maruko had a great chance of finding the vigilante and passed on some of the information he got, like his recent movement in her hometown, Hiroshima. Well, his movements were closer to Hiroshima than UA. His time had matched up with being a student until recently. only coming out after schools and work ended, so it was highly likely he was employed even if he was outside of Nezu's estimated age group. But there was a keyword in there. Had. Today, there were reports of some mysterious cloaked figure moving across the rooftops. Where he was going was a confusing line of nothing interesting. But Nezu would be more interested in knowing why he was going right now. Another drawing dimension cut and he surged forward, teleporting across the gap. He'd fallen twice, quite painfully, but managed to catch himself or roll out of it. He was starting to get how drawing dimension cut worked. The longer between activating the quirk and the cuts, the further the jump, maxing at 10 meters for 2 seconds. It couldn't force him inside walls, but would let him run straight into them like a cartoon character. Getting to go straight forward was nearly impossible, but provided he was calm and not dying, it could be advantageous. It might be hard to predict for him, but for someone who was fighting him, it became nearly impossible. Now, he rested atop the crumbling building, enjoying the wide view. He could see so much better with the new helmet, regardless of if he could get all the minor things UA put into it to work. He still couldn't figure out how to charge it, or why you would need to. For him, it was just a damn good helmet. He stood over the edge, watching the people pass beneath him. Somewhere around here was a bunch of heroes, waiting for probable cause to enter a house. He finally spotted the police line outside of a building, and the multicolored morons in spandex. Probable cause, he could give that. The black dot teleported most of the way but physically hopped the last 2 roofs. It was, after all, trying to get spotted by the heroes. Vigilantes entering the scene had been a long-standing reason to enter a building, more so than doing good. At least this time, this was easy experience for his teleportation. He'd be coming in from the roof while they came in from the ground floor. It was a win-win. Ronin heard the first telltale shouts as he landed. The people below finally started noticing the strange jumping man on the roof. He landed on the roof, smiling as he made his X slash in the roof, then stood there for a moment doing nothing. Eventually, some quirk attacks and good old-fashioned bullets came out of the portal. Midoriya picked up a sizable rock, tossed it twice to check the weight, then hurled it straight below him and shut the portal. He could still hear the gunshots at the hole in reality, even after it closed up. He snuck a peek over the ledge downward and saw that the heroes were finally moving. His work was done. He made sure the people below him couldn't see before he used another X slash to teleport 10-ish meters away. He left by only teleporting so that the people below couldn't see him leaving. Once there were 20 buildings between him and the heroes, he stopped and checked his handiwork. It only took a minute for the heroes to start coming back out with the perps in cuffs. It was nice to know he played even a minor part in it. He disappeared, getting more practice thinking with portals, and teleporting himself straight into a trash can. Ronin still went to the UA section of the sewers. It was good practice, moving around in the cramped quarters. His footwork was becoming better at moving across the slick stone, and he had most of the paths memorized. He used his super magic sword as a flashlight now, as dumb as that felt. A sword that could cut anything in half. He used as a glow stick because he hadn't thought to put a flashlight in his vigilante costume. Over 50% of underground heroes swore by them, and he didn't even think about getting one. Rookie mistakes. He was making rookie mistakes here. He leaped from the sewer into an alley, then kept his momentum and took a step off a wall, kicking off to hit his favorite alley feature, the fire escape. He had to monkey bars his way to the edge so he could pull himself up. But he still got there up at the end. A little more climbing and he was on the top of the roof. He stretched as he looked at the sunset. 3 crimes today. Not bad. The crime rate was definitely decreasing with All Might's arrival. Even if he hated the guy, he had to pay his respects. Ronin checked his phone again, then put it under his vest to ensure it wouldn't go flying while he was flying around like he was on smack. The hero posts were a vigilante's best friend, especially one who abided by the 3 principles of good heroism: solid intel gathering, good movement to get around, and a takedown method. He had been patching up his method of teleporting and was eager to try something bigger. He had climbed up here for the view, and to check that the escaping car was going the same pace and direction. He teleported down most of the way, landing roughly in the trash. Going up and down was still a mixed bag, but that was fine. Just meant he didn't have enough experience yet. He walked into the street with his sword drawn, creating a giant X that slightly leaned toward the right. Then, he had to manually climb back up again and wait. The red car came bustling down the street right on cue. They were going way over the speed limit, so Ronin was pretty sure they were the people he was looking for, and that was cemented by the sound of sirens getting closer. He kept the portal open, although in daylight and set against the setting sun it was practically invisible. The car went into it, teleporting only 3 meters forward and to the right, making them swerve into a light pole. Midoriya snickered and went to close the portal, but it was already gone. Maybe the mass going through drains more power. The size of the portal itself. Momentum. Whatever it was, more tests would reveal it. He switched out batteries again, second time today, adding the dead ones to his collection. The police arrived and easily arrested the confused criminals, led by a hero dressed as a knight. Ingenium, right. The turbo hero. Looks like I was just overkill. Ronin spun his sword to show off to himself before sheathing. Still, no matter how much extra they used to take down the criminals, they still took them down. That was the goal, after all. He rolled his shoulders and walked away from the ledge, then took a running start to gain momentum as he started to fly across the rooftops. And as something revved behind him, "Stop right there, Ronin." It took him a minute to remember that was his name, and that instead made him run faster. "You can't outrun me, you know." His movements might not be perfect, but against Ingenium, he looked like an infant trying to walk. Ingenium caught up in an instant, taking dozens of meters per step. He can go the speed of a car from a standstill in an instant. Outrunning him is destined to fail. But that car had managed to lose him, so there is a way to do it. Midoriya cursed himself for not making those caltrops yet, but the plaster still had to dry and he couldn't paint over it yet. No way could he forge in there. Actually, that might have sped it up focus. Pretty talkative, huh? Ingenium nearly ran him over as Ronin slowed and adjusted course, kicking off an air conditioning unit to get some room. Where'd he go? Ingenium had kept going straight when Ronin had tried to adjust, planning to turn this into an up and down obstacle course, and was barely starting to turn in Ronin's direction. He's bad at turning. I can work with this. Ronin stalled as he began to dance away, analyzing Ingenium. In a straight line, he's unbeatable. I just have to remove as many straight lines as possible. And I already know where that is. Ingenium leaped across the rooftops toward him as Ronin switched his sword to his right hand, throwing a needle at his body as he leaped forward, rolling past him. Petty tricks aren't going to beat me, Ronin. The bow shuriken isn't strong enough to pierce his armor. There goes my favorite annoying tactic. He sprang from his roll and fell off the building, pushing off the wall and rebounding off the fire escape, spinning and rolling out of his fall. Ingenium didn't have to take such an annoying route since he could practically fly, going straight for Ronin as the vigilante dashed for his third home, flipping over the sewer grate. No you don't. He got shoved away from the sewer, Ingenium having actually dived for the sewer grate. Ronin seemed to live in the sewers, and it was definitely his preferred escape route. Plus, down there, he wasn't sure he'd be able to fight a normal criminal in then sewers, let alone Ronin. He kicked at the vigilante, but Ronin just danced past it and ran past. Ronin was completely silent but kept on moving. Did he already know where the next one was? He was running away from the police and his sidekicks, who were finally starting to catch up. This vigilante had an excellent sense of movement and was pretty good at positioning himself. They barely exchanged attacks, but judging by that sword, Ronin could do some damage if he wanted. "Don't you want to stay and talk a bit, Ronin?" He flew towards him, throwing the worst possible punch, the one Ronin lived for. The overhand right. Ronin barely glanced backward before stopping and ditching the sword, jutting backward into Ingenium. Both arms grabbed his and pulled downward, swinging him headfirst into the concrete. His own weightlessness made the throw easier, and pushed him into the ground, making him bounce off like a ball. Why does no one learn actual martial arts these days? Ronin was talking. He actually said something. He kicked his sword up off the ground and caught it without looking in his left hand, walking back toward the sewers as Ingenium got up. He charged right as Ronin tucked his limbs away and slipped into the sewers, and the sidekicks arrived a little too late. "Ingenium, sir, who are you chasing? Should we give chase too?" His sidekicks looked to him to guide them. He sighed, slowing down. "Ronin's in the sewers, and we need to give chase. Get the sidekicks with good maneuverability to come here. But I don't like our odds. Not even UA could catch him in the sewers, and every second he spent here, God knows how far ahead Ronin got. Ronin might dance across the rooftops, but he could actually fly across these sewers. His portals could move him 10 meters, or down most of the average straight section. He could go 10, 20 seconds even without touching the ground with his portals." Midoriya was breathing heavily. That was Ingenium. He met Ingenium. He exchanged words with Ingenium. Should he write about this on the forum Focus? Ronin refocused, exiting at his favorite school. He slid along the empty grounds, changed clothes, and booked it back home. He'd only stay up an extra 30 minutes fantasizing and reliving this moment. Maybe 40. Friday rolled around, and Midoriya was only 3 away from finishing the swords. He just had to put them together and string them up. He massaged his shoulder. Ronin was giving him plenty of practice rolling. It was like Vigilantism was a From Software game from the 2000 seconds. He'd been taking falls from 20 feet, constantly. His portal jumps usually left him about that high even after teleporting. His pencil ran circles around his paper. He had turned in work for all his classes, and everything here was going smoothly. Nobody talked to him here, and he talked to nobody. Sure, there was a giant sense of impending doom as the sleeping monster in the back of class stared daggers at him like he wanted to rip Midoriya in half, but compared to the vigilante work it was just mildly confusing. His main thought was that, like most people, he wanted to see All Might. for very different reasons than most people, sure, but he still wanted to see him. He wanted to see what the hypocrite did, how he taught class, how he dealt with people who could be real heroes. Was it petty? Immensely. A stupid idea. The dumbest he's had since he decided becoming a vigilante was a good career choice. Was he going to do it? Well, he was sure going to plan it. The finances pointed that they had refueled the buses today, but hadn't gone anywhere. That meant the trip either happened on the weekend or next week. He could take a few guesses since while the schedule wasn't known it could be predicted. UA only owned so many random things that they took a bus to get to. The stadium made no sense. The unforeseen simulation joint was a little early but plausible, and most of the other places were hero agencies that were far too early to go to. The big question was, would All Might's class be held there? He taught his class to one class every week, changing which class every day so everyone got one class throughout the week with him according to the news. Anyway, however accurate that was, All Might's class happened after lunch, so it was possible for him to make it Monday if he legged it. Then, if they had the buses, he'd hitch a ride. If they didn't, he'd just creep around till he did. He wasn't going to do anything physical or make any accusations. He just wanted a peek. So he said. Midoriya looked at All for One's request, an odd one. A vest, a little far from his comfort zone, but it could be done. The specs probably meant it was for Kirigiri, by the size. All the materials were provided again and dropped off at the golf course. He spent Friday night figuring out how to make the thing. With all the stitching, he had his own set of needles he bought cheap for his own sewing. And he did a little, but this was going to be a much harder project. No work was done on Friday for the projects, but at the crack of dawn, he rose and began to hammer out the details. Double lining, buttons, functioning pockets, inside pockets, the way the buttons went in, the technique behind making sure the collared bit folded over in the right spot. All of it was hard work, but Midoriya pressed onward. He didn't leave his room the whole day. The biggest problem was rigging up the electrical parts. Where to put it? He went for where you would put a phone inside a jacket, between the linings. The dial was a clicker, and it would be finished after he got the quirk into it. The inside layer would be the one with the quirk, but how it would have a quirk or what the cloth really was he had no idea and cared even less to find out. After spending most of the day doing that, he took apart the gun he had hidden in his room, for fear of it being found and linked back to him shooting Mao. Those fears had lessened with time but never disappeared. He had to watch a few videos and read a few blogs to learn how to do. Thank God he knew English or it might have actually been impossible. 10 reassemblies later, it was all in pieces again. Took a few tries and he wasn't sure it'd work right, but he intended to melt this to slag tomorrow in the arc furnace and use a different gun to create his custom pistol. For now, he had to pick a piece to get the quirk. He could electrocute most of the things so long as he changed the grip. And he could replace the clips with 9VS. The part he settled on was the barrel. The quirk could be set to activate, and with only one hole to push out of would be very focused. At close range, it could be more like a shotgun since there was no bullet actually being fired but pure energy. The drop-off rate would be much higher, but he could live with that. He wouldn't have the time to forge it, so he'd need to just bring a piece of metal. He could craft it to shape hell. He could bring a second piece of metal for the second, that way he could. Wait, why couldn't he just use one piece of metal? If he could the piece of metal in two, both parts would have the quirk, so all he needed to do was rig them both up to work. Midoriya dragged out his notes and began to scribble furiously, making some of those plans everyone always thought he was. Tomorrow, he'd get within 100 points of his mom. He'd feed the ducks, and by God himself, he was going to make some cool-ass guns. So he was 150 points behind his mom. Who cares? He didn't care, he didn't even care. He cared immensely. He showed up and bowed the threatening man, getting the quirk for the jacket and finishing it off. As he worked, he put up a light conversation. The #1 heroes at UA. As a teacher, does that make it easier or worse for you, since he's stuck indoors more than ever? If he managed to focus on one thing, Ronin, crime would no longer exist. All Might has the attention span and patience of a flea. All for One was looking at what he wrote the request in as, thinking over the possible quirks he had that would suit what Ronin asked of him. Why, tomorrow, I'm going to go see him. Ronin adjusted the voltage, watching a strange color spread across the entire vest, assumed it was working, and turned it off. Well, tomorrow a class will be going on a field trip, and I think he'll be one of the teachers in it. Their constant bragging made it easy to try and guess their schedule, and soon it should be time to break out the unforeseen simulation joint where they practice their rescue missions. I'll just sneak along, Ronin added, finishing the sewing on the vest. I want to see how good he is as a teacher. I don't like him, but he's a great hero. I just want to see how he treats other people who can become heroes. There was an intimidating aura rising from All for One. I see. Apparently, he really hated All Might. He held up the piece of metal Midoriya brought in. The quirk I'll give these is called Air Bullet. The spin of the bullets takes a second to create, but for a few seconds, it can't be manipulated by other air quirks. If you see anything you find of interest while there, you should remember to do what you want to. Being under no one's control is the greatest power of a vigilante. He handed back Midoriya the metal spine. I look forward to seeing what you create, although I still seem to owe you a quirk. Perhaps next time, we shall leave with our debts evened and accounts squared. Ronin bowed and left through Kirigiri. He closed the portal and turned to All for One. Did you ever intend for Shigaraki to succeed in this attack? Not really. He needs to experience failure. And with Ronin there it should be challenging. Ronin can serve as a nice buffer in case anything goes outside of predictions, helping whichever side needs it. Shigaraki must learn firsthand the power of failure. You're just upset about the hero thing. You're goddamn right I'm upset about the hero thing. That quirkless beach has the balls to tell my son he can't be a hero. I hope Ronin shoots his eyes out, the bastard. What, did his ego get so big he forgot he was quirkless before that beach came along and gave him free superpowers? He didn't earn it, and my son is out here fighting for power tooth and nail. Calm down, sir, you're going to kill both of us. Kirigiri shook his head. The passion that made All for One so driven could drive him in circles sometimes. All for One did calm down, eventually. Well, we shall see. I do suspect the Namu incapable of killing All Might. But there is no doubt it will weaken him, and that in and of itself will be useful. Kirigiri nodded and bowed, then teleported back to the bar. Then he started making requests for more video game controllers and suspecting that things might go as All for One predicted a little too well. He had pressed and hallowed the metal, ensuring that it was straight and smooth wrapped around the makeshift horn. It was a little hard to get the size right, but too much was better than too little. It was a little big on the outside when he set about adding the outcrops that would end up locking the piece in place. When he was blatantly ripping off a design, he liked to keep the real version in front of him. It made for easy comparison, and he had two different ones to compare it to since he was rebuilding two guns. The two barrels were almost identical and gave him an idea of where there was leeway and where there was not. The inside of the barrels was extremely smooth since he opted to create it by driving another piece of metal into the metal, then knock out the piercing metal. This was repeated until the metal was entirely pierced, and the hole was the desired size. Midoriya used a spinning drill to get the rifling effect for the wind, scraping out the iron dust after. The outside of the barrel was sanded into shape along with the locking mechanism. Midoriya didn't stop tweaking it until it could fit into either gun, ensuring the best fit and quality. Usually, a barrel had to be steel for it to take the pressures a barrel would create. Why, this was spine iron from a living metal creature, and iron couldn't be made this hard or dense by normal methods. It was no grade of steel, but it wasn't going to be dealing with things like that. Although, if he fitted it to work with bullets, the impact of the gun would be increased greatly. For now, he finished installing the pieces he wanted. The other parts were kept in place but coated with the possessed metal. Bodies were usually resistant to attacks from their own quirk, so it stood to reason to possessed iron dust replacing minor bits he shaved off inside the gun would be resistant to the air bullets while protecting the gun from being torn apart from the inside out. Lastly was 2 ammo magazines to get it to work. He still wanted the gun to be able to be taken apart, a major hindrance to most of what he wanted to do. Otherwise, just solder in some wires and make it replaceable by changing the magazine. Instead, he had to very carefully and slowly rig it all up. And he couldn't even check it the first time. He had to go and modify the magazine too so he could safely test it, and after 4 retakes he got everything to connect properly. From there, he adjusted the voltage twice. Once would be a quick, holding the trigger for shots like an automatic weapon as the voltage went up and down. The second was semi-automatic, but a charged shot. Instead of holding it down firing more, it charged a larger bullet. Midoriya didn't go very far with it right now, not wanting to blow up the gun he spent 4 hours making. But it was at least 10 times as powerful as the standard shot, which was about twice as powerful as the automatic shot. The second one went faster, with only 1 redo. Then, he fitted up the magazines to become resistant to the wind bullets and put a layer of protection between the batteries and the bullets they made. He had already damaged one and it had to be ditched. 5 hours of work into making 2 more possessed items, a set of twin pistols, that he currently had no holsters for. Well, this seemed like an oversight. He rummaged around until he managed to find 1 holster he had grabbed with his body armor, but not 2. He could just duct tape it to his back, or something. School felt a little awkward since he brought guns, but he dropped them off in the club room and finished off a certain club sword. Then he went to his desk, and the wall was sleeping on his desk. He looked around, seeing the guy's stuff at his usual desk, and became increasingly confused. Why was he here? Is he looking for a fight? But why would he look for a fight with me? I don't even know his name. He looked around, and no one noticed his small problem. He just waited while standing around, and eventually, the teacher came in and did his quick internal roll call. He hadn't called out the names once, just pivoted his eyes back and forth. He nodded hello to Midoriya, then glanced at the giant in his chair. Hey, don't worry about and just take one of the other chairs. There are no rules against it. Midoriya was a little upset, but what could he do? He sat in a usually empty chair in the back and got to work. Aiko woke up with a start. What's his name? She cut herself off, looking around and then grabbing her phone. She was 3 minutes late. Did the teacher only stay here for 3 minutes? She had an entire plan, and it all failed. She'd be in his chair. He'd come up, ask her what she was doing, and she could ask for his name and to see him later to bring up the throwing. Failing that, she could ask the teacher for his name, but she missed everything by sleeping through everything. She muttered curses and slammed a fist down in frustration, partially crushing the desk like it was cardboard. Everyone who had looked at her suddenly found something else very interesting and requiring immediate examination. How could she mess this up too? She snuck a glance back between her fingers, hoping he was sitting in her chair and finding nothing. Did he just not come to class today? She buried her face in her arms, an embarrassed mess, and didn't even think to check the rest of the classroom for him. Otherwise, she would have noticed that he was just one chair behind her. I knew it, he is trying to kill me. Midoriya avoided the giant guy like the plague, bolting for his room at the first chance and grabbing the last of the swords, finally hitting the Kendo club. He knocked as usual, then entered, looking at the slightly improved scene. They weren't much better, but they were at least using real weapons. Those who were there anyway. The techniques were literal garbage, but who was he, a non-Kendo club member, to judge? Well, someone with eyeballs for one. Are you guys practicing Kendo, or trying to beat each other into submission? Midoriya cast a line, just to see what he'd catch. He got a few. Oh yeah, you want to go around to try it. Midoriya thought over it. A minute here was a minute far from where that murderous giant who broke his desk like he would Midoriya's femurs was a pretty good minute. Sorry, but I'm open Tuesday. Got places to go that I don't want my face to look like a beatsteak for. He needed to hit the road though. He exchanged one-liners and left, changing outfits quickly in his room and rushing toward UA. He opted to scope it out from atop a building. Then, he hit a nice abandoned section with the all-X slash and walked through. Security here was kind of disappointing. Midoriya didn't wonder why as he ran to the unforeseen simulation joint and checked the building out from the left side. The front was for the obvious people who were supposed to be there, but the back was obvious for the people who weren't supposed to be there. It was oddly easy. Midoriya thought he'd have to sneak in from the front, but another X slash and he walked through the wall and into a city that was on fire. This is a waste of money. How long were they keeping these fires running? 24/7. That's just wasteful. God, no wonder they went through so much propane and propane accessories every year. People thought it was for the UA sports event, but it was actually just for this sit. Midoriya disappeared, taking to the shadows and ascending to a nice height within the burning city. His mask could filter out smoke naturally, so it was no bother to him other than visibility. He was on top of the building, mumbling curses at the waste of power this all was, looking for a good point of view. He planned to watch from a distance and get close if anything interesting happened. From here, he could see everything while being hidden, but he couldn't see anything well. Beat the rain area at least. There had to be a security room here with cameras. That should give him the view he wanted, no matter where they went. Problem was, not a effing clue where it was. He braced his eyes with a hand, squinting to try and find whatever it was he thought it looked like. Probably a room inside the wall. Maybe it was under the floor. But how would you get to it? Stairs? Elevator? Is there a ramp I'm just not seeing? He searched for a good 10 minutes until he heard somebody coming. The ceiling had been God's only mercy to Ronin so far, so he naturally jumped into the rafters at the first sign of trouble and waited quietly for whatever came through. Some brats show up and we kill them. Easy money, I tell ya. I guess they are only first years. First years. The reptilian man laughed. They started last week. How can you call them first years? Ronin fell from the ceiling, grabbing both their heads and rolling forward as he fell, slamming their foreheads into the ground and twisting to face them. He grabbed their heads again, swinging his leg into a side kick for one before coming back, front kicking the other and slamming both their heads into each other, finally letting go of their heads as they slumped to the floor. Hey, I have a question. For God. Ronin hit the floor with both knees, then fell forward catching himself with his hands. His back arched as his head rose to the ceiling, screaming through his mask. WHYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. They came in, the class was here. He went for his gun, lining it up. He'd shoot at them and they'd retreat before they could come in, stopping any fight before it happened. Then he did a head count and cursed. No all might. I really did come here for nothing. He refocused, lining up the shot as he stopped again. No way. Isn't that Eraserhead? He squinted to try and make it out, but once again there was too much distance. All Might was obvious. Dude was ripped. The guy he was looking at was a tiny black and gray dot in the distance. Ronin snapped back and raised his gun at the floor right as something came forward, a purple mist. a familiar purple mist. Oh, that's what the old man was talking about. He was trying to kill All Might but didn't seem to be bothered by Ronin going against him. Maybe this is so powerful it's guaranteed to work. Or it's just a proof of concept. And it's not meant to work, so the more problems the better, so next time is perfect. Whatever the reason, Kurogiri was stalling for some reason. Something was pulling him in, a white speck. Rescue Hero 13. This would be her home turf, I suppose. This had to be a proof of concept because it was going to end so lamely that it couldn't be the real deal. No way a real attempt to kill All Might planned for so long would hit a hurdle and fall on its face this early. He put the gun back under his arm and stepped back. He planned to bail since this whole thing was about to close when, boom, his entire body pivoted and he squinted again. No Bakugo, don't. The smoke moved and another purple spot appeared behind them. Then the white dot began to collapse as they were all engulfed in purple fog. Still, he couldn't see what had happened. Where'd they go? What happened? God damn it, this position sucks. Then another purple spot opened, depositing someone in his fire district. A guy with a tail, one he could see better. He and his tail were both blonde, and he was wearing a white uo, a martial arts gi. Wonder what he practices focus. This is a bad situation. Another glance gave away what was going down. Eraserhead was in the plaza of the USJ fighting dozens of minor punks all at once. Ronin wondered for a moment if he'd ever get that good. Then took back out one of the pistols and set to charge shot, eyes ghosting the streets for prey. He hadn't gotten good practice, just a few accidental misfires while making it. At best, it had left a bruise earlier. Now, bewoosh. It wasn't as hard of a sound as an explosion, but was definitely a rush of wind as the air gathered and spun before being fired out by the charged shot. It struck a villain on the floor, knocking him on his ass. Unfortunately, Midoriya had been aiming for a guy on an entirely different street. He sighed, started to change floors so he could be closer and have an easier time hitting his targets. Practice makes performance, so seek perfection. Find perfection one hammer blow to the hot iron at a time. Time to get that first 1,000 reps in. Ajiria wasn't sure at first as he leaped from position to position, but after 2 minutes he was almost positive someone else was here with him. People he never hit were crashing into the ground like their legs went out from under them, and he once caught one getting slammed down out of the air by an invisible force. Toru, is that you? There was no response, but he couldn't stop moving. He danced around the villains, letting them tire themselves out as some invisible force struck down on them. Maybe it's not Toru. It always seems to come from above. But who in the class can do something like that? The guy with the horn on his head. Finally, 4 minutes into the chase and half the villains were no longer moving, but only 6 went down through his own efforts. Most of them were chasing him until he passed by a building as he bounced along the road with his tail and heard something from inside the building. Footsteps. Whoosh. Suddenly, of the 10 villains chasing him, 2 went flying as if taking a strong hit to the side. He couldn't see who had done it, but he heard their reaction. Half broke off and went into the building, and half stayed on him. He could take care of the remaining 4 over the next 3 minutes, and then he could go back to his class or check to see if the other person was alright. Sorry, but I have to deal with these guys first. Hang on. It turns out the combo of a bow shuriken and a charged shot were effing devastating. Against these losers, it might kill if it hit the wrong place. The shuriken was straightened out by the wind, digging further into the bodies. Ronin raised his left gun, the only one he'd been using. He could even hit 2 at a time if he was close enough. All 4 of his targets were getting up, the perfect time to charge another shot. He walked up to the one who was currently in the best shape. All these charged shots were killing his arm, and he wanted to see what they'd do point blank. He pressed it into the henchman's stomach and let go of the trigger, and sent both of them reeling in separate directions. Midoriya flipped clean over his ass and faceplanted while the other guy rolled into a wall. Point blank bad. Got it. He peeled himself off the floor and left, moving with his teleportation sword to the next over area as he cut through the walls and was now beside a lake. There was a boat and a whole lot of noise. The villains seemed to be in the water, but he didn't really have anything that could do much to them. He barely had his gun away for half a minute before he drew it again, charging a shot, and taking the posture he researched. One hand on the gun, the other hand cupping it in the pommel of the gun for support. Put the gun in the center of the body and lead with a leg, not a flat posture that'd lead to the recoil knocking him on his ass again. He aimed at a shark guy who was sticking his head out of the water and finished charging, keeping his body pretty relaxed as he fired. The large, cannon-like blast was followed by 2 smaller blasts as he muttered, "Left gun, lefty, that's dumb. Laser, not accurate enough." The water was blown in every direction as the first hit sent him back and actually pushed him up slightly. Then the additional hit sent him further back. All eyes turned toward him. The name should be something pretentious, annoying, and kind of funny. Should I ditch the L? I got it. He resumed the posture, charging another shot. Kill him with kindness. Bewoosh bang bang. Another large shot followed by 2 smaller shots. The name wasn't permanent, but kindness seemed pretty good. The main shot hit one dead on and sent one more spinning, and only one of the minor shots hit. Still, 2 students went sailing and a bunch of strange purple balls fell into the water. He charged up 2 more shots and fired into the mess of villains, but they seemed to having stopped moving altogether, possibly frozen in place. Stuck together. Who knew either way, they weren't his problems anymore. He turned and reholstered his gun, drawing the sword and teleport running away again. Those villains in the pool might not be his problem anymore, but this place had plenty of more problems to take their place. Eraserhead could hold his own. Midoriya was more worried about the students on the far end from the entrance, the ones on the weird rock outcropping. Some cut jumps and he was there in under a minute, climbing the wall like a normal person because he didn't trust Yamato and going up. He slipped over the ledge, looking at a mess that seemed to be going pretty well. Bunch of students, a bunch of villains, and... oh god no. There was Denki Kaminari, running face first into a villain, electrocuting him. He pushed the fried man down and laughed as Ronin tried to start climbing down, but made the mistake of looking back. They locked eyes. Kaminari pointed. Hey, look, another guy. I still have a question. Still for God. He slammed his helmet into the cliff face he was climbing. Why? As everyone turned to look at him, Ronin flipped up. There was a blanket and, presumably, a person underneath it. Didn't have to worry about whoever they were. Ronin walked towards the massive villains right as a giant sphere of electricity was created only a few meters in front of him, electrocuting almost all of the villains. Midoriya did a sweep, shooting anyone he thought was still awake to see if they flinched and repeatedly kicking anyone who was. You should get. Dwee, what the hell is wrong with his face? He looks like he got a couple of concussions. He started imitating a train as he went in circles. Ronin raised his gun and shot one of the people who was getting up, a weird skull-capped dude. His body was creating electricity, and Ronin was not in the mood to get into a long scrap with a sentient battery. 3 more charged shots and he stopped moving, having been slammed into the wall repeatedly. He reholstered the gun and tossed Kaminari at the blanket, hearing some girlish screams from inside as he hopped away. The fewer witnesses, the better. Kaminari would hopefully forget all about him when they later asked for his version. The next place was an ice zone. He didn't remember seeing that ever. He cautiously peered around, admiring criminals and punks frozen in ice. Guess there wasn't an ice zone. Somebody was talking to the criminals, probably the person who created this winter wonderland. He turned and began walking away, not seeming to need Ronin's help. Made it easier for him if some people were competent. Thank God. He doubled back to check on Eraserhead and there are some people he was vaguely familiar with. Kurogiri was next to the guy from the bar, the gamer, and a new ugly bird face. Speaking of bird face, he was pulverizing Eraserhead. Well, at least we can ruin the symbol of peace's image by killing another teacher. Bewoosh. The charged shot special hit Hansi from behind and made everyone stop for a moment. Ronin already adjusted his position, moving further than usually possible since the bullet was so much slower than a real bullet. What, wasn't that All Might's punch? Where the hell is he? Shigaraki scrambled to his feet and glared in every direction, but found nothing to satisfy his rage. Kurogiri got up as well and looked around a lot more calmly than the scraggly gamer. I don't think so. All Might's never been of the stealthy mind and is as inconspicuous as a house fire. Kurogiri really didn't want it to be who he wanted, because if it was a few slashes from that broken-ass sword and their Nama was coming home in bags to be glued back together. Regeneration didn't work on a sword that didn't actually cut you. Another blast from the gun, this time hitting Eraserhead and sent him rolling away from. Bird thing, seriously, that was a weird mutant. He then ducked away as Eraserhead wisely built some distance. Shit, sit, Kurogiri. We're fighting a hidden boss when we should be fighting the final boss. Hidden boss. I kinda like that one. Kurogiri prepared to deal with Eraserhead when someone screamed from up by the entrance. A huge figure with no smile, staring a million miles away. I am here. There are cheers. But Ronin was glad he could stop giving a sit and relax, until that villain opened his mouth again. Hey, Kurogiri. Looks like challenging that secret boss was the continue we needed. It's like they want to fight All Might. But, well, he would be considered the final boss for a villain. And that would explain why they brought that weird bird dude other than to curb stomp Eraserhead. He looked away as All Might charged, contemplating the distance to the edge of the USJ to freedom. That'd take what? A minute. Half and I'd be gone. Only one who saw me was fried brains, so I could just tiptoe away. I'd say I've gone above and beyond the call. He started to slide away, keeping an eye on the fight. They exchanged holy shit, that thing could take All Might's attacks. They exchanged blows before All Might's bare minimum of fighting intelligence that he built up gave him an advantage on the idiotic creature, allowing him to adjust and attempt a suplex right into a portal. Nice one, All Might. The bird monster then grabbed his side, the injured one, to add insult to injury as the portal began to tighten around him. Right as Ronin drew his pistol to take the mark, a wall of ice covered the scene and froze half the birdman's body. Then, a redhead and a very familiar blonde charged onto the scene, yelling words he couldn't hear. Ichigo grabbed the metal brace around Kurogiri's neck. Hey, that's the vest I made for him. Not a bad tailor if I say so. My focus. Everyone exchanged some words, making Ronin wish he was a little closer, but they had this in the bag. It became a chess game. The villain's bird guy moved to threaten the students. All Might moved to save them. They kept exchanging cheesy lines, so nobody was in that much danger anymore. Then the villain and hero moved forward to threaten only each other and entered a stalemate of wins. Midoriya took notes over the scene from the comfort of being the furthest away. All in all, it was time for his exit. The villains were getting wrapped up, boom, or flying straight through the ceiling like a bottle rocket indoors. Glass had shattered, and the metal structure was compromised. It dawned on Midoriya the reason it was so easy to get in was that someone else already disabled security for him, even unknowingly. He really owed Kurogiri for not getting himself busted. Just as he was starting to sneak away, a real gunshot rang out across the building as Hansi took lead to the leg, making him stumble. That'd be sniped, so pro heroes arrived. Sit. Ronin took over as he descended into the shadows, disappearing from view as the pros came and hunted the remaining villains. He could wait this out. He could make this work. So you're saying someone else was helping you, and they took out most of the villains? Detective Tsukachi asked, taking careful notes as he interviewed the story. I thought it was one of my classmates, but they seemed to have some sort of impact quirk. They could hit people without touching them. I only took out 10 of them. Everyone else was him. That was a lot of villains. There had been roughly 50 villains found so far in the fire district. Haha. Bike man guns go bang bang. Off to one side. Kaminari imitated that guy he saw, pointing a finger at everyone and shouting, bang, bang, bang. Why did you go flying? Yaruzo looked at him in confusion. Why would I go flying from a gun? 'Cause bike man's guns make people fly. He said it like this was one of the fundamental principles of the world, and one that everyone should know. He points at people and they go up. You saw that guy. See, you walked over. Someone started shooting at the villains while me and Minda were stuck in the shipwreck zone. His gun was really weird though. Wait, you saw the man who was doing this? Detective Tsukachi flipped to a new sheet of paper. Witnesses made everything easier. While most had mixed reactions, Kaminari raised his hand. Haha, bye-bye bike man. He waved as Tsukachi approached. Did you see him leave, mister? Kaminari blinked. I think so. Haha, I'm Katamari. He means Kaminari. Kaminari looked so proud of himself, with a big smile on his face. Which way did he go? He could make an area to look for and investigate whoever was doing this. While there was no doubt this person had been breaking in, they either came in with the villains or were already here. Kaminari blinked and squinted. I don't know. Hey, bike man, which way are you leaving? Everyone heard a car start and an engine rev. One of the police cars started to book it out of there, driven by a man wearing a completely black mask. He was over 100 meters away in under 5 seconds, nearly flipping the car as he took the corner while driving like he was gonna die. He went that way. Kaminari sounded so pleased, but Tsukachi had bigger fish to fry. All unit, what the hell? Someone had slashed all the radios in their cars. Sir, the tires on all vehicles have been slashed, and we haven't managed to get communications back up. Son of a, who the F was that? Just walking in and gallivanting out with one of their cars. Chief is gonna have my badge for this. Ronin really always wanted to drive before that, but his first time cured those idiotic thoughts as he bailed out of the car. F cars. The car went straight into the concrete gulf as he hit the sewers. He nearly flipped like 100 times. He didn't want to die. Ronin took twist after turn until, finally, he was in a familiar spot, the sewers underneath his school. Like a shadow he crept, returning to his room. Fuuuk. He just wanted to see All Might teach, not commit grand theft auto and property damage. He changed, sighing. He had chosen this life, but it never seemed to go the way he wanted it, or expected it. Was it more fun for God to watch if everything went horribly wrong? Couldn't just one plan go off without a hitch? Ronin stared at the face reflected in the glass, the face of Midoriya. He was hot and sweaty but felt a strange chill pulling him down. The worst part of the chill was that he wasn't sure what to do about it. He finished getting changed, putting the equipment mostly away except the gun holster. He looked at the leather straps and clips he still had and nodded. Maybe a little work would take his mind off things. Nezu wasn't saying anything. He was just smiling at them. This was the worst. Not one of them could meet his gaze because the only 3 people who were justified weren't there. Every one of them. They F'd up. Nezu was drumming his paws on the table in front of him, smiling smugly. So, how many professional heroes were there? 10 sir. They spoke in grumbles, embarrassed. This really was a stain against their pride. Really? Wow, and 10 professional heroes can't stop one police car. Can't notice one police car being stolen. Can't notice one guy sneaking around cutting tires and wires. Nezu seemed to be fishing for something, but they couldn't tell what. Eraserhead had his arm broken. 13 had been partially dusted, and All Might had been dealing with the criminals who called themselves the League of Villains. The rest of them, They had been searching for people hiding, exactly like whoever stole the car. Nezu and Recovery Girl had been in charge of the police and first aid respectively. Nothing. Man, he really is impressive, isn't he? Some of the heroes gave confused looks as he took out a picture, looking it over with a smile. I thought I might want to assign more of you to his case. But I don't think you would be able to catch him, especially after the show I got to see today. Oh, did anyone recognize him? He leaned forward as he asked, looking across their faces. Their embarrassment didn't allow them to meet his gaze. Not one. Hey, Midnight. He stared at her as she played with her hair, checking out her shoes. Yes, sir. Nezu showed some teeth and slid the photo. You recognize him? He crossed his arms, letting his chin rest on his wrists as he idly watched her put two and two together. That mother-effing son of a Nezu took back the photo with the help of a meter stick as Midnight swore her ass off, already knowing what she was about to be assigned because that beach had shown up here. Nezu deployed the stepladder and clicked a button, making the meeting wall flip to show his theory board on Ronin, and adding the photo to the wall. Hey, one of you recognized him. Guess I know who to put in charge of searching for that police car and the man who stole it. Midnight. She had folded her arms up and laid her head on top of them, still swearing every cuss word she could think of. He patted her on the back. I think we're done for the day. Good time though. Nice hustle, everyone. And I'll see you all together at our regularly appointed meeting time. After they left, Nezu needed to revise a few of his thoughts, namely, how did Ronin get in? And had they finally found his quirk? It seemed to either use or be focused by that gun, like a piece of hero equipment, a shockwave of some sort, air, pure energy. Perhaps it needed to consume a force to work, like the ones created by traditional gunshots. From the descriptions, the shots from the gun were more like blasts from a tornado, giving the target a slight spin toward the shooter's right. He'd check footage of Nezu and her quirk to see if it was similar. As for getting in, it was still unknown. All footage had been cut and looped well before their encounter, meaning he arrived before the heroes and after the villains if he couldn't just circumvent all their security systems. But then why run? He had to not believe he could get around security. Otherwise, he would have left quietly when we weren't looking. Therefore, he'd been banking on leaving while they couldn't react. Was he in league with the villains? No, with his knockout count there's no way. Besides, he attacked every villain he found and avoided the students, almost the complete opposite of their intended purpose. Nezu drank a cup of tea as he tried to deduce Ronin. A few things were obvious, like that he had been there before Class 1 and had been fighting the villains. Maybe the villains were teleported in without checking who was among them. And Ronin was already fighting a group preselected to come here. The one called Kurajiri didn't check who he teleported and so grabbed Ronin too, bringing him into the fight. No, that's idiotic. They would have had gathered in one place beforehand to check. All in all, Ronin shouldn't have been there. His presence defied all logic. But there could be some things learned about him from the experience. He's improved in how he fights. He also probably didn't expect to be found or recognized, which made him use his quirk, or he was forced to use his quirk once, and after that hiding it became pointless. Nezu spun in his chair, looking at the board. If we could see him in action more, we could deduce if he has a school of fighting or is home taught by the combination of moves he knows and the style he performs them with. His guns are probably the guns stolen from his victims. His arsenal is improving steadily. His time of operations had shifted, becoming earlier in the day recently. A change in classes. A new school year had come, so maybe he now took online classes to free up his schedule. Wait, really? He shifted for some papers, checking through all of them. Ronin was known to be a super vigilante because he acted differently from almost every other vigilante, acting in nearly the middle of the day. He had never used his quirk before, and there were hardly any other traces of him. He was just a wind of destruction, acting whenever and wherever he pleased. But there was a pattern, and it was effing hilarious. Ronin had never, ever been seen out after 9 on a school night. Nezu started laughing. Does Ronin have a curfew? Midoriya woke up and slugged his way to the bathroom. It took a minute or 20 to really wake up, but he'd pull it off. He had still done his patrols, even getting 2 muggers. Seriously. He'd taken over 50 muggers in his time as a vigilante. Was finding trouble his quirk. He packed away breakfast and went to school early, using the jog and cool morning air to wake up. He worked up a small sweat as he ran all the way. Well, all the way with a minute break in the middle to school to arrive early. His cardio was improving, but it had to. Every time it improved, he only pushed it more, forcing it to constantly adjust to greater and greater challenges. He didn't check on his equipment as he came in just in case someone followed him. A paranoid thought, but it could only serve to benefit him. For now, he wiped the walls clean and then got into painting over them. He had a little to go by the time he went to class, and the giant was still sitting at his desk. Seriously, this guy only ever sleeps or makes menacing gestures. What time did he get here? He took a different, further away empty chair. He was not sitting behind the big guy twice. Nobody else seemed to notice the squabble between the two groupless students. The fashionistas and the jurists had descended into a brawl in the back of the classroom. The punks were planning what to paint the back wall. The muscleheads were outside running. Their teacher came in, doing a quick head count and squinting out the window, trying to make out who was there before just giving up. He pointed his pen at each of them before checking them off. Don't damage school property, brat sensei. The giant quieted the entire room by shifting his head. He sounded exactly like Bakugo for some reason. Black vapors trailed from his body. Who normally sits here? Mr. Kimura took a step back before calming himself. Do you mean Midoriya? Do you know where he is? I need to talk to him. The giant swayed forward slightly, slamming an arm down to make his intentions clear and get his point across. He's right behind you. The giant's smoke briefly attached itself to the teacher before he spoke, making his eyes look black. At their teacher's answer, the refrigerator turned and stared him down. His eyes were hidden, but even now he had nothing on the threats Midoriya had to deal with before. Street thugs, rapists, real villains like All For One and Bakugo. This tall, edgy-looking dumbass had really picked the wrong victim. Thanks, mister. I forgot your name. He rose from his chair, his shape seemingly irregular from all the extra layers. There had to be 10 centimeters of just coats on him alone. What was with the need to bulk up when he was already that massive? Everyone else went back to finding something really interesting to look at on the walls or whispering among themselves. He towered over Midoriya, who was just busy trying to get this homework done. This history work was actually harder than he thought, even with the book and his phone helping him out. The sentient wall just stood over him, staring down. Do you have a moment? The walking tower eventually asked. They had been in this strange position for about 10 minutes. Midoriya couldn't concentrate, especially when the large student had swayed forward and slammed a hand on the desk, his hand crushing the corner. Midoriya checked the time, and it still wasn't even halfway through the first period. Still, he could make the time. He finished his current train of thoughts, the train wreck that they were, and closed the book. Sure, I can make some time for this. He rose like a panther, his body relaxed but his back straight. He didn't even come up to the larger boy's shoulders when the wall was hunched. The giant led him out of the room, slamming the door shut behind him to punctuate his opinion on anyone following. Sure, they could exchange some blows. He'd skip the rest of the next 2 hours to make the beatdown look more mutual and leave, not saying anything about the fight. That'd make it look like they had been an even match, and no one would bother him again. They went into a different classroom where some people had been fighting, a room that quickly became vacant under the man's intense glower. Then he went inside and faced Midoriya. They stared each other down, Midoriya wondering if the larger boy even had a name. He kind of wondered if the man had been held back for a few years, with how large he was. His hair was long and completely hid everything above his shoulders. The plentiful jackets and awful posture hid his body, but it was obvious from how easily desks broke how strong he was. Did he work out, or was it part of his quirk? So, what do you want to talk about? Midoriya put on his best smile and tried to talk his way out while maneuvering himself into a favorable position. He was thinking lead with a side kick to the shin when he got rushed to stop the giant's momentum, shifting into a spinning back kick to shove the giant down. When the giant was on the floor, all he had to do was keep the larger boy down. You're in a club, right? They both stared each other down for a second, trying to read each other. Yeah, the crafting club. Why did he sound so much like Bakugo? And why was he trying to use his quirk now? His quirk was all aesthetics unless the superhuman strength was only active when the black vapor was. But the strength seemed to be a passive effect while the smoke was an active effect. Crafting club. Like a sewing club. This was going in a weird direction. Technically, the giant nodded, then walked straight past him. He stopped at the door and pointed. I'll be back, Midoriya. There was a strange motion that swept the school, ending at a small building outside the main building, just to the right of the entrance. There was a gentle knock on the door, despite the sounds of fighting inside. A small boy, a third year, opened the door. Hey, we're in the middle of a turf war. The giant walked past him, ducking its head as it entered the room. The two gangs were frozen like a snapshot, everyone fixated on the giant. Had he come to sign up for Kendo? Where would they get a sword his size? Was he going to end the gang fight? With him on their side, who'd bother fighting? Mr. Kimura told me that the club forums in here. I want to sign up for a club. Where are they? Fairy shivered. Why did the giant sound like his sister? He had to do a quick check to make sure she wasn't the one talking before he regained his ground. Everyone, find those forums, right now. Scrap that, find them yesterday. Both gangs tore through the training room, trying not to upset the monster in their doorway, regardless of whether it was actually their doorway or the doorway they were trying to take. In under a minute, it had its papers. You guys aren't so bad either. Thank you, sir. Everyone spoke regardless of whose sides they were supposed to be on. After he left, the sides couldn't get their enthusiasm back up and decided to call it a draw, packing up for the day. Aiko smiled as she walked, signing off all the papers with the pen her nice classmates lent her. Everyone seemed scary, but maybe they all weren't like her. Even the throwing guy was just part of a sewing club. She didn't know they even had one. Maybe he just plays a lot of darts. Her dad did that with tomahawks and scared all their campers half to death. But he wasn't mean. She really had nearly gotten off on the wrong foot with that guy. Myodia. Wait, that didn't sound right. She thought hard, trying to remember the name. She had no talent when it came to this, especially when she was tired. Still, she'd just go and have him sign off himself. She returned to the classroom she had taken him to try and talk things out with him. She didn't want him throwing needles and accidentally gouging someone's eyes out if he got angry. But he hadn't been scary at all. His eyes were pretty similar to hers, except less dark and more defying, and they didn't stare straight through your soul. He was still working on some papers, the same papers he had been doing back in the classroom while she worked up the courage to talk to him. Was it extra credit? She hadn't heard about any classwork. He was really diligent, and she thought he was some kind of psycho. Aiko shamed herself and, not wanting to interrupt, stood quietly behind him. They were like that for 12 more minutes before he finished the work, and she purposely kicked the wall, making a loud noise, and avoided punching another hole in this classroom. What is this school made out of? Tissue paper? She wasn't normally as destructive as she had been these past few days. She theorized her quirk fed off of fear. And since she was morbidly terrified by being in school, her quirk fed off her own fear, amping up her strength. Midoriya never seemed to be scared, and she was pretty calm right now. This was a great idea. Midoriya snapped around, eyes focused right on her and spooking her again. She activated her quirk reflexively and held the paper out. Sign this. He took the paper and gave her a confused look, worrying her that he wouldn't sign. He did in the end though and handed it back. Is that all you wanted? Aiko nodded, ecstatic she finally got in a club. Only took her 10th try. Every other school year, no club would take her, but now she was really in one, and she could make all the blankets she wanted. And coats. And she hadn't gotten any further than that actually, but she didn't care. She could start by fixing up her coats. Then she could make a present for her dad's birthday. Midoriya shook his head, confused as F. He'd been in many fights, but this was the weirdest one yet. Then he figured it out. 2 solutions made sense. 1, the big guy wanted to sew. Whether he was a big softy, needed something fixed, or just liked sewing was irrelevant. Aka, that seemed to be the big guy's name, but Midoriya wasn't sure since the giant's handwriting looked straight out of a horror story, came to Midoriya to sew something. 2, that human wall wanted to beat Midoriya up when he was alone. It wasn't hard to guess that Midoriya didn't have any other club members, since he never hung out with anyone. All the teachers who knew the club existed had already figured that out. Either one, he'd find out when he went to his club. He finished his schoolwork, then went to the club to prepare for Aka. He didn't want an obvious weapon that led to Ronin, and he had one he barely used. The quarterstaff came out, spinning around the room, then sat down as he remembered he needed to finish painting everything. After finishing that paint job, Midoriya started planning to replace the door with a real one. Not some flimsy piece of shit Aiko could punch a hole into, but a door capable of providing a little security. And a lock, too, while he was in the market. Could he make a lock himself? Probably, but was it worth the effort? Making the door would be pretty nice though. Some planks of wood, some glue, a little carving. Boom. Door. He didn't have any wood to make it right now though. He'd go pick it up later. He didn't want to be making a door then get blindsided by Aka, so instead, he drilled some more quarterstaff and spear skills, like those thrusts and that smack attack that was supposed to be a cut with the spearhead. Where was he? Midoriya had been here for 3 hours after repainting the walls, and there was no sign of Aka. He could hear steps outside for the next 30 minutes before the door was flung open and nearly smashed as it slid open. Truly, sliding doors weren't really secure. Aka looked at him, breathing heavily. Did he check every classroom until he found him instead of just asking the teachers? The room he listed was the right one in case anyone legal checked in on him. Maybe he should install a camera so nobody could sneak up on him. Focus Ronin. One step at a time. What do we do here? A pretty good question. He intended to just research and make new arm pieces, but with a new person here, he couldn't do that well, not while the larger man was there. Seriously, the Bakugo voice was throwing him off his game and getting under his skin. Aka was looking pretty standoffish. We don't really have a project right now, Midoriya admitted. The gloves would need some sewing. And this was a great test to see what Aka was thinking. We need to pick one. It's your first time, so you can pick one and I'll help. We'll think of an item and the materials we'll need to make it. We'll then try to get it done in a certain amount of time. All of that makes sense. Aka nodded, his quirk wearing off. He was thinking really hard, trying to find a project. It looked like he was serious about this, but Ronin wasn't feeling like getting surprise attacked today. Aka adjusted, and from somewhere within the mess of hair a small voice peeped up. Jacket. I'd like to make a jacket. Midoriya was so confused. He wasn't sure he was capable of figuring out what was happening. Oh, I'm Aiko Voorhees, but please just call me Aiko. I'm a first year. You already knew that. The tall person in front of him scrunched up even more. Thanks for having me. This is my first time sewing, so don't have too high of expectations for me. They did a soft bow while Midoriya was still catching up. Oh, I don't know what to make a jacket out of. Can we start by fixing this jacket? The figure took off their 4 jackets, quickly comparing them before deciding on the most beaten one and leaving it off while the rest went back over her school uniform. Midoriya was briefly distracted by a lot of things. First the number of coats, then the fact that was pretty obviously a girl without the jackets holding and hiding her figure, then confused why she wasn't hot in 4 jackets. A nice quirk, maybe, but it could just be poor circulation. She blinked at him, still holding the last coat. Oh, why do you wear so many jackets? Oh yeah, I have very little blood because of my quirk, so She rubbed the mess on her head that still hid her face. I don't remember, but my body's really cold because of that, and I don't sleep well in the dark. Midoriya slowly nodded, taking his time to adjust. Well, color Mao right, he really was a quirkist mother fur. He'd have to make more progress on that. Well, let's go shopping for now and pick materials. We should be able to get your second coat patched up in no time. He unscrewed the staff and put it back in his bag. Come on, we should be able to get your coat fixed up before 5 if we hurry. Another flurry of nods before she realized she'd have to follow him. Midoriya took a picture of the coat for reference and the awkward duo set out to get some sewing supplies. Under an hour later and with 6 new stab digits between the two of them, the jacket sleeves were reattached and the lining adjusted, the seams reinforced. It was hard to get a grasp on her mood, but she didn't seem too bad. Until she would get in pain and scream out with her quirk. It sounded like everything Midoriya hated and almost made him beat her with a rod. That slip-up was also how Midoriya stabbed one of his fingers. She apologized profusely, but it sounded like Bakugo, increasing his odds of braining her upside the head, but he held fast. When she calmed down and turned off her quirk, which she had very little control of for some reason, she no longer sounded so annoying and the urge faded away. What is your quirk anyway, Aiko? It was a little awkward, but her last name made it pretty clear her family wasn't from Japan at least. She was wrapping her 5th stab wound when he asked, her 5th scream still echoing in his ears. Boogaman. She didn't sound like she wanted to talk about it at first, but she continued when she finished with the bandaging. Her bandaging seemed excessive was a nice word for it. The traits are, I'm big like my dad and get stronger the more scared people are. But I mimic voices like my mom, but my voice only sounds that way in your head. Whatever you don't like, my quirk makes my voice sound like that to you. Oh, and my blood is really thin. But I don't think that's a useful part. That's just another trait, but from my mom's side. That explained why she was so worried about getting stabbed. And why she was so cold. Blood moving through the body was a usual source of warmth, while fat's job was to contain that heat. If you only had one, you'd still get cold very easily. One meant you had a hard time getting warm. The other meant you had a hard time staying warm. Midoriya nodded and finished the jacket, giving it to her to try on. She ditched the first 2 layers of jackets and slipped it on, moving around to test how far she could move. The more layers, the harder that'd be, but she seemed fine for now. She put back on the other layers and nodded. Thanks. He smiled at her. Hey, you're a club member now. Don't come, but if you need anything, I'm here. She nodded as adjusted her coats, resuming her slumped position. What's your quirk, Midoriya? Oh, that was a curveball he should have but didn't manage to see coming. Should he dance around it? Shouldn't he dance around it? Well, Aiko didn't talk to anyone, and she was kinda pathetic in a fight against him. I don't got one. A quirk. I'm quirkless. That was as smooth as a train wreck bouncing down a mountain. Aiko looked at him, muttering. Lucky. All my quirk does is make me look like a refrigerator. It's all my dad's side, but everyone thinks I'm a guy. Oh, I get to give myself the creeps every time I talk with my quirk on. She kicked the floor, muttering more. Well, he never thought about it, but there were some quirks it was better not to have. Most quirks like that were either self-destructive, like Aiko's, or pointless, like Extendo Eyeballs, a classmate of his in middle school. Man, if that guy had nothing else, it was confidence. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Let's just keep that between us, all right. Another quick smile and she nodded. All right, see you tomorrow, Aiko. He waited until she finished leaving to put away the quarterstaff pieces. Then he took a minute to begin planning the new arm pieces, sketching out the parts he could make with cloth and needle and the parts that would require literally anything else. The cloth parts he could practice and make with his new clubmate. The other parts he could make on his own. Her arrival should have been very annoying, at least in Midoriya's head. She took time away from him. He had to be more careful where he put things. And he didn't have to worry about other people that much before. For some reason, though, he was glad to have a new club member. Not excited, like he would go out looking for more, but glad he did have one. He finished up the planning and closed his book, looking outside for a moment. The buildings blocked the sun as far as he could see, creating an early sunset. It was an oddly calming backdrop as he changed clothes, a warm glow in his chest. Tomorrow might not be exciting and full of action like yesterday, but maybe that was good in its own way. Ronin ran into the wall and kicked off, flipping over the criminal and kicking his head into the same wall Ronin just flipped off of before rolling away. He sprung up in a combat stance, but none of the four seemed to be capable of doing anything outside groaning and twitching anymore. He pulled his needles out of them and gave basic first aid, using their own clothes for the bandaging. He tried to reserve the good stuff for himself. One last sweep, and he split, with their weapons in tow. He could usually lift the sewer caps on the first try these days. He descended quickly and adjusted his bag as he drew Yamato, slicing through the air as he phased through the sewers like a phantom. These grounds were his, and criminals were starting to figure that out when he had run into two criminal groups down here. His fighting style seemed to thrive off the contained quarters, making his body ricochet like a sentient bullet as he carved them up and turned them into pin cushions. He wasn't afraid to use his sword on selective SH mucks, usually the last goons or anyone separated. The less known about his quirk, the better. His survival streak was only possible because he knew the inside and outs of other people's quirks. Anyone trying to do the same to him was going to have to earn it. He still wondered some days, though, how people knew who he was. He never remembered declaring his name, but Ingenium and the police seemed to know it from when they took away his arrests. At least it was the right name, although he wasn't opposed to Sewer Rat, a nickname he heard sometimes. That one was much more apt and described him very well. A creature from the sewers, doing anything it could to stay alive because it was so weak. That same weakness gave him great self-awareness. He never entered a fight he couldn't win willingly and ran from all those who couldn't be beaten. Like the police, lazy as they, could take him down if he stayed around after calling the cops on himself. Hence, booking and sewering. He dropped off his outfit and went home, for real this time. The best part of his hideout being in his school was the lack of security footage, meaning everything lined up. It looked like he entered for 5 hours, then left. It didn't include him changing outfits and cutting through the bathroom into the sewers to leave. And he did actually produce items in his club. His next items were somewhat planned. The next thing he wanted a quirk put into was the gauntlets. So he'd make at least 2. A proof of concept from traditional materials so he knew where everything would go. And then the real one with the possessed materials. The proof of concept was so he didn't have to do any last-minute modifications like he had to with Yamato's handle. He still also wasn't sure he didn't want to use traditional bullets in his gun. It could use either or with no problems, but not both. The air bullet was extremely powerful, and adding bullets to the mix would turn it into the hand cannon it was always destined to be. But that'd be a modification for the clip and would be able to use smaller batteries since one clip only had to work for 8 bullets. His room and the new gun served as his first test subjects. Nothing complete yet, but the clip was disassembled into pieces as he drew up the blueprints for the current clips he used. Those clips could go for about an hour each, less if he spammed charge shot. The new model would be more simple though. The rapid-fire mode was pointless, and he barely even used it with the possessed clips. All he'd used was the normal and charged shots. He didn't have the wiring or soldering materials to finish it here, but he could plan what he wanted to build. Plans were planned. Meditations were whatever the past tense of mediation was. And stretches were stretched before he climbed into bed, eager for tomorrow to put it all together. Class with Aiko was only semi-awkward because his desk was definitely broken. He had to switch it with a working one while she slept in the corner, completely unaware of what she'd done. She never seemed to get enough rest. But there should have been medication to help her with that. Still, that wasn't Midoriya's business. He now never seemed to actually work at home since he did all his work in the classroom, even his online courses. He took pictures of his work and filled in the blanks for math, responded to generic questions for biology which he was pretty sure was supposed to have in-person labs, and his sociology class was just reading and regurgitating. At his rate, he'd be done with his first year in 2 weeks, tops. Those online classes he was blazing through were the hardest part of this school. His teachers actually knew his name, judging from how they stopped having to look to their attendance sheets to remember who he was. It was weird to get through school so quickly. He'd always been smart, but these courses were ridiculously easy, probably because they were designed for. Well, he didn't want to say idiots, but Aiko didn't even realize what he was doing had been homework. Midoriya stopped for a moment to look at the classmates, most of which had names he would have already forgotten if he didn't write them all down in his notes. Fitness people doing reps, punks painting a wall, and the other 2 cliques were out in the hall beating each other senseless. Not something Midoriya usually kept up with. His 3rd period ended and he wrapped up. Lunch could be eaten in the club room. He shoved everything into his bag and turned to leave right into a wall of puffy jackets. Aiko looked down at him from behind a mess of hair, holding a bag. You don't eat lunch. She wasn't activating her quirk at least. Oh, I'm just leaving. 'Cause my classes are done. You know, She probably wanted to eat with him, but he planned to use the 2.5 hours he'd get to himself to work on the pistol magazine. Aiko nodded, hunching even lower. Oh, okay, I get it. Why was she so good at making him feel bad? Nobody ever guilt-tripped a quirkless gimp before, but it didn't matter. He could probably spare a few minutes to eat with her. Fine, but I'm going to eat in the club room. She rose from her slump, albeit slightly. Oh, you are. Can I join you? Why not? The two went to the club room, one determined to make this as quick as possible, the other excited to tell her parents she got to eat lunch with her first friend. They didn't have a table in the room since everything Ronin needed didn't require a table, but the neighboring room did. It might be of poor quality, but it would work. It took 10 minutes of cleaning to make it suitable to eat off of. Midoriya grabbed a chair, but the table was so low Aiko opted to take off a jacket and kneel on that. You do wood stuff, right? She adjusted the jacket on the floor before kneeling down and slumping over the table, placing her food on it and making it creak with just the slightest touch. Do you think we could make a table? Then it wouldn't be so flimsy. For anything else, Midoriya might have assumed it was making those sounds because Aiko had practically no control over her own quirk, but even he could hear the table creak if he put weight on it. Well, we could. It'd give him a better workspace. Up till now, he just used one of the desks or the floor to hold his stuff while he worked. We can get to it, but after school, you need to go and get your work done. Aiko nodded, then raised the bento to her head and shoveled food into her mouth. She rose, gave a quick bow with her mouth still probably full of food, and ran back to class, seemingly unaware that she never did work and all she was going to do was sleep. Midoriya shook his head as she left. For somebody who barely moved for most of their class periods, she could really move when she wanted to. Ronin locked the door and covered it with the curtains he said he was going to throw away but didn't really get around to ditching. Then he sat in front of a small desk and got to work on the new magazines for the pistols. It'd need the wires to run up the side, and he might need to modify the guns to take the new magazines, which also meant he'd need to update the old ones. He started work on the magazine, updating his blueprints. 3 magazines, and an hour later, he got a working magazine that could hold bullets. Only 7 now, but that was fine. It could also fit inside the gun with no problems. Then came the fun of updating the gun to work with the new mags. Some wires were cut and new ones soldered in, and now the gun could work. Hypothetically, the force of firing it might break the current magazine. Still needed an endurance test to check durability. After that, the old mags were updated to fit the new gun versions. He checked the weight of each gun and was satisfied that the adjustments weren't big enough to notice. The bullet mags, however, were a different story. It wasn't much, but the bullets were slightly heavier, just enough that he could feel a difference. Probably wouldn't be that major of an effect, just something to think about. Midoriya rigged up the new magazines. He had 4 of pure battery, so 4 that were mixed made sense, at least for now. And I need to update the jacket too. Leather is organic. Can I add a quirk to that focus? One thing at a time, one foot in front of the other. Midoriya wrapped up the magazines and worked on the gun holsters, checking them on his body with and without the jacket. When he was satisfied with the draw, he tucked all of that away except for 1 magazine and his vest, which had remained mostly unsullied until now. He returned some of the needle pouches into spots for his new magazines, all 8. Then everything went into hiding and he undid the security measures, scrolling through his phone for some ideas for that table. They'd probably spend the whole time today planning, hopefully. He didn't have the budget to make a new thing every day, and this looked like it might take a while. He heard her coming long before she threw open the sliding door, her hair even more disheveled than usual from running. She straightened herself out and went inside while he kept taking notes on the tables he found interesting. She sat at the desk and leaned on it while she tried to catch her breath, instead snapping the table down the middle and falling forward with another accidental quirk scream. He nearly lobbed the phone at her head but managed a little restraint as she got herself back under control. Don't worry, it's fine, Aiko. We'll just move it to the trash outside. He put up his phone and grabbed one of the ends, lifting it slowly with 2 arms overhead so it could fit through the door. Aiko nodded, lifting her piece with 1 hand and walking after him. Sometimes, life just wasn't fair. He had to lob it into the garbage bin while she dropped her piece beside it, both returning to the scene of the crime to plan a table. Alrighty, so a good table that can take a lot of weight needs supports and strong legs. How big do you want this new table to be? Midoriya was making notes on the ratios and looked up at Aiko as he spoke. She thought for a minute. Bigger than the last one. Oh, and taller. Please. Midoriya nodded. The last one had been about 3 feet by 4 feet, and about 3 feet tall. Fine for most people, but Aiko was over 7 feet tall. That wasn't even up to her hips when she slouched with legs bent. 3.5 to 4 feet tall would be better. Plus he didn't mind having a standing desk for his work. 4 feet it is. As for length, 4 feet by 6 feet fine. You don't know what that means. Aiko had been nodding along anytime he spoke. Oh, no. Is that a bad thing? Midoriya rubbed his eyes, wondering if all she wanted to do was sew. Probably, but she didn't seem to know how to do even that. A little. Come on, we'll go over it all. Midoriya took a marker and went up to the whiteboard, outlining and teaching her some basic geometry. She seemed amazed, like this was the first time she'd ever heard of it. But they were supposed to have learned this in their last year of elementary, not their first year of high school. After a short 20-minute lecture with a few examples to make sure she got it, and the two of them planned the table's general length. It was settled on 4 feet tall, but they had switched to 5 feet wide and 7 long. That was fine. The board should be 8 feet long, and that would give them some wiggle room. He spent the next 20 minutes planning out the smaller pieces, like the leg height with the wood thickness to make the result 4 feet tall. The end caps they'd place on the bottom of the legs to not scrape the floor. The level he'd need to buy when they went to get wood. Support beam lengths, trim, the lacquer, the nails. Then he closed the book and switched to a different one, noted by its number 14 plastered on the cover. He relocked all the doors and checked the next door wall. The main reason he loved this room was, after all, it was one room over from the men's bathroom for easy exit and entrance. He changed outfits, giving himself one last check before slipping through walls and floor into his own territory, then scurrying off to investigate some of the villain activity he noticed while pretending to be looking at tables. Aiko finished running to her house, resting her hands on her knees. She didn't like being out of breath, but the movement at least made her hot. It felt pleasant to her but tired her out quickly. She had to sleep for 14 hours just to feel rested. Her family didn't live out at the camp, or they didn't right now. They rented it for hero training or bought and sold the land to companies. They didn't always get to live on the property. And ever since Dad brought Mom over to Japan, they always kept a backup house. Aiko wasn't quite sure how Dad did it all, but both he and Mom worked full-time. Maybe that was the secret. He wasn't around as much, but he was a good dad. She's pretty sure anyway. He gave almost his entire weekend to her. Sure, he was the one who named her Ak because he thought it was funny, but he helped her switch it to her current name, a Japanese one, so she'd fit in. She walked into the cul-de-sac, used to the neighbors avoiding her. Dogs apparently were usually pretty loud. She wouldn't know. The entire street was dead quiet when she showed up. Their house was built for tall people because of Dad. Even before she passed 6 feet, she took after Dad, so her parents figured it was inevitable. They were both thin but wiry, practically as hard as rocks. She found out that one when someone broke a chair over her back and she barely felt it. Now, she tried to hide as much as possible. Big layers and baggy clothes, with a face buried under black locks of hair. She hadn't worn a dress since she was 5, or a real haircut since she was 7. A few snips to get rid of split ends. But that was it. She looked in the mirror and admired her coats. It wasn't all bad. She got to be pretty warm. Plus, she didn't have to worry about her weight. She put it on healthily enough, but losing it was as easy as breathing. Dad sighed again. She cut through the rooms, making sure everything was in its place. Dad's bike was gone, so he was at work still. Mom took the train thing like most people and would be home late, at least for tonight. That meant Dad would be in charge of dinner, and that trail led to them going out to eat. Nobody looked funny at her then, beside the giant figure of her old man. She only settled down in her blankets and pillows for an hour, watching her favorite animal channel when she heard a motorcycle outside, loud muttering, and the garage door open. She smiled, switching from her school jackets to her more casual outfits as she went into the living room. She took a lot after her dad. Tall height, long hair, lean muscles, but their personalities, even their clothing gave it away. Multiple layers. Dad barely even wore a shirt to show off his 4 tattoos. The only time he covered them was with that weird short-sleeved biking jacket he wore. He even lost his helmet for a while to show off his white hair and dreadlocks, but he got another one. He swore it was the same helmet, but everyone could see the visor was different and he didn't know how to change the visor himself. Yo, how's ma girl? How's your friend? Gimme doggoods girl, with some details. From atop his bike, her dad smiled with his world-shattering confidence. He was the one who brought them over from America for a job, even if it was his wife who bought, sold, and rented the land. He tossed her the biking jacket and helmet. Tell you what, you give Da details. I let you and me go to Da Zoo. How's dat How's dat for an afternoon? She nodded, and Dad laughed. Dad a girl. Hop on, let's bail. From atop his favorite chopper, Mal Voorhees looked down at his daughter, bearing his usual overconfident sit-eating grin. Tonight, Ronin was active and would be for a bit. Tonight, he was gonna have a blast with his girl and then with his woman. Tonight, pretty clearly, was his night. The bank robbers never saw it coming. One by one, they went a little too close to the bathroom and were removed from the equation. He had entered from the sewers, obviously. This had been a practice round to find the entrance to buildings from within sewers. Helped that this was his mom's bank, so he knew roughly where he was going. He might have accidentally entered the wrong bathroom, but there was any real indicator in the sewers of which was which. Still, he'd gotten 3 of 7 back into the sewers. Now he looked at the 2 standing over the hostages, a little too close to each other for their own good. One was on watch duty, and the last guy was talking on the phone. Midoriya tried to memorize their position, then looked to a wall to measure where they were. Then, up a floor he went through his own staircase, the bathroom. Once there he tried to refine where they'd be, using the walls as a guessing point. When he thought he was close, he made a small X on the floor and stuck his face through. A little more adjustment and he made a larger X above them, then pushed one of the accounting desks over and through the portal, hopping down atop it. The scene quickly shifted from the bank offices to the floor of the bank, taking the 2 robbers from behind and flattening them to the floor. The guns pointed at him and the needles flew into arms. He rushed with his sword still sheathed, striking upward at the one who'd been watching outside, whose gun was actually ready for him instead of the guy who'd been on the phone and wasn't prepared. Bullets hit the ceiling as Ronin spun on his back heel, bringing his lead foot into the man's chin. He threw more needles at the phone guy who fumbled for his gun, getting a runner-up award of more needles instead. He dropped the gun entirely as Ronin stepped in again, slamming helmet into skull as the man stumbled forward. He then wrapped his arms around his waist, squatting slightly before rising backward. The would-be robber's head hit the tile with a cross CK. The paramedics could take care of him. Ronin rose, facing the last man fully and brushing himself off, Yamato in hand. He was barely aware of the witnesses, just enough to make sure he didn't try anything stupid. He did. The gun rose toward hostages and got even more needles, 4 of them, within 5 inches of each other along his bicep. He couldn't raise the gun far enough to shoot it at anyone with that arm anymore. Ronin advanced as he scrabbled backward, falling on his ass. As the Revenant stared him down, he began sputtering random things. It didn't care. A side kick to the skull took care of that. After the losers were down, he unlocked the doors and pushed them open, returning to the bathroom. He teleported through his original entrance, shoved 3 dudes through, and closed all 4 portals he used. The heroes might get some witness statements, but no one had actually been looking when he came in. Hostages stared at the floor. Guards stared at hostages, and everyone else was looking outside to ensure no funny business. They'd even disabled the cameras for him, the kind-hearted robbers they were. Made all of this easier, Ronin split, flying through the sewers to his next victims. He already heard reports of the next crime he wanted to thwart, and it seemed like it was coming up. This was only his 2nd crime today. A 3rd couldn't hurt that much. Midnight was practically frothing at the mouth. How is he so fast? Doesn't he have any hobbies? Detective Tsukachi chuckled, somewhat at her comment. I think being a vigilante might be his hobby. They had just finished taking testimonies for the pickpocket stopped by Ronin. It wasn't major, but it was clear Ronin had been the perp. Witnesses clearly saw the perp fall. Not like he tripped on something, but some invisible force hit him from above. Plus, Ronin had been seen leaving the scene by the rooftops. Now a bank robbery. This was probably just something he did on the way to his real target. She drank coffee like enough of it would solve all her worries, thanking one of her sidekicks. She probably looked the worst out of all of them. Tired, kinda hungry, and unfocused. She was hanging on, but barely. The bank robbery was just his most recent thing. Most vigilantes avoided acting in the daytime when most heroes were up and about. Ronin, heroes, the F were those, other than before 9 p.m. No time seemed off limits for the vigilante. She arrived on the scene, looking at the desk still pinning 2 people. The guy with a headache as bad as hers. The guy who might have been a pincushion by the look of his arms. No needles but a quick wrap. Basic first aid had been done. Very basic first aid. Major wounds wrapped and that was about it. He clearly had left pretty quickly, so he couldn't be that far behind. We searched the whole building, no sign of him. Seriously? Ugh, how'd he get the desk down here? That was one of her sidekicks. That's a great question, Detective Tsukachi said sheepishly, avoiding eye contact as he flipped through his notes. We don't know yet. We're investigating right now, but remember that all the cameras are off right now. We'll try the neighboring buildings. Maybe someone got something through the window, but we don't have high hopes. If hostages who were 10 feet from the point of impact didn't know how he got it there, I'm not sure any cameras would catch him either. Is he just that good? Detective Tsukachi shrugged at the question. It was a pretty good one. These sidekicks were raising some excellent points. Sort of. He didn't do anything, but he capitalized on what we and the villains had to do. We couldn't enter the building until we knew it was safe, giving Ronin time to work, and the villains had to get rid of the cameras to avoid being found later. Ronin's style is to let his targets do most of the work to get himself into a favorable position. Like the USJ incident when he only came in after the League already stopped all the security measures. They still couldn't actually get any footage of Ronin coming into the building, but they did have one of something walking down the road after the villains arrived but before the heroes did. That mystery person was definitely the perp, and most likely Ronin. At least he isn't an outright villain. Someone who knew their handbook that well was a dangerous opponent. He didn't have much of a doubt that Ronin could use the same knowledge to avoid the police and heroes alike by the width of a hair, using their own rules to avoid anything they could throw at him unless they went illegal. Problem was, he already showed he could dance any dance they knew, using the vigilantes to take care of villains. Ronin was the best vigilante, with the 3rd highest cases to his name and the 10th youngest in their city. He wasn't in the top 100 of total vigilantes, but he was getting awfully close for someone who'd only been active for a year. He was like the all-might or all-for-one of vigilantes, inspiring more and more. The rules just didn't apply to him. Disheartened, Detective Tsukachi started joining and taking witness statements. This would be a long shift, Ronin or no Ronin. Midoriya checked his cut. It hurt to move his fingers. That last gangster got straight through those crappy arm guards. No vigilantism for him tomorrow. He was cranking out those arm guards and resting. Quick cleaning of the cut. Then some practice with that medical thread thing he wasted money on a month ago with a sock in his mouth. A few tears later, it was as patched up as he was going to get. Even if his leg would have been better for a first-stitch job, this wasn't too bad. He could only really use one arm this time, but circumstances were as fair as casinos. Better to get used to the difficult than the easy. He wrapped it loosely so it didn't get twisted while he slept, and so his mom wouldn't notice when he woke up. Then, he drifted to sleep, his macho and confident bravado betrayed by his dreams of heroes and his own smiling face. Aiko was fast asleep when he walked back in. They already discussed today their club activity would be purchasing things. Midoriya would also get a quirk for the entire body of his next bear since so many parts would be needed to create the gauntlets and shoes set. He entirely forgot to plan the new shoes and shin guards. He checked the clock and started to work as fast as he could. What kind of shoes should he make? Boots that would double up with the shin guards and he could make them lock with the shin guards, so both could benefit from the quirk. Metal toes would be nice too. He decided on boots that went above his knees. While he was at it, he could finish the last parts he needed to make. The knee guards, locking leg guards so that there weren't any gaps. He could even try to layer protection under it if he needed. The padding would let his muscles move while straps would hold it at joints, like straps at the belt and attaching to the belt. He could mimic the double-sided guard for his arms, where there was a layer of protection for both the inside and outside his arm, but he needed the outside protection more. A minor layer of thick leather for the inside, then a harder shell for the outside and back of the hand. That should give him the wrist mobility he needed for his swordsmanship, even if he rarely used it these days. Since he was making it himself, he could even throw in the toe formation used by most ninja shoes. He wasn't quite sure what to make the soles of the shoe out of though. Probably leather if he needed it to be from the bare parts. But he could mix other materials and if possible. All this went into the notes as things he couldn't do but could plan. He wasn't too worried, since the next item he'd been asked for was fairly familiar. It seemed someone had gotten an idea from him, albeit a little more advanced. Aiko was very happy to eat together. She had leftovers from Dan's trip since they both ate a lot. People with stronger quirks usually had bigger appetites, and people who used their quirks a lot got hungrier faster too. She and her dad both fell into that category, although she wasn't sure what her dad was using his for. He worked at a bike shop, so maybe he lifted the bikes into the air. She didn't really know that much about bike shops, but she imagined that could be the case. Midoriya ate a lot less than her but ate more slowly, so they always finished around the same time. And he was always studying with his notes out. She didn't get what any of it meant, but it looked important. Right now, he was looking at some cool-looking boots and muttering about not planning ahead. The toes were a little weird, but she wore so many jackets she wasn't sure she could talk about aesthetics. Are you going into fashion? It was already hard for her to talk quickly, and throwing eating to the mix and everything went wrong. She took forever just to get her point across. Still, Midoriya didn't seem to mind. Maybe, but I think general education will help a little more than focusing right now. Got to keep my options open. He took another bite and kept on working, never seeming to stop. Dad liked her friend from how she described him and told her she should be more active, like Midoriya. Maybe she could apply for blood donation. Then she should be able to focus better. Then she could ask him to tutor her, and they'd get to hang out even more. Not at her house though. Her room was a cavern of everything soft and warm she could convince her parents to buy for her, and her parents no. Not happening. They'd do the tutoring thing at school. She checked her phone as she refocused, thanking Midoriya for his time and shoveling food as she ran back to class, excited. Her first friend, and he could help her get her life on track. She wouldn't have to just sit around being a bum anymore. Well, maybe later. She was really tired. Aiko had stopped running before coming to class, throwing the door open and walking through anyone stupid enough to stand between her and her desk. She sat down and slumped over, dreaming excitedly of days that she could work too and to stop sleeping so much. Midoriya went to the golf course, eyeing the lovely floral print shirt. Hirajiri had pulled out all the stops with this disguise, eyeing the cowboy hat and bright orange. God, were those bell bottoms? He wanted to die. He actually wanted to die than be associated with that. Kurogiri seemed to have no shame. We meet again. In the bathroom yet again. Have you prepared the item? Midoriya nodded. He did this before Aiko even got back for their club activities. It was so easy. It was wrapped and packaged like the rest, despite how ordinary it looked. That was perhaps both the best and worst part, how easily it could be confused for a normal item. Externally, there was no difference. They entered the large room, bowing to the man. He was holding the cane, smiling as he looked down at them. We meet again. Have you already created the new piece? Ronin emerged and unwrapped the package. It was a gun and ammo clip, with both barrel and firing chamber made from organic materials. The clip was one he made for his guns, so he got to skip that part. He practiced lining the chamber in advance but made barrel and firing chamber one part, since this gun had been confirmed to not fire bullets. All for one picked up the gun, giving it the quirk before reassembling it himself, taking a test shot at a wall. There's a bang as the wall cracks, something flying out to crack it faster than Ronin could see. Your work is excellent, Ronin. The thought of passing this work to someone else would be a weak thought with your creativity and style. But enough flattery. What quirk do you desire this time? Telekinesis, or a quirk that can push and pull. I will also need it to be put into one of the bears since I'll be using the whole body this time. This will be more complicated than the others have been. He kept bowing as he spoke. The method he wanted wasn't much, but the quirk itself was very impressive. Telekinesis of any level was impressive. Very well, it can be done. I look forward to finding out how you will use this. Perhaps it will inspire my third creation. Kurogiri, bring one of the bears. He took the bear straight to a private place, writing the entrance code for Ronin so he could come and get parts when he needed them. They then split apart with no discussion of their fight. He was back in class when Aiko ran in, leading her out to his favorite construction supplier to purchase the materials. She held all the stuff while he picked, explaining why he picked this specific material and what it would do for the table. She even started asking some of her own questions by the end. That day, they were just buying things. After they purchased everything, they dropped it off at the club room and split. Aiko went home, literally skipping for some reason, while Midoriya headed off to purchase materials for the dummy armor. He was glad to see her so active, but she wasn't exactly the pinnacle of healthy. At least she was happy about spending her money. He had normal bear leather and bones to practice with first, and that's what he planned to use. He only needed to get some straps and pins to hold it all together. Fixing up a jacket and sewing leather required a different set of skills, and he still had to cure the leather. This would be a long process, but if it worked, he'd get some nice armor. Better than those fancy hero suits made of spandex designed to show off your ass. Midnight had been on the prowl for too long. Her sidekicks would have helped her more, but somebody had to actually catch criminals and it sure wasn't going to be her for now. She had gotten some tips about places Ronin was frequently seen at, but it was more like crossroads. Aizawa mentioned that he used those same spots because they were either good vantage points, places that could lead to a lot of other places, or had good internet access for checking your phone. Now, she was sure Ronin hadn't done anything all day. It was 9 on the dot, and there hadn't been a single peep of him. She sighed, rubbing her eyes before looking to the sky. This was Eraserhead's area of expertise, not hers. Sure, she could do it, but she didn't have any good connections to any vigilantes. Although even the vigilantes Eraserhead did talk to didn't really know Ronin. Some even thought he wasn't real, and she somewhat believed them. How did this guy get around? Did he have a car or something in those sewers? His movement underground was way faster than above ground, but his quirk didn't do that. Or at least, the gun-type quirk they thought he had didn't. She'd only seen him in photos or as he was running away, like that time in UA. Sewers. She looked down from her perch at a cafe. It'd be a good place to go to tomorrow. Besides, it did overlook the vantage point. She could clock in, wait there, and if she saw anything, it paid off. If she didn't, oh well. She had sort of been on watch for him. Midoriya woke up, got ready, and shipped off. His prototypes were in development and only needed the last finishing touches, along with the table needing a lot more work by comparison. He could take the current equipment for a trial run, then go back and change what didn't work or make notes on it. When he got back, he could then start working on that table with Aiko. Before school, the last of the work was finished. His arm still stung, but the pain medication they had on hand worked just fine. The gauntlets fit snugly and also served to brace his arm, keeping the pressure tight and focused. The boots were a little loose, but excess could always be lost with added straps. The arm and shin guards locked into place with a mix of straps and clasps, locking into both their bases and each other. He went to class, sitting and planning everything out. He left quickly with Aiko, exchanging small tips over things they'd need to do to the door, like making sure everything fit, measuring everything twice, and how they were going to stain the wood. She mentioned she was going to the hospital to see her blood work, and that made sense. She probably had enough blood for someone of normal height, not someone nearing 8 feet tall. She could use with a blood donation since her body thought that her amount of blood was fine. It certainly wasn't lethal yet, but it could impair her further down the line if she didn't do anything about it. Still, those were thoughts he could do nothing about, making them worthless. He donned his suit, adjusting the new armor pieces. He wasn't sure if he'd actually fight anyone. Maybe he'd just run around for an hour before coming back. That'd be safe enough. Midnight sat in the cafe for lunch, eyeing the options. So many flavors, unlike that sit-present Mike left after he stole all the good stuff. She had called in that she'd be searching for Ronin today, and she had, this morning, but for some reason he just didn't show up at a time he'd never been recorded operating. How was she supposed to know that the numbers were right? She smiled as she ordered a light meal for herself. She looked up, smiling. She had about 30 minutes until his earliest sighting, so she should have been. The F are you doing here? She screamed at the indistinct black dot moving across the rooftops. She whipped around, glaring down the waiter. You, 1 hour. I quote I'll be back. She threw money down and ran after that stupid black dot. She was going to arrest him eventually, with or without both his legs intact. Let's see him ruin any more cafe lunches then. The last party rose quietly from his seat, picking up Midnight's fresh and untouched coffee. Be ashamed to let a perfectly good hot coffee go undrunk. And who is he to deter perfectly good hot coffee? The large man then dropped some money for the food he actually ordered and moved out of the cafe, keeping his eyes trained on the small figure moving through the rooftops. The plan went off without a hitch. Most didn't even know the large man could plan, but it had been simple enough. Get Ronin's route, forward it to the heroes, and tail whoever they had on watch for him. Worked like a charm. Mao smiled as he walked into the street, fastening his helmet and sitting on his motorcycle. He'd been bored sitting around for hours, waiting for some action, but this was going to be fun. He revved the engine before taking off after them. He stood, staring down the figure in the mirror. The eyes were different, more like Bakugo's. The hair ran long. He could put it up into a small ponytail, like a real Ronin now. The body was hardened and lean. Scars adorned it, possibly the most familiar part. Bruises colored his body, but he didn't react to them anymore. Midoriya stared at Ronin a moment longer, then continued drying off. He should be happy or something at winning against Mao, but after one technical win and one attempted murder, it didn't seem that important anymore. It was weird since it should have been a victory, but to Ronin, to Midoriya, it was just one more threat he could worry less about. Midoriya barely even remembered that Midnight showed up. He threw on clothes and went to his room, hugging his mom on the way before breaking into the routine. Meditate, stretch, and sleep. Across Musutafu, as the sun rose, heroes were briefed on the newest threat. A new criminal at large known as Ronin, with his crimes being illegal quirk use, vigilantism, assault and battery, and resisting arrest. They couldn't even get him on the destruction of property. Nezu shook his head at the report, twisted by higher-ups. This isn't going to end well, in even the best scenario. Why not? Announcing he's a criminal will allow citizens to report him, and allow more people to recognize and chase him. All might well, it was more like Toshinori right now didn't get it. All the information is accurate. No. It's the context. Nezu tapped a few pictures, way back from little Musutafu decapitation. Look at this vigilante, confirmed in the area, Doctor. Do you recognize him? Anyone besides Eraserhead? Raise your hand. No hands were raised, and Nezu nodded. He's a much older vigilante, 10 years in practice as of 2 weeks ago. Lots of cases, lots of crimes technically committed, but for some reason, heroes weren't widely alerted. Do you know why? His quirk isn't as high priority. 13 said that. Good guess, from one of the highest priority quirks in the heroism world. Somewhat, but mostly because heroes widely don't care. Doctor has barely actually done anything. He helps other vigilantes and victims, but there's never been a point in chasing him. All of this seemed like reasons to publish a document over Ronin, but that was about to flip. Teleportation quirks are quite rare and powerful, but do you know what's the scariest thing about Ronin? Nezu tapped his head. His brain. Most villain records are public, and Ronin's weren't classified, meaning all he has to do to find out what most heroes know is click a document on the internet, or download it from a separate source. Midnight. He pointed as he spoke. Do you have any defensive measures if someone attacked your neck? She took a second from reading the document before acknowledging. Yes, my quirk puts people that close to sleep. Not your quirk. If someone with, say, a breathing mask stolen from UA, teleported to you and tried to cut your head off with a katana, could you stop them? The implication was much clearer now. The only reason this report got out was we needed to write it after a direct chase and confrontation. But do you know how this report could have been avoided? All Ronin had to do, he spoke with eyes lingering on each person for a moment before switching, ending on Midnight, was kill the only witness. The police wouldn't have been alerted, and no one would be any wiser. We'd have guessed who offed Midnight, but we wouldn't know his quirk. And that is a fair exchange in most villains' book. Most people were catching on that Ronin could be a physical threat, but there were still points to be made. Ronin has, up till now, not cared what heroes did to him. He has attacked heroes who tried to chase them before, but he only attacked when they posed a risk by following him. Now, he has less reason to hold back when fighting heroes. He might not just be breaking ankles anymore. Everyone was starting to accept the risk, but some of the sturdier heroes didn't see the risk. Why wasn't Toshinori taking this seriously? A person who could teleport and while he was in his weakened form was the greatest threat he could face. Even someone strong enough to hurt him was at least loud. A little pain would have to teach these teachers, and he had a plan. The workers he hired had finished, and now he was going to meet Ronin. Fight, probably. Survive, maybe. This was a pretty good reason to stop being a pacifist. Most vigilantes didn't get this treatment, and what was worse was that it wasn't hard for Ronin to find out about it. Talk, well, he could hope. Midoriya and Aiko were working on that table without a care in the world. While he waited for her, he worked out to make sure everything was in place, finished his online work, and looked forward to the weekend. He could fight one-on-one, sure, but he was looking forward to his usual kind of fight, a gang fight. They were making sure the planks that'd make the tabletop were close enough when his phone buzzed. An alert he hadn't expected yet. He stepped away, checking the alarm that was only supposed to go off when one of his forums had the word Ronin appear in the title. Sure enough, it was a hero report on him. Did they label him with a teleportation quirk? It was a warp gate quirk. They could at least classify it right. How'd they mess up that? It was obvious. Even Mao knew that, and he only saw it in one fight. Backing out, he checked through all the other posts about him quickly. There were ideas he could steal, information on him, misinformation on him. It was a mixed bag. He was interested in them but put it away, going back to sorting and sawing with Aiko. She was happy to hang out and talk, rambling on and on. He didn't need to see her face to understand her emotions when her tone gave it away. The more she talked, the easier she became to read. Midoriya and Aiko parted after they had all the pieces cut to form, then locked it all up. They went their separate ways, one home and one to a Parker gym. He had a grind to hit, and perfection wasn't reached by being idle. The first day, nothing. The second, nothing. The weekend, nothing. It was Monday now, and not a sign of Ronin since the release. They had planned events for the UA festival. It was a week to go, and Nezu had a plan in mind. The problem was the loose cannon. He needed to meet with Ronin before the vigilante did anything reckless. An offer of trying to make him a hero would feel like he was forcing the middle high schooler into a corner and was more likely to backfire. Ronin made it clear he wasn't scared of heroes but didn't want to fight them directly. He checked the cameras again, hoping for something, before just setting them to detect movement as he got back to his job. As important as he was, running the school was what he got paid to do these days, not make sure society didn't collapse. Midoriya and Aiko stood back to look at the dried table. It had finished drying over the weekend. Midoriya had skipped vigilante duty to make sure of it. He spent his Saturday doing maintenance in this room, fixing up the shelves and his kit, and also maybe getting a little work on those boots and gauntlets. The finished version wasn't created yet, but as soon as Aiko left they would be. He had cured the leather, cut to form, and had enough spare material to make spares, just in case. We did it. Apparently, fear wasn't all that increased her strength. An arm pinned him to the overexcited and spinning girl, happily repeating "we did it" more to herself in a loud, confident voice. After 10 or 20 rotations he was let go as she tested putting her weight on it, laughing when there weren't any creaking or cracking sounds. Thanks, Midoriya. He held a wall to regain his balance. You didn't exactly just sit and watch yourself. She didn't seem to notice him stumbling around like a drunk, excited as she took out her lunch and ate happily. He only started eating a minute before she left, his stomach not exactly settled. With so little food in him, it was the perfect time to go out and sewer hop for another fight. He checked the leatherworking that had been stained already, the bones that were hard and cut. His wiring all lead to a belt, with some spare room underneath for the flexibility he loved. He already checked the measurements with a string and covered the wires to protect them. Suiting up took about 5 minutes longer than it used to when wanting to use the new arms and legs. Still didn't have a name, but he'd come up with something. Like the direction control. He rolled his right wrist clockwise to start it, then lined up his water bottle. He swiped, knocking the water bottle over with an unseen force like a wind. As it bounced on the floor, he reached out, his thumb pointing away from the rest of his hand and pulling the cord that turned the gloves from push to pull. The water bottle was yoinked to his hand. He missed the grab, but it got stuck to his forearm. Rotating his right wrist counterclockwise deactivated the quirk and let the bottle drop. He ran a test with his left, rotating it counterclockwise to start it up and spreading his thumb out far with his hand over the bottle. It rose up and into his hand. He put his thumb close to his palm like he was going to throw a punch, losing his grip as the force was too strong for his bad grip. The water bottle crashed into the wall and crumpled on itself. All in all, the push and pull were working great. He reached with his left and pushed the curtains closed with 2 sweeps of his hand, and the lock shut with another flick of the wrist. The cabinets opened as he pulled, and the box he hid his things in slowly came out. Really slowly, like a couple of centimeters a second. Well, it looked like that was all the dramatics he could do. Midoriya got off his ass and finally walked over instead of standing in the middle of the room beckoning like some pompous jackass and prepared to do some actual work. He flew through the sewers, directing his smoke with ease. He didn't need to make X slashes if he pulled the smoke apart, ripping the portal wider and jumping through the single-cut gates. He was actually flying now. His legs pushed off the walls, the boots a little awkward to adjust to at first but getting easier with use. He didn't touch the bottom of the sewer in his entire flight, rocketing straight up with a single slash and coming up into the homeless district. Ronin wanted to see what heroes were trying to take him on. Rumors were plentiful like Maruko was looking for him for some reason or Midnight hated his guts, but shit like that made no sense. He constantly threw sand in Eraserhead's eyes, not Midnight's. Why would she hate him? They only actually fought once. The homeless people waved hello, and he replied in kind. It was only polite. He then took to the nearest building, securing his sword. He had to click his feet together to switch them from push to pull. The ankle roll worked as well as the wrist roll, but there wasn't really an appendage he could move to switch which one he was using. On the plus side, it was way easier to implement. The thumb thing took 3 versions when he realized he could do it. Now, he pressed his hands into the wall. His first leg came up. Then, his second leg did too. Slowly, he Spider-Manned his way up the wall, laughing giddily. Sure, beating Mao was fun, but this, it was unreal. He laughed the entire climb, looking over the ledge. His ankles were sore, and it was pretty difficult, but it was worth it. He looked out, smiling as he looked over a sea of buildings. He finally had a reliable way to go up or down. Nezu stopped mid-sentence to check which camera well. That was his real speed. Ronin in the sewers was barely visible for a few frames. It looked like literally everything in that public document that was becoming classified a little too late was entirely inaccurate. He tracked his movement as the 4th sensor went off. The trail stopped between 2 sensors, meaning he had probably teleported up. Ronin then set off different sensors further along. But a different portion. He was insanely fast, heading from section to section. Nezu grabbed his things and hit the car, keeping an eye on his tablet and the sensors. Ronin kept disappearing and reappearing, but it was better than nothing. He was on the road in under 5 and nearing the point in another 3. Ronin practiced jumping with push legs on and pulling with his arms, grabbing the rafter. 10 feet. Easy now. A heel click and he set his feet onto the factory's support beam, checking to make sure the mattress and trash were below him before letting go with his hands. He could feel his weight in his feet, the straps on his calves and thighs, and the belts going around his hips and shoulders. It was a mess of harnesses he used to distribute the weight, ripped straight from the military. He took a few steps forward, shuffling along. The pressure was greater the closer the object to the source, so he couldn't take too big of steps. Still, he was giggling as he slid along the top of the building. He pulled himself up and stood atop the girder as the factory door opened, and a small figure walked in. Ronin hasn't re-entered the sewers, but there's been no movement, so there's a chance that A row of needles was thrown into the concrete, bouncing in front of the feet of the small figure. You found me, congrats. You heroes think this is going to be easy. Midnight and Mao forcing him to reveal the teleporting quirk really would be a pain going forward. The Hero Association would raise his threat, he'd be worth more, and so more heroes would actively try to chase him. He needed to prove that he wasn't some easy target right here and now to deter anyone in the future. The figure looked up as Ronin drew his pistol with practiced ease and fluidity, tossing it between his hands without so much as a glance at them. I don't recognize you, what's? He didn't even pause in his monologue as he shot with his right hand, narrowly missing. The girder he was on had blocked his view as the hero had moved under it, keeping distance and substance between them. Your hero name? Ratman. I really wanted the name Ratman originally, you ever. He took another shot, falling downward and holding onto the girder by his knees while his body swung downward, shooting another charged shot. The smaller figure dodged again, hiding behind a machine instead of leaving the building and giving Ronin the time he wanted to run away. Heard of that story? Ratman the superhero manga. Weird story, weird ending, great characters. Encourage more people to read it. He put the gun away and rose back up, eager to keep his distance. The smaller man climbed up on the machine. I was interested in talking to you, Ronin. Hero to hero. How much did they pay him to say that? That made Ronin dash backward, reactivating the boot's pull so he didn't fall off. Oh, I should introduce myself. The smaller figure bowed. I am Principal Nezu, professional hero and principal of UA. You must be Ronin, volunteer hero, and please at least let me finish. Ronin didn't bother opening a window. No, he turned the legs from pull to push and super jumped off the window into the open air, teleporting forward until he was far out of reach. He looked for the agents and heroes he was sure would be there, but it was just him outside the abandoned building. Nobody, police with guns pointed, no heroes surrounding the building. Ronin took a minute to look around from his new vantage before returning to the building he met the hero in and looking around from a higher point. He could see only one car, but he didn't trust it. He could hear the one calling himself Nezu climb up. He had heard of Nezu, and he didn't seem too familiar. Rarely came out. And with that size it made sense. He wasn't tall enough for most of the ceremonial duties, meaning he must be great at the management. It was UA. After all, Ronin gauged the distance and performed an X/. You want to gain my trust. Go through the X. It should be a little in front of the window. He took a step back into the side, readying to run, but there was a little hup, and the small figure appeared on the roof. Remarkable, albeit a little chilly. That's my first time teleporting, I must admit. Do you mind if I sit? No, it makes it easier to run. That stopped the flow Nezu had been trying to establish. Midoriya smirked as Nezu resumed his probably planned speech. Is it that you should retire before you cause damage? 1. What you're doing is wrong. First, I need to get it out of the way. You're using your quirk illegally and taking on villains. You might die. Man, he had heard too many speeches. If this is it, I have some more villains to take on and a quirk to use illegally. Maybe even a death to die. Ronin drew his sword for another teleport cut, going for the 1/ version. Those were faster. Whoa. Those are just the things I legally have to say to vigilantes. I have taken an interest in you, Ronin. Nezu had almost let him get away. There were methods to catch him, he prepared, but with Ronin's speed, they wouldn't work. Ronin paused but kept his sword ready for a drawing cut, still partially facing him. Ronin's trust was hard to earn, but that was smart for a vigilante. Vigilantes and heroes don't always get along, but were known to collaborate from time to time. I had an activity I wanted you to know about at UA. An activity, not a job, an activity. At UA. I thought heroes were smarter, but after the file on me you just released, he did see that. Of course he did. Ronin looked less like he was going to run and like he was going to punt Nezu to see if any of the animals he was a mix of were birds. That was the Hero Bureau, not us, and I'd like to finish my offer first. Your offer sounds like either a trap or sit. I'll interrupt when I want or leave. Ronin knew exactly who held the cards, and while not eager he knew how to keep them on his side. Any momentum Nezu would build up would get shattered. Well, he was one of the smartest creatures in the world, so winning him to the idea with facts shouldn't be impossible. In theory, I'd like you to work at UA. For a test, a pop quiz. We won't use cameras, but we will keep a hero on standby in case you try to hurt anyone. Not a single hero you have could stop me from killing someone. Kill me after maybe, but unless they're standing behind me I could put a needle through someone's brain before All Might blinked. This plan is idiotic for you, but the more I listen the more I seem to have you overestimated heroes. Ronin shot down attempt after attempt. To him, it truly made no sense. Besides, there are no benefits for someone more important. Me, just another waste of my time, like this conversation. We won't attack you while you're there, and you will get to fight some of the heroes of the next generation. I'll only make it one class, first year even. You'll get some more experience, get to see the UA building outside of the ventilation, and we can even give you something for your troubles, like a costume or hero equipment piece. It was hard to convince real heroes. They didn't care for money or fame. Ronin didn't even mean to release his own name, and it sort of looked like he never planned to. But there were a few things he knew about Ronin. I'm not worried about you killing anyone, thought. Your record is better than most of the top 10 heroes, and I really want to see you fight. Come on, show off those martial arts you're always boasting about when you demolish gangs. Ronin usually bashed his opponent's fighting style. And when you had the power to teleport but didn't bother to use it, you were qualified to talk smack about quirk use. It was useful in almost every fight, but when he attacked Nezu he didn't even bother. He used the advantages he had, keeping it as an ace in the hole. However, it seemed this little fight was not an outlier in Ronin's overall record. He preferred to combat on his skills, picking enemies off from a range or the shadows before getting into a melee. And, to Nezu's credit, it was the first time Ronin seemed to be thinking about his offer. I get to help make the item, and I get to fight in one of the city reconstructions. Both of those made sense. Vigilantes either made their stuff themselves or bought from a vendor, and clearly this set Ronin in the first category. Then, Ronin's own curveball. No All Might. He could beat me in a straight fight. He could catch me if you're lying. And I hate him. Oh, and lastly, we don't make the item on your turf. I want neutral territory, picked by me. Don't want any ambushes. I think anything's fishy. You'll be lucky if all I do is walk. The safe location and threats made sense. Even not wanting All Might made sense, but hating All Might. Who hated All Might? That was a big hint to Ronin's identity. And Ronin knew he was giving up a lot. This would show his style and method, even without cameras recording him. It was a trade. Major benefits for him right now with minor long-term benefits, and flipped for heroes. If Nezu shared this, the Hero Bureau had already messed this up before, and he wasn't too sure he wanted that again. He took out a pen, making the detail in pen, don't try to make this long-term right now. Ronin was reading his writings. We don't have the trust right now. This goes well. We make a new deal then. Right now. One time. Don't leave it open if it doesn't have to be. Nezu rewrote the deal. Ronin rereading it to make sure he didn't miss anything before taking it. I don't sign things, so adios. See you tomorrow. And if there are no tricks, you might even see me too. Ronin teleported straight down, cutting off his vision and making it harder for him to follow. He couldn't see where Ronin would be going normally, but even the motion trackers were hard-pressed to keep up now. Shit, sit, why'd I agree? Sit, I'm already out of curse words. He finished and backed his things. The letter had the rules that the fights would take place over, but for now, he just focused on the things outside of it. He heard rumors that heroes sometimes teamed up with vigilantes, but that was for operations where they needed help or were in the vigilantes' territory. This had all the makings of a trap, someone else's turf. He'd be an idiot to go, but it offered things he wanted. A chance to show some aspiring heroes the usefulness of martial arts. Then they could grow up and inspire more heroes to follow. It also offered him outside help to create his next weapon, so his next weapon could be a lot more complicated than the simple stuff he'd done so far. He'd take the blueprints when they finished it and recreate it later. Whatever they made together was probably going to be bugged, so he wouldn't use the original model. Finally, an actual view at UA. Probably not a good one, but with his sword, he didn't doubt his ability to escape. He hadn't shown Weeping Demon style. First form, shambles, and wasn't planning to use the sword in the fights, just the canab, needles, and maybe guns. The report included one of his pistols, saying it was some kind of advanced technology that wasn't part of his quirk, and that was technically right. Either way, people knew about it and its 3 functions, so no point in holding it back like a secret. The sword still had secrets, so he'd leave that on his belt. The gloves and boots weren't obvious, so he could try boosting his martial arts with that. All in all, the fighting part of this concerned him the least. They might be good, but he'd seen first years before. Instead of fighting like a robot, he wasn't planning to fight at all. And with no cameras, so each group wouldn't know what they were about to get into. Their confusion would make his job easier. They still might be a threat, but it sounded like he was going to get an endurance challenge. They clearly wanted to observe him and know his moves, maybe train their students to react well to unexpected scenarios, especially if they warned them with that god-awful pamphlet. They might be better off without that thing, actually, and doing their own research. Still, it was a lot of good things for him. He checked out the hours he'd be fighting from, the badge Nezu attached for anything that could track, and how to get in. Even included that he might want a disguise. Still, everyone would be prepared for him, so he'd need to prepare too. So tomorrow Nezu decided as preparation for the UA Sports Festival you'll get to fight a guest. Eraserhead was squinting at the email trying to decode it. There, information and quotations, will be the Ronin information release. Study up for your fight tomorrow after lunch. What the F is this? Eraserhead was rereading the email trying to figure out what Nezu was snorting. They might have not had much planned, but an unexpected fight against someone mimicking Ronin. At least they got to be in groups, though they weren't decided yet. They, against one guy. Sit, who are they getting? All Might. ... God. Why couldn't he expel that overinflated little Sit? Katsuki Bakugo needed to be put in his place since the moment he walked into UA. And it wasn't helping that he usually won every fight he was in, dominating from the hero versus villain simulation all the way to today. He was untouchable. One professional hero. They must be confident about him. The emo son of a bastard still was barely trying. He'd feel bad, but this world didn't have time for people who clearly didn't want to be here. And Shoto Todoroki seemed to be here purely because of spite. He just showed up, iced whatever was in front of him, and left. Someone trying to mimic the 3rd most wanted criminal in Musutafu. Did they have someone similar prepared before it released? Or did they change their pick to better suit the recent climate? Momo Yoirazu, the class representative, asked as she took a glance at the papers she was passing out. Smart, but not trained. If this person was a good mimic, it'd be a good fighting experience. She wasn't physically talented. And from his fights with the man, anyone half as good as the real Ronin would exploit her poor physical prowess and hopefully teach her to learn to fight or build distance. Do they think they can take on us? How quaint. Nido Monoma, the person with the worst scores to get into 1A. He wasn't bad compared to the others, but he was basically a mix of the previous 3. Overconfident, aloof, and too smart for his own good. Aizawa moved on as Monoma descended into his usual fits of laughter. The rest, no big concerns. They might win, they might lose. All that mattered was that they learned. 2 were practically a lost cause. Mina already asking if the paper was necessary or if she could throw it away, and Kaminari squinting at the picture like he knew Ronin. They were as smart as bricks and could go half as far if thrown. Hopefully, their base combat instincts would help them. Tomorrow, after lunch, we'll meet up at City B. It's going to be demolished and rebuilt from all the fights soon anyway, so this should be the last time it's used. Do your research and good luck. He hit the road, not caring about Nezu's scheme but not liking it. He'd give him a chat later. The class didn't pay attention, most ignoring the papers. A few looked into it, but none as literally as Denki Kaminari. Seriously, where had he seen that guy before? Kaminari was thinking about that very thought as he walked to the train, walked past the train, and kept on walking because he wasn't paying attention. Where had he seen that guy? He rested on a wall, thinking hard. It was on the tip of his tongue. Oh, was he leaning on something? Kaminari moved away to see a wanted poster for the criminal at large, Ronin. Hey, he knew Ronin, and he could read minds. He could tell him why he knew the guy in the dossier. The file thing. He ran through the streets for a while before finding him in some rundown-looking slum. And it only took him 2 hours of walking in a nearly straight line. Hey, dude, sir. Hey, sir, dude. It's me. Remember me? Hey. He ran towards the biker dude, who was in the middle of doing something with a sewer cap, stopped. Hey, don't go. I need your help, God. This was a lot of running. He rested against a wall for a second, ignoring the confused glance from Ronin. Ugh, my mouth tastes weird now. I need some help with a project. A what? Ronin just couldn't figure out what was happening. He checked everywhere, but it was just this idiot blonde. 20 feet from 7 gangsters beat to a pulp. Might be time to move. All right, but if it's UA business, you can't mention me helping you, got it? I'm not supposed to. He banked on that whole I'm a UA guard thing again, and this guy fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Don't worry, Mr. Roland, I won't tell a soul. The vigilante, the student, and the faulty memory went to a park. It was more like a rundown series of buildings that led into part of the forest. But hey, close enough. I forget why I needed help, though I got into UA. His uniform gave it away, but somehow Kaminari looked amazed. Did this guy forget everything after he used his quirk? Memory loss and electric quirks were proven to be linked. Yeah, I got a test tomorrow, and I need to fight somebody, but I'm not sure how good I'll do. You got any secret hero techniques you could pass on to a rookie? Ronin shook his head. The pieces were coming together, but what were the odds? He kept looking around to make sure he wasn't going to get ambushed. You have an electric quirk, right? Yeah, radiates from my body, but if I do too much fry my brain. He laughed it off, ignoring the possibility of cooking himself at the age of 30. He'd at least help with that. Ronin rose from the bench, looking around until he found a classic tool. He picked it up and underhanded it at the young hero-to-be. Start with that. What can I do with a metal pipe? Kaminari shook it, confused. Ronin picked up another pipe, checking the length to make sure they were close enough, but he had to chop off a bit with his real sword. He resheathed his sword, aiming to be quick about this so he could get a move on. Watch closely. He tossed the pipe, adjusting his grip so he held one end and took a one-handed posture like he had his katana. He thought about how he wanted to do this and then held the pipe like it was Yamato instead. Could he just keep bullshitting? This technique is very old, but it's extremely powerful. You won't get it the first time. You won't get it the 10th time. You might not even get it the 1000th time. But someday you will. And that someday is all that matters. He put his right hand where a handle would be, leaning forward. This was a combination of techniques he had actually used, but this would be his first time using it like this. What's that going to? Ronin charged forward, moving 11 meters in under a second, the boots pushing the ground away and giving the momentum for what could be a fatal stroke. The pipe swung cleanly, merely centimeters from Kaminari's head. That, with enough practice, is the only attack you'll need for now, Kaminari. He returned to base posture, tossing the pipe back into his left like it was sheathed. That, Kaminari, was the thunderclap in flash. You could see the awe feel the awe coming off Kaminari, since Kaminari thought his quirk was reading minds. That meant the technique could be done by anybody. Technically it could. Ronin could usually get 10 meters, but his peak was 13 when he kicked off a wall. He performed it again and again, using correct as possible posture on his end before Kaminari started trying. After a dozen or so attempts, Midoriya got around to the actual thing he wanted to teach Kaminari and stopped bullshitting him. That metal pipe could focus your electricity safely, extend your reach, and serve to defend you. Your hero program should be able to make a better version, but the theory stands. Use it, and you'll be a great hero. Kaminari followed his advice and did it a couple of times, laughing as he struck the metal bench and grounded himself, making him release more electricity on instinct. Of course, frying himself. How did this guy get through classes? Sensei Robin. Can you show me Thundercrack and Bash? He wasn't trying. He wasn't even trying to get it right. Still, Ronin didn't give a sit. He showed him 10 more times, did it with him another 5, and bailed. That guy wouldn't remember sit. Ronin didn't look back. Otherwise, he might have heard about the idiot who kept doing weird dash strikes in that park until he passed out and got taken by the police, still holding a metal bar. All he said as he was dragged off. I'll be a hero. Just gotta. Thunderclap. Then, flash. Midoriya couldn't stop twitching in class. He already told Aiko he might not show up to the club today. and if he did come he'd be late. Ronin took his time eating lunch, having spent the entire day trying to remember the USJ and the few notes he took on the student. It was mostly just the guy with the tail since he didn't exactly stick around to see anyone else. Now, he remembered the purple kid who made things stick together, the green one who could jump really well, and the ice kid. He didn't pay enough attention to anyone else for clear notes. Looks like he had 3 hours in total, but he didn't want to spend the rest of school on them. That meant around 30 minutes a group. He'd have to spend only 5 minutes observing them, and a strategy to make them use their quirks. If he could force them to use their quirks, he could figure out who was the biggest threat and work from there. Are you sure everything okay? Aiko asked with a tilted head. If even talking about it helps. Midoriya laughed it off. I just signed up for something I didn't think through. I don't have to go, but I think I want to. Oh, okay. Like my blood transfusion. She was getting her transfusion in 2 days, so she wouldn't be here Thursday or Friday as she adjusted. It wasn't going to be all at once, but the first time might be a little rough. Midoriya nodded at her comparison. Well, good luck. When you come back I'll have a project for us to do. She gave him a shaky thumbs up. She hated talking to people almost as much as she hated the cold, so she probably already had one in mind and all she needed to do was put it into blueprints. Midoriya checked the clock, signaling her to do the same and bow quickly before running back to class. He changed quickly, then checked the batteries of all his equipment. The guns had their magazines, Yamato was fully charged, and the gloves and gauntlets stored their batteries in the belt. He kept spares for each. After changing, he cut straight down and began to fly to the forbidden land in the sewers. UA. Well, he did get out before he completely got there. His usual costume had one new addition, a large cloak blanket thing he wrapped around himself. It was pretty conspicuous, but with the straw hat he found in a dumpster, it was pretty cheap. He wore both as the world's lamest disguise as he walked through the front gates, checking off with the badge. The alarms must have been silent as he entered UA's facility. No one came running out to try and arrest him. No knockout gases, just him walking down the central path until he hit the building. He opened it and looked around for a central registration or something, keeping his left hand on his sword and his right holding his cloak closed, but ready to release and draw the sword in an instant. You came. You really came. Someone did come running up. The short animal who called himself the principal of UA. There were some students around, who gave him strange looks but seemed abated when their principal welcomed him. Ronin opted for a brief short bow. I did. Do you have the location you want me to fight at readied or a room I can finish my preparations in? He didn't actually have any final preparations. He just wanted to see more of the place. It was UA. Who wouldn't? We do. Come. Do you mind if I hitch a ride? Your legs seem a little longer. Yes. You walked here and you can walk there. Ronin shut down any attempt to accurately gauge his height. They would definitely do it, but he wasn't going to make it easy. The duo walked down the halls, past students and pro-heroes. Midoriya wondered if he could get some signatures, but Ronin shot that down. Eventually, they had gone through most of the building and were now at a large strange structure. He could see the fake buildings as they approached, but it was walled off. Nezu led them in. Aizawa, come on. Look, here's the volunteer who will kick your class's ass for you. Kick your class's ass for you. What kind of brats am I fighting? And who's Aizawa? A racer had appeared, drinking from a packet of juice. You look pretty close, but I guess that's the easy part. You sure this guy can copy Ronin? Copy me? Oh, they don't. I'm actually starting to like you, Nezu. How did you do that? Ronin glanced down at Nezu, who shrugged it off, not actually answering the question. Sorry, more teachers couldn't watch the humbling of Class 1 Aizawa, but they had classes. Should be fun for you, me, and Recovery Girl though. A racer had snorted. More like the humbling of Bakugo, but the point stands. They talked for a while, Ronin exploring the overview. Sure enough, the camera's hard drives had been removed. They would not be recording this, even if they could view it. Keeping cameras on was a safety concern, in case something like the USJ happened again. He grabbed a map of the city and wrote it down in his notes, and finally spoke. Do you have dossiers on the students, or will I get the information as I fight? The racerhead Aizawa stopped talking and nodded. We've started to put them together. The class's file is on the table. You can look at it since you're going to find out anyway. Midoriya read through the papers, amazed. Is this a joke? Some of these people were barely called heroes, let alone fighters. Talking to animals. In a city. That guy was doomed from the start. Animals were scared shitless of him. Well, if he could get insects he might have a slower but solid defense with how common they are. Focus. Read them all. Then plan. From the top, Midoriya. Then plan. First, Ishiyama, naval laser, only seemed to work in front of him, so his surprise attacks would be good. Mina Ashido, acid. She must be pretty dumb since they actually put intelligence as a fault. If she was gung-ho, he'd separate her and take her out. If she followed a smarter person, he'd pick them off and leave her directionless. Suyu Asui, frog. He'd seen her before, that jump was scary. She could harass him for most of the fight, but her power was only useful with room. Indoors she was doomed. Tenya Ida, engines in his legs, same restrictions as Asui. Get him stuck in a small space and his quirk was basically useless. Achako Uraraka, zero gravity, only worked on contact. His guns would suffice since she couldn't stop the air bullets. Mashiro Awajiro, tail. That was definitely the guy from the Flaming City, another melee only. But their tactics were similar. It came down to who was better at hit and run, and that's where he was confident. Denki Holysit, how did Kaminari get into Class 1A? He thought Kaminari might have, but brushed it off since he was too stupid. He didn't have to do sit. Kaminari would just self-destruct on his own. Ajiro Kirishima, hardening whoa. Just hardening. That's busted as hell. Hopefully, it relied on endurance or reaction speed. A proper ambush could take him down before he hardened his body, or just running him ragged. Koji Koda, Anavoice Ugg. It was a great quirk, but situational. And this was not one of the situations it was good for. He felt bad because it was amazing for rescue, but in a fake city was doomed to fail. The best he could access was birds and bugs. Ricardo Sato, Sugar Rush, got stronger and dumber with more sugar. Just another endurance match. He'd start a fight so Sato would take the sugar then run away. Then start another fight so he took more sugar and run away until he self-destructed like Kaminari. Mizo Shoji, dupli arms. No real attacks, but good physical strength. He'd be the first target with his information-gathering skills. Since he might ruin his sneak attack, best to take him out in the initial rush. Kyoka Gyro, Earphone Jack. Not very offensive, but another good for information-gathering. She might ruin his sewer running if this replica even had sewers and was another first target. Still, from the open air, she wasn't that good. Just don't hide inside a building for her. Hantasiro, Tape. Another hero that was bad indoors. Take him down as he entered or exited a building. Fumikage Takoyami, was he related to Uzagi? Midoriya thought his family might have bird head quirks, but nope. Takoyami's quirk was a sentient creature called Dark Shadow. Edgy name, but good in dark places. A good foil to all the heroes who couldn't fight indoors. The darkness made his quirk stronger. So, beat him down in the light. Shoto Todoroki, whoa, like Endeavor. Sure enough, they were related. His quirk was half hot, half cold. Who was naming these things? Still, he only seemed to use his eyes for emotional reasons. The hell, that was like not using your hands because they looked like your dad's. And heroism wasn't something to be half-assed. His emotional beaconess might get a lot of people killed if he didn't get over himself and use that power. Still, with ice only he was no threat. Ronin's mobility was too great to be beaten by just ice. Tagu Hagakura, invisibility. Did she walk around naked, or what? No defense either, so he just had to take her down when he found her. A careful eye and a good vantage point should suffice. Katsuki, nope. Didn't need to keep reading. His notes were better. Booed, he checked on Bakugo's growing ego. Alright, this was actually going to be easy. Nido Monoma, copy. Could he copy the quirks inside the possessed items? If he only had to see them work to copy, then maybe. If he needed to see the person using them, it was unlikely. They had changed too much from being quirks, and no longer worked on brainwaves. Eraserhead's quirk seemed to be stopping quirks, but it didn't do anything to the sword, so the rest were probably similar cases. Unless paired with a powerhouse, he wasn't a threat. Minor Uminta, pop off whoa, why did it list perversion as a flaw? In personality maybe, but this was heroism. How much of a D he was didn't matter in a fight, unless he was an idiot for boobs. Ronin didn't have any so he couldn't test that, but maybe if he got paired with the next student she could for him. Overall, he was actually a large threat. He could stop Ronin's mobility easily or wreck his gear. The last student was Momoye Irazu. Top of the class, representative, and a powerful quirk creation. Little experience, not good in close fights. Those flaws were oddly specific. Most of these people seemed bad at fighting close quarters. Still, he could rush her to crush plans early before she could get any good ideas. He finished his notes and checked the clock. Any custom rules for the fight. Everyone will have a capture tape. If the capture tape is wrapped around a combatant, they can't fight anymore. Otherwise, you can give up yourself or fight until you can't. We'll watch to make sure everything is safe. Nezu gave him an affirmative thumbs up, leaving Ronin nodding. Any other questions? I can use the whole city, right? A nod. Can I help pick the teams? I don't want them to just lose, but have a chance to win. Excellent. The hope of winning will propel them and ensure their safety. Aizawa here will get the last say, but otherwise, I agree. Good. And, you're Eraserhead, aren't you? He reached into his robe and Eraserhead instinctively prepared for combat. It was uncanny how good a replica this guy was. Maybe that was his quirk. Instead of a sword though, he pulled back out his notes. Can you sign this, please? The full class lined up at the entrance gate. It was just their principal and teacher, standing with a clipboard. I hope all of you did your research. We're going in 5 teams of 4, 30 minutes a team. You all can read, so get into your teams. Usually All Might would be doing this, but Aizawa had to take point since he wasn't. Apparently Nezu wanted him instead for some reason. The teams formed regardless. Team 1 was the endurance run, getting it out bright and early. Kirishima, Sato, Monoma, and Koda. Ronin also just wanted to get Koda out of the way since he felt bad. Team 2 was just all the people who might catch him. Asui, Ajiro, Shoji, and Gyro. All people who could catch him, but do very little to him. Team 3 was just the idiots and the genius. Mina, Minta, and Kaminari didn't have the brains to be a threat, but with Yaoyorozu they could be. All that meant for him was he'd have to take her out quickly. Team 4 was going to be a battle of egos. Bakugo, Todoroki, Aoyama, and Shiro. Aoyama and Shiro were getting the short end of the stick since everything actually depended on Bakugo and Todoroki not effing it up for them. They could do pretty much everything right, but those two would ruin everything if they didn't get over themselves. Team 5 was the leftovers. Ida, Uraraka, Takoyami, and Hagakure. They were actually the most well-rounded team. Ronin wanted to end on an actual challenge, and they were it. He thought about making a group of all the people who sucked indoors, but most of those members were in different groups now. So, the final group would be tough. Still, the battle of egos was instant. Bakugo was trying to pick a fight with Todoroki. Minta was trying to grope Yaoyorozu. Monoma was laughing maniacally. Ronin thought they'd start fighting when the fight itself started, but this could work too. Team 1, a villain has been spotted on 5th and Main Street. Go find and beat him. Everyone else, observation deck. Eraserhead was already drinking a packet of juice as he headed off. Hey Teach, where's that? Sato checked the road they were on, 17th and Baker Street. The names were really original. The target insisted we only give you the details we'd give real heroes. So figure it out yourself. This is supposed to be a city, so go get him. Eraserhead didn't even stop walking as he answered, the rest of the class getting more nervous. Team 1 walked street after street, taking 10 minutes just to find the villain sitting on a windowsill a floor above them, looking over each of them boredly. The glass was shattered on the ground below him. Heroes, you're late. A villain can cause a lot of damage in 10 minutes, and being late is not good for a first responder. Get down here and fight like a man. That was Kirishima, already using his quirk when he was 20 feet above him. Sato prepped his sugar. Monoma rolled up one of his arms and copied Kirishima's hardening, and Koda has the common sense to figure out this was a trap and was hiding behind a mailbox. At least one of them had a brain. Don't feel like it. I win if the clock runs out. Why would I waste energy coming down to you? Want to get me? Come on up. All three ran toward him, Kirishima and Sato climbing the wall with their bare hands while Monoma stayed back in case he jumped. At least there were some tactics. Ronin judged the distance, then drew a needle from his belt. What? Think I won't stab a hero? He drove it straight down, taking Sato in the shoulder. Sato flinched and fell 12 feet onto the concrete. Stop being so confident, genius, and try to survive. I'm going to try and get away. And if I have to kill you, oh well. Ronin then broke the window he was leaning against with Yamato's saya and stepped through before Kirishima could reach him, disappearing out of sight into the building and the shadows. Kirishima didn't think to wait for his team to follow him up, going into the window after Ronin at the first chance he got. He climbed through and squinted into the dark, taking a few steps further in while he tried to find his opponent. What, you think hiding is manly? Iwasha force struck him from behind, propelling him from the window as a cold voice rang out from above the windowsill, Ronin dropping from the ceiling while opening fire at Kirishima's back. Manly. Winning is pretty manly, kid. Ronin shot him further into the room, his recharge time done. As tough as Kirishima was, he didn't weigh enough to resist the gun's blast at full charge and point-blank range. He was pushed further and further into the room and away from his teammates, trying to get a grip while Ronin took a moment to peek out of the window again, checking on Sato. The kid was still moving and didn't seem to have any major injuries yet. Good. That attack was small potatoes compared to the shit Ronin had to deal with every day. And if an endurance hero couldn't even take that, they were doomed. Ronin pointed his gun out the window and opened fire at the students still on the ground, forcing them to take cover and disrupting any attempts at planning. They moved away as they took cover, giving him a chance to jump down from the building and start to make a run for it, rolling out of the fall and blitzing for the closest alleyway. He could hear them getting up behind him, but they weren't smart enough to see what he wanted. He cut through the city using the map he memorized, taking alleys and hopping around like a flea while the students began to run themselves ragged. He would stop and fight for a few seconds, but never more than 10, all the while insulting and berating their bad tactics until the 30 minutes were up. He ditched them 2 minutes before the match ended, and they lost to a timeout without even knowing where he had gone. Aizawa was going to sleep through this until he saw the entire ensemble on the camera. The tone, the fighting tactics, the expertise at running away. This wasn't somebody pretending to be Ronin. This was actually Ronin. The biggest giveaway was the gun. They had no idea how something that small could do so much, but this Ronin had a matching gun. It might have been his quirk, but the similarity was too high. He even had the sword still, down to the decals Nezu made them memorize on the sane. This really was the same Ronin who could lead heroes in circles at UA, fighting his students while giving them advice about how bad they were. Sir, should we summarize the scenario? Yaoyorozu asked, everyone a little put off. This wasn't a fight, it had been a glorified game of tag. Ronin didn't seem to care about how lame he looked, he really did only focus on winning. Anyone have anything to add that wasn't said by Ronin? No comment. Alright, who did the best? Kirishima for constantly advancing. He got the closest to Ronin. Aizawa shook his head. Kirishima wasted his energy for 30 minutes. If this went for another hour, he'd be completely spent while Ronin did flips over him. Next guess. Monoma for sitting back. Yaoyorozu figured it out, but she didn't want to say it. Nope, he was too close and couldn't adapt when Ronin started running. He didn't do anything with the distance to make it useful. Yaoyorozu, what do you think? From the 4 options, Koda sat back and effectively blocked off more roads than any of the other 3. He never showed his quirk so the villain couldn't tell what he could do, and was forced to avoid him. That wasn't the right answer and she knew it. She couldn't help it. The person who did the best was the villain. He forced them to chase him around the streets, and they didn't research the area enough to chase him properly. They couldn't cut him off and he knew it, so he saved energy and took his time while they became more and more exhausted. It wasn't exactly nice, but the guest did the best out of the 5 of them. And if it really was Ronin, Aizawa wondered if they were going to see a lot of matches like this one. Well, regardless of how bad Team 1 failed, he checked the notes for the correct wording. Team 2, the pursuit of the villain has failed. Now he's entering a parking lot. Got there and corner him. You have 30 minutes. Aizawa made a shooing motion with one hand and started the timer. You think you wouldn't be waiting in here? We have audio and microphones, you know. Now get going. Team 2 was comprised of 2 fast people and 2 information gathering people. When rushed, they would tend to split up, as shown here. A weakness, since without the information gathering people they'd never find him. Ajiro and Asui reached the entrance to the parking lot, but it was dead silent. They didn't have anyone here who could find him, so why would he reveal himself? He put 2 people into the group who could find him, and 2 who could chase him. Not his fault they sent the wrong ones first. The info heroes should have flushed him out into the chasers so he could do the prison break. One of the scenarios he planned out with Nezu in case of Team 1. Instead, he got nice and cozy in his hiding spot as the 2 bounced straight past him. 6 minutes passed between the chasers and the infos arriving. Any sign of him? Punk Girl Gyro said. The other 2 replied negatively inside the parking garage, Shoji not wasting time and getting into searching. Heroes, he spoke, dropping from the ceiling on top of Shoji, a needle to his neck. Should meet together outside of the crime scene. That way they can safely share information and plan. He lifted Shoji backward toward the wall. Now I have a hostage and am going to escape again. Think ahead and use the time to come up with a plan. With no villain or plan, time is all you have any. He didn't need to look, since he already checked out and partially moved the sewer cap. He didn't bother to even use the capture tape, opting to kick out one of Shoji's legs as he jumped backward, letting the student nearly knock himself out on the rim of the sewer cap as he fell, then hit the ground running. He didn't need the sword, since this city was created to be a miniature section of his favorite homeless district. Nezu really was playing to his strengths. Ronin enjoyed the lack of sewage in these sewers. It made his running so much easier. The others would move quickly too, but these tubes were strange to run and jump on. They didn't have the experience to do it as well as he did, regardless of both of them being actually faster than him in a straight run. It was a game of hide and seek, with him constantly running around and effing with them when he started using his first gun, kindness, to make misleading sounds. He once again completely ditched them in the last 2 minutes as he made his way to the next scenario, not really giving a sit. They were left just as tired and ragged as the first group, with just as little to show for it. To make things worse for them, he had started shouting tips at them about how to properly search a maze-like structure halfway through the match, even encouraging them to use their mics more and split up with one chaser and one info-er for a better hunt. Not that it mattered to Aizawa. Most important thing was that they learned something, like not to ditch half their team. Now that was just stupid. It made sense why Ronin insisted on the time limit starting so early. They made mistakes and got sloppy, as could be seen from Team 3. How are we supposed to find that thing? Minto wasn't scared, just dreading it. Ronin hadn't shown how physically powerful he could be yet, because no group got that far. When he did, these kids were going to be even less excited to fight him. Not one person actually went down yet, but it felt exhausting. And Ronin did this all back to back. So, the best person, Yaoyorozu, was leading her team outside and spoke through the intercom to the class. Ronin again. He led them in circles, held the advantage the entire fight, and managed to take a hero hostage through their own mistakes. Sensei, what is the report? She at least knew the timer was going to start early. Team 3. The villain left the sewers and is now on the move. His last sighting was on Main Street between 7th and 6th. We believe he has a hostage. You know the rest. Go get him. Ronin had his own intercoms, but only Nezu and Recovery Girl could talk to him on that. And you're sure the tall kid is fine? Yes, don't worry, dear. You're much more worried about the students than the principal is, at least. Ronin had been worried he might have given the tall kid a concussion when he held him hostage and banged his head on his sewer cap, but Recovery Girl assured him he was fine. Still, the principal worried him. Hey, Ronin, remember how we were gonna use a robot for the hostage? I don't like where this is going, and I've barely heard it. Somebody had some free time to play the hostage. She'll be in the building we marked still, and you should have some time to talk to her. Ronin moved past the cardboard police meant to indicate the building he'd be hiding in and instantly found his hostage. Midnight was doing her makeup, humming, and singing about the extra pay she was going to get for helping here. She turned when she saw someone come in, smiling. Oh, are you playing the vil? Her expression froze when she saw who he was, walking up to her calmly and reaching for something. She was taller than him without her heels, but the posture and weapons were very familiar. She started to activate her quirk as he drew something out. Can I have your autograph, please? The voice was different than normal, and he entered an almost 90-degree bow as he held up the journal and pen. Needless to say, she was taken back. After a quick round of introductions, they set up for what they were going to do. On closer inspection, this guy couldn't be Ronin. He was a bundle of nerves, jittery and a UA. Of all places, it was fun to mess with him, but when he focused he was pretty good. So after they enter, I'm going to throw you at them. Please remember to roll correctly. I wouldn't want a pro hero to die in a training incident because I threw her wrong. The point of the hostage with this group was to disrupt their planning. If they couldn't refocus, he was golden. Midnight really was the perfect distraction, especially for two of them. Throw in Zero and the horny trio would fall to pieces between her and Momo. I'm supposed to teach them how to chase criminals, but please make sure they give the proper attention to rescued hostages, miss. He treated her like she was younger. It was nice. She smiled and nodded along, not able to resist playing a little. You know, kid, maybe sometime after this we could go out. We're here. Oh, my legs. Momo, you should have carried me and we would have gotten here faster. Minta interrupted her fun time, but she was on the clock. The two got into position as the unheroic heroes arrived. I could have gotten here 5 minutes ago, you know, but could you find Ronin? Mina and Momo, the dumbest and smartest girls in class, paired together. At least Mina was following the plan so far. Doesn't he have a hostage? And where have I seen him before? The last one was talking too loudly outside. Kaminari. Ronin didn't actually want to believe he was really here, but his prayers went unanswered. Damn, alright, showtime, are you coming, heroes? I thought urgency was important. It actually wasn't right now. Taking your time was better in hostage scenarios. It was the villain who wanted to go guns blazing, played to their strengths. Yeah, exactly. A pink girl slid in and what the F is she wearing? It's practically nothing. So let's get this over with. She created a spray of acid. It probably was just meant to annoy on hit, but she was going to hit the hostage. Class 1 hadn't been in one yet, but this was a series test. They usually started throwing these at UA as second years, where each hero team had to play off the scenario left by the last team. That meant the efforts and failures of the teams changed how the scenarios went down, giving these kinds of tests nearly infinite repeatability. But it seemed that they didn't care by how Mina charged straight at him while firing acid. She was just worried about beating the current criminal as quickly as possible. Not a good tactic against someone like Ronin, a master at close combat. Ronin raised his gun and shot once, blasting her acid out of the air with ease. Ronin has 4 weapons on record: a sword, needles, martial arts, and an air gun. The shot was so strong it threw the acid back into her own face as she got close, blinding her. Ronin stepped away from Midnight and performed a classic, the spinning back kick, right into Mina's stomach, knocking her off her feet and onto the floor with one hit, all of her own momentum from charging in her turned against her. You didn't do your research. Ronin returned to his place beside Midnight, keeping the gun on her while Mina got her feet back under her and wiped off. Gunk was a better word than acid. It didn't even seem to burn the floor. Whatever, it was off her face, while the rest of the crew showed up to back up her reckless actions. We had a plan, Ashido, the girl with big tits said. Yay, Arazu, the smart person he'd chosen to weigh down with these guys. Whoa, Midnight's the hostage. Both boys spoke at once, ogling her despite the situation. Ronin weighed up when was the right time to lob the pro hero at them. Focus, everyone. Ronin, let go of the sure. He took the moment Yairazu stepped forward to activate both gauntlets and legs, pushing her at them with his entire body. He overestimated a little as the pro hero bodied everyone, putting the pink girl back on her ass right after she got up. Ronin started to ascend the building, checking his time in with the supervisors. He had some time to kill before he fed off to the 4th scenario. He went upward through the stocked building, clearly used for most hostage scenarios by the paraphernalia littered around. The heroes took 7 minutes just to correctly go through the hostage recovery steps. It was obvious what the faux villain wanted, them to split up or waste time. Either one served his purpose, but the options they had couldn't contend with him. Everything played to his hand the second Mina rushed instead of trying to sneak in. She was too excited before, but the gut check calmed her down. Now, we have under 20 minutes, under 15. We have under 15 minutes to find and apprehend the faux villain, and no clue where he is. Momo rubbed her eyes. Hey guys, why don't we just ask? Kaminari shrugged as he asked. He got hit in the face with Midnight's boobs, so he was feeling pretty good despite also hitting his head on the floor. Ronin's not just going to tell us. Minta had been scowling, jealous, but now wondered if Kaminari got a concussion. Even Mina knew that. Not him, our supervisor. When in doubt, ask your supervisor, you young Chad. Kaminari remembered the words of Ronin, and it only made sense they applied now. He had given Kaminari the ticket to defeating him. Hey, teacher, there are police here. Do they know where he is? No way. Kaminari thought of it. Yes, the cameras in the building are working. Ronin is camped out on the 3rd floor, room 3D. Everyone looked amazed at him for a second before rushing up to catch him. They sure are confident. Ronin watched them run forward through the window, admiring as Yaoyorozu forced them to go through all the proper procedures. This group was doing pretty good overall. At least they looked better than the rest so far. They completed the sub-objective, which was usually to stop him from running away and pin him down, but this time Ronin never planned to leave the building. Its 4 stories were plenty big enough to run in circles and wait out the clock. He checked the time one more time and listened for their approach, watching as they came up and pulling the trigger. The group was sent back down the stairs, blasted by a gale of wind. Internal entry wouldn't be easy, and he cut the elevator. The worst entry was internal. Saw or burn through the ceiling or scale the wall, not the stairs. 5 minutes later, the heroes took to climbing the wall with Mintas, hair things but covering them to make them not sticky. Then Ishido burned through the window, all while Kaminari watched and made sure Ronin didn't move. They entered confidently, and let Minta build a perimeter by trapping the doors with his balls and waiting outside, one with a ball in each hand. Only 6 minutes were left when they challenged him, sitting in a chair with legs crossed. Almost thought you weren't coming. Taking your time, the perimeter, the caution. I know why you're considered the best in the class. The line meant to both congratulate and divide them went over most of their heads, except the mostly unaffected person who led this small operation. A slight flush, but she seemed to be seeking praise. Most people seemed to consider Bakugo the best, so it made sense why she'd want some recognition. But you made a single mistake, he spoke with a finger raised. They all blinked in confusion. You're not All Might. You lack the firepower to approach me head on, whether or not I'm cornered. It sounded gaudy, but as he rose with Yamato in his left hand, the air shifted. Let's test that fighting ability you heroes love to show off so much. He seemed to teleport forward, swinging the sheathed sword while gripping it by the saya, bringing the pommel into Mina's stomach again. She was thrown backward but caught by his right hand, where he threw her on top of the purple one. The balls in his hands stuck to Ishido in the floor, pinning him. Yaoyorozu backed off as Kaminari tried to create his electricity, getting a saya to the side of the head and throwing him also into the pile on the floor. I thought I told you to use a conductor, yet here you are. He shook his head like he was disappointed, then turned to face his last victim. She was nervous, but he beckoned her to come forward, let her lead. Come on, you're the last one standing. All you have to do is make. He cut himself off and shot her 6 times with the semi-auto function he never used. She hit the wall and had her head slammed into it 4 times before he stopped. Me, shut up and take advantage of my monologue. He left now, going to the top of the building after chopping off the door handle to open it. It'd only take about 10 seconds longer to open, but he doubted they'd manage it. Soon, the alarm that said he won rang, and he moved on, largely unbothered so far. That was the most fighting he'd done so far. Team 4. The villain has left the building and is now at a red Coca-Cola semi-truck on Main Street. We believe he is preparing bombs to blow up a bridge. Whatever, you know the rest. Go get him. Nezu was definitely writing these. The teams that had finished also got to see the fights, and it had gone downhill with every fight. Sato nodded to the screen that showed Ronin, instead of the screens that showed the heroes. You know, as bad as it is, I'm glad he just ran from us. I don't think we could beat him. Banjiro noted the confident way the man playing Ronin walked, never actually engaging the opponent. He always let his opponents play themselves, letting him win with as little effort as possible. He took Minta's trap head on, then turned it to trap the heroes with their own plan. The replacement Ronin must have had some wind quirk he used to mimic the guns and to make himself stronger. Ronin's quirk was teleporting, but the guy they hired couldn't do it obviously. Those quirks were rare. Why doesn't he fight? All this running isn't manly at all, but he could win in a straight fight. Kirishima peeped in. He's scared, obviously. Can he really take all of us on in a fight? Monoma spoke up. Every time he does fight, it's only because the group is already collapsing on itself. It seems Yaorazu just couldn't take the pressure and, well, cracked. Huh. Monoma kept laughing while Recovery Girl set up to check out Mina's stomach. Those 2 attacks looked like they would hurt, and he had lined the second up perfectly with where he hit last time. If that man fought all of a team at once, you would put pressure on him and he wouldn't be able to keep such simple injuries. You seem to forget those needles he's packing are the real deal. He's not running away to help himself. He's running away so you students don't have to forcibly retire after he crushes you. She finished clearing the spot and adjusting the lights. What do you mean? I'm fine now, Sato spoke, patting his fixed shoulder. Recovery Girl shook her head. There are 2 groups Ronin insisted on making, and the group you just saw was one of them. The other group he called the Powerhouses, and said he wanted to try fighting for a change. She shook her head and the young students who didn't quite get it yet. You know, for a samurai, he sure hasn't used that sword yet. Perhaps when he does draw it, you'll be thankful all he did was give you a little cardio workout. The students swallowed, then switched to the current screen. It showed the man imitating Ronin coming out of a semi-truck, a duffel bag over his shoulder and the katana on his hip. His walk radiated pure confidence as he approached the bridge, the place that he was supposedly going to blow up. He didn't even seem scared about going toe-to-toe with Class 1A's powerhouses since he's the one who paired them together. So far, he'd run from every fight at every possible opportunity, but now that he was going to face the best one had to offer, he suddenly wanted to face them head-on. Maybe, just maybe, there was more to this strange swordsman than first appeared. They had no organization. The fight couldn't be summarized, because it was more like 4 intersecting fights than one with 4 heroes against 1 villain. They didn't show up or get taken down at the same time. Some danced for minutes, some danced for seconds, but all danced. They had no plan. Zero managed to get to the villain first, even beating Bakugo by about 30 seconds, all with a confident smile on his face. Ronin was setting up the bombs on the bridge and probably couldn't counterattack at the same time, giving Zero a moment to take advantage of the scenery. And then he took a needle to the tape, severing it and forcing him to readjust and catch himself lest he fell the 40 feet and kiss the concrete. His moment lost. Bakugo was next, flying through the air. It was quite impressive, but Ronin had seen it before. A gun charged itself and sent out a wall of air, practically unavoidable, especially since it was invisible. Bakugo didn't dodge far enough and was sent in a spin towards a wall, also having to catch himself. Another moment lost, and Ronin had barely stopped to look at them. Perhaps the third would fare better. He was creating an ice path to ride on, but a path with no rails. Someone should have told him to watch his step around a slippery vigilante. Ronin didn't even change weapons, just switching to automatic fire and spraying him. The air bullets merely stung but still could knock someone off balance, as shown by Todoroki having to stop his advance when he was knocked off his own ice and forced to catch himself. The 4th person was walking or running. Ishiyama was taking a rational and safe approach against someone with way too much mobility and lots of area denial talents. His portals, his needles, his Parker seriously, using just guns had been tame. Zero had been in way more danger than the other 2 idiots. And with his throwing speed aiming central mass, nobody'd be dodging Sit. He was on his 4th bomb when Zero first arrived, but he had just finished his 5th when Bakugo came back up. These fake bombs were really easy to set up. He had a list of requirements he had to do before the bombs were considered armed. Understandable, but impractical. He always felt the need to counter-quip, an unheroic line, and a wasted surprise attack. Another shot with the gun and Bakugo dodged much wider, not realizing that the shots were different. The first shot had been a regular uncharged one. The second one was the one he should have looked out for, because he managed to dodge some of the first shot. Bakugo's prediction for how wide he had to move to dodge was a few feet shy. It hit his feet and spun him, making him ram back first into the bridge and fall. If they stopped approaching from the side and walked up the road like normal people, this wouldn't keep happening. Ronin moved into position for the return of the human popsicle. Sure enough, nobody learned Sit and Todoroki rose again on a pillar of ice. Instead of shooting him, though, Ronin fired a full-powered shot to the ice tower. The ice protected him and blocked his view as Ronin threw a needle into the base and started shooting it. Todoroki didn't even notice his base cracking until it shattered under him. There was a reason mountains sloped up and weren't thin ice pillars. Zero had climbed up the ledge of the bridge just in time to greet Ronin face to face. You know, if you were a little quieter or were a little further away, like 20 feet that way, wouldn't have heard you coming. He deishly stabbed the tape a couple of times, watching it strain and snap. Zero caught himself again, but this was getting ridiculous. Learn to adjust, guys. At least the last one was coming. Ishiyama, naval laser. He had set up on a building. Good range and a defensive posture above him to increase the range he could fire his quirk from. A plus all around, a good plan even without the hustle. If anything, being the last one made it harder to notice him. He was waiting for someone else to attract Ronin's attention. Little cowardly, but it was more effective to be a coward than an idiot. He really wondered if they'd learn, but he managed to get all the way to the 6th of 8 bombs before another one tried. All the while a certain idiot was screaming for Ronin to die. He came over the ledge from below and snarled, finally touching the luxurious bridge with his actual feet before taking a needle to the stomach. It became a bit of a cluster as a laser, probably from a naval, burst in on the scene and was avoided with a swift and anticipated sidestep. Ronin stepping away from the sentient landmine that occasionally set itself off and throwing another needle. More explosions, and 10 seconds after the first laser, a second ranged attack to support Bakugo. The second invader was coming, and Ronin really wanted to put Bakugo through the ringer. After all, he wasn't a vigilante right now, but a villain so comically evil he could only kill a dog if it had a litter of puppies surviving off it. Being petty was a villain's thing. He ducked behind a car and switched weapons, counting to wait for the laser to refresh. He then dashed, checking to ensure that the laser ready, and rushed Bakugo. He was met by explosions, but countered by striking Bakugo with a Seiya to the ribs and his left on Bakugo's face, pulling him back and into Aoyama's laser. Bakugo screamed at the hit, but screamed even worse when he started getting shanked by a needle and shoved against the ledge. Ronin palm strike all the needles in Bakugo already to make sure they were nice and firmly stuck before breaking off with his pushing front kick, sending the flinching Bakugo over. Next up was the return of Tape Man. This discount Spider-Man swung from a building underneath the bridge to build momentum and tried to flip on top, like a rocket-powered swing set. It was clearly a spontaneous idea. Otherwise, he would have realized he'd get an air bullet up the ass. Sure enough, Ronin made sure to shoot the moving target the second he was visible over the railing and sent Zero plummeting back down to bungee jump another day. This was actually getting ridiculous. Just get over yourselves and your stupid overly fancy moves. Learn to approach a villain as God intended, in any way that didn't play to the villain's strengths. Todoroki took the cake for learning absolutely nothing so far. Another pillar formed going straight at him and was practically begging for a charge shot. Instead, Ronin was getting pissy about only stabbing one student and gave the one in front of him a gift. Hoping a little pain would teach this idiot a lesson, he maneuvered around another laser and activated the gloves, lobbing the needle like a cannon and taking that D clean off his stupid effing pillar. There were daddy issues. Then there was being fixated on only one solution, then there was whatever these three idiots were doing. This was absurd. How could none of them think to just take an advantageous position and wait for him to F up like Yama? If anyone worked with the blonde, he might actually have to try. All the bomb positions were hidden from Aoyama by a car or the ledge, so he could set up his bombs. The 6th bomb only took half a minute. He was getting good at these. Nezu, I don't think I'm going to need to reveal myself. Your students don't seem to know how to cooperate. The time I accidentally ran into 3 vigilantes had better 4 team member synergy than this, and 2 of them didn't do anything. This was a serious issue, even if hero schools didn't usually address it. Heroes were required to work with whoever showed up at the scene, not just people in their agency. Establishing a plan was important, and whatever the F was happening here was as far from a plan as you could get. I must agree, I was thinking of asking you to hold back, but it seems unnecessary. Ronin was now taking potshots at Aoyama, mostly because he didn't have anything to do, didn't want to leave an annoyance unhindered, and he had some range harassment himself. Think we should do anything about it? He was here to fight, and so far he hadn't fought once. Right now it seemed impossible that UA was going to ambush him because he was basically as good as when he started. He'd used less than 10 needles, was refreshed, and barely trying. The only real injuries he should have gotten were from the walking grenade. But Mao's old jacket had blocked that. It really was a good jacket. Oh, we've got an idea for a finale. You want to wrap this up by 3, correct? It was something he mentioned when planning out the teams. This guy had a good ear for the little details. Yeah, someone's waiting on me. I should at least try to make good on my word. He walked toward the ledge and struck a rising Bakugo with a good old-fashioned violence as the former bully literally flew into it. He was so loud Ronin could find him with his eyes closed, let alone predict where he was going to be to hit him. He powered through the blunt force trauma until the sheathed katana snaked around his head and Ronin pulled him face first into the railing on the bridge, then shunted the boy backward. He fell again, trying to regain his balance. Ronin worked harder now, stepping around the more frantic lasers. He wasn't sure they knew how many bombs he had to set off, but he only had 1 to go. Got halfway through before 2 of the heroes showed up at the same time. He didn't bother to stop them, slowing them with a monologue. You 2 here at the same time by accident. Or are you guys starting to make plans? You won't beat me blindly, you know. The 3 heroes he'd been beating off the bridge were all way better at overall mobility, but because he didn't have to move he could punish any attempts they made to get close. Moving in without cover would get you shot. Moving in with cover put you too close to him. It was a no-win scenario. You should have tried to get suppressing fire from Ishiyama, then moved in. His movements were slow and relaxed, not really caring since the next part he'd be in the final run. That should be the easiest part for him with the hardest fight. Yeah, well, all we have to do is wait for Bakugo. Then we have 2 power. Zero was right, but Todoroki was impatient and rushed, creating a wave of ice. The ice froze the air, but there was something he didn't know about the gun and its air bullets. The charged shot met the rising ice, but there was no clash, just crushing superiority. Midoriya could still remember All for One's words about the quirk. For 2 seconds after activating, other quirks couldn't do anything to it. He meant that wind quirks couldn't dispel it if it hit within 2 seconds of being fired. But this proved even temperature quirks like fire or ice couldn't stop it in that 2-second window. It really was his anti-everything gun, kindness. Todoroki's eyes probably went wide, but he was knocked over. It wasn't much, but it broke his line of contact and stopped the ice. Bakugo got up finally, and the 3 of them technically faced the villain. His jacket bellowed in the wind as he rose. Finished. The 3 of you are late. You failed to utilize your support, your intel, and your own powers. You even failed to use your superior numbers. There is no winning this battle. For your safety, I advise you to clear the area. They had 10 minutes left, but it was basically over. He could hit the sewers now, and when he did that he basically won automatically. None of them could sit down there, and even freezing the whole sewer wouldn't catch him. Still, they charged as he moved away to his next designated spot while pushing the fake detonator like Nezu told him to. He didn't know why Nezu wanted him to move, but if he had to guess he'd say the bombs had some pyrotechnics like smoke. Kaboom, boom, boom. Each bomb set off the next and made a larger explosion, completely blowing the bridge out from under the heroes. The next group had no way to approach him normally now and was doomed by every other group's failures. Their best bet was that the current heroes finished him. Of course, this was lost on Midoriya at the moment. Ronin was definitely not in control of the situation right now. Nezu, the F was that. Your students were on that bridge. The explosions weren't supposed to be real. Nezu laughed. They're a tough batch, and I never said the bombs were fake. Besides, you know that the only way to teach people is to have them fail, don't you? I must admit, I've tried to profile them, and you seem to be a great student. Wouldn't mind having someone like you here. But Todoroki has it covered. They had been caught by an ice slide, and no one was dead. Ronin stood at the edge of the blown-up bridge, looking down at them. They're going to be coming for you all at once, Ronin. And I think you should give that sword of yours a try now. His figure was cloaked in dust and smoke, the similar colors fading together to form some giant phantom that looked down on the city. Its left hand rested on the saya, tapping a rhythm into it as the being looked down. It had a second where no one could see it and quickly replaced as many batteries as it could, starting with the sword and then the belt. The smoke and dust continued to drift, leaving the lone figure with a hand on its blade staring down on the heroes like it was some sort of final boss. Kind of pissed off the heroes. Who does that a whole think he is? All Might. Bakugo's hands crackled. Let's go all at once and crush him. Todoroki was offering a plan, but Bakugo was nothing if not stubborn. Just stay out of my way. He rocketed up while Zero stayed with Todoroki, everyone ascending at roughly the same pace. At the top he was walking away, hand on his sword. You already lost. There's a difference between tenacity and recklessness, and you're crossing it. Shut your villain ass up and die. Bakugo rushed at him and grabbed a gauntlet, locking both feet in place as he pointed the barrel at him. He had only ever used it once, and it had nearly gotten him disqualified then. Right now, though, Todoroki used his ice to fence the villain in so he couldn't dodge. There was a laser trained on him so he couldn't dodge up. This was a group attack. But, it's too late. I'm going to draw this sword. Bakugo grabbed the pin and pulled. Todoroki's ice thickened, and Ishiyama's laser fired as a monster spoke, staring straight through it all as it spoke. Not with confidence, but with surety. The blast overwhelmed the cameras, seeming to obliterate what was left of the bridge. Whoa, they've got him cornered. Mina cheered, glad to be free of those stupid sticky balls. They couldn't hear Ronin talking, but they could see Todoroki and Bakugo putting aside their differences to win. Teaming up to take down a villain, now that's manly. Kirishima cried a little, with Sato laughing. After all that, even he can't overcome Todoroki and Bakugo's sheer power. Sato seemed happy while Momo looked frustrated, despite the success of their classmates. Is he going to survive? This looks pretty dangerous. Tsuyu asked from the side, head tilted. She'd been there the first time Bakugo used that in a combat simulation. It had nearly destroyed the building. Oh, those poor fools. Recovery Girl spoke in a whisper. Didn't they lose already? Kaminari was trying to keep track of everything like a video game objective. And this one wasn't to capture Ronin. It was to stop the bridge from blowing up. They failed that. Yes, they did, and I'm not sure I can fix them up if they do it. Recovery Girl hit the button to call Eraserhead. Tell those kids to stand down. He's going to turn them into mincemeat if they try to kill him. He's going to turn them into mincemeat. As per usual, Momo caught on quickly. Dearie, that's not some volunteer. She shook her head at the young girl. That's the third most wanted criminal in Musutafu. That's the Ronin. The blast shook all of City B. It was focused like a gunshot and went for over 100 meters. The ice was reformed as it was melted. The secondary laser there, however pointless it really was. The explosion lasted 4 whole seconds, and another 8 before they could see after that bright flash. Ahead of them was a mix of steam, dust, smoke, and rubble, making it impossible to tell what exactly had happened. Did you guys kill him? Zero, the only one who contributed nothing to the attack, asked the exhausted students. They were all a little nervous, as seen by Ishiyama screaming something on the rooftop. Shit, will this go on our permanent records? Bakugo shook his arms, which ached after using his final move. Even the one that just braced hurt. We shouldn't be sued for this. Things like this happen in the field. Todoroki seemed the least affected. Their microphones all turned on, and they could hear Ishiyama's screams. Behind you. Your didn't hit him. He's behind. This has gone on long enough. This is the last lecture. It felt like moving was impossible, but somehow everyone slowly spun to face him. Ronin stood, untouched by the flames. Yamato was in his left hand, freed from his belt. Listen up, you failed abortions, because the next time I'm supposed to say this, I'll cut your head off instead as a public service. Ronin pointed down the way towards the ruined bridge. It was still smoking from the heat, covered in thick steam from the melting ice, and dust from what had once been the street, and cars littered the air. If this were a real fight, you would have just killed more civilians than the villain did and missed killing the villain. Your job, you fraudulent dipshits, is not to arrest villains. It's to save civilians. He rolled his shoulders as he took a posture and pointed to each in time. You, Bakugo, should not have used that move in public spaces. Your instructor should have told you that. At least aim it upward. If you do so, it doesn't hit people on the ground. Todoroki, you shouldn't have just frozen me in place. You should have first protected the civilians with ice. See all those cars in flames? At least one person dead per car. Zero, you should have stopped them. Part of a hero's job is to recognize when you're going too far and call them out. Ishiyama, same thing, but good call out my location. No one noticed the smoke drifting from the slightly unsheathed sword, wrapping around its 3 victims, pushed by the gloves as he pretended to point at them. No one paid attention to the blue smoke in the midst of all the other smoke. It seems you only learn from violence, though. Zero wasn't looking ready, but Todoroki was on guard and Bakugo was preparing for another attack. He beckoned them and then gripped his sword as Bakugo charged to see if anyone learned their lesson. Bakugo didn't, otherwise he'd stop fighting and withdraw. The others didn't, or they'd tell him to stop. It didn't matter. They had lost before their team attack, and nothing they could do would change that. His thumb pushed up against the tsuba, pushing it out while his right pushed the handle further, making sure the metal handle let. His right foot came forward to meet the charging student. The boots weren't turned on so that they couldn't give the finesse he'd need. There was a hiss as metal cleaved the air, a strange static buzz as the blade glowed blue. The fog that usually surrounded it was pushed away as fast as it was made toward the trio. The blade flicked out of the saya, cutting straight left and entering its own portal as it generated more and more smoke. The smoke stuck to everything. The boys, the remnants of the bridge, even the air itself. The smoke then became a portal that more smoke poured through, going straight past all defenses. As the portals stacked and spread, turning the entire area into a white haze, Yamato entered the first portal, rapidly teleporting between all the targets as it slashed their insides, cutting them apart from the inside out while creating more portals, from which more slashes came out of, which created more portals. His arm made a single swing, but his victims each had thousands of cuts and internal bleeding. Not one of them could stand anymore. They'd bleed to death in under 2 minutes if left alone. Ronin flicked his sword once, splattering their blood on the ground while cleaning Yamato off in one stroke. No surrounding area damage. You've become pinned and can't move. Heroes could come and arrest you easily, or let you bleed to death. A move that can be performed easily to turn the tide of a battle, and a little flashy. That is a super move. He slowly sheathed the sword as he spoke. None of them could do it to stop him, so why not explain right now? He was safe and secure, which was when you were supposed to address an opponent. That move was of the Weeping Demon style, the final form, the slash dimension. It's simple, quick, and deadly. The best kind of attack. He paused, talking over the radio, checking to see where the medical bay was. I'm on my way with the 3. Yes, I'll be there soon. Ronin looked over the 3 students, making some quick guesses. 3 of them, one of him, he wasn't exactly All Might, so Ronin did a quick glance over, deciding that Bakugo was the worst off. He was the closest after all, but that didn't matter so much as getting him the right treatment quickly. Ronin gritted his teeth and lifted Bakugo up, running quickly to the medical area where recovery girls should be on standby. Once he dropped Bakugo off, he'd have to go back and get the next one, and the next one, doing all of this as quickly as possible. Whatever he was getting paid to put up with this, it wasn't enough. picked up the 3 easily with his gloves and boots, 1 on his right and 2 on his left. He then began to single/portal his way to the medical bay, and the rest of the waiting defeated students. What was that? Minta screamed and grabbed Momo's leg. Everyone was too shocked because they hadn't seen him arrive. His blurry form seemed to rise straight out of the ground, sword in hand. Could he have done that the whole time? Monoma wondered. He really did copy the wrong quirk in their fight. Clearly, this man's was superior to Kirishima's. Forget could he, what did he do? Mina was exasperated. 1 second it's all explosions. Next second he slashes once, doesn't hit anything, and still takes everyone down in 1 hit. I guess he really was holding back. Suyu was still calmly looking at the screen with Momo. He's carrying all 3 of them while coming here just fine, so he must be pretty strong. Is his quirk some sort warp gate quirk, or a wind quirk, maybe a physical boost? And he's so fast the human eye can't track. Momo was taking guesses on his quirk, trying to figure out how he'd seem to flicker out of focus then reappear a few meters away. It was regular but a short distance, and even without it he was quite fast. Gyro looked at the doorway. Isn't he coming here? There was nothing really threatening about that, or there shouldn't have been. But seeing the monster that took down 2 of the strongest in class with 1 hit, and didn't even bother to fight the rest of them, coming toward them, everyone took a step back from the door as it opened. Recovery girl, I brought him as quickly as I could. Where do you want him? Ronin pushed past the door, carrying Bakugo on his back. Do you have an adrenaline shot to give them or energy bars they should eat? Yes, dearie, please place them all down on the beds. Recovery girl was calm in the face of Ronin's rush, gesturing him over to a few beds they had set up for this very thing. Speed is important, but too much haste just wastes time. Ronin did his best to place Bakugo on one of the beds gently and looked over his work. Healing and medical stuff wasn't his thing, so he'd be more useful going to get the next student. The rest of the students watched as the monster took care of its victims. Maybe one of them could help him get the last 2 boys. This could be a useful experience for them too, after all. Someone fast. Engine legs, you're with me. The rest of you, do your best to help Recovery Girl. Failing that, learn from her. It's always a good time to start learning, I suppose. Recovery Girl nodded, pleased that while Ronin was definitely rattled he was doing his best to get things under control. You heard him, Ida, get moving. The rest of you, gather round. Time for a few impromptu lessons. Ronin took 10 minutes of medical care while getting tips from the expert. It was a great learning experience for both him and the students. Eventually, the robots came to move them to the main nurse's office. Ronin bowed deeply to Recovery Girl, thanking her for her help. Your presence allows me to fight more freely, although I will need to hold back more. I hope to repay this debt in the future. And you Class 1A. He shifted to look at all of them. I hope you are all learning something from today. If you learn nothing else, don't use AoE super moves in public areas without warning and evacuation. His eyes shifted from person to person. You got that? Everyone agreed like he was their teacher. Good. I'll be back in 30 minutes to give my closing lecture, and thank you for having me. Nezu wants to run the last group now, so I have to get into position for my final escape. He walked away now, not bothering to teleport. He wasn't in a rush, and the walk gave him more time to appreciate just how much detail they put into the city. Too much. Way too much. Was this where their taxes were going to? Did UA actually waste every single yen they got? We can't fight that, Uraraka shouted at their teacher. On screen, Ronin was sitting at the edge of the blistered building. No one looked excited to fight him when it was clearly impossible. Maybe with half the class, but with 4 people, we should try at least. Ito was also nervous but kept a tight leash on himself as the vice representative. He doesn't seem to go overboard unless the students do, judging by the warning to avoid causing civilian casualties. The last 4 had gotten that warning after the fight from Principal Nezu, who assured them that they would survive. Not be fine, but survive. Uraraka already broke her legs while fighting the 0-pointer in the entrance exam. She wasn't sure how many times she could get by on just surviving. Yes, so long as we stay within the rules and don't violate them as Bakugo and Todoroki did, we should be fine. Takoyami spoke with confidence, reassuring his classmates. A clear guideline was good. It gave them a hard metric to know if they were failing or not. Glad to see you're already doing some team building. Aizawa looked at the last note card for the scenario. The villain has bombed the bridge and will now be attempting to flee the scene. 2. Russia. What's important is he's going to be leaving by car. Stop him from leaving. He's on the destroyed bridge running past Main Street in the red car. Red thing shaped like a car. All right, sir. They spoke at once and hurried over, beginning to plan out a strategy for the fight. Ronin had a glorified go-kart, driving along the burnt bridge. He had to replace some of the parts because Bakugo blew it up before they could start. He was definitely going to be late to the club, but he wasn't too worried. It was only planning day today, and they didn't need to make something big every time. He'd spend his free time cleaning off his suit. It had gotten pretty dusty. For now, he puttered along and wondered, would the last group give up, charge like the rest, learn from the mistakes of the rest, not rely on power and use their strengths? Seriously, if Bakugo was on this part, all they'd have to do to win is do a formal evacuation further down and blow up the bridge. It wouldn't work for long, but it'd slow me down for at least a minute. The view was pretty good, and Nezu spoke in his ear. We're going to demolish this whole city and rebuild it this weekend, so we're not too worried about environmental damage right now. If you wanted to use your quirk again to destroy more of the bridge. Ever since he accidentally decimated the ledges and railing with slash dimension, Nezu had been asking him to use his quirk again. He definitely wanted to see it again when he was prepared so he could take better notes on it. He could hear footsteps approach his stupid little go-kart. He leaned around to see a single figure running behind him. How'd he get up here? The one called Ida was running at him and his go-kart, and steadily gaining. Ronin checked to make sure he was going as fast as it allowed, still faster than most people could run, and took another look at the speedster. He was actually kind of late if he ran at this speed the whole time. Where had he been, and what had he been doing? He got closer and was running behind Ronin's car. Ronin, you are under arrest. Pull over or we will be forced to stop you ourselves. Textbook reading, goddamn textbook. Everyone else forgot their lines for stating arrest, and it showed. This guy had at least thought this far ahead. Ronin chose to ignore it and kept his eyes ahead of him. That's why he didn't notice the girl in pink and black spandex on Ada's back. I got him in the car. He felt something touch him and heard it touch the car. Then Ada kicked the car, sending both him and it up into the air. He got a good look at them now. They had been running piggybacked, with the giant white armor covering the smaller girl. Since he was driving, he'd never given the guy a good look. But now, floating through the air, he could see the two of them. That left the invisible girl and the bird guy who wasn't Uzagi. Still, praise should be awarded as much as complaints. You actually used teamwork, and you said all the correct things too before engaging. If nothing else, you're doing better than the rest in just 1 minute. He still had over 20 minutes to avoid capture. This was becoming difficult fast, but as the last group, you have it the easiest. I'm the most tired now, and you have had the longest to do the research homework no one actually did. I have expectations for you. He threw some needles at them, even though he was 20 feet over the ledge. If you don't calm down, I will be forced to drop you, sir. Right, Takoyami? Uraraka looked into the distance. They had a member actively reading the rules of engagement since he couldn't do anything at the moment. It seemed dumb, but it ensured they would mess up any legal jargon. I refuse. This is the part where you drop me, miss. Don't worry, this is way safer than what the other ones did, and you're legally supposed to in case of non-compliant villains. Go for it. Ronin led with an in-character response and then gave them the legal jargon. If a villain was trying to get themselves killed and was a risk to civilians or heroes, you let them die. You didn't shoot them yourself, but you ensured the civilians were safe before the villain. Plus, dropping him was a much less risky super move. No civilians were in direct danger unless he landed on them, and the area under the bridge should have been evacuated. He gave her an encouraging nod as she dropped him, moving to draw his sword and getting grabbed by a strange purplish-black pair of claws. We got him. We got him. Uraraka was excited while Ronin did a quick check. He had fallen off the bridge and towards the third hero student, Takoyami, who caught him with his quirk, Dark Shadow, using his quirk's giant claws to grab and hold the villain in place. Not bad, but somebody forgot their capture tape. He pointed his hands at each other, doing a move he'd done before on accident, and activated the glove's pull function. The air between his hands was pulled in both directions, spinning faster and faster until it was a miniature ball of wind. As his hands moved closer to each other, the force increased. The ball condensed smaller and smaller, becoming a small bomb waiting to explode. His thumbs twitched to push as he gave into the crushing grip, Dark Shadow helping him slam his hands together with more force. Street fighting style, first from Hadoken. The ball of condensed air exploded outward, blasting everything with wind and heat. It tore his jacket, his bulletproof vest, his arm guards, and his neck guard. The blast hurt Dark Shadow's claws though and forced him to drop the pseudo-villain. Ronin pulled the sword to himself and teleported downward, cutting 10 meters off his fall, rolling along the ground. Takoyami had been on a billboard underneath the bridge, waiting to ambush him when the other caught up. They had planned ahead in case he didn't comply with pulling over. Not bad at all, heroes. Ronin laughed as he had to run toward his end goal now. Losing the go-kart actually made him faster, but he still had to keep an eye out for the invisible girl, as difficult as that would be. He ran along the streets, keeping an eye on how they got Takoyami up. The pink girl floated down, touched him, and Takoyami's shadow lifted them. He could see Ida running parallel to him, dragging the other two like balloons behind him. They'd wait for him at the exit, a good plan since he had to go there. The exit was a weird, yellow gate Nezu had built on the far side of the city. Nezu insisted that it was going to be used for something later, but that it'd make a great end goal for him. Each slash makes the portal go a little further. One slash maxes out at 8 meters, then 10 meters for 2. How much would 4 go? He did the 4 slashes, then activated his boots as he leaped forward like a frog. He should have tested it earlier. He would have been less surprised that it went 16 meters. It appeared that it was a curve, with each slash increasing the distance more than the last one did. Still, he pulled himself to the ledge as they tried to push him down, flipping over them and running along the road parallel to them. You're pretty good, forcing me to teleport without endangering anyone. But now we're to the real part. This allowed him to put the sword away and draw his gun, taking potshots at them while running along the road. Only 2 minutes to the exit. And if they could stop Ronin before he hit the end of the road, they would win. That specific line, the part about him hitting the end of the road, gave him a sinking feeling that he knew where the last member was going to be, and why Ada took so long to get to him. Takoyami blocked the air bullets with dark shadow. These bullets didn't even hurt. They just annoyed. Pinky was looking a little sick, but she did her job of letting Ada run full pace while carrying his team. All in all, good synergy. He had been wondering if any of the teams would manage to get some. Ada pushed himself closer and kicked while barely breaking stride, instead serving as another starting block for Ronin to kick off of. He advanced a whole 4 meters ahead of them after pushing off that, running dead set for the end goal. Ronin could see the end now. His style might be a little slower, but he'd still win at this pace. Those heroes had to do a twist, and it sounded like they had one. The girl spoke up. Ada, grab Takoyami. Takoyami, throw me. The girl flew through the air and hit him in the back, thrown by her teammate and pushing him into the floor as they rolled along. Their momentum slowed with her hug grappling him. Not really trying to catch him but just trying to slow him down so the others could pass him. She tried to get him with her quirk, but only managed to get his jacket. The other students did pass him as she struggled to keep his arms at his side. But he knew how to get out of hugs. He raised his arms to the side and moved backward, sliding her off of him. You guys are great. Then a kick struck him in the side, right as he was about to start running again and make some serious distance. It seemed they came back for their teammate. Uraraka, can you move still? Ada came back after dropping Takoyami off halfway, the birdman still running to block the exit in the distance. Uraraka got her legs underneath herself. It wasn't that bad, I'll be fine. She had panicked and didn't use her quirk on anything that mattered, only touching his coat and turning it weightless instead of him. It was impressive how much of the body she actually missed to hit that. She couldn't seem to drive her quirk through the clothing this time as she had on the surprise attack. Maybe it took more energy the more things she affected, or it took more time the bigger the thing. For now, that information was irrelevant though. The three stood in front of him, gathering up their courage. They weren't looking scared anymore. They were starting to look like real heroes. All right. Now, this. He kicked up the gun and grabbed it, reholstering and laughing. This is a fight. The skills were far worse than the last group, but it felt much more real. They'd just been 4 idiots in the same place. This was a team. He raised his hands as he walked forward, beckoning with both hands. Come on. Show me those plans, that spirit. Ronin bounced a bit, getting into a hand-to-hand combat stance before bursting towards the heroes. His speed was greater than a normal person's, but less than Ada's. He didn't need it to be more though. His first opponent was Uraraka. He ran straight at her since her quirk only seemed to affect things she touched with her hands. Ronin spun and performed his spinning back kick into her stomach. He knocked the wind cleanly out of her and sent her into Ada, forcing him to catch her or move. Being a good teammate before a good hero, he chose to catch her and give Ronin an opening. Ronin legged it past him, driving his legs down with short strides since it was better for him to push off than pull himself along with long strides. He was coming up on the gate, which Dark Shadow and Takoyami tried to block as much of with random things up here. There were signs stacked up in front of it, along with the hero himself. Not that blockades were a problem. Ronin flexed his fingers and turned the gloves back on, stepping forward as he swiped. The pull forced Takoyami to take a step forward, and let him exchange a punch while Dark Shadow crashed down on him. He laughed as the giant fist should have crushed him into the ground, but slid off his hunched form. No technique here, just force. If Mao couldn't beat him down with actual martial arts, how were these kids going to do better without any martial arts? He stepped forward again, uppercutting the boy. There was no point in fighting the shadow monster, so he only aimed at the boy. He got a hit off before he heard a burst of flames before an immense force struck him in the ribs, sending him back and sideways. Takoyami, are you all right? Ada spoke, taking a defensive posture beside his classmate. He hits hard, but I'm still standing. How are you two? Uraraka was also there. I think I'm his first target since I've been hit the most. A good guess on her part. and extra points for it being correct. It looks like he wants to fight his way through. Then we'll have to take him down. It's funny how they didn't even realize they could just wait him out. Every other time, he had to survive 30 minutes. This time he had an objective to complete. And if he didn't do it in the next 18 minutes, he failed. Fighting played to his strengths. Then do your best, heroes. He stretched, feeling bones pop into place and working his joints. When he was suitably limber and ready, he charged with both arms against his face in a defensive posture, peekaboo style. Ida tried to meet his guard with a kick, but some unknown force pushed everything away from his body, making it swing wide while he countered with a quick jab. They danced around each other, Ida noting the strange phenomenon surrounding Ronin's body. He can do some sort of shield. It's difficult to move towards him. The push got stronger the closer it was. So the closer to the arms you got, the harder it was to hit. Ronin used his arms as a shield, so it was hard to hit his entire top half. Ida gave kick after kick, but when Ronin was advancing they weren't impressive, and he was petty enough to let the young speedster know. Good heart, good hustle, shoddy form. Ronin ducked under a kick and countered the next kick with his own, letting their legs strike each other. You should invest in some taekwondo or kickboxing lessons. Ida switched his entire leg for another kick while Ronin opted for the lazier solution of a side kick, countering again. Good power, good speed too. However, they met again, but Ronin let his leg bounce off and switched to a pushing front kick and knocking Ida over. The lack of technique leaves you unbalanced, forces you to commit to your attacks. Not enough control. He moved out of the way as a car crashed where he was. Uraraka touched another car. Then Dark Shadow lifted and threw it with Uraraka releasing it at the end before it collided with him. Ronin squatted down and leaped clean over the car, landing on it after it crashed. A little dangerous and property damaging, but this area should already be evacuated. Good use of your skills. He pushed forward off the hood, going straight for the exit to see their counter. Dark Shadow and Takoyami both put their bodies between the exit gate and Ronin. Ronin switched gauntlet modes mid-air, pulling himself down and running along the floor with his hands up again. It was slower, more subdued, but more stable. Dark Shadow and Ronin clashes again. Ronin using his push function to hit Takoyami without ever touching him. It was like his arms could grow an extra half a foot by switching forms at the last second. They drilled each other for 10 seconds before Uraraka forced him to bounce along with one of Takoyami's injuries into getting kicked further back like a pinball. Takoyami was starting to show the wear and tear of all those gut punches. Ronin's aim was on point, even while fighting a giant shadow bird. Ronin rolled his shoulder. You're at least good at covering for each other. Let's get a little more serious. He kept his arms by his sides, resting hands in his pockets as he strode forward. Ida moved for another exchange of kicks, swinging his leg sideways, but instead got a spinning back kick to the hip, one of the only unarmored areas on his body. Ida stepped backward, then moved forward to be stung again by a side kick to the same area. Ronin was going back and forth like the tide, but wearing them down as if they were a cliff face, and judging by who racked up more injuries every time they clashed, it was pretty obvious who'd win if something didn't change. The heroes should have had that leg up, but he didn't know where their fourth member was. The threat of her alone was more taxing on his mind than the last 4 battles had been. He had to constantly check his surroundings in case she was sneaking up on him. She was definitely in the area, but he couldn't find her. Instead, he ducked under another kick and spun, turning it into his 5th spinning back kick against Ida's right hips. The continuous blows were showing their effects as his movements got sloppier and slower the more kicks landed. Ronin bodied a kick to his body, drawing his arms up and catching the leg while planting his feet. Ronin's right foot planted down on Ida's left, while both his arms held Ida's right leg. He then switched his left leg to push and force Ida's leg up and against him, until Ida's knee was almost pressed into his ribs with his leg forced straight. Ida didn't have the flexibility to usually pull off the maneuver, and it showed in his reaction. Ronin's right leg came up and performed a pushing front kick, knocking Ida over again. With his much more injured right leg, it'd take longer to get up this time. Don't just train your quirk. Your body's a weapon, and a weapon left is a weapon dulled. He walked past Ida now, who couldn't stand anymore. He'd need a minute before he tried, and even then Ronin wouldn't recommend it. Only 2 left. He would have left Ida with much fewer injuries, but he needed to flush out Hagakure. Lowering the odds of success for them would force her hand. Ronin raised his hands again. The next person to finish off was Takoyami or Uraraka, and each countered the other's weakness. Dark Shadow seemed the worst option since the ranged option didn't work on him, but exchanging blows would injure Ronin and Takoyami. Range, however, was the only reliable counter against Uraraka. Melee would lead to him floating 20 feet in the air until they arrested him, but right now ranged attacks would be blocked by Dark Shadow. So, all in all, Dark Shadow needed to go. Ronin retook his boxing stance and rushed Takoyami, dashing straight through Dark Shadow's first attack and clotheslining Takoyami into the yellow gate. Both Quirk and Human gasped at the pain and nearly dropped from that attack. They were reaching their physical limits, but Ronin was only starting to get worked up. Uraraka charged, but it posed all the threat of a charging kitten. Ronin, trying to get as much mileage from his new toys as possible, switched his left to push and pressed his hand towards hers. Her body kept moving, but she couldn't seem to overcome the pushing force. She lacked the muscle to get closer with her arm alone. Her other arm came up to try and single-mindedly push through the barrier instead of adjusting her position or trying to grab something else. As a reward, he stepped back and turned the gauntlet off, letting her stumble forward and walk right into his side kick, taking the heavy blow right to the face and breaking her nose, then had to hurt. She fell backward for a full second before catching herself. She looked back at him. Think about more options. You 3-4, I assume, are more than just your quirks. Remember your numbers and use your resources. She tried to swipe at him again, and this time he caught her by the wrist, throwing her over his shoulder at Takoyami. Both his arms and legs were used in the throw, and that's when he figured out when Hagakure was hiding. From behind the finish gate, several feet of white tape came out and flew towards him. His body naturally reacted to the perceived threat and twisted at full speed, kicking his unseen fourth opponent with his full power. But it was too late. The tape wrapped around him as the final student clung to him, taking his attack with a scream before falling into him, almost dropping the capture tape from the pain as her ribs cracked from a single attack. Ada was on the floor, mumbling as he rubbed his right hip. Takoyami was slumped on the pavement, his eyes slightly glazed over and his body limp. Uraraka finally gave in and rolled over from where the shoulder throw had left her, throwing up. Hagakure even got a crushing kick to the ribs that definitely broke something, but it pressed through the pain and wrapped the capture tape around the last person. Only one person was actually fine through the entire event, the man who did the most damage to Ronin. Ronin himself stood wrapped by a dumb thin white tape that signaled his loss. They had tied several lengths of it together to make it long enough to wrap his entire body. Hagakure weakly moved into him, but couldn't even knock him over. His arms could snap the capture tape if he flexed too hard. The single kick had winded her, and she was more leaning on him than standing. Ronin looked across at his loss, nodding. This wasn't half bad. 15 minutes to go. This whole exchange only took 3 minutes. He patted the naked invisible girl on the shoulder. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. To her credit, since it didn't look like much from an outside view, she did pretty well. She stood there quietly while all her teammates got crushed, not rushing the grapple. If she had no teammates, he'd be alert and would crush her when she tried to rush him. Even if he wasn't focused, he might have definitely would have beaten her off with just one free limb. Any limb he could hit with and knock her way, then discard the tape by pushing it over the edge. She didn't hesitate when there finally was a gap. It was hard to rush someone who gutted 3 of your classmates 35 minutes ago, but she did it. I can't hear if your teacher said it, but heroes win. Man, what a lame victory. That must be the most realistic part. Ronin had to carry the biggest one back. Of course he did. Stretchers apparently didn't exist at UA. Being the professional money wasters that they were, he had to carry Ida from the furthest corner of City B to the on-site infirmary for basic aid. Recovery Girl fixed all of them up with one kiss since their injuries were so minor. Ronin himself declined recovery, as it seemed to tire out those it healed. That was something he needed to avoid at all costs. The entire class was sent to a room where they talked over how the last group did. It was hard to decide an MVP since everyone actually contributed this time. They could do some math, though. Uraraka didn't really do anything major but just made it easier for the others. While this saved energy bought them more time for Ronin to mess up, it wasn't game-changing. Hagakure didn't do almost anything until the very end. But what she did do was very important. Takoyami defended the exit very well, but that hinged on one person. All of it hinged one person, actually. Ida got voted the MVP because everything hinged on him. He got Hagakure to the end. He moved the group into position so they could make their final stand. And he was the one who got Ronin out of what only a drunken idiot would call his escape car. Ronin watched their discussion from outside, checking his jacket for all the new problems it would inevitably have. Sure enough, today had not been kind to it. He'd have to get it fixed professionally, or, well, since getting it fixed would reveal his identity. He knew what his next project was. He'd been planning the canap, but it'd have to keep on waiting, it seemed. Nezu spoke to him, gesturing into the room where Aizawa was giving the closing speech. I heard you mention you giving a closing speech. Wanna go in and give it? I'd be very interested in hearing it, to say the least. Sure. He walked into the room, resting his left on the saya and waiting for his turn to speak. The whispers became silent as he looked over the class, Nezu stepping up for him. Now, our guest will give his closing remarks before he leaves. Take it away. Ronin kept his fighting posture. It was a habit. He couldn't trust a single person in the room. After all, raise our hand if your costume includes a rescue pack. He held up his custom rescue pack, a pack that held everything he'd use in case of emergencies. Flashlight, gauze, tweezers, all the minor things that were useful that every hero should carry. You don't have it, get it. Every type of hero has to help injured civilians. And even a basic pack will help. I'd tell you to learn martial arts, but you wouldn't listen, so I'm just going to stick to the argument your teacher will back me up on. All I'll say is I might have gotten hit a little more than 20 times if more of you knew martial arts and had even a sliver more planning than a car crash. He rolled his shoulders. Remember the goals of heroes. You're not supposed to be popular. You're not supposed to be cool. You're not supposed to fight. His gaze stared down the two idiots who he kind of wanted to punch in the face. You are supposed to save people. Each hero has their own way of doing it, but don't become a villain with a license. Remember that, and everything else will come naturally. He turned, waving goodbye, and started to walk with Nezu to the front gate. They were probably calling him a ponce, or already called security, but overall the experience was good for him. What is your quirk anyway? Nezu tried to investigate, but he got as weak a response as he thought he'd get. How would telling you to help me? Ronin focused on the end result. His personality was strange to Nezu. The hero signatures, the fury at attacking even fake civilians, the constant lectures while he fought. He hadn't recorded with cameras, but he had written down as much as he could from what he saw. And Ronin was a suspiciously good teacher when it came to heroics. He had given the last team their lecture on the way back and in the makeshift infirmary, and praised good results. It was a little sad that he was a better heroics teacher than All Might. But All Might wasn't exactly teacher material. Being a great hero and a great teacher required different skill sets, as Nezu was painfully aware. Nezu read him as someone who knew everything about heroics, who definitely wanted to be a hero. With a quirk like teleportation and the skill he had with his weapons, he'd go far. But for some reason, he wasn't. Maybe Ronin was younger than he looked, but Nezu firmly put him into the young adult with the references he made. He played a lot of generic but old games, popular 100 or so years ago. He got nervous around people he respected, which Nezu noted with a minor tinge of self-satisfaction, included himself. He had thought through his actions and had a strange maturity, like someone who lost a lot and learned from it. He'd been planning ways to counter someone doing what Hagakure pulled off in their fight before he even lifted it away. His current theory was Ronin must have pretended to be quirkless. It wasn't a pleasant life, and seeing a bitter side of the world would motivate him to become a hero. Maybe his quirk manifested late, so no one believed him when he said he finally got one and he went with it. The exact motive was hard to pin though, but most didn't make sense. Who'd pick fights with someone as dangerous as Ronin? His quirk was powerful, he knew martial arts, and he exuded killing intent as easily as most people breathe. But if he could find out that quirk, he could get a much better grasp on who he was talking to. That is a good question. Maybe a second item, more signatures. How about we call you on operations in your area, making a second item when we haven't even done the first? Quite bold. I'll work out the details when the sports festival is over. I can show up with the same badge, so just turn it off until the day after the festival. Ronin didn't break stride, shooting down every idea like it was a sport. I don't need more signatures right now, and you'll ask for my help anyway. That benefits you, not me. What about if I offer to let you into UA? Ronin did stop at that. And he covered up his theory that the man who just spent his afternoon making 20 kids regret their life choices was a first year in high school. We could always use more teachers, and you seem to fit the bill. Get stuck working for you, and lose my air of mystery. Ronin retorted with a joke, so he wasn't upset about it. He didn't sound all that opposed, but he wasn't for it. Not yet anyway. How about another bout of trust? This time, it'll be on my side first, then on yours. How's that sound? I jumped out a window for you, and now you ask? Nezu laughed as they passed through the main building. It was quite a walk. I don't see why not. I'll tell you, and you owe me a favor. If you think it's too big, you pass. That a good deal. Nezu agreed, and Ronin continued. Energy. It's my quirk name. You're pretty smart. You can figure out the rest. Energy. That was a pretty bland name, but thinking too hard about it made sense. His attacks were very erratic, but they all had a pattern. He'd put energy into something, then use it. He put energy into the guns to make them fire air like it was bullets, increased his own strength with it, and, by pouring it into his sword, could create wormholes. That took a lot of energy. Plus, he wouldn't have to hide it. He could just pretend he had a fire or lightning quirk, and not show the rest of his quirk. See you after the sports festival, sir. I'll be watching. He waved goodbye as he adjusted his cheap disguise, melding into the crowd and away from sight as students exited, classes having already ended. Nezu stood there after the crowds left, still wondering and contemplating the strange hero who refused to let himself be named. Ronin had to come in from the side instead of walking in from the bathroom and had to keep his stuff outside the room. He'd switch them around later, but for now, he walked into the club room unconcerned. Aiko made it easy not to be too worried about his secret identity. She was very seriously comparing two stuffed animals, seeming to wonder which one she should try to fix. By the time alone, it had been about 20 minutes of debate if she got here at her usual time, even more if she thought about this before coming in. He couldn't see her face, but she seemed to be squinting between an octopus and raccoon, both pink. Only Aiko could make it look intimidating, seeming to stare straight through them as she inspected the stitches. She nearly fell out of her chair when Midoriya put a little extra force into walking over to get her attention. Oh, Midoriya. She righted herself and held the plushies in front of the face he couldn't see anyways, trying to shield her embarrassment. Which one should I fix up? Both looked crushed as if someone spent a lot of time squeezing them. The stuffing would need to be fixed in addition to the stitches. Midoriya looked between them, opting for the more complicated octopus and its tentacles. Tell you what, I'll do this one, you do that one. I'll show you how to restuff them. Really, she sounded like she thought she was going to do this on her own, but this was a club. Or it was pretending to be a club. Close enough. Thank you. And that means the old formula. Planning, shopping, then we start crafting. She nodded vigorously, hugging the raccoon as she did so and crushing it even more. Just when he thought work ended with his lame takedown, it kept on trucking. Nezu had an entire wall at this point. It felt like hunting Bigfoot with how few good photos he could find despite all his resources, most blurry or partial, probably by his design. He tried to avoid places he could be spotted easily, but he had been recorded when he went through the UA building. He was short, that much was obvious when you could actually see him, below 170 centimeters and slim. He didn't pack muscle like most heroes who fought up close and personal. The vigilante in question, Ronin, did seem to fit the age group for a first year in high school. His references were strange though. A sword from a game popular over 200 years old. That was a little beyond obscure at this point. His love of heroes. Most fakers wouldn't think of trying to get signatures to back up their self-made identity. Problem was, Ronin wasn't most fakers. He played with his victims and let them do all the work for his takedowns. Even when he lost, he'd been seconds away from winning. He didn't seem opposed to working with UA or heroes but didn't want to become one himself. Maybe he was worried about his identity leaking if became a hero, or the rules he'd have to start following that he had been taking advantage of. I still think you should have told me about him beforehand. Aizawa glared at him. He did have a positive effect, but he's a dangerous criminal, with an even lower kill rate than you. That was a low blow, but for someone in Ronin's position, it was amazing. The number of vigilantes who had kills under their belt and the total amount of vigilantes was almost the same list. Maybe Ronin avoiding it was what made him so famous. If you were worried about the threat of hurting a student, I assure you, All Might has 2 of his hours still and could have come in 10 seconds. The students were still arguing if he was the real one or not. Some more stubborn people didn't believe it for some reason, even though the quirk usage was the same if not more than Ronin usually did. They at least got to see his version of a super move. It was hard to tell how it worked, but it was clear it could kill a room full of people in one hit. It ignored the ice barriers of Todoroki, and it seemed most defenses wouldn't work against. Whatever he did, they still couldn't say with confidence what he had done. It looked like reality itself was cracking into white lines. Then everyone started bleeding. I must admit, judging by Midnight hinting she wouldn't mind a date with him, I think barely anyone besides you and me knows for certain. Oh, and Recovery Girl. Maybe she knows what he did to those boys. She had them all check in with her one last time before they were allowed to go home. If anyone understood Ronin's super move, /dimension, it'd be her. And Ronin technically, but he wasn't going to say. Did he have to create that energy in a line? Then he branched the energy like a tree, until it covered them and detonated it. He had theories if Ronin's quirk was what it sounded like. That made the most sense, outside of a certain someone's return. He and All Might both didn't want to think about that. All Might was a good choice to weigh in on the vigilante since his quirk was so confusing. The problem was how opposed they were. Ronin fought using mostly technique, only bringing out sheer brute force like it was the fine china. All Might thought that technique was something engineers used when designing technology and mostly relied on his ability to punch buildings apart. Oddly, All Might would be well served to take a few lessons under the vigilante. The scariest part was something Nezu didn't want to think about. For the first time since the #1 villain, he wasn't sure All Might would win. If that attack the /dimension really ignored all defense, almost nobody would be able to stop it. It'd be a battle of who hit first. And while All Might was All Might Ronin seemed to never run out of secrets and tricks. He could imagine the fight. All Might raising his fist in triumph just to be cut down in a single slash, his body flying into pieces as a hidden opponent leaped from defeat to victory, then faded away. Still, that was the worst-case scenario. The one he needed to avoid by building a bond between Ronin and the heroes. But the Hero Bureau was burning the bridges as fast as he could make them. And All Might have had a history with the vigilante that didn't seem positive. Nezu asked Aizawa to fetch All Might. He had a moment to try and connect the dots. With Ronin's speed, the area he could actually live in could be miles away. But I need a third location. He had a map pinned with 3 locations, but one was no longer relevant. It was the office that Eraserhead and Midnight had accidentally found Ronin inside. But that was a long time ago and he no longer went there. The next 2 were still useful, but he'd need a third to triangulate Ronin. First up was UA. Simple enough. Next up was a bank that Ronin had invited himself into, stopping a robbery before leaving without ever being seen on camera. They only knew about him because a few witnesses caught him before he left entirely. He needed a third location though. Given a third location that Ronin went to after school, Ronin's usual speed, and a rough idea of what time Ronin left his hideout to start his job, Nezu could figure out where Ronin was hiding out. It was thinking about this hypothetical third location that distracted him from All Might. Well, he was Toshinori right now coming in. "You wanted to see me, sir." Nezu smiled at him, pushing down his worries. "Ah, just the man I wanted to see. Are you all ready for your part in the UA Sports Festival? It's almost an international event at this point." Toshinori laughed, relaxing some of the tension in the room. "Don't worry, Nezu sir. I've done plenty of speeches, and I've got my part memorized. Might I ask about the bulletin thing behind you?" Nezu rapped it twice with the back of his paw. "Just a pet project I wanted your opinion on. You've heard of the Ronin, haven't you?" "The Ronin? I believe so." Toshinori read through the board, his eyes stopping as he recognized bits and pieces. "He's not something I normally deal with though. Did you want me to try and bring him in?" "Oh no, just your opinion on him will suffice." Nezu tried to calm him down. He wasn't eager to test his last man standing theory ever and would be more than happy to let it stay just a theory. "What do you think of him?" Toshinori tried to read him, but that was nearly impossible. "He seems good at what he does. He fights like he's trained professionally and is comfortable in his body, so mid-20s. His quirk seems very powerful, but he doesn't use it a lot, so it might have some ill effect attached to it." Almost everything he said was wrong. Professional heroes might think he trained for years, but Ronin didn't seem to think his techniques were any good. And having finished half an hour's research, Nezu had to somewhat agree. The motions he did were clean and concise. There just weren't a lot. It was likely he hadn't trained for long, but he honed what he could do to a peak. On the quirk matter, Nezu had been seeing him use the thing willy-nilly. He did only use it as necessary, but that seemed to be more about breaking as few laws as possible. In a controlled environment, he was fine using every method he could get his hands on. If nothing else, Toshinori showed what the general population thought of Ronin: not much. What was worse, if he hadn't bumped into Ronin earlier, he wouldn't think much either. He only discovered his real talents by chasing him, and if he had never started looking, Ronin would just be one more name on a list of criminals. It made him wonder if there were other vigilantes they wrote off, unaware that they wanted to be ignored to work better. "Is that all?" His tone let Toshinori know there might be more to this vigilante than he thought, but didn't say what. He doesn't seem opposed to heroes. Even Toshinori could figure that out, it seemed. He avoids fighting heroes unless he thinks it will help him, like against Maruko or Midnight. Yes, our friend Ronin does seem to be quite the lady killer. Nezu wondered if he could catch Maruko while she was in the area. He might get her to spill more about that fight with the information he could offer. She'd just be in town before the sports festival to help and see what areas she'd be picking up, with many heroes attending the festival. She never did, thought sidekicks were useless. Is there something you know about him, or are trying to find out? A good question he couldn't quite answer. He had all the pieces by now, but it was like a bag full of different puzzles. There was the puzzle he wanted to solve, but before he could even start assembling he had to find the pieces. They were all there, just buried among the useless ones. "I suppose so. I do hope I can find him though before Maruko kills him." Midoriya was working on the next item for All for One, so he could fix up his jacket. This might be the time for 2 quirks, a regeneration quirk and reinforcement quirk, or something like that. He wouldn't mind making it longer and sentient, but he didn't want to get into a debate in the middle of combat with his own clothes. He checked the current items, a pair of boots that went above the knees. It had been designed very fancily, but was only going to be made of 4 pieces, 5 if you counted the laces. He probably had matching quirks to put into the shoes. The main body of the boot would get the quirk, and this gave him another opportunity to design an activation system for boots. This time, he had some more advanced technology and the internet to help him on his way. And real shoe soles ripped off from a pair of boots. The inside of the shoe was also supplied from a store and not a custom job. But Midoriya did try a few things. Didn't like any of them though. The boot itself was one long piece of leather folded on itself, with minor bits designed to keep it all together like the laces and stitching to interrupt it. Took an afternoon to make one. And by the time he came back the next day, it was done and before school even started, since all the experimenting had been done. Helped him fill out his crafting recipes too. His boots were better for defense but heavier. They were too big for him but should have enough flexibility for whoever was supposed to wear them. If it was too tight, the ankle wouldn't have enough room to move. He got to pack both boots up before even heading to class. He'd order another whole bear for the jacket. He'd need the material, especially if he made any mistakes. Class itself started easy for him. He'd be done with all the year's English this week. It wasn't hard for a former Westaboo like him. He cranked out the work, barely noticing his surroundings as a classmate came in late again, finally attending class for the second time. Wasn't my fault. My driveway exploded 3 times, sensei. I swear on me, oh hey, no sensei. Shinju walked in, his one bit of hair freshly fluffed for maximum height. Looking around, the class was a literal battlefield. Bodybuilders versus thugs, and Jaris versus fashionistas in some sort of all-out brawl. Looked kinda fun. He spun with every step, rolling over people and spinning a stick of gum on his finger as he tried to get to the leaders of the mess. Excuse me, coming through, yada yada, whatever else you say. He ran out of one-liners quick, so he ended up walking forward with a piece of partially chewed gum on his finger. Everyone gave way for that just fine. Yo you, what's up? I get a concussion, come back, and everything's a riot. He was a loud guy, so just spinning on his heel in the middle of the classroom got everyone's attention. Well, everyone but one person's attention. Listen, listen. I've been coming to school every day just so I could see some chicks. Instead, all I hear about in the nurse's office is how Class 1B threw a teacher out a window. How Class 1 degrees Celsius broke down a wall. How Class 3 started a riot and got the heroes called on them. He blew his bubble bigger and bigger to give everyone a second to contemplate and adjust to the truth he just spat. Class 1A. I'd say everyone only knows us because we have to exist in order. But this school's so dumb people think the first class is 1B. People were starting to get it now. Nobody knows nothing about Class 1A. And I didn't sign up to be stuck in a class of no names for 3 years. Shinju didn't mention this could be because they voted a nerd as their leader. After all, he could spin that into something favorable in a heartbeat. Everyone was in on this now, trying to come up with something to do to put themselves on the map. We could spray paint the entire school. Uzagi led this march. He seemed to be the first person to jump into something. With or without Shinju, with your color choice. Gina checked her makeup after the brawl, reapplying her lipstick. At least he's giving options. We could brawl it out with one of the other classes. You chipped in, already on Gina's case. She covered her ears and leaned away from him. I like that brawl idea. We got good fighters, so we should be known for fighting. Crush was already back to pumping iron, giving his sentiments from the bench. Yeah, but class brawls. Shinju chewed his gum from his seat on nothing. Leaning on nothing, balancing barely. Those get big fast, and if the whole school gets in on it, third years get in on it. They get in on it. Winning's just about luck. We want something signature, another bubble to let this sink in. After making sure everyone was listening, he continued, there's a head of class meeting. Most of them will bring their strongest guys. Why not send out leader with the big guy in the corner? Doesn't matter how wimpy the leader is with automatic win Aka. Everyone agreed. Who'd pick on their nerd of a leader with that monster on the side? Nobody bothered to tell the nerd himself or the walking refrigerator or notice the whimpering sound coming from the window corner as the giant buried its face deeper in its arms, hoping this was just a bad dream. And they said, that it's today. And that's gonna be really scary. With scary people, and a scary place, with scary topics. For someone whose family was named after horror and looked like she belonged in a movie, Aiko couldn't handle scares very well. She was shivering at the thought, but at least she hadn't started using her quirk on accident. Real scary, got it. I'll just go, you can wait here. Should take less than half an hour. He shrugged and ate more of his protein bar. He'd be having a light lunch today. But that'd leave you alone. And you'd die. He'd die. What did Aiko think these guys were? The Yakuza. Supervillains. Whatever she thought. There was no point in bringing her in. It's fine, I won't even stay the whole meeting. He flashed her a smile backed with his own confidence. Part of convincing others was convincing yourself. But Midoriya didn't need convincing. He knew he had this in the bag. He thought Aiko was looking at him like he was amazing. But with her face covered he couldn't tell. She was clearly excited to not meet a bunch of people she could accidentally beat up by running into too quickly, at least. He saw her off and packed up, heading to his favorite golfing spot. You know, I've been practicing. Soon I'll be able to get it in 10. Kurogiri laughed at Ronin's statement. You know, I think you need to do it in 8 to be even considered a triple bogey. He created the portal inside the bathroom and they both stepped through. A quick bow as they skipped to business, Ronin taking out the boots. Made to spec, sir. For my next possessed item, I'd like to go back and hunt more bears. He looked up. Ronin wore a hoodie and baggy pants, along with a cheap plastic mask he got for 40 yen. I can acquire more for you as well if you'd like. When, all for one didn't beat around the bush, served both of them well. Tomorrow, same time as today. Should we meet at a different place? I know a great clothing store. Ronin's gaze drifted to Kurogiri, where we can pick up some real disguises instead of whatever you're wearing. Kurogiri adjusted his socks and sandals, delighted in Ronin's discomfort. Thank you for your consideration, Ronin. It warms the heart. The current place shall suffice. Kurogiri will accompany you, and I expect your hunting will go well. But, for now, All for One held up the 2 boots. It seems you've made me 2 items. That adds 2 more quirks to the exchange. I take it you will be wanting them in one of the bears you'll be bringing back. Ronin nodded, and All for One continued. What on earth could you be making that's so big that you need a whole bear to make? Those bears could sell for a lot of yen, you know. Ronin adjusted himself. Not weapons for now at least. I'd like to survive fighting in the big leagues before I try to take on anything in it. He showed off his completed gauntlets, the more obvious pieces. The bone and leather were more visible, and it could look like his boots hadn't changed. Wasn't sure I'd make them right. And with all the layers I put in, took a lot of material. All for One nodded. Tomorrow, same place, same time. Good hunting. He left, eager to go to the easiest fight yet. 11 of the 12 first-year class leaders met with their strongest people as backup. There were some arguments thought. The F is Judo and Kendo here for. You ain't even really classes. We got enough people to be a class. Judo came here, and we can't let them get a leg up in anything. Neither of you are first years. Get the F out. As it almost descended into an all-out brawl, the last person entered. Sorry I'm late. I didn't mean to hold us up. The green-haired nerd adjusted his things, then looked around quickly for a chair, but wound up sitting on his back. He looked entirely out of place, with no backup or clue what this was. Fairy felt a little bad for the guy, but this was important hierarchy stuff that needed to be established for their school to run properly. Whatever, we're here to decide the boss of the grade. Since there's 10 of us, hey, get the F out you third-year beaches. Since there's 10 of us, we gonna do this tournament style. It would actually run better with 12. F, fine. But if the third years win, they gotta win twice in a row against a first year to count. This wasn't about winning for the clubs, it was about proving they weren't to be messed with. They both agreed, and it was set up who'd be fighting who quickly. Standard rules. Tap out to bail like a beach. You went unconscious, you lost, you loser. Everything else was illegal, but who gave a sit? This was basically seeing who could cheat the best anyway. They fought on an entire floor so that they could use their surroundings. Whoever won came back to the group. Whoever didn't or screamed tap out first got dragged back so they could be witness to the first-year ruler. This was all overseen by a third party. Definitely not the gym teacher wearing her shirt backward to pretend she was someone else. That way, someone who didn't give a single F and was entirely unbiased could ensure there was no cheating. Well, supposed to be unbiased. Bribing the witness was practically standard play, and only the nerd didn't bring anything. The first 2 of 6 matches went fine. The third was where Midoriya had to fight some guy from Class 1B. It had been done by seating arrangement instead of, say, class order, which would have put the third years against each other immediately and made it fairer for everyone else. How the hell did you get elected leader? Bodybuilder type? Were there really only 4 types of people in this place? And packing some brass knuckles? Not quite sure myself. Midoriya seemed to be in his normal clothes, carrying his backpack. To the ref, it looked like he just wanted to lose and go home. Made sense. He didn't look built for this. Get on with it, you D-less bastards. The bar closes in 5 hours and I want to get hammered. She didn't think this would take long, and she was right. She knew Midoriya by reputation as the only person who did his work. The bodybuilder lunged forward with no grace, stepping in for a hook. Instead of the floor, he stepped on Midoriya's foot, which slid and threw him off balance. He tilted forward, taking his foot off Midoriya's and giving him a nice vantage to stick his legs between the bodybuilders. The larger, more muscular boy tried to take a step forward, but the third leg didn't let him move far enough and left him tripped and kissing the ground. Something wrong. Midoriya didn't even look peeved. Why you on the ground? You find something interesting down there. The boy sprang up with a snarl, right into Midoriya's right knee. His nose snapped at the second heavy blow within 5 seconds, and he slumped down. Midoriya squatted and grabbed his nose, twisting it sideways while pulling it up. The larger boy screamed, but what scared him and the ref the most was Midoriya's expression. He didn't even look interested. I got a club to attend, so if you don't hurry up this is going to hurt a lot more. I give tap out. I tap out. The pain was gone, and his nose properly reset. Midoriya got off the boy and gave him a hand up. The larger one came back barely injured and was stuck sitting next to the guy who made him feel like his face was going to be ripped off. People might have given him sit for going so quickly, but a few questioned how he lost. The nerd said nothing, waiting. Second round, and both the third years made it. Who could have guessed? There was no loser's bracket, and nobody really thought about what fight twice meant. The third years just got to beat their opponent twice, sending their message even better. This wasn't planned very well. This was the last one-on-one. Midoriya was the second group, after Kendo but before Judo. He got to fight one of those Jaris and really wonder why they were considered delinquent. Then she pulled out the spiked bat, and things started to come together in his head. Sorry, hope this doesn't hurt, short stack. The backpack went over her head and partially over her arms while Midoriya kicked her legs out. She dropped her bat as she fell over, and Midoriya picked it up. As she tried to get up, he'd knock her over. You ever played golf? There was a muffled response. I play a lot of golf these days. You know the thing about golf. It's got something different from baseball. She stopped squirming for a moment as the end of the spiked bat touched her head gently. It's about hitting something on the ground. A ball-like thing, and making that thing fly as far as you can. The referee squirmed as he practiced a swing, scrapping nails on the ground. A nail neatly ripped into the bag that was around her head, making her scream. Iapu, Iapu. It was hard to hear her, but he gave a glance to the referee before taking the bag off and tossing her the bat, already on his way back to the room. "Aw man, gotta stitch this back up," he complained as he sewed. The Jaru kept her eyes on him as she sat down, still unsure of what just happened. Oh well, didn't look like most people wanted to eat a bat. Of course, it was the 3 clubs in the end. Well, he was supposed to represent the class, but he was really here for Aiko. Everyone else was a right-hand man or woman. He was supposed to be the leader for 1A. Instead, he was acting as the representative for the crafting club. And Aiko, who'd have a heart attack if she got into a real fight. Last fight was a free-for-all between them. Well, it was supposed to be. The third years were both planning how to get the first year on their side, since after that it was basically free game. They team up, beat down the other club, then beat up the first year and maybe deliver on whatever they promised. They all stood in the room. Kinky represented the Kendo club and was fully dressed. She was obviously cheating, as the armor protected her from being choked out, defended attacks, and the sword gave her extra reach. We're still good, right? Midoriya adjusted his backpack. That depends how hard you hit me. Hey, you two already formed an alliance. The last person was a lizard girl. She had scales and looked more like a female dragon from some hentai sit than a lizard with how unmenacing she looked. There was more human skin than scale and a pair of fangs that were more cutesy than menacing. Still, he'd done his research. Her quirk was like his dad, but with cold. He really had the worst luck with ice quirks. Nah, don't worry. Midoriya laughed, stretching. Let's do this like a real freestyle. Nah. You want to see which club's better, don't you? He beckoned them closer with his left, ditching his bag and pulling out 2 long sticks with his right. Come on, you two should team up and take me out quick. That way, you can decide who's really better. The 2 women exchanged glances as he put together his weird bat thing. When finished, he stopped letting them decide since they were taking too long. The bat came up, resting on his shoulder with his right arm pointing away from his body, his left hanging loosely. Come on ladies, let's dance. Ronin whistled as Midoriya was swallowed up, unable to keep a smile off his face as he walked forward. He was taller than the Kendo representative, Kinky, but shorter than the Judo representative, Aiko. For some reason, neither one paid attention to him as he walked forward, both throwing a lame attack to try and interrupt him. What they think he was, some goon? Aiko tried to disengage, but her clothes were easy to grab. His judo wasn't amazing, but he trained his grip every time he climbed, even with the new gauntlets. He pulled her close and drove the pommel into her nose, letting go on impact to ensure she fell backward from the impact. Kinky was getting up and thrust at him, but it was just a wooden stick. Ronin backhanded the lighter stick out of the way and brought his kanab back down on her head. It staggered her, and he began to monologue. This was going to be easy but a little slow for his taste. Did you know the kanab is designed to break armor? He slammed his lead foot down like a sumo wrestling and adopting his invincible stance, squatting slightly as his hand caught Aiko by the stomach. She was taller and normally had longer arms, but his stance allowed him to keep his arms straight. Aiko had to bend hers to do anything, giving up her range advantage. Heavy, slow, and without grace, he switched from straight arming her to pulling her in close, headbutting her. Another broken nose. Beautiful, isn't it? He brought the dazed girl back, then drove his elbow into her face. He was still talking, sidestepping, and putting the dazed girl between himself and Kinky. I don't really care about this whole thing, you know. I just don't like pain. The pommel slammed into her temple, and his grip let her go down slightly. That way, she had some room to come back up. He yanked her up and into the final hit, letting her go sprawling onto the floor in front of Kinky. Never understood people who liked it. I try to avoid it, any way I can think of. Hiding, running, lying. Aiko tried to get up, tried to get off the floor, but instead took a kanab to the stomach, sending her rolling backward while coughing, now trying and failing to breathe. Man, his golf form was really improving. He'd been practicing a lot, and was so glad to see the practice pay off. The best way, though, is to be better at inflicting it than the other guy. I think I'm getting pretty good, don't you? Kinky rushed, stepping on Aiko as she charged. Bad move, a rookie move. Ronin kicked Leiko's body and made Kinky lose her balance, flipping her forward towards his left arm. She tried to roll out of it but was instead shoved and forced to crash sideways. She hit broken desks and groaned. It was anything serious? Not yet. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to go back. You're going to say you won. Even as he spoke of how she was going to win, he lined up his power shot with her head. The golf club came back and up, then rocketed into her. It lifted her off the ground a little and flipped her face down. She let go of the kendo sword just in time to see the bat drop in front of her and his shoe gently rest on the back of her head. But you mess with me. You think you can cross me. We're gonna do a test. Can I curb stomp someone wearing kendo gear? She could feel the weight come up a little before slamming her head into the bat. I kinda wanna know myself, but for my peaceful life, I'll just be curious. She tried to grab her sword, but his hand met hers. It didn't stop her, just the entire hand gripped her index. It pulled back, as far as her finger could go but trying for a little further. She could feel the ligament straining. Don't you wanna take the deal? You get everything, long as you don't F it up. He began to twist her finger as he pulled, getting a grunt of pain. She tried to look at him, but couldn't bring her head up far enough. Now, you gonna give up, or am I gonna give you a brand new face with a dozen less teeth? She could barely see his right hand, playing with something. A black needle, long and sharp. As he waited for her response, he lined it up with her kendo helmet. You gotta aim for the mouth, you know. Very hard to notice an injury there. Heals quickly, but painful. Now make up your mind before I give you a tongue piercing, free of charge. He sounded so disinterested in his own threats. He let the needle poke her in the lip, drawing blood, and that's when she finally started talking. I give up. I tap out. But do you agree? She realized he hadn't asked her to give up. He asked her to agree to a weird plan. Yeah, I agree. I agree. He got up and took the pressure off her head, walking away as if nothing happened. Glad to hear that Leika-senpai is out. And I tapped out, so Kinky-senpai wins. Right, ref. He seemed to turn his killing intent on and off like a faucet, lifting the second-year girl over one shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Why yeah. She was taken aback by how easily he seemed to flip, like now as he showed off a heartwarming smile. Great. Glad this went so well. Let's get you back now, senpai. I think we all have clubs to attend. He seemed to bounce away, uncaring and happy, detached from the carnage he caused behind himself. I'm glad you're not dead. He hadn't even been hit. The hardest part was the boredom. Some guys took 5 minutes, seriously. What were they doing? Real fights took a minute, tops. After that point, you had to worry about cops, so if nobody went down it was better to split. He only had to do that half a dozen times. Not bad for someone who'd been doing it for as long as him. Focus, Aiko. I don't want you losing all your blood before tomorrow. She nodded and studied her work more intensely, only taking breaks to watch his hands move. He had fixed his own clothes before, making sure his mom didn't find out about all the holes Bakugo put in them. Wasn't exactly a sewing genius, but hey, all that discipline he built up was useful. This also served as good practice for what he planned to work on next week. During the UA festival, he'd be putting together his finished jacket. Tomorrow, while Aiko got her blood transplant, he'd hunt bears. Friday, he'd get the regeneration quirk and a second quirk. He was going for metal furs, but metal muscle could work too. Either way, the second quirk wouldn't need to be a hardening quirk that'd hamper his mobility. Something else, like deflection or energy absorption, would do for his second quirk. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday were off for the UA festivals. They went in ascending year order to build hype for the best. The third years, and All Might should be presenting at the last one. That'd be when he got to try out his new jacket, with most of the heroes in Japan in attendance. It was really stupid. They should just record it to keep public safety high. It's what he planned to do. He held up the octopus, comparing it to what he was going to do. He'd have to stuff the new jacket with padding, probably gel and Kevlar. Looks like his vest was finally going to get repurposed. He finished restuffing the octopus and stitched the last tentacle closed. How do you work so fast? Aiko looked in her element but was still slower than him. She had her dad drop off a beanbag for her to sit in, and brought some blankets to snuggle into. She was buried in pinks, but her long arms meant she could stay buried while working on the project on the table without getting up. I don't let my mind wander, stay calm, and don't stab myself in the hand. He took a light jab at her and switched stuffed animals with her. Great progress, Aiko. You seem to be pretty quick yourself. He corrected her overstuffing and finished the raccoon before throwing it like a basketball at her. Ache, please don't throw Mr. Sneakster. She covered her mouth while Midoriya turned to her, blinking. Mr. What? Aiko sunk further into the beanbag. Sneakster. Glad you like them so much. He snickered a little bit and stretched. He was getting worn out of all sewing is what he'd normally say. But it was a great break of pace from getting into fights. Maybe the textile industry was the place for him. They looked ridiculous from the outside. 2 men decked out for winter, standing in a minigolf bathroom. How did you get a floral print winter coat? Hard work, determination, and eBay. Kurogiri formed the portal and won, the cold wind drifting from Alaska straight to them. After you, sir. They walked through and were back in the woods. It seemed Kurogiri had gotten more familiar with the area, probably doing some poaching in his own time to get more materials for the big man. They seemed to have many people besides him who made possessed items then. It was colder than the last time they came, closer to winter. It was now heating up instead of cooling down by the day, at least. This meant the bears were active again and on the hunt. A shame you didn't come earlier. It was really easy for a time with all the bears hibernating. Didn't even notice they got teleported. Kurogiri checked his hands as he spoke, already bored. Yeah. Well, we're looking for some special types today. Did your boss want anything? Ronin got out more needles, aiming for the same strategy as last time. Didn't matter how tough the skin was if you weren't hitting it. No sir, we've got a healthy supply. But I suppose the wild does create the opportunity for a few wild cards. They went into the trees in their own ways and spotted an easy kill. Ronin aimed the needle, activated his gloves, and tilted the bear over with a shuck. It fell like a stack of cards. Shouldn't take long for the bears to come. They'd eat each other if they went to sleep at the wrong hour. Maybe it was the smell of blood, but bears soon approached. Only took 30 minutes and 3 dead bears. Ronin scouted the area for any gray coats. None yet, but if we keep killing in this area they'll come. Are you looking for another metal bone? Kurogiri wondered. We discovered that other minerals are possible. The crystal one was quite a catch. No, I'm looking for crystal. Really? Ronin snapped off his train of thought, amazed, but recovered his thoughts as quickly as he lost them. I'll keep a lookout for that. Not very functional, but it sold for a pretty penny. Is that what you're looking for? Ronin squinted, peering through the mess of white for details. Don't think so. Maybe, but it won't hurt to try. Ronin hopped from tree to tree, watching a bear the size of 2 full-grown men crush another on its way to eat. Its fur was a dark gray and rough, with things impaled on it. The gums were grayish-black, some sort of metal. It was small, but the combination of metallic muscle and fur would be nice. Despite your awful fashion sense, you've got some good eyes, Kurogiri. I'll take that as a compliment. Will you require help? Ronin shook his head and flicked out a pair of needles. No need to make this tense and dramatic. Prepare to teleport back. The ones we got earlier, and this should suffice. This will be my next jacket. Directly send it to the warehouse. Metal muscles shouldn't rot. The first needle bounced off its head, getting it to turn toward the duo in the trees. The second needle rocketed into the eye but didn't manage to pierce all the way. It roared and lunged forward as Ronin left a portal and vacated. The bear ran toward the portal as Ronin lined up his sword, then thrust forward with his saya through his own portal. It hammered the needle home, repelled by the saya and gloves into the skull and the brain. It fell forward as Ronin deactivated the portal, looking at the other bears in the area. What was this? Under an hour. Not bad, Kurogiri, if you'd be so kind. This time, the hunt went far better. It seemed like playing it safe was, for some reason, a safer option. The duo only got 5 whole bears, but that'd be enough for a while. Ronin got to work straight away, asking for the dead metal bear to get quirks so he could start working right away. He was denied the deflection quirk, but the regeneration and energy absorption quirks went through. Now, he sat in a warehouse, looking through notes on how to cut up the bears from the butchers on hand. When he was satisfied with his studies, he borrowed a saw and started cutting. The weirdest part was the difference in the metals. Some parts would move freely, like the muscles, while others wouldn't. The rigor mortis had set in, but it should be pliable again by the next day. Best time to cut the bear. It seemed that the skin was iron, but the metals were tungsten. Ironic, the insides were harder than the outsides. The bones had become super condensed, and overall it was a great haul. The harder muscles meant he wasn't at as much risk damage them as he removed the skin, which took the rest of the day. Thankfully, he planned this direction time to match when Aiko would be gone, so he could waste 8 hours in skinning the thing. It usually didn't take this long, but the simplest of cuts took so much longer with the iron skin. At least it'd make for a great defense. It took so long since it was only his 7th bear he skinned, and he'd rather go slowly than quickly. Plus, almost everything that could rot was metal. There was a little cleanup, but that didn't even take an hour. The fat and other parts he didn't care about went back to the butchers, while he finished and locked up. He'd see Aiko in 1 week when she should be fully recovered. Going home was simple enough. Tomorrow was Friday, and that meant he'd get to spend almost the whole day working. With Saturday he'd just get to spend the entire day outright working. It'd be fun. It was not fun. Muscles were tough, stringy hell. He had to use Yamato to finish cutting it apart and now had all the pieces in front of him. The muscles couldn't be used for the coat, despite how flexible they were. Maybe for internal padding, but for the majority of the coat, they would not be allowed. He'd have to find another use for them. The coat was a pain but doable. He cut the fur uniformly and began to turn the iron skin and fur into metallic leather. It'd be finished by Sunday, if he was lucky. But that wasn't the problem. After slowly separating bone from muscle, he had begun to try and figure out what he could make with it. Some sort of pants, maybe. A new, more flexible belt. The answer, like way too many of his answers, came from anime. Old animes always featured this porno-styled bodysuits that were supposedly armor, but really were just a skin-tight bodysuit. In the now less popular Sentai line of heroes, they were something similar. A thin suit that stayed out of the way and allowed for martial arts. So he began to turn the massive muscles into something he could wear. It wasn't that hard actually, since most of the bones they had wrapped around were actually too big instead of too small. Muscle had to be lost and converted into a jumpsuit. Straps were added to the front, and a metallic ridge to ensure it wasn't regenerated shut. The entire thing was burned and lined to stop it from regenerating the lost material. It might have taken his entire Friday, but he now wore a skin-tight bodysuit. Was it uncomfortable? Yes. Whoever thought this was functional should be forced to wear one every day until he cut his own balls off for comfort. But Midoriya made his own, and just adjusted it so that it wasn't actively killing him every step he took. Only took 3 redesigns, but he wasn't going insane anymore just wearing the thing. He had to forge his finger and toe sections together so that they didn't regenerate and push out any stitches he made. It all had to be heat, something that wouldn't regenerate normally. This did worry him about heat attacks getting around his armor, but the energy absorption should deal with that. The batteries were kept over his pectorals so that he could change them without taking the entire ensemble off. It resembled a pocket on a dress shirt, with a tap he could turn on. He'd already done it once to ensure it worked. The voltage wasn't painful to him when touching, and the thing didn't try to absorb him, so it was working. Probably, the random cuts he put into it drained the battery quickly, but those were hard to create. All in all, the new blackish-gray bodysuit looked as edgy as he thought it would. He had lined the muscle sections up with what they had been on the original body to his, so the biceps covered the biceps, and thighs covered thighs. There was enough leftover material to make 3 more suits if he wanted. Instead, he smoothed the outside of the suit. It was good on the inside to lock onto of his body, save a few more private areas, but the outside should be smooth save for where the costume should lock on. Nothing stellar, just to ensure it didn't come off with a sharp pull. It was 8 o'clock, and he wore the bodysuit and helmet. Everything was black, and thanks to the cup he had run out to buy, nothing important was revealed by his standards anyway. He did discover a few neat tricks with the suit after playing in it, but quickly finished it up and stored the supplies. The entire ensemble had been getting heavy, as was going to be getting heavier. He took one last ride in the old coat, for memory's sake, and to adapt to the current changes. You let Samurai in here. Maruko looked irked. Nezu shook his head. Not Samurai. That's a hero from 100 years ago. The name has been passed along, but there are 3 different heroes called Samurai in Japan alone. The Ronin, somehow, is a name no one's taken. Makes you wonder how. Nezu didn't deny the accusation, just danced around it. He knew UA. Having vigilantes wasn't what she was mad about. Come on, I just got here. You couldn't have had him come today. I could have cleared my record. She counted it as her loss last time, which was pretty accurate for her standards at least. She hadn't understood the threat of him at all, and now that they knew the risk Ronin really posed, it was clear he never had to worry. She didn't even make him teleport. You'll be here through all of the festival, and his stomping grounds location is open information despite my requests otherwise. You can go and find him. Or maybe just doing your job will bring you 2 together. Midnight was there too, looking somewhat confused at the revelation that the guy she thought was a fanboy pretending to be Ronin seemed to be the real deal. Maybe I will. And his arrest will overshadow your little festival. Waste of time anyway. She jumped from her chair. She hadn't even gotten out of her uniform and left without being excused as per usual. Nezu sighed, leaving for his own office from the meeting room. She couldn't be persuaded, but tracking her was easy enough, especially when she didn't notice the one he put on her when she entered. She'd make a good hunting dog to pin down the location of his favorite vigilante. Lastly, Midnight sat confused in the meeting room. Wait, that was the real Ronin. Ronin rested for a moment on a rooftop, adjusting his gauntlets again. The metal on his skin was warmed by his own body heat. It stretched with him as he moved, like a second skin. It didn't get in the way or chafe after the adjustments he made and seemed like a good last layer of defense. The attachment function for the gauntlets was good too. Some simple clips that held the gauntlets to the bodysuit, as otherwise he was sure they'd slide right off the smooth metal. It was as if he really had gotten the deflection quirk he wanted with how smooth it was. The sun was setting, but his mom knew he wouldn't be home until late and that he'd be getting his own dinner. He got to save money now that he was getting most of his own equipment from hunting. Might need to get some more stuff for the crafting club though. Ronin did have one thing up to scratch, a disguise. Only took a wig, a small pair of clips, some super glue, and some makeup and he looked completely different. He wanted to try it out somewhere safe though, so he started by just going to get some food with the disguise on. His sword had a disguise too, as an umbrella. The umbrella was broken and couldn't open anymore, but it didn't really matter. His face was covered with a line of cloth across the eyes, but there were some things visible. He had a brown wig and small snips of that glued to his chin to replicate a 5 o'clock shadow. The makeup was for the scar he put across his eye, just in case the cloth mask came off. It didn't have any eye holes, but for him, it was so easy to see through it didn't need any. To top his disguise off, he wore the same cloak and hat he had worn to UA. The mask showed off a bit of the scar, giving a signature trait it'd look like he was trying to hide. If someone saw him, they'd focus on the scar. Still, that was irrelevant. He had spent 20 minutes prowling the streets to find the bodysuit satisfying. Didn't get in his way. And no barbs to stick himself on. It wasn't very hot, possibly the energy absorption quirk, and wasn't digging into his skin, probably because muscles were like rubber bands, and stretched. He looked for somewhere with meat. He was hungry, damn it, and he had a great week. Tomorrow would be all about dismantling the jacket, but right now he skipped lunch to go straight to the hunt. Bar food sounded great right now. He hoped they had pulled pork. He was quite a fan. Maruko muttered as she flicked water off herself. It had been raining. She messed up a jump and fell into a puddle, and the villains got a lucky shot. She still pulverized them, but now her arm was sore. She wore civilian clothes, wondering who the hell carried guns these days. Her arm had already been fixed up, but it still hurt, damn it. She stomped into a food place in the middle of the bum zone. It was mostly quiet, with few people. She grabbed a menu and escorted herself to the bar. She was off duty now, and she was going to relax. She would have called Ronin a no-show, but it was more like a never-show. That bastard never even tried when he fought her. He made it sound like they were both heavily injured and should retreat when he hadn't even started, not using his quirk to fight her. She hated having regrets, and she wanted to pound this one flat quick. No, I don't need any help, young man. Thank you, though. Some dude sat 2 seats over from her, resting his umbrella on the empty chair between them and running his finger down the menu. She remembered you needed to order to be fed and got on her way. The stew's got carrots, right? Oh, all of them do. Sit, just when I thought I found one. She checked the list again. I'll take the meat platter to eat here if you please, and a box to go. I doubt a little guy like myself could eat it all. Thank you, young man. The strange man returned his menu and adjusted the cloth over his eyes. He wasn't a big guy, but what he had was toned. He also sounded familiar. Can I help you, miss? She snapped out of staring and came up with something. You eat here before. Anything good? You like carrots? The steak is pretty good, but it's pretty expensive. If you're on a budget, roast beef comes with it too, and some mashed potatoes. Good for protein. He scratched his chin, smiling. Yeah, sure. Roast beef, tates, and carrots. She handed off the menu and pulled out her phone, casting a glance at the man who took out a notebook and began to write. His pencil seemed to dance across the page with how quickly he wrote. So interesting it distracted her from messaging her hero manager, but most things would do that. Paint drying could distract her from messaging that chick. Eventually, she got to it, and her food came. She ate slowly, not thinking too much of it. Carrots were all right. A little soggy, but the seasoning was a nice surprise. She kept taking glances at the other man and his strange fashion sense. His food hadn't come yet, and he seemed kind of focused, muttering constantly to himself. He wore arm and leg guards, plus she could see that there was something black and slightly shiny under the armor. He wore some kind of boots, but everything else was obscured. His hair was a mess, and his hat looked like something out of a samurai flick. Plus, that weird black cloth bandana bandaging stuff over his eyes looked weird. She could have sworn she'd heard him somewhere before. That voice was pretty familiar. She ate slowly, trying to figure out where. She could try putting what she knew about him together. He probably lived somewhere near here and she hadn't been in Musutafu for a while. Either they used to go to the same place at the same time, like going to the same school, or he was someone she met recently. His armor kept his fingers free for some reason, and his boots didn't exactly look heavy. Are you a hero? She pointed her fork at him, but he was distracted by the arrival of his food. Thank you, sir. Excellent as always. He began to dish himself food excitedly, paring up most of his food into bite-sized sections to eat multiple bits before grabbing with his chopsticks and dipping in the sauce, this time interrupted by her. Hey, oops, little too loud. Have we met before? Of course, you're Maruko, number 7 hero. I'm surprised you remember me. He laughed and smiled, then finished his bite. Most people might not know your number, but almost everyone knows who you are. He chuckled again and grabbed another piece, dipping it and eating happily. She nodded, since it made sense in her head, and continued eating. Sorry, that was rude. I just thought you might be a villain, or a hero, or something. With that outfit, you know. She really had been getting in the guy's business. It was a long day, and she needed some relief. Maybe she could use UA. Asked Jim and beat off the stress. It's fine, ma'am. I'm glad to see you here, though. There have been reports of a vigilante running around, you know. The man leaned forward, sighing. Some drug dealers run their show down by the old subway, but every time that Ronin guy shows up, they keep beefing up security, and he keeps showing up. Should be at around 10 tonight. He took another bite before continuing. I get you're in the top 10, but you shouldn't be around there at that time. As far as I recall, you're not bulletproof. He continued in his notes as she replied, so what? 10 o'clock. I'll go there, beat the whole lot of them. You, shop guy. Beer. 1. She could take a beer glass before fighting. She had a while before she had to go to the old subway. Wait. Maruko leaned to the man. Psst. Where's the old subway? 2 blocks to the left after exiting the building. 4 blocks to the right after that. Do you need street names a mess? He stopped to take another bite, looking at her slightly now. He had a scar on one eye, barely visible from under the bandaging. Wallow, no sorry. Sit. What's your name, old man? He just exuded old man vibes. The slight stubble, the way he referred to everyone as if they were younger than him, even his slow eating. He was a little further along than her in her meal, but she was texting, talking, and eating. I am Ken. He gave a slight bow as he introduced himself. Do be careful, Ms. Your plate is losing the potatoes. My plate is. Sit. She scooped the falling potatoes with a hand as both ordered their checks. Ronin was trying not to die. Not from criminals, from heroes, or even giant quirked bears. He swore to God he was going to die from laughter. How was Maruko this stupid? It was the most suspicious sit ever, and she trusted him. He didn't even look that old, yet she just followed him like his words were the safest thing in the world. Was the thing about a drug cartel in the old subway true? Sure, he knew about them and took a detour every Friday. He had a few spare minutes to harass them, but getting a real legal hero and some cops there would be a good way to put a permanent stop to it though. Ronin sat, trying not to fall off the rooftop from laughing too hard, overlooking a very confused Maruko who didn't realize that the old subway was abandoned and had been locked and boarded up. He only found out about them because he wanted to use the subway as a base, but found some of their things down there. The locals didn't know where the drug dealers went, but they knew when. Put it all together and he was flying. He fought this gang before on the streets and in the subway. They were getting smarter, less and less quirks, more and more guns. They were harder to dodge. Tonight though, with Maruko as the battering ram, their little castle was about to collapse. Ronin planned to do this in a week when he was fully kitted, but now was a fine time. He went back, switched into his full outfit, and put all the weapons back into this costume. He now rested the sword's pommel against his shoulder, holding it by the middle. The street lights were on. It was a beautiful night with the crescent moon over them. The stars were obscured by the city lights, but that was fine. A gray sky suited this phantom. Maruko was pretty sure she was in the right area, but became positive when she found 2 guys tied together with their shoelaces around their wrists, back to back outside an open door for what she thought might have been a subway. Signs of intrusion. Great, free entry. She couldn't go in without plausible cause, and a break-in was good enough. She phoned in her manager and gave her location, then headed inside without waiting for backup. The others would take too long, and she really just wanted the cops so they could handcuff everyone. That saved her some time, at least. She ran down the stairs and jumped over the ticket booth, eyeing more and more unconscious villains. They were supposed to be heavily armed, but she hadn't seen a gun yet, let alone heard one. In a place that echoed this much, that was impressive. Maruko could hear Ronin running further down, then stopping suddenly. She ran after him, taking huge bounding strides until she reached the first platform and hit the barrier. A blue wall covered the entrance to the first platform, and no sound was getting through. Everyone seemed to focus on the ceiling, but from her perspective, she could see Ronin creeping through the shadows and hitting them from behind before disappearing again into the corners. She tapped the wall twice, content it wasn't going to hit back with as much force as she put in, then began to obliterate it with her leg in 3 kicks. It cracked, it dented, and finally, it explosively gave out. Everyone turned toward her when the glass shattered, but she wasn't worried about their guns. Maruko dashed into the closest villain and tackled him into the wall, then lifted him up and drop-kicked him into another villain. They were a mess of missing, hitting the wrong person, or reloading. To top everything off, Ronin picked up the pace. Guns that might have shot Maruko swerved as the gunners got hit with needles, and in return people getting a little too aware of the thing in the shadows got kicked into the walls. Under 2 minutes, and there was only one guy left, who'd taken another villain hostage. "You don't come any closer. I mean it." 1, 2, 10 needles hit the guy's arm and he flinched, letting her kick him in the face. "You know, I think we should skip the small talk and fight, right now. Did you bring anyone?" Ronin slid from the shadows in a natural and calm walk and started rounding up the drugs, stacking them neatly. He didn't bother to look at her. The hero codebook states someone needs to supervise obtained drugs, and I'm not a hero. Did you bring anyone else to secure the drugs? He finished searching and started grabbing guns, not waiting for her answer. I figured. He finished, holding up a rifle and muttering as he removed the clip, then tried aiming down the sights. "Since you made this go loud, security will be higher. There are 2 more platforms until the big boss and 1 more after that. When will the police get here? 30 minutes, no, that was when this started. 25 minutes, that information would help him, but there was only one exit. She wasn't scared, there was no way he was getting past her. Instead of trying to leave, he laughed. Well then, that's 25 minutes to take down an entire drug cartel and look like you never left the room. He added the new guns to his bag. You ready? Ronin finished pushing the rolling cart into position, then gave a slight bow and gesture to Maruko. On your signal, whatever, it's on 3 anyway. 1, 2, 3. They both kicked the cart into the next room with their own styles of kicks, ramming 3 goons, distracting everyone. Then they entered, crashing into opponents. Maruko jumped around, still only using her quirk to fight, while Ronin never bothered to unsheath. It was clear who was superior in strength, but it was reversed for power. Maruko might hit harder, but Ronin seemed to dance through bullets and people alike with his strikes, not even flinching when shot. By the end of the second room, Ronin clearly had a majority of the takedowns when he stopped fighting from the shadows. You really were holding back. Ronin laughed, shaking his head. Let's see you fight in top shape after running in circles for 5 hours. He hadn't either, but he wanted to undermine Ronin's power as much as possible. The surprise attack was good, and the card is still in shape. Do you want to use that tactic again? Is all you ever think about fighting? Do I know you? Are we related? This seemed to be the most inquisitive Maruko had ever been. Ronin gestured for her to continue, and she finally answered the question. Yeah, sure, but the card is too light. We should put something in it. Ronin stopped in his gun collecting. A good idea, no, a great idea. I was limiting myself and our tactics. Thank you, Maruko. This next one shall go even smoother. By the time we hit the final room, we should be done in under a minute. Ronin lined up the next kick. Let me know how this goes afterward. I might not hear when in combat, and I want good notes over this tactic. Shut up and kick the damn thing. Maruko snarled, annoyed that she couldn't do anything at first. Ronin stretched his legs, activating the boots to push, and felt the third, accidental, effect of the bodysuit. The muscles outside his body tensed and relaxed with his, repeating the action of the muscles underneath them, in this case, his. They functioned like they were still alive, and had boosted his strength considerably. If only he made his bodysuit out of all the bare muscles. A future project. Focus now for victory later. He jumped into the air and anchored a hand in the wall on either side of himself, bringing his knees into his chest and doing 2 pushing front kicks simultaneously. His gauntlet's pull kept him anchored in place, and the cart rolled straight into the next room, running down 2 goons before crashing into a wall. After that, he let go off the walls and rushed in, striking quickly to crush anyone trigger-happy enough to be a threat to his wonderful helper. There are no radios in this operation and little cell service underground, so the communication was done in person by messengers. Problem was, the cart was designed to run over the messenger so he couldn't get away. Not that Maruko knew Ronin had slacked a little on that first kick, wanting to make sure it hit him. What she didn't know wouldn't hurt her, or at least, that specific little tidbit wouldn't. Soon everyone was focused on the mobile midget running around like his pants were on fire, and no one noticed the heroine rise from the cart and tackling a nearby henchman. They had switched positions, with her now being the stealthy one while he caught everyone's attention with a mix of martial arts, needles, and sheath strikes. In the end, it really was under a minute, and this wasn't even the final one. Ronin began applying first aid to those who'd been shot. The first time anyone had seriously taken damage from these guns tonight, while Maruko stretched. Ugh, the stairs were annoying as sit, and the crashing into a wall was a beach. Put more cushion in next time, otherwise I'll get knocked out by your idea instead of the actual fight. Ronin nodded, tearing up some seat cushions and arranging them inside the cart. Well then, if that's all your complaints, ready for the big one? Ronin rolled the cart along while Maruko stretched. Her shoulders probably hurt after that rough stop. Big one? These small fries, she scoffed. You're the big one, genius. I'm only doing this to kill time. Ronin laughed, leaning on the cart. If you think I'm the big one, I don't think you have an appreciation for guns and the thugs who use them. I'm not going to try and kill you. These guys. He nodded to the many people strewn around, tied up and now helpless. Every fight can be the big one with our good friend 44 Magnum. Maruko didn't really have a comeback for that, but she could at least end the conversation as they moved the cart up and down another flight of stairs. They stopped at another entrance, where she could see a much larger crowd just beyond the gates. Ronin lined up the cart with the package entrance and leaned on it again, looking at her expectantly. She snorted, slightly annoyed, before hopping in and throwing a blanket over herself so no one would see her. She could feel the jostle of the kick, and off she and the cart went, to places currently unknown. Ronin drove the cart into the room and sprinted after it, not bothering to check how many people it took down. Guns and quirks activated with a target, his dumbass. Ronin shoulder-checked the first goon and ran with him, using the man as a shield until crashing into a second target. He ditched the first bodyguard for the next, punting his old shield into more goons. There were over 50 goons at the start, And some of these guys had real superpowers, not the garbage of most SH mucks. Ronin lifted his new friend with one hand as he ran, blocking the bullets to the best of his ability. He had to count down from 30 for Maruko to come out of the cart, 20 if she got impatient like last time, as he ran along the wall to only be attacked from one side. His fist regularly drilled into the current shield's face until he no longer seemed conscious, grabbing the goon with both hands to get a good grip before lobbing him at another 2 and taking 2 bullets. They couldn't pierce his defenses, but they still hurt like hell, and there would definitely be bruises come morning. Ronin used the momentum and his old footwork, sliding along the ground like an ice skater back to his first human shield and the goons he knocked over, flipping right over them and kicking 2 of the sucker upright with a back-to-back series of side kicks. They only covered up to his thighs but took the barrage nicely. Minor reinforcement quirks were very common, even if it wasn't what your quirk directly did. Ronin was up to 10 seconds now, and he could see some of the men were packing up the bags to make their exit. Here were the smart people who knew when to run. The needles came out, driving into wrists and ankles and stopping runaways in their tracks or forced them to drop what they were holding. Ronin couldn't pause to admire his handiwork though and kept on throwing, forcing some to drop their guns, others to drop their suitcases. He focused on the ones who using things that could be dangerous to Maruko when she came into the picture. Men that seemed more like the bears in Alaska than humans charged him, swinging fists and trying to tackle him. A variety of strange quirks activated. Ronin opted to dodge instead of run, letting it become a crossfire where goon shot goon and quirk hit quirk. With no allies to accidentally hit, it served him well. Finally, his own fist fighter and ally did enter the equation. They didn't notice her because she went straight for the leader, a spinning axe kick driving him into the ground and probably crushing a few bones. From there on out there was no stopping. The duo danced, tearing through the goons. Ronin knocked the goons around with his gun, spinning through a mess of limbs and bullets, forcing the gang to break itself apart. Maruko forced them to keep fighting without slowing down, triggering mistakes that got them down. All in all, 3 minutes. Ronin hummed as he held up an unused shotgun. Looks like they also might have been arms dealers too. I'll leave this with you for when the coppers pull in. You'll be right there too, wise guy. She snarled, unconscious and in anti-quirk cuffs. So you can't run anywhere. So sure you'll win. He checked the cart and moved around the cushions and suitcases that stopped stray bullets. You learn any martial arts yet? If you have, you could have fooled me. Not everyone needs some fancy tricks or teammates to win. She snorted. I could bulldoze this place down on my own, with or without any of your stupid tricks. I see. Then you don't want to use the cart technique in the last room. He gestured to the cart he'd been setting up for the final room. Could have led with that. Saved us both some time. Fine, Fook. She really did turn cursing and cussing into an art. Maybe I'll use the cart technique in our fight to run your smug ass over. Understandable. Please get in now, and run my smug ass over later. He had finished the last lineup for the cart kick and was smiling underneath the helmet. This was going to be good. Into the room Maruko went, ramming against 3 people before coming to a stop. Visibility was non-existent, but she could hear the gunshots and needles being thrown. She was supposed to wait till 30 seconds had passed, but she hadn't yet and didn't plan to start at the end. At 25 seconds she jumped out to find 2 goons with pins in them, 3 more on the floor, 30 looking at her, a suspiciously closed gate at the entrance, and a very high lack of Ronin. If you listen very closely, you could hear the gears turning in her head until the last wire snapped. Ronin. Ronin heard her scream from the second room as he sprinted away. True to his word, he helped her take down the drug cartel. So what if all he did for the last room was line her up as far from the door as possible, kick her in and throw 3 needles? He tried to contain his laughter as he left the subway and hit the roads. 30 minutes. The hell was going down at the police station, a birthday party. He could run there in 20. This win had practically been handed to him, and he barely had to do anything. Ronin went from the subway to the streets to the sewers in nearly 5 seconds. It had been his intended escape route the whole time, but the whole thing had worked way better than he ever intended. Along the concrete tubes he knew so well, he flew like a sparrow. He could move miles in minutes in this place and stopped needing the map so much. It was quite impressive if a little disheartening for his hobbies. Midoriya switched clothes in the school bathroom, finally breaking down into laughter. How could someone be so stupid? They were enemies, and she just accepted a plan that involved her sitting around for 30 seconds. He might have been completely gone if she did wait for the full 30. She really was unstoppable. Not even she could see where she was going. All it took was a few nudges, and she did all of the paperwork and got all the responsibility for everything he did. He headed home, still laughing all the way. Gangs on the streets reported the return of the psychopath, the vigilante who laughed as he tore people to shreds with his needles. They never saw him, but they could hear him, echoing across the streets, always somewhere just out of sight. Midoriya got to see her on the news, and the news reports of Ronin as he checked the leather for his new jacket. At best, it took only 16 hours to cure, and it looked pretty close to him. He began to design the layout for his new jacket, not bothering with the old one. It was good, but he wanted the new one to actually fit him. He had measured himself with Aiko, although she just thought he was going to be making a shirt or something. But now, he had all the measurements he'd need to create his all-new jacket. Still unnamed. Should the jacket and the bodysuit share a name? They did come from the same creature and share most of each other's properties. Irrelevant. He pulled out the demo piece of leather and started cutting it to form, letting his mind wander as he cut. He wanted to test his new items against something other than the guns of Musutafu. A highly defensive item was good, and he had two. The bruises from the bullets testified to that. He adjusted the light, running his head against the ideas that came up. He didn't want to fight a hero, but they were some of the most documented people he had. Even now he still took some notes on them. His knife danced with his thoughts, cutting the leather to form. There was a problem with Musutafu. A major one, maybe even a huge one. It was too close to UA. Ronin was the second biggest criminal in Musutafu as of last night, and there wasn't anything to test himself against. He had been trying to find something to hone his skills with. Mao was too random. Sometimes, fights turned into life or death struggles. Sometimes, Mao ran headfirst off a cliff and beat himself for Ronin. Maruko didn't have the skill. It was like fighting All Might. The power gap was too great to be done safely. She'd just flail around until she beat him, which was why he cheated every fight they ever got into. They'd trade blows all right. He just wouldn't be delivering enough force, even with the new suit. It was like trying to crack a wall with a hammer. He could swing all he wanted, but his iron hammer couldn't break a steel wall. Her defense, and offense for that matter, were way higher than his. There was no point in fighting her unless he wanted to practice tricking people. Someone below Maruko. He didn't want someone famous, but he did know of someone. He checked his stitches, then tried on the partially completed prototype and made notes. Where was too tight, where was too loose, what needed to stay, and what needed to go. A few flips later, and he tried redesigning the coat. It wouldn't be amazing, but he ripped off a combination of his old coat, video game coats, and real-world coats. His pride and joy were that there were cosplay coats he could use and that he eagerly ripped off. He ripped off tons of people. Assassin's Creed for that hood. Dante and Virgil for the open look and detail work. Bane's fur interior, although he sort of had to do that one with the material he had on hand. All in all, it was fun for him. The hood could be locked up or down so it didn't get in his way. A problem faced by people parkering in Assassin's Creed outfits some 150-odd years ago. The fur, originally wool, in Bane's actual coat kept him warm and served to cushion blows. Dante's and Virgil's long coattails stayed out of the way as he moved, letting him dance across the rooftops as he pleased. He'd dye the final version, at least a little bit. It was too clean, too shiny otherwise. Sticking out was not something he wanted to do in his career. Midoriya withdrew the real piece, and with his adjusted forms, focused solely on the final product. This was where that concentration that got him through school, life, and Bakugo came into its own. He wasn't sure he wanted to keep working, but he needed to. He forced himself to, knowing that a little discomfort here would lead to more time to hunt later. Would the dye color maybe give away who he was? Probably. Still, he put minor green accents into the leather working. The stitches, the cloth fabric that didn't come from the bear, a little bit of dye in some parts of the leather like the rims and inside. Still didn't put a logo though. Heroes had logos, companies had logos, villains had signature methods. And as much as he liked heroes, vigilantes were criminals, and that made him a villain to society. As dumb as the term villain was, he finished up the final rendition of the new leather jacket. It had its internal lining of a gel vest, recently stolen. Maruko hadn't questioned what he nicked off those goons in the subway last night, or why so many people weren't dying from gunshots. The gel vest was designed to disperse and slow down the impacts, and he had cut up several to place throughout his new jacket, removing the bits with bullet holes in them. But the iron leather, there shouldn't be any more bullets getting through them. His main problem had been heavy impacts. Now, he donned the finished piece. It was heavy without the tools he'd be fitting it with, like his canab or needles. He'd guess 9 kilos, easily. It didn't get in the way too much due to it locking onto the bodysuit at the hips, shoulders, and neck. Other than the weight, it was easy to move in, and with his new bodysuit, the weight wasn't that much of an issue. Now all he needed was his pants, something for the needles, and maybe the others too. He put up his uniform tired but satisfied with the final result and headed homeward bound. It had been a satisfying day. Sunday was fun. He told his mom in advance he'd be recording the footage of the UA Sports Festival so he could watch it slowed down, which was true. The big event for him was happening tonight. He scouted it out in civilian duds yesterday, just to make sure his plan was possible. His mom knew he didn't have anything tomorrow, so he was allowed to stay out late. He said he was going to a friend's place and might get back before she woke up. Technically true. Who was a better friend to him than Ronin? He checked all his notes. Every night, before the meditation and stretching, he did his notes. Not just over heroes, villains and rumors he heard were now added to the mix. Things he heard in class and on the streets that he'd write down in the moment got organized and sorted here. The ramblings became coherent when placed together. Truth and rumor split and left him with facts. He liked facts, they were something he could work with. And now, he had some good rumors and was pulling good facts from them. Famous criminals were surrounded by information. It was his job to sort through the fake news and find those facts he loved so much. Heroes, villains, even vigilantes hated him, despite the man in question technically being one of them. His kill rate was high, almost 100%. He was the literal opposite of Ronin, and they seemed destined to come to blows. His victims hadn't struggled when they died. They each had a few minor wounds, then the killing blow, the coup de grace. It seemed his quirk did something that stopped the body, but it wasn't clear what. Sleeping agent, paralysis, stunning, a mental disconnection. Whatever it wasn't instant, otherwise he wouldn't need to damage his prey early. So many options, but not enough information. He'd save the theories for another day. Ronin set down the notes and hit the road. Technically, the first step was the batteries. Everything was restocked in full. This wasn't really part of the costume though, making it step 0. The bodysuit was zipped up. He did some minor stretches to make sure he was fine to move in them. With his fingers through and suit sealed to his body, step 1 was finished. The pants went on. His baggy cargos had long been replaced for still baggy but lighter pants. Over that went his first belt and the bulletproof shorts. The straps tightened around his hips and thighs to ensure easy movement. And step 2 was finished. Still on his lower half, he tucked in the ends of his pants into the boots and locked them in place, moving his toes to make sure it was still comfortable. The wiring for the boots was hidden inside the baggy pants and was now attached on either side of his leg. He adjusted his first belt, the one for gauntlets and boots, then added the external straps to secure everything and add more points of attachment. Step 3 was finished. The shin plating was added quickly, first the back of the legs then the front. The pieces locked into the boot, the straps, and each other. He gave a test activation to make sure it was all working well, then moved on. Step 4 was finished. His legs done, he checked his coat. It wasn't as wide, didn't flap in the wind. The image of a hero's cape was further away. Still, the jacket went on, locking to his body and connecting up to the electrical signal. The bodysuit and the jacket activated together, which was good since the jacket had most of the batteries. Took a lot of energy to work the regeneration function. He rolled up the sleeves and grabbed his gauntlets and step 5 was finished. The gauntlets now had a clasp, mainly for keeping the sleeves out of the way. He moved his wrists as he tightened the pieces, then added the armor. He could feel the pressure as he activated one. The wiring he added inside the coat working as well as the last one did. Looking down at his hands, he nodded. Step 6 had been finished. The weapons he crafted came off the table. A moment to contemplate each of them, the time he spent with each. The ones he'd replace, the ones he already replaced. Each went into its place. On his pants, in his jacket. Finally, he tied the sword to his belt and rose to the last item. Step 7 had finished. There was a figure in the reflection of that black mask. He was no longer sure who it was. Ronin, Midoriya, it didn't matter. Whoever they were. They tied their longish green mop into a braid and donned the mask, sealing it in all emotion. This would require focus. It rose, quietly cutting through the floor. It wouldn't touch the floor again until they climbed from those sewers at the train station, settling in on the outside of the train to Hosu. It closed their eyes, clearing the mind and honing in on what they were about to do, what they had to do. Ronin opened his eyes. Step 8 was finished. Ronin drove the cart into the room and sprinted after it, not bothering to check how many people it took down. Guns and quirks activated with a target, his dumbass. Ronin shoulder-checked the first goon and ran with him, using the man as a shield until crashing into a second target. He ditched the first bodyguard for the next, punting his old shield into more goons. There were over 50 goons at the start. And some of these guys had real superpowers, not the garbage of most SH monks. Ronin lifted his new friend with one hand as he ran, blocking the bullets to the best of his ability. He had to count down from 30 for Maruko to come out of the cart, 20 if she got impatient like last time. As he ran along the wall to only be attacked from one side, his fist regularly drilled into the current shield's face until he no longer seemed conscious, grabbing the goon with both hands to get a good grip before lobbing him at another 2 and taking 2 bullets. They couldn't pierce his defenses, but they still hurt like hell, and there would definitely be bruises come morning. Ronin used the momentum in his old footwork, sliding along the ground like an ice skater back to his first human shield and the goons he knocked over, flipping right over them and kicking 2 of the sucker upright with a back-to-back series of side kicks. They only covered up to his thighs but took the barrage nicely. Minor reinforcement quirks were very common, even if it wasn't what your quirk directly did. Ronin was up to 10 seconds now. and he could see some of the men were packing up the bags to make their exit. Here were the smart people who knew when to run. The needles came out, driving into wrists and ankles and stopping runaways in their tracks or forced them to drop what they were holding. Ronin couldn't pause to admire his handiwork though and kept on throwing, forcing some to drop their guns, others to drop their suitcases. He focused on the ones who using things that could be dangerous to Maruko when she came into the picture. Men that seemed more like the bears in Alaska than humans charged him, swinging fists and trying to tackle him. A variety of strange quirks activated. Ronin opted to dodge instead of run, letting it become a crossfire where goon shot goon and quirk hit quirk. With no allies to accidentally hit, it served him well. Finally, his own fist fighter and ally did enter the equation. They didn't notice her because she went straight for the leader, a spinning axe kick driving him into the ground and probably crushing a few bones. From there on out there was no stopping. The duo danced, tearing through the goons. Ronin knocked the goons around with his gun, spinning through a mess of limbs and bullets, forcing the gang to break itself apart. Maruko forced them to keep fighting without slowing down, triggering mistakes that got them downed. All in all, 3 minutes. Ronin hummed as he held up an unused shotgun. Looks like they also might have been arms dealers too. I'll leave this with you for when the coppers pull in. You'll be right there too, wise guy. She snarled, unconscious and in anti-quirk cuffs. So you can't run anywhere. So sure you'll win. He checked the cart and moved around the cushions and suitcases that stopped stray bullets. You learn any martial arts yet? If you have, you could have fooled me. Not everyone needs some fancy tricks or teammates to win. She snorted. I could bulldoze this place down on my own, with or without any of your stupid tricks. I see. Then you don't want to use the cart technique in the last room. He gestured to the cart he'd been setting up for the final room. Could have led with that, saved us both some time. Fine, Fook. She really did turn cursing and cussing into an art. Maybe I'll use the cart technique in our fight to run your smug ass over. Understandable. Please get in now, and run my smug ass over later. He had finished the last lineup for the cart kick and was smiling underneath the helmet. This was going to be good. Into the room Maruko went, ramming against 3 people before coming to a stop. Visibility was non-existent, but she could hear the gunshots and needles being thrown. She was supposed to wait till 30 seconds had passed, but she hadn't yet and didn't plan to start at the end. At 25 seconds she jumped out to find 2 goons with pins in them, 3 more on the floor, 30 looking at her, a suspiciously closed gate at the entrance, and a very high lack of Ronin. If you listened very closely, you could hear the gears turning in her head until the last wire snapped. Ronin. Ronin heard her scream from the second room as he sprinted away. True to his word, he helped her take down the drug cartel. So what if all he did for the last room was line her up as far from the door as possible, kick her in and throw 3 needles? He tried to contain his laughter as he left the subway and hit the roads. 30 minutes. The hell was going down at the police station, a birthday party. He could run there in 20. This win had practically been handed to him, and he barely had to do anything. Ronin went from the subway to the streets to the sewers in nearly 5 seconds. It had been his intended escape route the whole time, but the whole thing had worked way better than he ever intended. Along the concrete tubes he knew so well, he flew like a sparrow. He could move miles in minutes in this place and stopped needing the map so much. It was quite impressive if a little disheartening for his hobbies. Midoriya switched clothes in the school bathroom, finally breaking down into laughter. How could someone be so stupid? They were enemies, and she just accepted a plan that involved her sitting around for 30 seconds. He might have been completely gone if she did wait for the full 30. She really was unstoppable. Not even she could see where she was going. All it took was a few nudges, and she did all of the paperwork and got all the responsibility for everything he did. He headed home, still laughing all the way. Gangs on the streets reported the return of the psychopath, the vigilante who laughed as he tore people to shreds with his needles. They never saw him, but they could hear him, echoing across the streets, always somewhere just out of sight. Midoriya got to see her on the news, and the news reports of Ronin as he checked the leather for his new jacket. At best, it took only 16 hours to cure, and it looked pretty close to him. He began to design the layout for his new jacket, not bothering with the old one. It was good, but he wanted the new one to actually fit him. He had measured himself with Aiko, although she just thought he was going to be making a shirt or something. But now, he had all the measurements he'd need to create his all-new jacket. Still unnamed. Should the jacket and the bodysuit share a name? They did come from the same creature and share most of each other's properties. Irrelevant. He pulled out the demo piece of leather and started cutting it to form, letting his mind wander as he cut. He wanted to test his new items against something other than the guns of Musutafu. A highly defensive item was good, and he had 2. The bruises from the bullets testified to that. He adjusted the light, running his head against the ideas that came up. He didn't want to fight a hero, but they were some of the most documented people he had. Even now he still took some notes on them. His knife danced with his thoughts, cutting the leather to form. There was a problem with Musutafu. A major one, maybe even a huge one. It was too close to UA. Ronin was the second biggest criminal in Musutafu as of last night, and there wasn't anything to test himself against. He had been trying to find something to hone his skills with. Mao was too random. Sometimes, fights turned into life or death struggles. Sometimes, Mao ran headfirst off a cliff and beat himself for Ronin. Maruko didn't have the skill. It was like fighting All Might. The power gap was too great to be done safely. She'd just flail around until she beat him, which was why he cheated every fight they ever got into. They'd trade blows all right. He just wouldn't be delivering enough force, even with the new suit. It was like trying to crack a wall with a hammer. He could swing all he wanted, but his iron hammer couldn't break a steel wall. Her defense, and offense for that matter, were way higher than his. There was no point in fighting her unless he wanted to practice tricking people. Someone below Maruko. He didn't want someone famous, but he did know of someone. He checked his stitches, then tried on the partially completed prototype and made notes. Where was too tight, where was too loose, what needed to stay, and what needed to go. A few flips later, and he tried redesigning the coat. It wouldn't be amazing, but he ripped off a combination of his old coat, video game coats, and real-world coats. His pride and joy were that there were cosplay coats he could use and that he eagerly ripped off. He ripped off tons of people. Assassin's Creed for that hood. Dante and Virgil for the open look and detail work. Bane's fur interior, although he sort of had to do that one with the material he had on hand. All in all, it was fun for him. The hood could be locked up or down so it didn't get in his way, a problem faced by people parkering in Assassin's Creed outfits some 150-odd years ago. The fur, originally wool, in Bane's actual coat kept him warm and served to cushion blows. Dante's and Virgil's long coattails stayed out of the way as he moved, letting him dance across the rooftops as he pleased. He'd dye the final version, at least a little bit. It was too clean, too shiny otherwise. Sticking out was not something he wanted to do in his career. Midoriya withdrew the real piece, and with his adjusted forms, focused solely on the final product. This was where that concentration that got him through school, life, and Bakugo came into its own. He wasn't sure he wanted to keep working, but he needed to. He forced himself to, knowing that a little discomfort here would lead to more time to hunt later. Would the dye color maybe give away who he was? Probably. Still, he put minor green accents into the leather working. The stitches, the cloth fabric that didn't come from the bear, a little bit of dye in some parts of the leather like the rims and inside, still didn't put a logo though. Heroes had logos, companies had logos, villains had signature methods. And as much as he liked heroes, vigilantes were criminals, and that made him a villain to society. As dumb as the term villain was, he finished up the final rendition of the new leather jacket. It had its internal lining of a gel vest, recently stolen. Maruko hadn't questioned what he nicked off those goons in the subway last night, or why so many people weren't dying from gunshots. The gel vest was designed to disperse and slow down the impacts, and he had cut up several to place throughout his new jacket, removing the bits with bullet holes in them. With the iron leather, there shouldn't be any more bullets getting through them. His main problem had been heavy impacts. Now, he donned the finished piece. It was heavy without the tools he'd be fitting it with, like his canab or needles. He'd guess 9 kilos, easily. It didn't get in the way too much due to it locking onto the bodysuit at the hips, shoulders, and neck. Other than the weight, it was easy to move in, and with his new bodysuit, the weight wasn't that much of an issue. Now all he needed was his pants, something for the needles, and maybe the others too. He put up his uniform tired but satisfied with the final result and headed homeward bound. It had been a satisfying day. Sunday was fun. He told his mom in advance he'd be recording the footage of the UA Sports Festival so he could watch it slowed down, which was true. The big event for him was happening tonight. He scouted it out in civilian duds yesterday, just to make sure his plan was possible. His mom knew he didn't have anything tomorrow, so he was allowed to stay out late. He said he was going to a friend's place and might get back before she woke up. Technically true, who was a better friend to him than Ronin? He checked all his notes. Every night, before the meditation and stretching, he did his notes. Not just over heroes, villains, and rumors he heard were now added to the mix. Things he heard in class and on the streets that he'd write down in the moment got organized and sorted here. The ramblings became coherent when placed together. Truth and rumor split and left him with facts. He liked facts, they were something he could work with. And now, he had some good rumors and was pulling good facts from them. Famous criminals were surrounded by information. It was his job to sort through the fake news and find those facts he loved so much. Heroes, villains, even vigilantes hated him, despite the man in question technically being one of them. His kill rate was high, almost 100%. He was the literal opposite of Ronin, and they seemed destined to come to blows. His victims hadn't struggled when they died. They each had a few minor wounds, then the killing blow, the coup de grace. It seemed his quirk did something that stopped the body, but it wasn't clear what. Sleeping agent. paralysis, stunning, a mental disconnection. Whatever it wasn't instant, otherwise he wouldn't need to damage his prey early. So many options, but not enough information. He'd save the theories for another day. Ronin set down the notes and hit the road. Technically, the first step was the batteries. Everything was restocked in full. This wasn't really part of the costume though, making it step 0. The bodysuit was zipped up. He did some minor stretches to make sure he was fine to move in them. With his fingers through and suit sealed to his body, step 1 was finished. The pants went on. His baggy cargos had long been replaced for still baggy but lighter pants. Over that went his first belt and the bulletproof shorts. The straps tightened around his hips and thighs to ensure easy movement. And step 2 was finished. Still on his lower half, he tucked in the ends of his pants into the boots and locked them in place, moving his toes to make sure it was still comfortable. The wiring for the boots was hidden inside the baggy pants and was now attached on either side of his leg. He adjusted his first belt, the one for gauntlets and boots, then added the external straps to secure everything and add more points of attachment. Step 3 was finished. The shin plating was added quickly, first the back of the legs, then the front. The pieces locked into the boot, the straps, and each other. He gave a test activation to make sure it was all working well, then moved on. Step 4 was finished. His legs done, he checked his coat. It wasn't as wide, didn't flap in the wind. The image of a hero's cape was further away. Still, the jacket went on, locking to his body and connecting up to the electrical signal. The bodysuit and the jacket activated together, which was good since the jacket had most of the batteries. Took a lot of energy to work the regeneration function. He rolled up the sleeves and grabbed his gauntlets since step 5 was finished. The gauntlets now had a clasp, mainly for keeping the sleeves out of the way. He moved his wrists as he tightened the pieces, then added the armor. He could feel the pressure as he activated one. The wiring he added inside the coat working as well as the last one did. Looking down at his hands, he nodded. Step 6 had been finished. The weapons he crafted came off the table. A moment to contemplate each of them, the time he spent with each. The ones he'd replace, the ones he already replaced. Each went into its place. On his pants, in his jacket. Finally, he tied the sword to his belt and rose to the last item. Step 7 had finished. There was a figure in the reflection of that black mask. He was no longer sure who it was. Ronin, Midoriya, it didn't matter. Whoever they were. They tied their longish green mop into a braid and donned the mask, sealing it in all emotion. This would require focus. It rose, quietly cutting through the floor. It wouldn't touch the floor again until they climbed from those sewers at the train station, settling in on the outside of the train to Hosu. It closed their eyes, clearing the mind and honing in on what they were about to do, what they had to do. Ronin opened his eyes. Step 8 was finished. The sun was just past the buildings when the train rolled into the station. He had researched the sewers in advance, not even needing to go in person anymore to the archives to see the sewer plans. Technology really had aided vigilantism just as much as heroism and villainy, if you knew where to look. The sun cast strange shadows. Some people in Hosu even thought that they saw glimpses of Musutafu's number 2 vigilante jumping around their city. Obvious delusions, even to the small crowd that knew what Ronin looked like. Ronin didn't operate anywhere near here. What would he be doing in Hosu? The shade took off down concrete corridors as if he was in his own town. Sewers were built on rules, and if you knew them, you could exploit them. You could find the above worlds map if you knew the below worlds rules well enough. Ronin wondered almost every day why more people didn't travel through the sewers. Well, not normal people. Heroes and vigilantes would get around more easily and safely if they didn't have to announce their presence. Almost every building had plumbing these days, and for him, that was a free entrance. That wasn't how Stain got around though. He seemed to take the usual method of rooftops and streets, implying he had good maneuverability. Or she, Midoriya, learned his lesson about concluding early. Or was still learning. All that mattered was Stain was a pretty agile serial killer, making them similar to him. The killing blows all seemed to come from swords. A bit dramatic when a knife or pillow would have worked just fine. But hey, he didn't want to give a serial killer ideas. Ronin made himself familiar with the routes he'd be taking. He might have looked at home, but seeing it on a map and being there were separate matters. He kept the time, then laid out his theories of how to actually find the guy. The police couldn't do it, but they were pretty useless these days. Forget whether or not they were shooting the right or wrong people. They didn't shoot anyone, arrest anyone, or even investigate anyone these days. The only law they enforced was the law of gravity. Heroes weren't detectives. Their training wasn't pursuing criminals who had already escaped. It was about punching criminals and calling them stupid names. Problem was, that was what Ronin was good at too. Midoriya had a sharp mind, but learning to effectively track took a lot of training, and even more practice. He did know a few things, so he could try his hand at being Musutafu's budding new junior detective, with an office in the sewers, because his superiors hated him or something. Stain is, or was, a vigilante. He operated in the afternoons, probably because of a morning job. Rooftops and streets were the ways he got around. He operated alone. If he wanted to know about something, he had to research it on his own. Working off of him being a vigilante gave Ronin some starting ground. He next had to identify Stain's motive. Ronin's was local crime that could be solved with violence, and if you knew his area and information, you could follow the logic to figure out where he'd strike next. Stain had his own method to pick targets. Midoriya just didn't know what it was. He could take a few guesses though off of the info he already had at least. Heroes were Stain's main targets, along with the occasional unfortunate criminal who crossed him. There weren't any reports of vigilantes who died to Stain so far, and if there were any who he had killed he never found. Stain's views on vigilantes weren't something Ronin was eager to test though. With heroes as a focal point, the question became about why. What connected the heroes he killed? Most were high income, working multiple jobs well. Calling them jobs was being generous. They all seemed to bank on heroism, even if they only had one job. They banked on heroism to bring in money, even in their other jobs, not just as a way of getting by, but as an actual selling point, abusing their heroism to get privileges, being in shady allegations out of Stain's pile of victims. Every single one Ronin had good info on wasn't a real hero. The world wasn't missing much for most of them, just people who viewed heroism as just a way to get rich or famous quickly. As a solution, murder was a little far, but those fakes should never have been allowed to become heroes in the first place. Working off Stain's motivation from the abuse of power angle, it just became a guessing game of which hero he might strike next. If Stain stuck to one city, he was going to run out of heroes eventually, and by Midoriya's math it seemed that should happen sometime next week at the hero killer's current pace. Most of Stain's marks were fairly similar with a few outliers, but if he expanded his definition of bad heroes it could make a sort of sense. Twisted sense, but sense nevertheless. Hero lineages, family lines whose family business was being heroes, seemed to be included in his list of targets, and a quick check to the hero news told of a hero he hadn't attacked yet. So, the Ingenium Hero Agency was the best place to start. It wasn't like he was on a time crunch. As cruel as it sounded, it didn't matter that much if heroes died. They all signed up for this. Death was just a part of the job. Civilians didn't get that chance, and it was a hero's job to keep them safe. Plus, he didn't really care that much about the heroes being killed. That detachment allowed him to fight against heroes, but it meant he didn't really care what happened as much anymore. The overhyped hero news, the merchandising, the showboating, none of it mattered as much anymore. But those thoughts were irrelevant. Right now, he was searching for something he was certain to happen because every successful person did it. Stain should be researching his prey. Ronin had found Ingenium's usual route by researching where fans spotted him. Following the time they posted pictures of Ingenium and the locations in the pictures, he could make a rough guess about the hero's usual route. Did raise some question about how he ran into the speedster last time in Musutafu, but he lived right next to UA. High school, heroes coming to visit wasn't ridiculous, coming in for collab missions. The past had passed though. An Ingenium came out of his agency for his last patrol of the day. Ronin scanned the area for possible targets, then followed behind. A tailor would need line of sight, but Ronin knew the route already, and he was trying to tail a tailor. Ronin didn't bother starting on the ground. From what he heard, rooftops would be a better starting position. Ronin tailed behind Ingenium's route, 2 blocks behind the speedster. When heroes were on patrol, they tended to walk slower to greet fans and project a calm or confident air. Normally, Ingenium's long stride would squash Ronin's shorter ones, but with his casual pace keeping up wasn't so difficult. They moved across the building's rooftops, always following the same direction. They were only separated by a single road most times, both trailing the same man. The 2 revenants slowly noticed the other, stalking the same prey. One was clad in black, with tinges of green. His outfit was heavy, and his weapons concealed except for his sword, shown off at his hip. His top half was compact, while the bottom of his outfit flitted about in the wind like a cape. One was clad in black, with accents of red. His outfit was light, and his weapons obvious, save for the sword on his back, barely showing over his shoulder. His lower half was mostly uncomplicated, especially compared to his top, a mess of knives and cloth, with red and brownish-white cloth drifting in the breeze. Their gazes crossed, and both stopped in their spot as they faced each other down. Ingenium was losing them, but neither was thinking about him anymore. A bit of trash flew between them, then they were gone. Ronin leaped off the building and slashed his way to the same side of the street as Stain, who took off running. The fight didn't do anything for Stain, so why fight? The difference between Stain and even Mao was terrifying to behold. Ronin's needles were dodged like they were softballs thrown by a toddler. In exchange, he lobbed a knife with much better precision. Ronin might have been able to throw at what he wanted, but Stain could hit whatever he wanted. The difference might only sound like wording, but as the knife struck Ronin's bodysuit, he began to appreciate the little details like that. Stain was literally decked from head to toe in sharp objects. His quirk might do something with stabbing or cutting, but maybe that was the style he was most familiar with. Better to use martial arts than something signature. But Ronin didn't know what poison he used to paralyze people. If he did use poison, it'd make more sense to pick a poison that would kill people outright instead of using a weapon. Did send a message, though. The knife couldn't penetrate his armor, despite how accurate it was. Ronin was safe in the knowledge that, at range, the best Stain could do was give him bruises if even. Stain was physically his better, but by teleport slashing, he caught up. He phased in behind him and slashed once with his sword, testing Stain's traditional defense. Once again, Stain dodged, but this time built more distance than Ronin thought possible with a series of jumps, landing atop an old exhaust pipe. You're not a hero from Hosu. I need to purge Ingenium, but you. More needles interrupted him. Ronin attacked while he talked. I need to train against strong opponents to better myself. Street goons and idiots in spandex only get you so far. So a vigilante. Stain was no longer running and drew his katana, resting it against his shoulder. You think this is going to be easy? It wouldn't be training if it was. Ronin sheathed his sword and gave a short bow, never taking his eyes off his opponent, then threw more needles. I might need to get some of these, Stain remarked as he dodged and deflected them. Then threw his own knife and watched it bounce off his smaller opponent, barely bothering him and not worth wasting the energy to try and dodge. Ronin kept using the needles, trying to perfect his aim, but he could never seem to make his hits land. Stain was too fast and adjusted too quickly. What couldn't be dodged was swatted to the side by his sword. Stain advanced on Ronin, preferring melee to ranged combat. He only had so many knives after all, and no matter how accurate they weren't doing anything. Ronin advanced as well, finally drawing his sword and slipping through the portal. There was a moment of confusion from Stain, but he heard the whistling sound as the sword cut through the air and managed to jump out of the way again. His opponent had teleported, a very strong quirk, but not one seen in melees much. Shouldn't you use a gun with your quirk? I'm trying to save people, not kill them. Ronin now took his old stance, roof guard, and prepared himself. Not bad. Stain charged, meeting his sword and pushing down. The gauntlets helped him not be crushed, right until Stain stepped on his foot and drove his pommel into Ronin's helm, rocking his world a bit. But you rely on your quirk too much. Ronin tried to kick him off, but Stain was too close to Ronin's leg and was only hit by the knee, which he caught anyway to further dampen the blow. He jumped backward while holding the leg with one hand, pulling Ronin forward and off balance. You don't seem to know that much about real martial arts. A sidekick. Here, against me. He tugged Ronin's leg forward and let go, Ronin's own weight forcing him forward and into Stain's sidekick. It struck him across the ribs, forcing him to roll across the rooftop. You seem to rely on your quirk to surprise and overpower opponents, but against opponents who are ready for it. Ronin rose and prepared to clash swords again, only to swing at nothing and throw himself off balance as Stain chose to evade rather than compete in strength twice. Ronin was going to activate the sword and teleport through Stain's sword, hitting the man. But the initial clash never connected. Stain opted to sidestep, dropping his sword and grabbing Ronin, much like how Ronin grabbed many a criminal in his day. Stain's back hit Ronin as he got into position, then kicked his legs out as he flipped the younger vigilante over his shoulder by both of Ronin's arms. Ronin dropped his sword and lost his breath as he hit the rooftop. You have a few basics, but overall, you're not good enough to be threatening. Ronin was tempted to go for the sword, but that'd be predictable. Instead, he took out one of his guns, Kindness, and shot 3 times at the murderer. The first one forced Stain back, the second caught him barely, and the third missed entirely. At least you have options. Stain threw one of Ronin's own needles and hit him in the finger, one of his only uncovered spots. Didn't break bone, but it did pierce and it hurt like a beach, making him drop his gun. You lack the experience or technique to beat me. Try to stop using your quirk so much to ambush, and learn some martial arts. If you could win in a straight fight, you'd be even better at ambushing. Isn't this usually my lecture? Ronin moved his fingers, then rocketed forward. Stain dodged a wild kick, but the kick wasn't the point. Ronin grabbed the sword and sheath he dropped when thrown, then teleported away to wrap his finger. They didn't look away from each other as Ronin bandaged his finger. You're pretty good at martial arts. Where'd you learn your swordplay? Ronin finished applying the basic bandage, moving his hand again while Stain spoke. Experience. Repetition. In this industry, you get good or you get caught. Ronin sheathed his sword, adjusting his grip. The sword had been left on while on the floor, and he might be able to pull off the slash dimension. Ronin tried to eyeball if Stain was in the sword's smoke or not as Stain picked up the needle that hit Ronin's finger, then licked it. While suddenly, Ronin slumped as he lost all movement. He was just a sitting duck before the villain. Stain didn't even give him a second look. Now that you know you can't win, you should leave. You're worth sparing. But don't get in my way when I'm hunting fakes. Stain gathered up his knives and the needles Ronin had thrown, then left. Just left. Ronin was stuck where he had been paralyzed, a sort of leaning forward while collapsed. The whole fight had barely been 1 minute if you counted the stare down and rush. He couldn't move anything below his head. Even his neck was stuck. At least he could breathe and blink. Is this how Maruko feels every time we fight? Under a minute of fighting for all the work he'd done. And Stain just left. It was unsatisfying, annoying, even degrading. He'd lost, but Stain just leaving felt like a kick while he was down. Stain even talked shit about his martial arts, but he couldn't counter anything because Stain was so much better than him at it. Thinking it over, when was the last time he actually learned a martial art? When he learned how to use a knife, because he hurt his shoulder? No, that was just learning how to fight. He didn't know any actual techniques. The last time, the spear moves well, the quarterstaff moves. He had been so focused on replacing his old kit, he didn't even think to finish his initial kit. He never made that spear he wanted. Ronin was stuck staring at the ground as he tried to think over his mistakes. He should have stopped throwing the needles when it was clear they weren't doing anything. They applied pressure, but Ronin couldn't do anything with that pressure. He didn't have the accuracy to threaten Stain at a range, even with the wide-ranged guns. Stain's Parker was better too. He used it anywhere, not just to move around but as a fighting technique. Ronin did too, but he looked like he was stumbling while Stain flew. He thought he was fast in the sewers, but he wasn't Sid. The only reason he caught up to Stain was Stain wanted to fight him, probably away from the heroes. They had been close to the public, and they might have been interrupted by heroes if they fought right there. At least he wasn't going to get caught for a while. He thought he'd spend most of the night here and had slept at home, but he couldn't even last that long. Stain had total control of the situation from start to fight, from when they engaged to when they ended. Location, duration, all of it was because Stain wanted it to happen that way. Ronin couldn't get that kind of swordplay in a week or a month, probably not even a year. It wasn't just their clash, where Stain had demonstrated superior knowledge of his weapon and switched from a direct confrontation to a pommel bash. Deflecting his needles took excellent control. Even with no techniques, Stain had honed his handling to a point. Slowly, he could feel his body beginning to respond to his commands. He pushed himself up, leaning on his arms as he crawled to his knees. Stain was nowhere in sight. It was dark, and his whole body hurt. He'd learn from his mistakes, improve next time. Ronin wasn't that bad off. His chest hurt from so many things. The needles, the kick, being thrown into the rooftop, but the rest of him was fine. He took a minute to think over everything, pulling out his notebook to take notes. A drawing cut, good for starting combat, or getting the sword out when ambushed. An overhead cut, the easiest to learn. A flicking cut that lacked power but had a good range. An upward cut. That paired well with the overhead by getting the sword in place for it. A sideways cut that could get the most power if done correctly, but the more power you put into it, the less you could use your sword to defend yourself. Some of the first things he ever wrote down when creating Ronin. Midoriya stared down at them, amazed at himself. He still didn't know how to do 2 of them, and this was written half a year ago. The F had he been doing? Effing around with quirks when he was trying to prove you didn't need them to be a hero? That's what. Midoriya pulled himself off the rooftop and put Yamato and its sheath back on his hip. He needed to go home and rethink some things. Someone put in a miscellaneous report about Stain, saying he was going after Ingenium. But with the UA festival in a little over 12 hours, no one really paid attention to it. Just like how no one paid attention to the strange figure sitting on the back section of the train, debating with himself. Midoriya didn't head home at first, but decided to go somewhere else. The homeless district of Musutafu had an air of melancholy that suited his current funk. People were huddled together, sleeping in bags or boxes and covered with cardboard or blankets. He recognized it. This was the street that Ronin had been born on 7 months ago. He hadn't been named that, but the spirit was his. He could still see the 5 kids. The old man hadn't even moved and stayed sleeping there to the day. Ronin adjusted the man's blanket for him. The night was cool, and he didn't want anyone getting sick. Moving along the dark streets, a few of the lamps flickered. This state of disrepair was uncalled for, even if it did make his job easier. Midoriya could feel the cold breeze on his fingers, on the single cut, and it stung almost as much as his own needle. Hypothetically, all he needed was metal gloves. This would block off his entire body, and Stain couldn't cut him, rendering his quirk useless and giving Midoriya an advantage. But being hit by such a situation, Quirk was just part of the problem. Stain hadn't just beaten him, he had beaten himself. Those needles, his own lack of training. He had learned the basics but given up after that, content with what he had and no improvement. He looked up at the old office. Bits of dried blood from his second fight still adorned the floors and walls. It seemed no police ever bothered to even try investigating what happened here. The door wasn't locked anymore, and Ronin went inside. He could find the burn marks from his first furnace, the holes he drilled to install his vise and small anvil, the flakes of metal from his forging. He slowly drew out the last thing forged here, 3 sticks, the quarterstaff he never used, that was supposed to become a spear someday. How many times had he actually tried to use it in a fight? 3, if even. Midoriya pulled out his notes, looking over his ideas. The plans he'd made, slowly straying from martial arts to vigilantism, then on to quirks. None were bad. They all helped him, but you couldn't have 3 foundations. Ronin and Midoriya read and reread the pages over and over. They had an important decision to make. There was an easy way to beat Stain, get Maruko to chase him all the way there. She'd definitely, probably beat Stain. With his teleportation, he just needed to evade her all the way to Hosu and together they'd beat Stain down. Or he could train. Thousands of reps, hours of research, breaking and rebuilding his body into a war machine to trump Stain. One took a weekend and some batteries. The other could take years. How many would die in that time? Stain had 16 kills to his name, and over 20 injured heroes forced into retirement. How long would the solution take effect? Midoriya couldn't drag Maruko to every fight, but his body and techniques. Ronin called for the most people to be saved, but Midoriya was trying to look ahead. How many people could he save if he stopped relying on others? Stopped relying on all for one. Stopped waiting to take opportunities from Nezu, and just dove in on his own. They looked down at the pages, jacket sent adrift in the wind. It stared through the pages, slowly drawing a pencil. If he was going to become a machine, he'd need to do it right. And that called for research. The Ronin made one of his trademark disappearances, one day before the UA Sports Festival kicked off. Nobody cared though or thought much of it, other than an overzealous fanboy mammal, and those who did were glad to have one less thing to worry about. In video games, there was a weapons circle. Certain weapons countered each other. Tower shields, massive planks that could protect most of the body, countered arrows. Small nimble weapons like dirks could flit over the heavier and slower shields, countering them. To finish this small example of a trifecta, an armed bow would kill a dirk 100 yards before the dirk could do anything, countering it. The sword had its own circle. It paired well with and against shields because maneuverability was something swordsmen were trained in. It was countered by the spear, a weapon that had even better maneuverability at a slight distance and could force its opponents back. Spears were countered by axes, which could break a spear's shaft, which were countered by swords, which couldn't be chopped in half and could outmaneuver the axe. This chose Midoriya's next weapon and training for him. While he milled over a design, the reps started. He didn't even need to move his legs, just thrust. The lead arm guided the end of the staff. The back arm supplied the power. Midoriya never even finished his spear training because he hurt his shoulder and never went back to it. Now he slammed his staff into the trees over and over, trying to constantly make it faster, move off course less, and hit harder. When he broke off, he wrote down every idea he could think of. These would be sorted through later, combined, and burned until the best idea he had come up with was the last one standing. He'd finish his meditative breathing and writings, then return to drills. He danced his feet in a new stance, a more bladed stance. The back leg would go almost straight while his front leaned forward, pushing his upper body over his knee. His back foot pointed to the side while his front pointed at the opponent. His arms jutted forward, balancing out the outstretched legs to get as much drive behind itself without falling over. Midoriya stepped back, then entered his stance. The lead leg came forward like a lunge. The front arm extended till it was straight, parallel with the ground, and the back rose to his pectoral. His back foot dug into the ground as he struck the tree once, twice, a dozen times. He had to stop after that. It seemed, at the time, a dozen thrusts was his limit. He stepped back to analyze the benefits of the spear as he tried to think of a new way of making a spearhead. Maybe thinking about what it had to do would help him think of new designs. The reach of the spear was the first strength. It was good for one thing, making it easy to refine. Almost everything the spear did was in some way, shape, or form a stab. That meant practice for one attack carried over to the rest. It was similar but even more simple than the sword slash, quick and easy to inflict damage with. Now, he practiced for the fight he could easily imagine. He'd practice later on live people, but for now, he had to stick with what he had. He'd have 10 feet of range to cover, but it could be done. He already knew how, and it involved a rework that he needed to do. Midoriya broke off at noon for the simplest way to create his new spear. He could get a better design later, but for now, he knew of something that would suffice. He could craft it with the supplies he had left from his recent projects, and it should be finished in time for a patrol. He might not patrol every night for a bit, and even when he did, it wouldn't be for as long. Right now, he intended to craft some spearheads. Midoriya sat alone in Ishiyama High School. Most people who did this had automatic hammers and grinders, but he just had brute force. Still, the final piece was being finished. It didn't glint, it wasn't pretty, but as he watched the chemical bath, he could feel satisfied with his work. It was the only thing he had always done himself the entire most of the way. His helmet definitely had very little to do with his own crafting skill. But this wasn't some mask made by the best school in the world or a sword formed from the bodies of giant monsters sealed with magic powers. The spade shape was formed from a piece of steel that he had found on the side of the road. It wasn't even high-carbon steel. He checked the connection with each of the other sticks to make sure there weren't any problems. Then, he pulled out an old piece of leather, cut from the wind itself. There were no gauntlets, no fancy bodysuit this time. The sword was only there as a backup plan, the black dome attached to his head. And he gave one last glance at the new jacket and bodysuit. That jacket had only been used once, where it performed flawlessly. Too flawlessly. He might use it again someday, but he needed to learn, and he wasn't going to improve with a crutch like the possessed items. He needed to perfect his skills with each of the weapons with no special tricks before he could move on. Ronin entered the sewers, then sheathed his sword. It was time to start training, starting with running a few kilos. Nezu had a great day overall. The first year competition went well, even if the ending was somewhat predictable. Kaminari self-destructing. Uraraka unable to reach her goal, Yaorazu stalling in the last minute, Monoma losing in the first round, and Bakugo winning overall. A few twists, like that Shinso kid being the one to beat Monoma who didn't know when to not respond. There was no doubt Shinso would have given Bakugo a challenge and self-restraint if nothing else. But now tomorrow would be the time for the second years. Then it was time for, well, he could only consider it the time to see what All Might's heir had learned. Mirio should be an interesting sight to behold. Nezu's Ronin radar triggered, but it was much slower than usual. A villain using Ronin's pathway. A sewage worker. The camera instead showed a blurry figure jogging down the sewers, not flying with his usual pace. His speed was constant, and he navigated the sewers easily before exiting out of an alleyway. What is he doing? The gangsters were in the middle of something when the footprints rang out across the alleyway. Two of the four goons adjusted to stop the newcomer. A small figure wearing a jacket, holding a strange pipe-looking thing. It was about 5.5 feet long and he was rummaging in his jacket for something. You need some directions, bud. Turn around and go back to whatever sit you just walked out of, for your sake. The figure pulled out the fourth piece and added it, adjusting it to about 7 feet long before flipping the new end towards them. Come, I need the practice. He dug his feet in and held up the new spade-like piece. It started out with a traditional spade shape for a spear, before branching out into a crossguard still at the head of the spear. The other 3 segments seemed ordinary enough. What effing error you think this is? One of them tried to swat it out of the air. The man's body didn't move, but his arms rocked the spear back out of reach. It then burst forward, striking the man in the arm. It was a good clean stab. He screamed, and the other 2 men looked over. One packed up the goods and left, while the other swore and went for his knife. The first 2 men stepped back. Then both simultaneously charged, giving the man 2 targets. The spear drew back, cocking like a gun ready to blow. Serene style, second form, the tide and waves. His spear rocked back a little further before he took a slight step forward and slammed his spear into the second man, stopping all forward momentum before jumping far backward. The first man still charged, right into the second wave. Ronin jumped far enough back that he could step forward slightly and the sides could crash, the rolling waves meeting the unflinching shore. The second man was stopped dead, rising slightly off the ground and forcing the mysterious man backward. The third man charged with his knife, not realizing that his 2 compatriots might be in serious danger from being impaled. He stepped forward, still out of the range of the tide and waves. Serene style, first form, red rain. He stepped forward slightly, already performing light jab after light jab with the spear. He could only muster 9 back-to-back, and only 7 managed to hit, but 3 would have sufficed. The light cuts pierced the third man's body as the 2 advanced at each other, each thrust more compact and quick than the last before he entirely gave out on the 9. Midoriya overviewed his work. The police and an ambulance were on their way, but the last person got away. He ditched the phone and separated his spear, leaping after the escaping criminal. Across the city, filled with hundreds of heroes, reports came out about the second most wanted criminal in Musutafu. He was downtown and leaping across buildings, and wanted for quite a lot. Whatever hero caught him might get a big bonus in the future. It was pretty difficult to keep his momentum when the heroes started showing up, but he wanted to make sure the criminal got caught. Served him right for operating during the daytime. Wouldn't have this problem if he did it at night. Still, not that many heroes could chase him or realize they could. Many people stayed below to deal with civilians who could help stop him. He said help because the current batch couldn't. No sign of the heroes who'd pose a threat like Kamui Woods. So he just ran along unmolested by the heroes. Most people didn't have movement quirks or weren't familiar with fighting across buildings and wouldn't follow him as he jumped from building to building. He kept an eye on his target, smiling as he turned himself in. For a simple drug deal, this was way too much. It seemed neither one would ever make it out of this, especially when the laughter started. Hands off nobodies, he's mine. Maruko was still here in town, and she could actually follow him. She chased him across the buildings, laughing as she got closer and closer. Do you enjoy our last team up that much, Maruko? F, you're trying to throw off my rhythm and make me F up. She snarled as she leaped again. It won't happen, and that was not a team up. We were just in the same place at the same time, doing the same thing together, also known as teaming up. He shifted course, giving her an over-the-shoulder look. "Have you learned any martial arts yet?" "Shut the fuup." She was actually howling with rage as she attempted to crash into him. Her plan relied on constant velocity, guessing where he was going to go, and her own speed. When she guessed where he was going to go, stopping of facing her was not in the plan. He spread his arms out and caught her mid-tackle in a big hug, taking a few steps back from the impact and bracing his feet against the ledge of the building. Then threw her over the edge of the building sideways so she couldn't land properly. The other heroes stopped to watch her fall or make room for her, some trying to catch her. UFR. It wasn't lethal or all that painful, but the chasing heroes stopped to make sure she was alright and gave him a few more seconds to keep running. The heroes didn't seem to notice the decrease in people, or the increases in homelessness and abandoned buildings as they entered the streets Ronin had been running. Maruko should have tried to grab him instead of swearing when he threw her. That had definitely not been a great move on his part, but at the end of the day it did work, so it was at least a good move. Midoriya's endurance ensured that the heroes who weren't mobile had been ditched back in the downtown. Now, it was time to lose the more mobile ones in his own home turf. The police were there now and giving some orders, but they didn't matter. Ronin had been taking a mostly sensible route, albeit hadn't used his teleportation once. Maruko was back on his trail, swearing with every jump. "Not even death itself is gonna know what the F I did to you, Ronin, you motherfing sentient sit-stain." She was pretty creative with her insults. If only her attacks were as creative. Midoriya ran toward his favorite factory, the one he'd been to twice before. It didn't look like he'd jump for it because the distance was physically too much. The roof was 15 feet away. And why would he leap down to the other heroes? Midoriya turned and stopped right as Maruko jumped, locking her into the air with no chance to change her direction. She should have ran the last 12 meters to him. She'd have more control that way. Midoriya long jumped, grabbing the window with both hands. He immediately pulled himself up and over the same window he used last time he had to come this way, then fell off the other side and landed on the railing with both feet, purposely falling forward and rolling out of it before springing back up. He went straight to the sewer entrance he researched, jumping in without a second thought and bolting. They had the building surrounded, but Nezu knew that Ronin had left, or the Ronin lookalike had. This Ronin had not teleported once as the original Ronin never did. It was all free running and terrain knowledge. He would sharply turn 90 degrees by grabbing a pipe or something whenever Maruko or some other hero was just about to cut him off multiple times. Now, he ran through the sewers. Not a teleport in sight. This seemed to be his base level, without his energy quirk. It didn't seem fast until you realized he kept this pace up for 10 minutes straight. Even Maruko seemed to be getting tired since she kept missing her tackles. Nobody had infinite energy unless. Was Ronin testing his quirk to increase his endurance? He hadn't slowed down yet, and he hadn't been moving away into hiding but back to the city. Ronin once again left Nezu's field of detectors, and he vowed to blow more money to find out where he was coming and going from. Midoriya replaced his notes. He shouldn't neglect his Parker anymore. And that long jump at the end had been a great time to test his skills. Grabbing things was easy for him. His hands were used to carrying his weapons for hours. Wasn't exactly one-to-one, but it carried over well enough. Midoriya looked over his uniform again, eyeing the new piece of metal in the coat's tail. It looked like the old leather would get a little more wear and tear. He closed everything up, leaving and checking his phone. Sure enough, Hero News showed that Stain had attacked Ingenium. At least there had been a couple of sidekicks to force him to retreat, brought by a miscellaneous report. He'd survive at least, but his heroing ability from now on was questionable. Ronin had done his part. Midoriya nodded to himself, then moved on. He had more spear moves to research, and a few Parker tricks to learn, maybe a few more items to make. He always wanted to try fighting with a chain. Scorpius from Mortal Kombat, the 100th Mortal Kombat game, made it seem pretty cool, and when he was running away, he really wished he had some caltrops or something, and they didn't seem that hard to build. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.